Tianhong Star. Xiali Nation, Hongshui City. Smack! Before Xiao Luo could make sense of the situation before him, the woman in front of him gave him a harsh slap across the face. She glared at Xiao Luo with disgust and sneered, "Hand over this month's crystal core." "Didn't you hear me?" Xiao Luo covered his burning cheek, looking around in confusion. "Did I transmigrate?" His name was the same as this body's original owner, Xiao Luo. In his previous world, he was a navigator who enjoyed watching anime in his spare time, especially One Piece. Just as he finished the final episode of One Piece, the sky suddenly darkened with dense clouds, and a deafening thunderclap roared. The next moment, a flash of white light filled his vision, and he found himself here. Fortunately, Xiao Luo had a remarkable ability to adapt and quickly adjusted to everything. At this moment, the memories of the body's previous owner surged into his mind like a tide, allowing him to rapidly understand his current predicament. Tianheng Star was a planet where humans awakened supernatural abilities. The quality of these abilities was ranked from lowest to highest across 8 levels, with E being the lowest and SSS being the highest. The ability Xiao Luo had awakened just happened to be the lowest E level, a regular fruit tree. The most crucial issue was that this fruit tree didn't even produce fruit. The entire tree was bare, with pitifully sparse leaves. He had a father but no mother. His mother had passed away shortly after he was born. Strangely, she had a smile on her face when she passed. Not long after his mother's death, his father quickly remarried. The woman who slapped him just now was his stepmother, Pan Yun. Shortly after their marriage, they had a son together named Xiaoming. Xiaoming awakened a B-level lightning flash ability. Judging by the timeline, it was clear that Pan Yun and his father had been involved long before. An E-level Xiao Luo and a B-level Xiaoming, it was obvious to anyone which son had a brighter future. Xiao Luo, who already had no standing in the family, now found himself completely marginalized. The school distributed one level 1 crystal core to each student every month to help them enhance their abilities. These cores, about the size of a coin, were extracted from exotic beasts. When an exotic beast was killed, there was a chance of finding a crystal core in its brain. The higher the level of the beast, the higher the probability of obtaining a crystal core. Xiao Luo's family wasn't wealthy. To help her son Xiaoming grow stronger faster, Pan Yun naturally set her sights on Xiao Luo's crystal cores. The original Xiao Luo, having grown up deprived of his father's love, developed an extremely timid personality. Every time Pan Yun demanded his crystal core, he handed it over without hesitation. It seemed even his father, Xia Xiong, had tacitly approved of this. Once, Pan Yun forcibly took a crystal core from Xiao Luo's hands in front of Xia Xiong. He witnessed the entire scene but said nothing. As the memories in his mind overlapped with the current scene before him, Xiao Luo finally grasped the gravity of it all. Seeing that Xiao Luo was still not obediently handing over the crystal core, Pan Yun grew impatient. "Don't waste my time. Hurry up and hand over this month's crystal core." Xiao Luo raised his gaze to meet Pan Yun's, looking at her arrogant and detestable face. Taking a deep breath, he gathered his energy and suddenly swung his right hand. Smack! A loud slap landed squarely on Pan Yun's face. She staggered backward and fell to the floor, clutching her cheek and staring at Xiao Luo in disbelief. "You! Xiao Luo! You useless trash! How dare you disrespect me like this? I am your stepmother." Hearing this, Xiao Luo snorted coldly and replied disdainfully, "Humph! You vile woman! Get lost! If you want my crystal core, tell my father to come and ask me himself. If you keep showing me that nasty face, don't blame me for slapping you again." With that, he turned and walked straight back to his room. Pan Yun, who had just been called a vile woman, stood dumbfounded, staring at Xiao Luo's door. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. She couldn't comprehend why Xiao Luo's personality had changed so drastically. The timid boy who previously wouldn't even dare to look her in the eye had now dared to fight back, slap her, and even insult her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Her face twisted with rage as she clenched her teeth and dialed her son Xiaoming's number. "Hello? Son. That useless Xiao Luo refused to give us his crystal core and even hit me. When you return from outside the city tomorrow, you'd better teach him a lesson. Make sure to cripple him so he knows his place." A sinister laugh came from the other end of the line. "Ha! Got it, Mom. I've been waiting to do that for a long time." After hanging up, Pan Yun glared in the direction of Xiao Luo's room, her eyes gleaming with malice. Then she turned and left. Xiao Luo opened the door, his gaze falling upon the simple, shabby room, and he couldn't help but frown. His father, Xia Xiong, was truly a disappointment. The entire room contained only an old bed that had clearly been used for countless years. There wasn't even a table or chair. The quilt on the bed was so thin it was almost laughable. Sleeping here during winter would undoubtedly lead to severe colds and fevers. From the memories of the original owner, every time he caught a cold or fever, he endured it through sheer willpower. Xiaoxiong had never spared him a glance, not even to offer a glass of water. Sitting on the creaky wooden bed, Xiao Luo looked at his reflection in the glass window. His thick black hair and fair skin complemented his handsome features. Despite his plain clothing, his good looks were undeniable. However, long-term malnutrition made his face pale and his body slightly frail. He summoned his small sapling ability and gazed at it, feeling a pang of helplessness. Oh, heavens! Please grant me a powerful system. As soon as he spoke, it seemed the sapling had heard his plea. With a soft ding, a translucent panel appeared before him, visible only to Xiao Luo. Demon Fruit Tree. Quality, E level. Fruit production capacity, 0/3. Upgrade requirement, requires 5 level 2 exotic beast crystal cores to advance to D level. Ability description. The fruit tree absorbs energy from crystal cores to randomly produce various types of demon fruits. The higher the quality of the crystal core, the better the demon fruit produced. Consuming a demon fruit will awaken the corresponding ability. It also enhances the user's ability level. Demon fruits have no side effects and can be consumed indefinitely. Note: once the tree produces a demon fruit, it cannot be exchanged or undone. The type of demon fruit produced is entirely dependent on luck. Choose the quality of exotic beast crystal cores carefully. Demon fruit tree? Demon fruits. Xiao Luo's eyes widened. After confirming he hadn't misread, he suddenly sat upright on the bed. Then, he looked at the crystal core clutched in his hand, a faint smile curling on his lips. Though the school only distributed a level 1 exotic beast crystal core, it was his only option at the moment. I'll take a gamble. Raising his hand, he offered the crystal core to the demon sapling. In the blink of an eye, the crystal core vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, a demon fruit silently appeared on one of the sapling's branches. Simultaneously, the translucent panel before him updated. Devil Fruit of Possibility, 1/3. Charlot gazed at the devil fruit before him, carefully searching his mind for any information about it. This is it. The Pawpaw Fruit. Pawpaw Fruit. A paramecia-type fruit from One Piece, wielded by Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. It grants the user the ability to repel anything they touch. Air, damage, and even injuries can be expelled from the body. Its effects are astonishingly overpowered. Charlot, in disbelief, plucked the pawpaw fruit from the branch, perplexed as to how a mere level 1 beast crystal core could generate such a powerful fruit. He had assumed that a level 1 beast crystal core could only produce some low-tier zoan-type fruits, yet here was a paramecia-type fruit of immense power. This was simply absurd. Without further hesitation, Charlot devoured the pawpaw fruit in a few bites. Only after finishing it did he realize that it wasn't difficult to eat at all. There was no foul odor, just the natural sweetness of a normal fruit. Suddenly, a familiar sensation surged through him, one he couldn't believe. In the memories of his previous life, this was the unmistakable prelude to the awakening of a supernatural ability. A translucent, flesh-colored sphere emerged from within his body, gradually enveloping him before slowly fading away. Charlot examined himself, astonished to discover that he had indeed awakened an ability similar to that of the pawpaw fruit. By eating a devil fruit, I can awaken the corresponding supernatural ability. This is insane. Doesn't this mean I can awaken unlimited abilities? Even though he couldn't yet determine the exact rank of the paw-based ability, it was unlikely to be below S rank. With proper development, achieving SSS rank wouldn't be out of the question. Wait a second. My ability level has skyrocketed. Charlot carefully assessed his cultivation level and was shocked to find that he had leaped from 3rd tier of the ability realm directly to the 8th tier, an increase of 5 entire tiers. On the planet Tianheng, supernatural abilities were classified into 10 levels. Each level was further divided into 9 stages. From lowest to highest, they were Ability Realm, Transcendent Realm, Noble Realm, Mortal Shedding Realm, Exalted Realm, Skywalker Realm, Heavens Favor Realm, Heavens Blessing Realm, Heavens Chosen Realm, Star Calling Realm. Currently, most people of Charlot's age were at around the 7th stage of the ability realm. And as for him, he was only an E-rank ability user. To make matters worse, the crystal cores he received each month were always taken by Pan Yun. Unknowingly, he had become the bottom feeder in the eyes of his peers. But now, at the 8th stage of the ability realm, he could finally be considered a small prodigy among his peers. Even that brat, Xiaoming, who had stolen his crystal cores, was only at the 7th stage of the ability realm at best. One devil fruit can raise me by 5 stages. If I eat another one, wouldn't I directly ascend to the transcendent realm? But I must be cautious and try to find a higher quality beast crystal core. After all, every devil fruit determines the upper limit of my abilities, Charlot thought confidently. Seated cross-legged on his bed, he began meditating. Sure enough, after awakening the Pawpaw ability, his cultivation speed had significantly increased. This was indirect proof that the Pawpaw ability's rank was unquestionably high. At school, everyone knew him as an E-rank ability user. But for this newly awakened Pawpaw ability, he already had an explanation prepared. He was a dual ability user. Indeed, dual ability users existed in this world, and their cultivation speeds were several times faster than those of single ability users. Currently, with the Devil Sapling ability combined with the newly awakened Pawpaw ability, he truly was now a dual ability user. However, being a dual ability user was far from his ultimate goal. He would continue to awaken new abilities, and his cultivation speed would only grow faster and faster. There would never be a time when he slowed down like other high-tier ability users. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted Charlot's meditation. He opened the door with a puzzled look to find his father, Xiaoming, standing outside. It was clear that Pan Yun had gone to complain, prompting Xiaoming to visit him for the first time in ages. As Xiaoming saw Charlot, not a single word of concern came from his mouth. With a cold expression and an unquestionable tone, he said, "Charlot, hand over that crystal core. It's useless for you to keep it. Xiaoming is about to take his college entrance exams, and he needs the core now more than ever. Getting into a prestigious ability university is critical at this moment. As his older brother, you should be selfless." Hearing this, Charlot's face immediately turned cold. He stared into Xiaoming's eyes, unable to believe that a father could say such things to his own son. Suppressing the anger boiling in his heart, he stepped aside, gesturing for Xiaoming to take a good look at his room. "Dad, open your eyes wide and take a good look. Look at where I live. Is there any difference between my room and Xiaoming's? All these years, have I ever complained to you? No, I haven't. As your son, have I ever asked you for anything? I haven't. These past months, that wretched Pan Yun has been stealing my crystal cores for Xiaoming. You've seen it and turned a blind eye. Why? Is Xiaoming your only son? Am I, Charlot, not your biological son too?" Faced with Charlot's accusations, Xiaoming was momentarily speechless. He knew full well the stark difference in how he treated his two sons. But in Xiaoming's eyes, Charlot had no right to talk back or complain. He believed that Charlot was destined to achieve nothing in life, fated to remain home as a freeloader. And someone destined to freeload had no right to argue with him. "Charlot, don't forget. I am your father. Don't waste my time any longer. If you don't hand over the crystal core, you won't even have a bed to sleep on," Xiaoming said harshly. Charlot looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar man before him, and at that moment, the last shred of affection he held for his father vanished completely. Now, Xiaoming was nothing more than a stranger in his eyes. He stepped forward and, using his Pawpaw ability, forcefully pushed Xiaoming, who was blocking the doorway, aside. "Get out of my way. I will never come back to this house. And we are no longer father and son. From now on, everything about me has nothing to do with you." Xiaoming, pushed back by Charlot, slammed heavily into the wall. The sudden turn of events left him stunned. He couldn't comprehend why Charlot, the usual coward, would dare to show such defiance. Watching Charlot walk away, Xiaoming, recovering from the shock, flushed red with anger. Pointing at Charlot, he roared, "Charlot, if you step out of this house, don't ever think about coming back. I'll pretend you were never my son." Hearing this, Charlot stopped in his tracks. He turned around, his gaze colder than ever. Xiaoming, thinking Charlot was about to admit fault, straightened up with a smug expression. "Charlot, be obedient. Apologize to your stepmother, Pan Yun. Then hand over the crystal core, and you'll still have a place in this house." Hearing this, Charlot sneered disdainfully. "Xiaoming, you really think you can act like a father now? I already said, there's no father-son relationship between us anymore. And you still want me to apologize to that wretched Pan Yun? Dream on. Dream all you want." With that, Charlot slammed the door shut behind him and left without looking back. Xiaoming stood there, stunned, staring at the empty hallway, his mouth agape, not knowing what to say. Outside, Charlot looked up at the pitch-black night sky. By now, the school gates were surely locked. Checking his pocket, he found $20. After a brief moment of thought, he decided, I'll spend the night at an internet cafe. Might as well look online for ways to make money. Finding a cafe, he booked a computer for the night and browsed local job listings. Eventually, one caught his eye. Looking for a private combat sparring partner. Ability realm, 9th stage preferred. Requirements, strong physique. Payment negotiable. Although he didn't meet the 9th stage requirement, his body was undoubtedly strong, and his pawpaw ability could minimize any damage he'd take. He added the contact and began promoting himself, shamelessly if necessary, all in the name of earning money. Finally, the person replied, alright, I'll give you an address. Come over tomorrow, and we'll test you out for a day. Memorizing the address, Charlot laid his head on the desk and fell into a deep sleep. The long, grueling night passed quickly. With his remaining few bucks, he bought some buns to eat before heading to Tianshui High School. As he entered the classroom, Xiaoming was sitting at his desk with a mischievous grin, staring at him maliciously. Seeing this, Charlot gave a mysterious smile and walked straight to his seat. What's this? Xiaoming, seeing your elder brother, and you're not even greeting me? Xiaoming froze, surprised by Charlot's words. Usually, Charlot would be overly cautious around him, afraid of provoking him. But today Charlot dared to call himself his elder brother? Though full of questions, Xiaoming still spoke in a commanding tone. Charlot, it's been a while since we sparred. How about we head to the dueling platform today and have a proper match? As soon as he said this, the surrounding students turned to watch. Xiaoming's already at the 7th stage, while Charlot's only at the 3rd. Isn't this just bullying? Yeah, aren't they family? Why are they fighting? Family? Look at Charlot's clothes and then look at Xiaoming's. Do they even look like family? Charlot must be getting bullied at home by Xiaoming. Didn't expect him to get bullied here too. How pitiful. Xiaoming stared directly into Xiaoluo's eyes, as if he had long been certain that Xiaoluo would agree to spar. Xiaoluo shook his head helplessly and sighed, I agree. Hearing these words, a glint of coldness flashed in Xiaoming's eyes. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a sinister smile. Let's go right now, otherwise, there won't be enough time. The two of them, one in front of the other, made their way to the battle platform. By this time, the area below the stage was already packed with a crowd eager to watch the spectacle. Some had even taken out their phones to record the two figures standing on the platform. An E-level ability versus a B-level ability, Tier 3 ability realm against Tier 7 ability realm. Moreover, it was rumored that the two were biological brothers. Such an explosive matchup, who wouldn't want to come and witness it? That's Xiaoming, isn't he the one who awakened the B-level lightning flash ability? That's right. He just returned today after teaming up to hunt exotic beasts outside the city a few days ago. A B-level ability. And it's the rare lightning type. That guy's luck is outrageous. How long do you think Xiaoluo can last against him? The difference in their ability levels is too great. Xiaoluo won't last more than 10 seconds. 10 seconds? I think even 5 seconds would be generous. Xiaoluo, last night, you slapped my mom across the face and called her a filthy b***********. I hope you're ready to face the consequences of my teaching you a hard lesson. Xiaoming glared viciously at Xiaoluo, secretly hoping to see the familiar look of fear on his brother's face. But Xiaoluo's expression was as calm as a still pond. Xiaoming, your mom is a filthy b*********. Anyone with eyes can see that. And as for teaching me a lesson? You should first figure out whether you even have the capability to do so. Hearing this, Xiaoming immediately abandoned any pretense of honor. A flash of electricity surged across his body as he transformed into a streak of blue lightning, closing the gap between him and Xiaoluo in an instant. At the same time, he swung his right hand, aiming to land a brutal slap on Xiaoluo's face to avenge Pan Yun. Xiaoluo smiled faintly, flipping his palm and dispersing the air in front of him. The displaced air gathered into a powerful air cannon. Standing directly in front of Xiaoluo, Xiaoming suddenly felt a chill down his spine and found it hard to catch his breath. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded. Before the crowd below could figure out what had happened, Xiaoming was sent flying off the platform by a tremendous force. The impact force was so strong that it shattered the edge railing of the battle platform, leaving debris scattered everywhere. Falling to the ground below the stage, Xiaoming spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. His chest was sunken in, clearly indicating that his ribs had been shattered. He gasped for air, feeling the approach of death for the first time. Desperately, he looked toward his classmates, hoping someone would come to his rescue. He raised his trembling hand, trying to open his quivering mouth, but no sound came out. The crowd, seeing Xiaoming's miserable state, instinctively took a step back. Who would have thought that the energetic guy from just moments ago would be on the brink of death after taking just one hit from Xiaoluo? They turned their gazes towards Xiaoluo, who stood tall and expressionless on the stage. A shiver ran through their bodies. What a brutal strike! If he could treat his own brother like this, wouldn't the rest of them meet their end on the spot if they dared challenge him? Amid their fear, a wave of curiosity also surged through the crowd. When had Xiaoluo become so powerful? A Tier 7 ability realm Xiaoming couldn't even withstand a single move from him. At that moment, the voice of the school discipline officer, Huan, suddenly rang out. What are you all doing here? Why aren't you in class? What are you all crowding around for? Huan was a 21-year-old woman, about 1.7 meters tall, with long, wavy hair. She wore a black office-style outfit typical of a teacher and glasses, exuding an aura of a commanding older sister. Her strength was at the noble realm, though her exact tier was unknown. Having served as the discipline officer at Tianshui High School for only a year, Huan pushed through the crowd and immediately spotted Xiaoluo on stage. A flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes. She knew a bit about Xiaoluo, quiet, not fond of talking, awakened to an E-level ability, a bottom-tier student in the entire grade, and only a Tier 3 of the ability realm. Yet here he was, seemingly victorious in a duel. Following the shattered railing, her gaze landed on the barely breathing Xiaoming lying on the ground. Her pupils dilated, and with just one glance, she understood that Xiaoming's life was hanging by a thread. She quickly took out her phone and called the hospital, urgently requesting an ambulance. After the ambulance took Xiaoming away, the crowd, realizing there was no more drama to watch, dispersed in a hurry. Xiaoluo was about to head back to class when Huan called out to him, Xiaoluo, don't leave just yet. Come here, I need to talk to you. Approaching her, Xiaoluo asked, puzzled. Director, once you're on the battle platform, life and death are off the table. Are you planning to stand up for Xiaoming? Hearing this, Huan shook her head. Once you're on the battle platform, life and death are off the table. Rules are rules, and I won't break them. I just want to know, how did you manage to beat Xiaoming like that? Xiaoluo, can you share? Xiaoluo nodded, as he saw no reason to hide it. He once again activated his meatball ability, pushing the air before him outward. Boom! Under Wang Yu's astonished gaze, a powerful air cannon blasted a massive hole in a distant stone wall. Staring at the hole in the wall, a single question consumed Wang Yu's mind. Is this still an E-level ability? She turned back to Xiaoluo and eagerly asked, was that attack from your E-level ability? Xiaoluo shook his head, nonchalantly replying with words that left Wang Yu stunned. That's from my other ability. It's called the meatball ability. Wang Yu froze for a while, then gradually regained her composure, grabbing Xiaoluo's shoulders in shock. You're saying this is your other ability? You're a dual ability user? Wang Yu asked excitedly. Correct, Xiaoluo nodded, replying casually. After confirming the truth, Wang Yu patted Xiaoluo's shoulder heavily. Good job. Xiaoluo, what's your current strength level? She asked curiously. Tier 8 ability realm, Xiaoluo answered. Hearing this, Wang Yu murmured to herself. Tier 8 ability realm? With a bit of effort, you might just break through to Transcendent Realm Tier 1 before the college entrance exams. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a Tier 1 exotic beast crystal core, handing it to Xiaoluo. Xiaoluo, this is a crystal core I'm giving you privately. I hope it helps. Xiaoluo accepted the crystal core, puzzled, and asked, Director, why are you giving me this crystal core? Wang Yu sighed and explained. In recent years, our school hasn't had a single student get into a top-tier ability university. Meanwhile, other schools in the city have students admitted every year. What's more, our school hasn't even had an S-level ability awakener. Xiaoluo, if you break into the Transcendent Realm, with your dual ability potential, you'd definitely get into a top-tier ability university. Hearing this, Xiaoluo smirked and said in a deliberately helpless tone, Director Wang, this task is quite heavy. One crystal core doesn't seem like enough. Wang Yu glanced at Xiaoluo with an irritated expression. I'll submit an application to the school. Before the college entrance exams, I'll add 2 crystal cores to your allowance each month. That should be enough, right? More than enough. Thank you for your support, Director Wang. Xiaoluo won't disappoint you, Xiaoluo said happily. Director Wang, actually, there's one more small favor I'd like to ask of you, Xiaoluo hesitated. Wang Yu glared at Xiaoluo with raised eyebrows. You little rascal, what more benefits are you looking for? Don't be too greedy. Learn to be content. Hearing this, Xiaoluo quickly waved his hands to explain. No, Director Wang, you've misunderstood. I just wanted to borrow some money from you. I had a fallout with my family. Right now, I don't even have money to eat, Xiao Luo said with an embarrassed expression. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu's tightly furrowed brow gradually relaxed. As a man, one wouldn't borrow money from others unless absolutely necessary. It seemed Xiao Luo truly had no money left. He took out 300 yuan from his wallet and handed it to Xiao Luo. Take it. Make sure to get yourself something good to eat. Most importantly, don't forget to keep working hard on your cultivation. Thank you, Director Wang. Xiao Luo immediately responded, taking the 300 yuan and stuffing it into his pocket. He couldn't help but think to himself, having money feels great. Holding the 300 yuan in his hand, he instantly felt a surge of security. If there's nothing else, go back to class, Wang Yu said as he turned and walked away. Back in the classroom, Xiao Luo noticed that his classmates were all looking at him with peculiar expressions, as if they were meeting him for the first time. Xiao Luo ignored the stares from the outside world. After all, his predecessor had always been silent and withdrawn in class, with no real friends. Remaining silent was the best choice at this moment, to avoid raising suspicion. The day passed quickly. He left the school and hailed a taxi, heading straight to the address he had noted down the previous night. After getting out of the car and looking at the luxurious villa in front of him, Xiao Luo felt a bit shocked but not entirely surprised. After all, hiring an ability user as a sparring partner meant the family must be quite wealthy. He rang the doorbell. On the other side came a crisp female voice, asking, "Are you here to be the sparring partner?" "Yes, we agreed on this last night." "Alright, I'll open the door for you. Come right in." With a click, the door unlocked, and Xiao Luo stepped into the yard, heading straight to the front door of the villa. At that moment, a girl opened the door. At first glance, the girl seemed about 18 years old, in the prime of her youthful years. Her skin was a sun-kissed tan, as though intentionally tanned to a wheat color. She wore her hair in a high ponytail and was dressed in formal sparring gear, short-sleeved and shorts. Looking closer, he noticed the pink straps on her shoulders, and her demeanor exuded the innocence of someone unworldly and pure. The girl looked at Xiao Luo and froze for a moment. "Are you the guy who, this morning, took down your opponent on the dueling platform in just one move?" Xiao Luo raised an eyebrow in surprise and nodded. "That's right. My name is Xiao Luo. Are you also from Tianshui High School?" The girl stepped out of the house and pointed towards the backyard. "Yes, my name is Shin Huayou. Let's head to the open space in the backyard first. I'll test you to see if you're qualified to be my sparring partner." Following Shin Huayou to the backyard, both assumed a combat stance. Shin Huayou took a deep breath and said, "My strength is at the 8th tier of ability users. My ability is an A-rank skill, Tornado. Be careful not to get cut by my wind blades." As soon as Shin Huayou finished speaking, several wind blades appeared out of thin air, attacking Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo raised his palm, deflecting all the incoming wind blades in various directions. The sharp wind blades sliced through the flowers and plants in the backyard, leaving the area half destroyed. Seeing this, Shin Huayou was stunned. It was her first time encountering such a situation. Her wind blades, which her opponent didn't even bother dodging, were somehow deflected by an invisible force. "What kind of ability is this? How can you do that?" Shin Huayou asked curiously. Xiao Luo lightly flicked his fingers, and an air cannon shot skyward. "As far as I know, this is a brand new ability. The level should be no lower than S rank. I call it the rubber ball ability. As the name suggests, it has the power to deflect anything. It sounds impressive, but when faced with overwhelmingly powerful attacks from those far stronger than me, I can't deflect them. Your strength isn't enough to crush me, your attacks are too weak to break through my deflection." The more Shin Huayou listened, the more astonished she became. "Are you saying you're invincible against others at the same level?" Xiao Luo touched his chin, thought for a moment, and then nodded. "Theoretically, yes, unless I encounter a monstrous genius." Hearing Xiao Luo's unabashed words, her opinion of him began to change. Shin Huayou's competitive spirit was completely ignited. "I don't believe there's such a powerful ability in this world. Take this wind blade barrage." Countless wind blades rained down on Xiao Luo from all directions. Unfortunately, they still couldn't break through the defensive barrier created by Xiao Luo's deflection ability. As the sky grew darker, Shin Huayou breathed heavily, staring at the person in front of her. "Alright. It's settled, you'll be my sparring partner until the college entrance exams. I don't believe I can't break your ability. I'll even make a bet with you. How about I pay you 1,000 yuan? Deal." Xiao Luo agreed with a smile. Shin Huayou pulled out her phone and gestured for Xiao Luo to take out his phone to complete the transfer. It was only then that Xiao Luo realized his father had never bought him a phone. He looked at Shin Huayou awkwardly. "Miss Shin, could you pay me in cash instead?" Shin Huayou was puzzled but nodded. It was obvious to her now that Xiao Luo didn't even own a phone. In this day and age, how could someone not have a phone? Was he an orphan? She returned to the villa, telling Xiao Luo to wait outside while she fetched the money. Not long after, Shin Huayou handed him 1,000 yuan. "Are you coming back tomorrow?" Shin Huayou asked. "I will." Xiao Luo nodded in response. After leaving Shin Huayou's house, Xiao Luo took the 1,000 yuan and went to a mall. He bought a cheap phone and got a new SIM card. After leaving the mall, he found a roadside food stall and enjoyed a meal. Once he was full, he found a hotel near the school to stay in for the night. At the same time, in the hospital's emergency room, a person wrapped in bandages and unconscious was finally wheeled out. Pan Yun and Xia Xiong were waiting outside the emergency room. Seeing Xiaoming finally being wheeled out, they rushed forward. Pan Yun burst into tears at the sight of Xiaoming's terrible condition, crying out in anguish. Xia Xiong stood there in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Xiao Luo had managed to defeat Xiaoming, who was far stronger than him. "Doctor, how's my son's condition?" Xia Xiong asked anxiously. The doctor shook his head helplessly and sighed. "All the bones in his body show signs of fracturing. His chest ribs are especially damaged. Fragments of bone have punctured his lungs in several places. At this rate, it's impossible for him to take the college entrance exams this year. He'll have to wait until next year, after he recovers." Hearing this, Pan Yun's face was covered in tears. She gritted her teeth in fury and said angrily, "Xia Xiong, this is the good son you've raised. That bastard, that cursed orphan with an unknown background. He dared to beat Xiaoming to this state. I will never let him get away with this." Pan Yun's venomous curses against Xiao Luo echoed in the air. Xia Xiong's face was dark, and he did not rebut. He simply stared silently at the unconscious Xiaoming, lost in thoughts unknown. "Xia Xiong, you must make Xiao Luo kneel and apologize to Xiaoming in person. And you must take care of Xiaoming until he fully recovers. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning my back on you." Pan Yun, her eyes swollen from crying, spoke furiously. Hearing this, Xia Xiong nodded immediately, making a decision in his heart. "Don't worry, I'll bring Xiao Luo back. He's out there alone, with no money for food or a place to stay. Right now, he must be desperate to come home." By the next morning, Xia Xiong wandered leisurely while eating his purchased breakfast and arrived at the school gate. At a glance, he spotted Xiao Luo waiting for someone. The moment Xia Xiong saw Xiao Luo, fury surged within him. He was about to charge up and reprimand him, but Xiao Luo acted as if he didn't see him and walked straight past. As Xiao Luo was about to enter the school gate, Xia Xiong hurriedly stepped in front of him. "Xiao Luo, I'm your father. Do you not even recognize your own father anymore?" Xia Xiong said angrily. "Father? What father? Since the day I was born, I've only ever had a mother, and she's long gone," Xiao Luo replied coldly. "You ungrateful wretch. Disloyal son. I wasted all these years raising you." Xia Xiong raged, pointing a trembling finger at Xiao Luo's face. "Raised me?" Xiao Luo laughed mockingly. "If by raising you mean the leftover meals I ate growing up, and those thin blankets I had to endure, then rest assured, I'll pay it all back to you." Xia Xiong was left speechless by Xiao Luo's cutting words, standing there dumbfounded. He knew well that Xiao Luo's living conditions had indeed been harsh, but as a father, couldn't Xiao Luo understand his struggles as well? After calming himself, Xia Xiong continued, "Xiao Luo, no matter what, we are family. You injured Xiaoming so badly, it's hard to justify. I still have to work, and Aunt Pan has work too. Xiao Luo, you'll need to take a year off school to help take care of Xiaoming. Maybe then, Pan Yun and Xiaoming might forgive you. After all, we're still a family, right?" Hearing Xia Xiong's words, Xiao Luo clenched his fists, his fury boiling over. But considering that Xia Xiong was his biological father, he restrained himself from acting out. Suppressing his anger, Xiao Luo sneered, "Xia Xiong, listen to the nonsense coming out of your mouth. Family? Do you believe that yourself? Did you ever treat me as family? Let me tell you, I hit Xiaoming on purpose. If he's still alive, he's just lucky. If you come looking for me again, I'll hit him again. As for you and me, we have nothing to do with each other anymore. Don't bother me again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude," Xiao Luo said coldly. With that, he turned and walked straight into the school, leaving Xia Xiong standing there, red-faced with anger, pointing at Xiao Luo's retreating figure but unable to say a single word. Once Xiao Luo's figure disappeared completely, Xia Xiong left in frustration. The moment Xiao Luo stepped into the classroom, the air turned tense, and no one dared to speak. Xiao Luo glanced around and noticed that his classmates seemed to be avoiding his gaze. Just then, the school broadcast suddenly came on. Student Xiao Luo, please report to Director Wang Yu's office immediately. It's urgent. Hearing this, Xiao Luo stood up and swiftly made his way to Wang Yu's office. Upon arriving, Wang Yu handed him what had been promised earlier, a crystal core. This is what I managed to secure for you, a level 2 beast crystal core. Xiao Luo, shocked, accepted the crystal core, his eyes filled with disbelief. Director Wang, wasn't it supposed to be 2 level 1 crystal cores? How did it become a level 2 crystal core instead? The value of this level 2 core is equivalent to more than 10 level 1 cores. Wang Yu chuckled at Xiao Luo's surprise. After explaining your situation to the school, the principal personally decided to provide you with 1 level 2 crystal core per month for your training. Work hard to improve your ability level, don't waste the school's investment in you. Hearing this, Xiao Luo nodded, expressed his gratitude to Wang Yu, and left the office with joy. As he calmed down, he carefully placed the level 2 crystal core in his pocket and returned to class as if nothing had happened. After school in the afternoon, he headed to Shin Huayou's house for sparring practice once again. Ha! Shin Huayou executed a high kick aimed at Xiao Luo's head. Upon closer inspection, her leg was surrounded by sharp wind blades. It seemed that after yesterday's events, she was no longer worried about Xiao Luo getting hurt. And indeed, Xiao Luo simply raised his right hand and casually swatted, sending Shin Huayou flying. She landed flat on her back in the garden. Ugh! Shin Huayou spat out the dirt from her mouth, glaring at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo, don't you know how to show some care for a lady? Care for a lady? Xiao Luo replied calmly. Miss Shin, do you think a beast would care if you were good-looking or not? Shin Huayou snorted coldly. Though she was annoyed, she had to admit Xiao Luo was right. Humph! I don't believe it. Let's go again, she shouted, leaping up to engage Xiao Luo once more. The sun dipped lower in the sky, marking the end of another day. Wiping her sweat, Shin Huayou turned to Xiao Luo and said, "Come with me, I'll get you your payment." Wait, Miss Shin, I have a phone now. Xiao Luo pulled out a phone to show Shin Huayou. As a wealthy young lady, she immediately recognized it as a newly purchased budget phone clearly bought with the money he earned last night. To her, as long as it could transfer money, it didn't matter. After transferring the payment, Xiao Luo quickly left Shin Huayou's house, rushing back to the motel where he was staying. He didn't even have time for dinner. He took out the level 2 crystal core, the highest quality core he had obtained so far. Level 3 cores were far too rare, only dropping from level 3 beasts. These beasts were as powerful as humans at the noble realm, a level he couldn't handle yet. Not being overly ambitious, Xiao Luo handed the level 2 core to the demonic sapling. The sapling absorbed the energy from the core and immediately bore a demonic fruit. However, this fruit was unfamiliar to him. Frowning, Xiao Luo picked the fruit and thought to himself, a demonic fruit I've never seen before. No matter, as long as it can increase my ability level. Crunch! He bit into the fruit, and the familiar sensation returned. It felt as though something invisible and intangible had taken root inside him. This is the gravity fruit. Gravity fruit. In One Piece, the devil fruit of Admiral Fujitora. After a certain level of mastery, it allows summoning meteors from outer space to strike opponents. Gravity fruit. I actually obtained it so easily? At this moment, Charlotte still found it somewhat hard to believe. He tentatively released gravity around him, and the floor beneath his feet instantly let out creaking sounds, as if it might collapse at any second. Seeing this, Charles quickly withdrew the gravity. If the floor were to collapse and injure the innocent citizens below, that would be troublesome. At the same time as gaining gravity-related abilities, his ability level had finally broken through to the first tier of the extraordinary realm. Officially became a true extraordinary ability user. Physical constitution greatly enhanced. And the effect of the fleshball ability also improved accordingly. Through experiments, Charlotte was pleasantly surprised to find that the meatball superpower, which previously could only repel air and attacks, could now bounce away fatigue and pain. Saying so, he expelled the day's exhaustion from his body, transforming it into a transparent balloon, raised his hand to open the window, and sent the balloon outside. Whoever crosses paths with me, it's their bad luck. Lying back on the bed, I glanced at my phone. Suddenly realized, tomorrow is Sunday, and there's no school. But he couldn't afford to be idle. Without the support of his parents, he had to earn enough money to cover his college living expenses. Extraordinary Realm, first stage, combined with the meatball ability and gravity ability. His strength was already sufficient to venture out of the city and hunt exotic beasts alone. leaving the city tomorrow. After making up his mind, he sent Shin Huayou a message, saying that he wouldn't go as he had something to do tomorrow and the day after. Shin Huayou saw the message and replied with an okay. She knew in her heart that Xiao Luo was also human and must have his own personal matters. The sky had just begun to break at dawn. The sun had not yet fully risen. Charlotte had already arrived at the city gate. After leaving the city, she followed the forest trail until she reached an area outside the city where exotic beasts gathered. Tiger Roar Mountain Range. Legend has it that deep within this mountain lies a level 6 exotic beast, and the exotic beasts in the mountain range are all led by that level 6 exotic beast. However, for so many years, no one has ever seen that level 6 exotic beast, so people simply regard it as a legend. After entering the forest, shortly thereafter, he saw 5 level 1 feline-type mutant beasts. They were gathered together, gnawing on something. Xiao Luo strode forward, waved his hands, and directly activated his gravity power. The 5 feline-type mutant beasts were instantly pinned to the ground, unable to breathe. Approaching closer, they were actually devouring a human corpse. It was evident that only human corpses could make the beasts feast so voraciously. Seeing a corpse of his own kind for the first time, Charlot felt a wave of nausea in his heart but quickly adapted to it. In this world, humans could lose their lives with the slightest mistake as soon as they leave the city. He must adapt quickly. The 5 mutant beasts saw Charlotte approaching and tried to pounce on him, but they were completely immobilized by the suppression of gravity. Tenfold gravity. As soon as tenfold gravity was unleashed, the 5 mutant beasts were immediately crushed to death under the sudden increase in gravity, with blood and fragments of internal organs spilling from their mouths, creating a rather horrifying scene. He squatted down and took out the newly purchased small knife, cut open the head of the exotic beast to check if there was a crystal core inside. What surprised Charlot was, out of the 5 exotic beasts, there were actually 3 crystal cores. Luck is really good. Generally speaking, the higher the level of the exotic beast, the greater the chance of a crystal nucleus appearing. The probability of a crystal nucleus appearing in a level 1 exotic beast is only about 30%. Unexpectedly, 3 crystal nuclei came from 5 this time, truly explosive luck. Continued deeper into the mountains. On the way, many remnants of corpses that had been gnawed on by mutant beasts were seen. These people, aside from being killed by mutant beasts, were also very likely betrayed and killed by their companions. This is also why Sherlock is unwilling to team up with strangers. Who knows whether the other party is good or bad? Becoming teammates before figuring out the other person. Getting backstabbed and losing one's life can only be considered bad luck. After he advanced to the extraordinary realm, his speed became about 5 times faster compared to the ability realm. And by utilizing the fleshball ability, he propelled the air beneath his feet to achieve rapid movement, quickly sweeping through an entire area. Soon, he collected more than 10 level 1 crystal nuclei. According to the market price, the price of a level 1 crystal nucleus is around 20,000, while the price of a level 2 crystal nucleus is around 200,000. Converted, he earned a piece of secondary crystal core in just a short time. Making money is the ultimate principle, everything else is fleeting. Soon, the exotic beasts on this hill were completely wiped out by Shero. Then, he continued on to the next hill. A day's time passes in the blink of an eye. Charlotte gazed at the evening glow on the horizon, understanding deep down that it was time to head back. He adjusted the backpack on his shoulders. The heavy sensation it brought gave him an inexplicable sense of comfort. Return to the city. Just at that moment. Ah! A scream suddenly pierced through the tranquility of dusk. Charlotte's entire body froze instantly. He looked around cautiously, unable to determine where the sound came from. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps came from the forest in front of him. Charlotte stepped forward and cautiously observed. If it wasn't a level 2 or higher beast, he wouldn't care. A girl dressed in a tight combat suit, with a high ponytail, was rushing forward. She kept turning her head as she ran, as if some terrifying beast was chasing her from behind. Charlotte focused her gaze and discovered that the girl's superpower level was at the 8th tier of the superpower realm, making her quite the prodigy. The girl had just run off not long ago when 3 men followed closely behind. Keep chasing, we absolutely can't let her escape. She still has crystal cores on her, we have to snatch every last one of them. One of them covered his eye and angrily said, that little wench actually dared to poke my eye. I'll skin her alive. Charlotte's gaze swept across, and the 3's ability levels were all at transcendent rank 2nd tier, immediately revealing their identities to him. It seems they are specifically the type to rob those at the ability rank. Those who work hard to hunt for crystal nuclei, these people insist on taking a share. Such people truly deserve no pity in death. By chance, I glanced over, and all three had a large pack on their backs, seemingly stuffed to the brim. The corners of the mouth slightly lifted, revealing a radiant smile. Eliminate harm for the people. It's our duty. He immediately got up and quietly followed. The running girl stumbled, her steps unsteady, and suddenly fell to the ground. By this time, the trio had already caught up, and the speed of the transcendent realm was incomparable to that of the ability realm. In just the blink of an eye, one of the trio quickly stepped forward, grabbed the girl by the neck, and lifted her up. Run? Overestimating yourself. Do you think that with your small ability in the awakened realm, you can outrun the three of us in the transcendent realm? The other two men were now looking at the girl with schadenfreude, as if they had already foreseen her fate. The girl glared unwillingly at the man, her neck gripped, her breathing becoming gradually labored. Her eyes began to roll upward, and her legs started to kick aimlessly. At that moment, a powerful air cannon suddenly surged towards the man gripping the girl's neck. The man's eyes widened in shock, leaving him no time to react. He was struck and flew backward on the spot, his head slamming heavily against a tree, instantly losing consciousness. The girl was released and immediately collapsed to the ground, gasping desperately for fresh air. The other two immediately became alert upon seeing this scene, standing back to back and cautiously surveying their surroundings. Who's there? Come out. If you've got guts, face us one-on-one. Sneaking around doesn't make you a hero. Hearing this, Charlotte pushed aside the bushes and appeared in front of the two. Seeing Charlotte's youthful face, the two couldn't help but laugh. Kid, saving the damsel in distress depends on whether you've got the strength for it, right? One of them fixed his gaze on the backpack behind Charlotte. Hand over the crystal nucleus in your backpack, and we might let you off the hook, the man said with a greedy expression. Charlotte sneered a few times and responded disdainfully, you think you can take my crystal core? How ridiculous. Put your backpacks on the ground and get lost. Do as I say, and I might spare your lives. The two exchanged a glance and realized they were in the same trade. Kid, trying to rob our crystal cores? Your life ends here. As soon as the words were spoken, one of them unleashed a burst of flame out of thin air, evidently possessing fire-controlling abilities, roughly of C-grade quality. The other drew the blade at his waist and charged at Charlot, clearly having awakened a swordsmanship-specialized ability. Two attacks came from two directions, yet Charlotte stood firmly in place, hands in his pockets, his eyes flickering with a cold light. In an instant, powerful gravity descended like a meteor. Under this force of gravity, the flames were instantly extinguished. The two fell face-first to the ground, with a loud thud, both immobilized under the overwhelming pressure. Charlot strode toward the knife-wielder, raised his foot, and stomped on his head, grinding it fiercely against the ground. I gave you a chance to live, but you didn't take it. Don't blame me for this. As he spoke, he intensified the gravity on the two of them. They were horrified to hear the grinding sound of their bones, as if they could break at any moment. The fear in their hearts drove them to beg desperately for mercy. Big brother, please let us go. We'll give you the crystal cores right away. Charlotte shook his head disdainfully. TSK, it seems you still haven't recognized reality. Even if I kill you, the crystal cores will still be mine. Under the terrified gaze of the two, the immense gravity crushed them into a bloody pulp. Their deaths were extremely swift, without any pain. Witnessing this scene, the girl's eyes widened as she stared at Charlot in horror. She quickly held up the crystal core in her hand and knelt down to beg for mercy. Please don't kill me. I will give you all my crystal cores. I only ask that you spare my life. Charlot slung both backpacks over his shoulders, glanced at the crystal core in the girl's hand, and showed a look of disdain. Don't worry, I have no interest in such trivial things. Here's a piece of advice, your strength is too weak. If you don't have any friends to team up with, try not to leave the city, otherwise, your life won't be safe. After saying this, he ignored the girl and walked toward the man who had already fainted. Just as he was about to crouch down to check his breathing, the man suddenly opened his eyes and raised a knife to stab at Charlot's neck, attempting to catch him off guard and eliminate him. But he had clearly underestimated Charlot's strength. The instantly activated meatball superpower directly knocked the man's knife out of his hand. As the man froze in shock, Charlot raised his hand and delivered a slap imbued with the power of the meatball superpower, which came crashing down forcefully. A cracking sound was heard as the man's neck was instantly snapped, twisting 360 degrees into a tangled mess. The man's eyes widened, his 7 orifices bled, and with an expression of utter disbelief, he died on the spot. Charlot didn't hesitate and weighed the backpack on the man's back. The heavy feeling made him secretly delighted. Trying to ambush me? How ridiculous. This bag of crystal cores will serve as my mental compensation. Sweet dreams. The girl witnessed Charlot's ruthless methods, trembling all over, unable to imagine how terrifying it would be if this move were used on her. As evening fell, Charlot took out his phone to check the time and found that it was already past 6. It was time to return to the city. As he passed by the girl, he glanced at her. Her features seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen her before. The girl saw Charlot's gaze and hurriedly lowered her head, not even daring to meet his eyes. Charlotte paid no mind to this and continued walking forward. He had already begun calculating in his heart how much money he could earn by selling these crystal cores. The girl staggered to her feet, glancing around at the desolate surroundings and the 3 corpses nearby. In the end, she still mustered the courage to step forward and follow. She only hoped that the person wouldn't become enraged and kill her upon seeing her following him. She simply wanted to return to the city. The two entered the city. Charlotte turned to look at the girl and urged, "Hurry home. Before reaching the transcendent realm, don't leave the city." The girl timidly nodded and then turned around to run away. Charlotte watched the girl's figure gradually disappear, then turned and found a merchant near the city gate who specialized in collecting crystal cores. He showed the merchant 4 bags of crystal cores, and the merchant was immediately shocked. It wasn't because he had never seen so many crystal cores before, but rather because so many crystal cores had been brought back by just one person. This inevitably made him curious about where these crystal cores actually came from. However, curiosity aside, he would never ask directly. What if such a customer got angry and refused to sell to him anymore? What would he do then? "Dear customer, after calculation, there are a total of 75 level 1 crystal cores here. At the market price of 20,000 each, the total is 1,500,000. Do you need to purchase anything else? If not, I'll transfer the payment directly to you." This was the first time he had seen so much money, and Charlot's mind went blank for a moment. However, it didn't take long for him to calm down. After all, it was just 1.5 million, there was no need to be so excited. He remembered that there was still a demon fruit to be formed, and the price of a level 3 crystal core surfaced in his mind. It would cost around 2 million. Clearly, he couldn't afford it right now. He still had to work hard to save money. "No need, I don't need to buy anything. Just transfer the money directly to me." 1,500,000 deposited. After returning to the hotel, he used his meatball superpower to dispel the fatigue in his body. As usual, open the window and release the balloon. Whoever it touches is unlucky. At this moment, the girl who had returned to the city was stumbling her way into a villa. Coincidentally, this villa belonged to Shin Huayou's family. Shin Huayou heard the noise and immediately came out, seeing this disheveled and dirty girl. The moment she saw Shin Huayou, the girl immediately burst into tears. "Wu sis." Seeing this situation, Shin Huayou already sensed that something was wrong. She quickly helped the girl onto the sofa. "Huayou, what happened? Take your time to explain." Shin Huayou held Shin Huayou's shoulders tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. "Sis, I was wrong. I shouldn't have disobeyed you. I won't sneak out of the city again." Hearing this, Shin Huayou immediately felt a surge of anger. She pushed Shin Huayou away from her embrace. "You stubborn girl. I've told you countless times not to leave the city without permission. You just won't listen. If something happens to you, how will I explain it to your parents?" Shin Huayou saw her sister so furious, and her sobbing grew louder. She slowly moved in front of Shin Huayou, staring with big eyes and looking pitifully at her. "Sister, I was wrong. I really was wrong. Please forgive me." Unexpectedly, Shin Huayou once again pushed her away with disdain. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "Hold out your hand." Upon hearing this, Shin Huayou timidly extended her trembling hand. Shin Huayou angrily grabbed a bamboo rod from the table, swinging and striking Shin Huayou's hands repeatedly. Whoosh! Snap! Whoosh! Before long, Shin Huayou's hands were covered in bloodstains. SSSSU. Even though her hands were covered in scars, Shin Huayou still shed tears, enduring the pain. She didn't dare withdraw her hands, hoping to use this method to calm her sister's anger. Shin Huayou looked at the scars on her younger sister's hands she had caused, holding back her tears. She waved her hand and threw the bamboo rod to the side, forced to lift Shin Huayou's tear-stained face, making her look directly at himself. "Huayou, ever since Mom and Dad disappeared in the Huxiao Mountains, I've repeatedly reminded you, it's fine to visit friends, but never leave the city. The area outside the city is extremely dangerous, and your current strength can't handle it at all. We need crystal cores, the money our parents left is more than enough to buy them ourselves. But you just won't listen, treating my words as nothing. Now look, faced with danger, you're finally scared. What were you doing earlier? After a bout of lecturing, Shin Huayou collapsed onto the sofa. Sigh. Now that your innocence has been ruined by a stranger. Which man would like you? Shin Huayou immediately spoke up to clarify. Shin Huayou, after hearing the whole story, let out a slight sigh of relief. Phew. As long as your reputation isn't ruined, that's good. What is the name of the man who saved you? Where does he live? We have time, let's go thank him in person. Shin Huayou shook her head while crying. Sister, I don't know who he is. Moreover, I feel that the other party doesn't seem to need our thanks either. After hearing this, Shin Huayou gave Shin Huayou an annoyed glare. Frightened, Shin Huayou immediately lowered her head. Now, get back to your room. Do not use your healing ability to treat yourself. You're punished for 1 day tomorrow, no meals allowed. Reflect properly on your mistakes. Shin Huayou immediately stood up and hurried back to her room. Shin Huayou, sitting alone on the sofa, shook her head wearily. Sigh. My sister. If something happens to you, I'll be the only one left in this world. How am I supposed to go on living? The next afternoon, Charlotte, who had been hunting all day, finally returned to the city. Today, she didn't encounter those highway robbers. So the harvest was relatively poor. If he encounters them, he doesn't mind killing a few more. Busy all day, he only managed to gather over 30 crystal cores. However, to his surprise, this time upon leaving the city, he unexpectedly encountered a level 2 mutated beast. It has to be said that the strength of a level 2 mutated beast is indeed formidable. As for level 1 mutated beasts, he could easily crush them single-handedly. But when facing second-level exotic beasts, he has to use both hands, exerting significantly more effort. Yesterday's earnings, combined with today's harvest, his assets have finally surpassed the 2 million mark. Now he can afford to purchase a third-level crystal core, used to feed the devil fruit tree. But after purchasing the tier 3 crystal core, his savings suddenly dropped to just over 200,000. This filled his heart with a sense of inexplicable loss. Out with the old, in with the new, he thought to himself. After returning to the hotel, he immediately took out a level 3 crystal core and fed it to the demon fruit tree. This time, for some unknown reason, the demon fruit tree, after absorbing the level 3 crystal core, suddenly emitted bursts of strong light, as if something extraordinary was about to happen. When the strong light dissipated, a blue demon fruit shaped like a gourd, like a comet, directly struck deep into Chero's heart. This is the strongest paramecia-type devil fruit, the Tremor fruit. Pending devil fruits, 3/3, Charlot eagerly reached out to pick the Tremor fruit. Looking at this beautiful fruit, light shimmering in his eyes, he bit down excitedly. With great joy, he finished the fruit. The vibration force emitted from within his body unexpectedly affected the entire hotel. The cup on the table was shattered by the vibrating force. Charlotte, upon seeing this scene, immediately held his breath and focused, retracting the powerful destructive force of vibration. At the same time, his ability level also reached Transcendent Tier 4. In less than a week, he had advanced from Ability Tier 3 to Transcendent Tier 4, completing a significant level breakthrough. School starts tomorrow. No time to hunt crystal cores outside the city anymore. Keep being a sparring partner, $1,000 a day, earning money isn't a waste. After finishing the course for the day, Xiao Luo routinely rang the doorbell at Shin Huayou's house. Once Shin Huayou confirmed it was him, she opened the door. He entered the house and headed straight to the backyard to wait for Shin Huayou, no longer standing idly at the door. However, just as he reached the backyard, an attack suddenly descended from the sky. Nonetheless, with Charlot's current transcendent power level, such a minor trick couldn't possibly harm him. He utilized his fleshball ability to repel the air beneath his feet, executing an instant movement. In an instant, Charlot appeared above Shin Huayou, who was trying to ambush him. Shin Huayou's eyes widened in extreme surprise, still unable to comprehend why Charlot had suddenly vanished. An overwhelming force then struck from above her. Boom! Shin Huayou was directly pressed to the ground by the gravity, unable to move. She struggled desperately to get up, but to her horror, she couldn't even lift her legs. What kind of power is this? At that moment, Charlotte's voice came from beside her. This is the power of gravity. Gravity? Your ability also has this kind of effect? Shin Huayou exclaimed in shock. Well, sort of. Xiao Luo responded after pondering for a moment. Hearing Xiao Luo's words, Shin Huayou felt a wave of helplessness and secretly wanted to curse. What kind of heaven-defying power is this? It's so versatile. Xiao Luo said calmly, this is approximately 5 times normal gravity. Once you adapt to this gravity, Miss Shin, your physical constitution will improve significantly, especially your speed, which will increase by 4 to 5 times. Shin Huayu's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she immediately got excited. Great idea. It really is a great idea. However, she was so overwhelmed by the gravity that she could hardly speak. Supporting herself with both hands, the sweat dripping from her soaked the ground beneath her. Charlotte saw how much effort she was struggling and said no more. Just maintain the gravity. At that moment, a scream shattered the tranquil atmosphere. You! Why are you in my house? Shin Huayou stood by the window, her small hand wrapped in bandages covering her mouth. Her terrified gaze shifted back and forth between Charlotte and Shin Huayou. Charlotte instantly understood the truth of the matter and quickly withdrew the gravity exerted on Shin Huayou. Shin Huayou immediately felt her whole body lighten and stood up. Looking up, she saw Shin Huayu's panicked expression. After glancing at Charlotte, she quickly understood as well. It seems we really are fated to cross paths, Shin Huayou said with a smile. Huayou, come down quickly. Thanks, Charlotte. Shin Huayou sternly glared at her younger sister. Shin Huayou lightly pressed her lips together, turned her head, descended the stairs, and walked up to Charlotte, bowing deeply. Savior, thank you for saving my life. Charlotte waved his hand, indicating it was no big deal. Get up, no need to be so formal. After Shin Huayou stood up, Shin Huayou stepped forward to introduce Xiaoluo. Xiaoluo, this is my younger sister, Shin Huayou. Sister, this is the sparring partner I found last week, Xiaoluo. The two shook hands, marking their acquaintance. Xiaoluo noticed the bandage on Shin Huayu's hand and asked out of curiosity, what happened to your hand? Yesterday, I didn't notice you were injured. Shin Huayou froze for a moment, pursed her lips, and cautiously glanced at her sister. Charlotte turned her head to look at Shin Huayou, her eyes filled with curiosity. I hit her. She was disobedient and insisted on leaving the city alone. If I didn't hit her, she wouldn't learn her lesson. Shin Huayou said righteously. Oh, she indeed deserved to be hit. Charlotte nodded in agreement. Shin Huayou felt even more aggrieved by their words, turned her face away, and didn't want to engage with them. Charlotte stepped forward and took Shin Huayu's hand. Under the puzzled gazes of the two sisters, a balloon suddenly floated out from Shin Huayu's hand. At the same time, Shin Huayou was astonished to find that her hand no longer hurt. Why? Why does my hand no longer hurt? She unwrapped the bandage, and her hand, previously covered in scars, miraculously healed in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Shin Huayou angrily stepped forward and grabbed her younger sister's face. I told you not to treat yourself privately. Do you take my words as merely background noise? I'll make sure you remember this. Shin Huayou was on the verge of tears with grievance, hastily explaining, Sister, I didn't treat myself privately. Charlotte just treated me. Charlotte? Shin Huayou looked at Charlotte in surprise, completely unable to understand why he had the ability to heal. Charlotte smiled faintly and pointed at the balloon. Miss Shin, have you forgotten my flesh ball superpower? I can bounce off anything. Injuries, of course, I can bounce off as well. Can you even deflect injuries? What kind of bug ability is this? Shin Huayou exclaimed in shock, releasing her sister's face. Shin Huayou, with tears in her eyes, rubbed her face and stared blankly at Charlotte, clearly just as stunned. The injuries I deflected are now all inside this balloon. Whoever touches it will experience all the pain your sister went through. After speaking, Xiaoluo released the balloon. Whoever touches it will have bad luck. Shin Huayou rubbed his face and glanced back and forth at the two of them. What were you doing just now? I was helping your sister exercise, Xiaoluo said, and then activated double gravity. As the gravity increased, the two sisters instantly felt their bodies grow heavier. So heavy. Even walking feels challenging, Shin Huayou exclaimed. Perfect. Huayou, this is a rare opportunity, come and exercise with me, Shin Huayou said, patting her sister's shoulder. Then she looked at Sharo again and said, Sharo, rest assured, I'll pay for both of you. Charlo naturally nodded, one person or two, it made no difference to him. Shin Huayou actually wanted to refuse, after all, she was a healing ability user, what good would come from physical training? But she dared not resist and could only brace herself to endure the pressure. Time flew by, and the two sisters, disregarding their image, were drenched in sweat and sitting on the ground, gasping for breath. However, Shin Huayou felt pleasantly surprised, she thought her body felt much more relaxed. This exercise method is indeed very effective. From now on, I'll do it once every day, Shin Huayou said joyfully. Upon hearing this, Shin Huayou almost burst into tears. Doing it every day? Isn't that torturous? She looked tentatively at her sister. Sis, can I skip it? Upon hearing this, a flash of cold light crossed Shin Huayou's eyes. Not coming? Then you'll have a bamboo stick combo meal every day. Hey, sis, I was just joking. How could I possibly not come? Shin Huayou forced a smile. Today's sparring session concluded successfully. Earned another 2,000, absolutely can't spend it all. Really can't spend it all. After returning to the hotel, he began to enjoy dinner and casually picked up his phone. He checked the latest news about Xiaoli Kingdom. Relations between Xiaoli Kingdom and Kanjian Kingdom are growing increasingly tense. The top figure of Xiaoli Kingdom, Zhang Tai, was revealed to possess 3 SSS-level abilities. One of the 3 supreme figures of Xiaoli Kingdom, Moto, had his daughter Mo Huan disappear without any reason, and her whereabouts remain unknown to this day. 3 SSS-level abilities? Besides me, is there really such an exceptionally powerful individual in this world? He didn't quite believe this piece of news. This must be a gimmick deliberately fabricated by the media. After turning off his phone, he refocused his attention on the demon fruit tree. The maturity progress of the demon fruit is displayed as 3/3. He no longer had the chance to harvest the demon fruit. 3 chances to harvest have all been used up. Now, he can only strive to make money and purchase second-level crystal cores. First, advance the demon fruit tree to grade D, and then proceed with the next plan. In the blink of an eye, a week had already passed. Through his own cultivation, Charlot's ability level had already reached the 5th tier of the Transcendent Realm. During this time, the principal had come to talk to him once. Naturally, the principal mainly wanted to understand how Charlot's ability level was progressing. Whether giving Charlot 1 second-level crystal core each month was really worth it. But when Charlot revealed his rank, the principal immediately decided to give Charlot an additional level 2 crystal core every month. This would ensure Charlot's ability level steadily improves. This time, for hunting crystal cores outside the city, he planned to stay out for 2 days. His paw ability could now dispel fatigue. Therefore, he wanted to venture deep into the Tiger Roar mountain range to hunt for more crystal cores. He had already requested leave from Shin Huayou. After seeing it, Shin Huayou also sent a message reminding him to stay safe. Just after entering the roaring Tiger Mountain range, a deafening tiger's roar echoed from deep within the mountains. The sound made Charlot's body stiffen, his hairs standing on end. It was a sound that sent shivers deep into his very soul. He had a premonition that the owner of this tiger's roar possessed extraordinary strength. It seems the rumors of a level 6 mutant beast in the howling Tiger Mountain range are indeed true. Under these circumstances, he was well aware that the plan to explore the depths of the howling Tiger Mountain range would need to be carried out with greater caution. Gradually, night fell. Charlotte took out the tent he had prepared beforehand and set up a temporary dwelling under a large tree. Unexpectedly, a rustling sound suddenly came, causing him to tense up immediately. He stood on the tree, cautiously observing the patch of grass where the noise originated, feeling a vague sense of unease. There seemed to be something hidden in the grass. Gradually, the rustling sound faded away, and the surroundings returned to calm. Charlotte leapt down, jumping off the tall tree and slowly parted the grass. In front of her appeared a stunning lady with a pale complexion, lying in the grass, seemingly lifeless. What was once a splendid outfit was now in tatters, with deep claw marks left on her shoulders and back. Charlotte first checked her breathing to confirm that there were still faint breaths. He swiftly scooped her up by the waist and leapt into the canopy of the tall tree. Placing his hand on her body, he attempted to use his meatball superpower to eject her pain. To Charlotte's surprise, his meatball ability could only expel 30% of her injuries. The remaining wounds were stubbornly resistant to any effort to remove them. After some contemplation, he guessed it might be because the gap in strength was too significant. The woman's ability level was clearly very high, and the disparity between them made it impossible for his powers to fully manifest. Even so, prompting 30% injury recovery was enough for her to survive. Her complexion was no longer so pale, and the pain on her face had visibly eased. Charlot took alcohol and medicine from the supplies he had prepared before leaving the city, disinfected her wounds first, and then carefully applied the medicine to the scratches on her body. After finishing the task, he applied gauze to her wound, covered her with a piece of clothing, and immediately turned over and fell into a deep sleep. In the early morning, as the sun just rose, it shone through the window of the tent. The sleeping woman felt the sunlight on her eyes, smacked her lips, and groggily woke up. She turned her head and saw Charlotte sleeping soundly beside her. Her gaze appeared slightly dazed, her mind temporarily blank. Coming back to her senses, the first thing she did was to examine her body. She found her clothes intact, though somewhat torn, and the scratches on her body had been carefully treated. There were no signs of violation, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. She lay back down again, her eyes unconsciously falling on the sleeping Charlot. At that moment, Charlot was awakened by the faint movements nearby. As he opened his eyes, he saw her staring directly at him. "Good, you're awake," he said calmly. "Let me clarify beforehand, I didn't do anything improper to you." The woman covered her mouth and chuckled softly, responding, "I know, thank you for saving me. What is your name?" "My name is Charlotte, and I'm here to hunt for crystal cores," Charlotte replied calmly while putting on her clothes. She looked at Charlot's unhurried demeanor and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you curious about who I am? Why I appeared here?" Charlot immediately shook his head upon hearing this. "I'm not curious at all. Your strength is incredibly powerful, and for someone to beat you to this state means you've gotten yourself into big trouble. So, I don't want to get involved in trouble, nor will I inquire about anything concerning you." The woman listened to Charlot's reasoning and nodded inwardly. This kid is quite clever, knowing not to meddle in matters beyond his capabilities. "Kid, I will repay you for saving my life. Where is your home? Once I go back, I'll have someone deliver my thanks to you." Xiao Luo waved his hand. "I don't have a home. I'm staying in a hotel. Besides, I don't need your gratitude. We were brought together by fate, and it just so happened that I saved your life. No need to dwell on it." "Homeless? You're an orphan? How old are you?" the woman asked unexpectedly. Charlot pondered his situation. "I am indeed an orphan, 18 years old this year." After hearing this, she glanced at Charlot's ability level and was astonished to discover that at such a young age, his strength had already reached the 5th tier of the transcendent realm, surpassing the talent of some offspring of powerful figures. "Charlot, where do you want to apply for your first university preference?" the woman asked. Charlotte glanced at her, not understanding why she would ask such a question. "Where I apply, does it have anything to do with you?" He answered calmly, and as soon as the words left his mouth, the woman was instantly at a loss for words. Since childhood, who hadn't treated her with the utmost respect? Yet this young upstart, who appeared out of nowhere, actually dared to speak to her like this. If it were the former her, she would have slapped him immediately. But it seemed somewhat inappropriate to do so to his savior. With a sudden thought, the woman's lips curved slightly upward as she slowly said, "Xiao Luo, do you know who the 3 supreme powerhouses of the Xiaoli kingdom are?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Luo's heart tightened. Without the slightest hesitation, 3 names immediately slipped out of Xiao Luo's mouth. The strongest power, Moto. The strongest control, Xin Han. The strongest transformation, Wu Chongxiao. The woman listened and nodded in satisfaction. "Then do you know who Moto's daughter, Emoching Huan, is?" Charlotte was about to shake his head but suddenly remembered the news he saw yesterday and immediately snapped to attention. "You're Emoching Huan? The person reported on TV as having gone missing for no reason?" he asked in surprise. Emoching Huan felt somewhat embarrassed upon hearing herself being described as missing. "I did not disappear without reason. I was bored and wanted to hunt a powerful exotic beast. I heard there's a level 6 exotic beast here. That's why I came to this place." Unexpectedly, that level 6 exotic beast actually advanced to level 7. As an 8th-rank celestial walker, I stood no chance against it. After taking several hits, I realized I couldn't win and turned to flee. But to my surprise, that creature actually bore a grudge and relentlessly chased me down. I forced myself to endure the physical exhaustion and ran for days before I managed to escape here. After listening to Emoching Huan's account, Charlotte gained a general understanding of her situation. Her childhood experiences had shaped her proud and arrogant personality, but at critical moments, she still maintained the proper etiquette. "A level 7 exotic beast? That tiger, right?" Charlotte asked. Yes. It's a tiger with jet black fur, named Ghostly Guardian Tiger." "Charlotte, how do you know?" Emoching Huan asked curiously. Hearing this, Charlotte recalled the tiger's roar from the morning. "When I left the city, I heard a tiger's roar. Even from far away, I can sense the trembling deep within my soul. I think that only the 7th-level mutant beasts you mentioned could possess such dominance." Emoching Huan nodded, the corners of her mouth slightly curved upward, and asked with a smile, "Xiao Luo, how do you feel after learning about my identity?" "Feelings? What kind of feelings am I supposed to have?" Charlotte frowned and said puzzled. Emoching Huan listened to Charlotte's tone and noticed his unyielding demeanor. A strange sensation surged within her. She had assumed that after revealing her identity, Charlotte would grovel and try every means to please her, but it seemed she had overthought it. Her identity, in his eyes, turned out to be as insignificant as a feather. "Don't you have even the slightest desire to please me?" "Please you? Why should I please you?" Xiao Luo frowned in confusion. "Because of my status. Mo Qinghuan raised her head and said proudly. Hearing this, Xiao Luo shook his head disdainfully and chuckled. Miss Mo, forgive me for being blunt. No matter how noble your status may be, to me, it is nothing special. Because in the near future, my status and position will undoubtedly surpass yours, and even surpass everyone. Charlotte's words exuded dominance, with no hint of jest. Mo Qinghuan narrowed her eyes slightly, carefully scrutinizing Charlotte. She was completely unable to discern the source of Charlotte's confidence, which seemed to tower over everyone. Charlotte, where does your confidence come from? Charlotte pointed to himself and firmly said, I am my greatest confidence. As soon as he finished speaking, he revealed the 4 abilities within his body one by one. Mo Qinghuan stared unblinkingly at the 4 abilities unleashed by Charlotte, unable to conceal the shock in her heart. A wielder of 4 abilities. And, except for that tree, the other ranks are not low. The 4 supernatural beings were originally legendary existences. Even Zhang Tai, the top figure of Xiari Kingdom, was merely rumored to possess 3 abilities, with their level yet to be confirmed. Who would have thought, in this desolate wilderness, she actually met a genuine 4-ability wielder? The admiration she felt for him could no longer be suppressed. She raised her eyes to meet Charlotte's gaze, smiling earnestly as she said, Charlotte, come to my university. I'll make sure you have access to the best educational resources. With your talent, combined with the best resources, you are more than capable of becoming the number 1 among the younger generation. Charlotte was slightly stunned upon hearing this. Your university? What does that mean? Mo Qinghuan took out a business card from her pocket and handed it to Charlotte. Besides being Mo Qinghuan, I am also the vice principal of the giant superpower university in the Xiaoli nation. The principal is my father, Moto. Charlotte took the business card and carefully examined it. There are a total of 3 world-class superpower universities in Xiaoligua, founded by 3 ultimate powerhouses respectively. Moto founded the Giant Ability University. Xianhan founded the Ice Flame Ability University. Wu Chongxiao founded the Artifact God Ability University. The names of the 3 universities all originate from the characteristics of their founders. Miss Mo, if I agree now, will I still need to take the exam? Charlotte asked, raising an eyebrow. No need for an exam. You are my specially admitted student, and the tuition fee is waived, Mo Qinghuan said with a smile. All right. I agree. Thank you, Principal Mo. Charlotte quickly took out water and canned food and handed them to Mo Qinghuan. Mo Qinghuan accepted the water and canned food and began eating gracefully. While eating, she said, give me your address and phone number. I'll send you the special admissions notification letter after I return. After Xiao Luo finished writing, he handed it to Mo Qinghuan. She took it and put it away. After eating and drinking to her satisfaction, she intended to get up. However, the pain from the wounds on her body made her grimace uncontrollably. Slowly squatted back down. SSS. No, I still need to rest a little longer. Charlot, if you have something to do, go ahead, don't worry about me. Charlotte said without hesitation, that's not possible, I need to take you to the city hospital first. In this remote wilderness, I don't have much medicine with me. You're covered in wounds, and if scars remain, it won't look good. Upon hearing this, Mo Qinghuan's face rarely showed a hint of blush. Not good looking anymore? Speak. How many times have you sneakily looked, you brat? Charlotte was momentarily stunned, his gaze flickering uneasily as he glanced at the big white rabbit. Mo Qinghuan saw him still looking around and raised her hand to sharply flick his forehead. Stop staring aimlessly. Charlotte closed her eyes and rubbed her scalp with a grimace. I didn't do it on purpose. It's not my fault you've developed so well. Listening to Charlotte's compliment, Mo Qinghuan turned her head and gave a cold snort. But the slight reddening of her ears still revealed her inner embarrassment. This matter shall not be brought up again. From now on, I am the principal. Remember to respect your elders and juniors. The pain in his forehead had just slightly subsided, when Charlot clumsily asked a question that is extremely fatal for women. MS. Principal, how old are you this year? Mo Qinghuan's gaze turned cold. She turned her head and stared directly at Charlotte. Charlotte, how old do you think I am? 21? Charlotte said. Though he said so. But inwardly, she didn't think so. The ability level reached the 8th stage of the Skywalk realm. Even if she were a descendant of the strongest, her age would have to be at least 23 or older. However, faced with Mo Qinghuan's cold and arrogant gaze, he thought that if he said it like this, he might get a beating. Although Mo Qinghuan had difficulty moving, a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. The strength of a heavenly Xing realm 8th stage was there, and even without moving, it was enough to kill him 1,000 times over. As expected. Hearing Charlotte say she was only 21, Huan immediately beamed with joy. Not bad, not bad. You guessed it, it's indeed close to my actual age. But let me tell you, absolutely don't look up my information online. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. Xiao Luo nodded repeatedly, indicating he absolutely wouldn't. After packing up, he picked up a piece of clothing and gently covered Huan's face. In case they were recognized upon entering the city, it could become big news, and he didn't want to deal with those sensationalist media outlets. Upon arriving at the hospital, he spent money to place Huan in a private ward to avoid unnecessary trouble. For an entire day, Sherlock stayed by Huan's side, serving water and medicine, and carefully taking care of her. In the evening, too lazy to return to the hotel, he slept on the sofa in the single patient ward. Early in the morning, awakened by the urging sound of his phone's ringtone, he looked at Huan on the hospital bed and said, "Principal Mo, I'm heading to school now. I'll come see you in the afternoon." Huan still seemed to be not fully awake. With her eyes closed in a dazed state, she raised her hand slightly and waved, indicating she understood and that Sherlock could leave. After returning to school, Sherlock felt that he had nothing to do. Just as he was thinking it would be yet another boring day, the announcement suddenly blared, completely shattering his tranquility. "Charlotte, please come to the headmaster's office. Your guardian has something to discuss with you." Charlotte rubbed his temples, thinking to himself that this would be yet another instance of Xiaoxiong stirring up trouble. He secretly resolved that if Xiaoxiong started spouting nonsense again, he would no longer consider their blood relationship. Knocking on the door, he entered Wang Yu's office. The moment he stepped inside, a sharp and deeply irritating voice immediately rang out in his ears. "Charlotte! You injured Xiaoming, you must compensate us." Pan Yun glared furiously at Charlotte, her anger evident. Looking at Pan Yun's arrogant demeanor, a cold glint flashed in Xiao Luo's eyes. He was already calculating how to make Pan Yun quietly disappear without it being traced back to him. Upon seeing this, Wang Yu immediately said, "Miss Pan, according to the rules of the battle stage, as long as both parties voluntarily step onto it, life or death has nothing to do with the other party. Besides, you are family, don't turn this into something unpleasant." "Director Wang, I am no longer part of their family," Xiao Luo said coldly. Wang Yu's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this, and he fell into silence, unsure how to respond. "I didn't expect that the conflict between Shero and his family had escalated to such a degree, even to the point of severing ties." Pan Yun noticed Wang Yu was present and calculated that Shero wouldn't do anything to her. Thus, she began attacking Shero without hesitation. "Shero! You're a jinx born to a mother but not raised by her. I think your mother was cursed to death by you. Always so heavy-handed all day. You beat Xiaoming like this, and he can't even move. He's still lying in bed now, and I have to take care of him like this. As his elder brother, do you feel no guilt or remorse at all?" Charlotte listened to Pan Yun's stream of vulgar language, unable to suppress the fury in his heart any longer. Smack! He raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Pan Yun's face. The immense force sent Pan Yun stumbling backward, crashing into the wall beside her, before sliding down weakly. Pan Yun, terrified, covered her face and suddenly felt something in her mouth. She spat several times, revealing traces of blood mingled with fragments of her teeth, which landed directly on the ground. At the same time, faint cracking sounds came from the bones in her face. The horrifying noise filled Pan Yun with fear, and she covered her face as she fled without any hesitation. Charlotte's gaze carried a hint of coldness as he turned his head to glance at Pan Yun's back, then lowered his eyes to look at his own hand. With this palm strike, he employed his vibration superpower, controlling the force precisely. Pan Yun wouldn't die, but her facial bones and muscles would be shattered, her looks completely ruined. Though she wouldn't lose her life, it would be enough to devastate her, forcing her to live the rest of her life with that hideous face. This was the price she paid for angering him. Wang Yu saw this scene and let out a deep sigh. "Charlotte, after all, she is your father's remarried partner. Treating her like this is a bit excessive, don't you think?" Wang Yu said in a lecturing tone. "Not excessive at all," Charlotte responded resolutely. Afterward, he recounted to Wang Yu how he had lived through these years, piece by piece. Wang Yu slammed the table angrily after hearing this. How could there be someone like this? Isn't she just a shameless hussy? And your father, he's really something else. His wife just passed away, and he's already in a hurry to marry someone else. What does he take women for? I now think you didn't hit her hard enough, you should have struck her a few more times, Wang Yu said seriously. Hearing Wang Yu's resolute words, Xiao Luo stepped forward and patted her on the back with a smile. Director Wang, don't get angry. There's no need for us to be upset over someone like that. It's really not worth it. I've got some incredible news here. Do you want to hear it? Huan Yu curiously lifted her eyes and stared at Xiao Luo. Of course, I want to hear good news. Tell me quickly. Xiao Luo pulled out the business card Mo Qinghuan had given him and handed it to Huan Yu. I've been recruited as a special admission student by Giant Ability University. Huan Yu's gaze instantly froze as she stared at the flawless business card. This is Mo Qinghuan's business card. She raised her eyes and fixed her gaze on Charlotte. Didn't Mo Qinghuan go missing? Where did you meet her? Charlotte was already prepared, knowing she would ask this question. He then recounted how he met Mo Qinghuan in the Howling Tiger Mountain Range and became a special recruit. Of course, he concealed the fact that he was a quad ability user, only mentioning that he was a dual ability user, which led to his recruitment as a special recruit. After hearing Charlotte's account, Huan Yu seemed very excited. Mo Qinghuan, she was my idol in my youth. As one of the strongest, a descendant of the giant Moto, she possesses SSS level abilities, and is known as the unparalleled god of strength. With her immense physique and only her iron fists, she defeated every rival of her generation. Unfortunately, I never got to see her in person. Charlotte secretly muttered to herself, Director Huan's idol from his youth? Principal Mo, just how old are you? Why do I feel like you're much older than I imagined? Charlotte, can you take me to meet her? Huan Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she pleaded, gazing at Charlotte. No, she's recovering from an injury. Taking someone to meet her without permission wouldn't be appropriate. Charlotte bluntly refused, sounding cold. Upon hearing this, Huan Yu pouted, appearing somewhat displeased. However, she understood that the request was indeed a bit excessive. But I can help you ask if she's willing to meet you, Charlotte added. Alright, just let me know. If it doesn't work out, I can understand, Huan Yu said excitedly, clapping her hands. After school in the afternoon, Xiao Luo continued to head to Shin Huayou's house. Both sisters' ability levels had advanced by 1 tier. They had reached the 9th tier of ability users. As their ability levels increased, the gravity they could withstand also rose accordingly. Based on their physical conditions, Xiao Luo appropriately intensified the gravity for them. Only in this way could they continue to make progress. After finishing the training, Shin Huayou panted heavily and asked, Xiao Luo, are you going outside the city to hunt for crystal cores this Saturday and Sunday? Yeah, why? Xiao Luo replied, puzzled. Shin Huayou took out a photo from her pocket and handed it to Xiao Luo. Why didn't you give it to me earlier? It's all damp now. Xiao Luo took the photo, which was soaked with sweat, and intentionally brought it closer to smell. Shin Huayou lowered her head in embarrassment, not expecting Xiao Luo to be so bold. Even though her sister was right there, he dared to sniff it up close. Shin Huayou widened her eyes, seeing that Charlo unabashedly took the photo and sniffed it directly. She glanced at her younger sister beside her, noticing her sister's slightly raised lips and a mischievous grin. Feeling both embarrassed and angry, she stepped forward and smacked Charlo. Stop sniffing. There's no smell. Charlo wrinkled his nose and earnestly commented, there's indeed no strange smell, but there's a hint of floral fragrance. Shin Huayou became even more flustered upon hearing this. She snatched the photo away and shouted loudly, Charlo, do you want me to finish speaking or not? Seeing Shin Huayou getting upset, Charlo quickly raised his hands. Alright, speak. I won't say another word. Shin Huayou rolled her eyes at Charlotte and then handed the photo to him. These are my parents in the photo. I hope you can help us investigate their whereabouts while you're at it. You leave the city every week. Don't worry, if you find any useful information, I won't shortchange you. Charlotte took the photo and looked at the happy, smiling family of 4 on it, a hint of envy flashing through his heart. Alright, I'll help you with the investigation. If I get any news, I'll let you know immediately. Charlotte, thank you, the 2 sisters said simultaneously. You're welcome. I have something to attend to, so I'm leaving first. Charlotte put away the photo, waved his hand, and left the sisters home. Shin Huayou watched Xiao Luo's departing figure with a mischievous grin and poked Shin Huayou with her finger. Sister, why don't you give it a try with brother Xiao Luo? I think he's quite interested in you. Besides, the scent you give off seems to be something brother Xiao Luo particularly likes. I read online that only bodies that are mutually compatible find each other's scent pleasant. Shin Huayou's face immediately turned crimson upon hearing her younger sister's words. Bang! 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 She frantically raised her hand and slapped her sister's back a few times forcefully. Nonsense! Rubbish! What on earth are you thinking? You're craving the bamboo stick set meal again, aren't you? Shin Huayou hurriedly blocked his sister's slapping, repeatedly admitting his mistakes. Sister, I was wrong, please stop hitting me. Humph. Go back to your room and take a bath immediately. Shin Huayou said indifferently. Shin Huayou pouted and reluctantly moved her steps. Shin Huayou followed closely behind. She bought some food and returned to the hospital. As she opened the door, she saw Mo Qinghuan struggling to get up. Xiao Luo immediately stepped forward and helped Mo Qinghuan sit properly. Principal Mo, you haven't fully recovered yet. Please don't move around. Just at that moment, Mo Qinghuan's stomach suddenly let out a series of growling noises. Starving to death, Mo Qinghuan said weakly. Xiao Luo immediately understood that Mo Qinghuan probably hadn't eaten yet. He unwrapped the food packaging and handed it to Mo Qinghuan. Mo Qinghuan seemed to be really starving, finishing the rice ball in no time. Charlotte carefully attended to her, making sure she ate and drank enough. Then he had her lie back on the bed again. Charlotte, well done. Don't bother being a special recruit anymore, why not simply become my secretary? Mo Qinghuan said with a smile. Letting the future strongest person in the world be my secretary? You're really dreaming. Charlotte responded while peeling an apple. Mo Qinghuan listened and let out a playful hum. Humph. Don't speak too soon, classmate Charlotte. Confidence is good, but don't become arrogant. Handed the peeled apple to Mo Qinghuan. Alright, Principal Mo is absolutely right. Mo Qinghuan took the apple and rolled her eyes. Principal Mo, I've informed our Dean Wan Yu about the special recruitment. She admires you greatly and wants to meet you. What do you think? Charlotte said calmly. Not meeting. Mo Qinghuan answered immediately. Alright. Charlotte nodded in response. Afterward, the two fell into silence. In the end, Mo Qinghuan couldn't help but ask, aren't you going to ask me why? You already said you won't see her, so I don't want to go against your wishes, Xiao Luo replied. Hearing this, Mo Qinghuan smiled with satisfaction. But I can give her an autograph. Please help me pass it on to her. She picked up a piece of paper, quickly wrote down her name, and handed it to Charlot. Charlot took the paper and, in passing, pulled out his phone to add Mo Qinghuan's contact information. The two remained silent throughout the night. On the third day of Mo Qinghuan's hospitalization, Charlotte, who was attending class, felt a jolt in his pocket as he received a message. Taking out his phone, he found that the message was sent by Mo Qinghuan. I've been discharged and returned home. The special admission notice will reach you soon. See you at university. The corners of Charlotte's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile. See you at university, he said softly. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it's Saturday. Although he is already a special recruit, he still lacks money in crystal cores. Advancing the demon fruit tree requires a large number of high-grade crystal cores. This is just the first advancement, and it already requires 5 level 2 crystal cores. Who knows how many crystal cores will be needed for the next advancement? So while he has the time now, he must quickly save some money to buy crystal cores later. After a day of hunting, he only managed to gather over 20 level 1 crystal cores, not a single level 2 core. The rewards from the outskirts of the Tiger Roar mountain range are truly becoming less and less. This caused Charlotte to feel a trace of anxiety. Let's keep heading further in. At night, he set up a tent in an open field, crawled into his sleeping bag, closed his eyes, and was just about to fall asleep, when he suddenly felt the surrounding temperature drop sharply. He opened his eyes in confusion, exhaled a breath, and was surprised to see steam. What's going on here? Is the temperature difference between day and night in the Tiger Roar Mountains really this extreme? Just as Charlotte was about to wrap herself tightly in the sleeping bag and continue sleeping, she inadvertently caught sight of the small window of the tent and noticed what seemed to be someone standing there. He thought he was seeing things, rubbed his eyes, and looked toward the small window again. Sure enough, there was no one. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Buzz! A sudden sound of a zipper rang out. Startled Charlotte, who was just about to fall asleep. He sat up, his eyes wide open, staring at the entrance of the tent, only to see the zipper of the tent suddenly being pulled open slightly for no apparent reason. Charlotte's heart sounded an alarm. In this desolate wilderness, the chances of encountering other humans are practically zero. The temperature inside the tent had also dropped to freezing at this moment. He looked around, fully aware that something had definitely entered the small tent, and perhaps more than one. Holding their breath and focusing intently, silently releasing gravity toward the surroundings. Ah! A scream rang out beside Cheryl's ear. He gathered the power of vibration in his right hand and swung fiercely behind him. A transparent ghostly figure was shattered by Xiao's punch, instantly dissipating. Witnessing this scene, Xiao's pupils contracted sharply in shock. Ghosts do exist. He rolled out of the tent and surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly, a force of tenfold gravity pressed down heavily around him, forcing the hidden ghosts to reveal their forms. In total, there were dozens of ghosts, all pinned to the ground by the gravity, unable to move. As Xiao continued to intensify the gravity, more and more ghosts were crushed into fragments and disappeared. The surrounding temperature began to rise until the last ghost was obliterated by Xiao's punch. He glanced around, filled with confusion, completely unable to comprehend why such creatures had appeared. At that moment, a resounding tiger roar echoed from the deep mountains. Charlotte quickly turned back to the tent, grabbed his phone, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and bolted without hesitation. Everything else was unimportant to him, he could always replace what was lost. Utilizing the ability of his fleshy paws, he relied on the elasticity of the air beneath his feet to move swiftly. Shortly after Charlotte had left, a massive jet-black tiger descended from the sky like a cannonball, landing with a thunderous crash and toppling a swath of trees. Roar roar, the giant tiger lowered its head toward Charlotte's tent, sniffed, with its nose raised, and found it empty. It let out an enraged roar, struck the tent with its paw to flatten it, then turned away indifferently, striding into the dense forest with feline grace, accompanied by a group of ghostly shadows. Standing in the distance, Charlotte gazed nervously at the wooded area flattened by the giant tiger. That must be the level 7 mutant beast that Mo Huan mentioned, the spectral tiger. Lord, he thought to himself. No wonder it's called the spectral tiger lord, it commands these ghost spirits. Those ghost spirits are probably the people it killed, transformed into specters. At this thought, a terrible idea suddenly came to his mind. The parents of the Shin sisters had disappeared in the Tiger Roar mountain range. Could they have already been killed by the spectral tiger lord and transformed into ghost spirits? The more he thought, the more plausible it seemed. But, until the truth was confirmed, he decided to keep silent about his suspicion. After all, having a glimmer of hope was always better than having none. He marked this location down, deciding never to return unless necessary. Now without camping gear, he could only opt to head back to the city. Taking advantage of the night, he returned to the city. By the time he arrived at the hotel, exhaustion had already overwhelmed him. Too lazy to use the meatball ability to dispel the fatigue, he collapsed directly into sleep. When he woke again, it was already noon. While eating lunch, a stranger called him to go downstairs to receive a document. It must be his special admission notification that has arrived. He took the document from the courier and returned to his room to open it. Sure enough, it was his special admission notification. Congratulations, Charlotte. You have been admitted to Giant Ability University as a special recruit. The semester begins on August 2 ND. Please take any train to Giant City on August 1 ST. Upon arrival, there will be staff responsible for reception. Just hand this notice to them. After reading it, he closed the notice and carefully put it away. September 2nd, still several months until school starts. It's only mid-May now. During this period, he must strive to reach the highest level. Giant Ability University Vice President's office. Mo Huan was sitting upright in the office chair, looking at the person opposite with a smile. Mu Xiaoyu, my little fish, what's wrong? You look so unhappy. Mo Huan, you betrayed me. We promised to grow old together in solitude. Mu Xiaoyu crossed her arms and said angrily. Xiao Yu, why do you say such a thing? Mo Huan picked up a teacup and responded calmly. Mu Xiaoyu looked disgusted and pointed at Mo Huan, saying, Stop grinning like that. Don't think I can't tell. Ever since you came back from this trip, your smile has noticeably increased. This is clearly a sign of being love-struck. You have someone you fancy. Upon hearing this, Mo Huan was stunned for a moment, then quickly waved both hands. Not at all, it's just that I've been in a good mood these past few days. Mu Xiaoyu let out a cold snort and pulled out a piece of paper, on which Charlotte's detailed information was clearly written. You handled the special enrollment procedures for this kid a few days ago, didn't you? Mo Huan picked up her teacup and took a light sip. She subtly glanced at Charlotte's profile. This person is extremely talented. If I don't enroll him quickly, wouldn't it be a loss for Giant University? Mo Huan remarked. Exceptionally talented? Why can't I see it at all? Mu Xiaoyu picked up Charlotte's file and read aloud word for word. Charlotte, 18 years old, resident of Huangshui City, E-level ability awakener, a completely meaningless fruit tree. His mother passed away shortly after his birth, and his father remarried shortly thereafter. His stepmother did not like him, often resorting to beating or scolding him. Until a month ago, his ability level was only at the 3rd stage of the ability realm. I really can't see where his talent is outstanding. Mo Huan, please explain to me why you specifically recruited him. After listening to Mu Xiaoyu's words, Mo Huan also felt puzzled in her heart. This information, how could it be completely different from the Charlotte she had seen with her own eyes? Thinking carefully, the only explanation can only be that Charlotte has been hiding her true strength all along. The human heart is hard to fathom, and it's impossible to determine what revealing his talent might bring. So he could only conceal his own talent to avoid attracting envy. After pondering for a long time, Mo Huan leaned forward, propping her chin with both hands, gazing intently into Mu Xiaoyu's eyes, and softly said, Xiaoyu, Charlo, he's a quad ability user. The moment the words quad ability user were spoken, immediately, Mu Xiaoyu's whole body trembled. Her waist weakened, collapsing onto the seat behind her. Muttering softly, this is impossible, this is impossible. How could such a human exist? Impossible. Impossible. I know. You're lying to me. Aren't you? As she spoke, Mu Xiaoyu looked into Mo Huan's eyes, trying to see the guilt hidden in them. But she was destined to be disappointed. Mo Huan was very composed, resting her chin on her hands, looking at her with a smile. I also want to lie to you, but this is indeed the truth. For ability users, a miracle in human history. I happened to catch him, so I definitely can't let him go. Letting him go would be a loss for Giant Ability University. Mu Xiaoyu nodded woodenly, still unable to recover from the shock of the news about a level 4 ability user. Mo Huan reached out and waved her hand in front of Mu Xiaoyu's eyes. Xiaoyu, snap out of it. Alright, let's put an end to this matter. Mind your limits, and don't go around telling others, got it? Mu Xiaoyu nodded, then turned around and stiffly left the vice principal's office. When Mo Huan saw the door close, her demeanor instantly relaxed, letting out a deep sigh of relief. But immediately afterward, she reacted. Why would she feel relieved? She hadn't done anything wrong. She gently sat up and picked up the detailed information about Charlotte left by Mu Xiaoyu. Seeing Charlotte's encounters at home, the anger in his heart grew fiercer. In his fury, his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. Standing up, he suddenly swung a fist toward the window. In an instant, a gale swept through the room. The explosive fist wind soared into the sky like a meteor. Boom! The windows and surrounding walls were instantly blasted into an enormous hole. The massive noise made all the teachers and students in the entire school building think an earthquake had occurred. Teachers and students, I am Vice Principal Mo Huan. The commotion just now was caused by me accidentally hitting and breaking the Vice Principal's window. Sorry for disturbing everyone. The voice of Vice Principal Mo Huan came through the broadcast. All the teachers and students looked at each other, then quickly returned to calm as if nothing had happened. After all, Mo Huan's SSS level ability, Invincible Force God, possesses extremely strong destructive power, which everyone is well aware of. Accidentally destroying some things is also understandable. After venting her emotions, Mo Huan sat back in her chair and glanced sideways at the sun outside, calculating in his heart how to teach Charlotte's father and stepmother a lesson. And all of this, Charlotte was completely unaware of. After school in the afternoon, he went to Shin Huayou's house for practice. Charlotte, which university do you want to apply to? Shin Huayou asked shyly, her gaze drifting. Shin Huayou stood to the side, revealing a smile as knowing as a marshtomps. I don't need to take the exam, I'm already a special recruit at Giant Ability University, Xiao Luo answered calmly. Giant Ability University special recruit. ×2. The two sisters looked at Xiao Luo in astonishment, somewhat unable to believe this fact. But recalling Charlotte's unfathomable strength, it seemed quite reasonable. Coming back to her senses, Shin Huayou raised her hand and began biting her nails, clicking her tongue as she did so, seemingly troubled by some difficult matter and caught in a dilemma. Charlot, you're amazing. Shin Huayou's eyes sparkled with admiration as she stared at Charlot and said, Not bad, not bad. Charlot responded modestly. Your talents aren't bad either. Make the most of this time and keep working hard. Entering one of the 3 major supernatural ability universities is not impossible. At this moment, Shin Huayou seemed to have made up her mind. Xiao Luo, can you take us out to hunt exotic beasts? Us? Who? Shin Huayou looked around, full of confusion. Are you looking to gain some combat experience? Charlotte asked. Exactly, combat is the fastest way to improve one's strength, Shin Huayou nodded. Alright, this Saturday morning at 7, meet at the city gate, Charlotte agreed. Sis, I think I'll skip this. I can only heal, my combat abilities are nearly non-existent. If I go, I'll just hold everyone back. What do you think? Shin Huayou looked expectantly at Shin Huayou. Shin Huayou cast a cold glance, her eyes as sharp as knives. Wishful thinking, you must go. There's no room for negotiation. Shin Huayou wilted instantly, like an eggplant hit by the frost. She raised a pleading gaze and looked toward Charlotte. Charlotte avoided eye contact, pretending not to notice. Seeing this, Shin Huayou pouted and glanced back and forth between Charlotte and Shin Huayou in dissatisfaction. Harmony between husband and wife, she muttered softly. Shin Huayou was close to her, so she naturally heard the whisper and raised her hand to tap the back of Shin Huayou's head. Little girl, don't talk nonsense. Say what? Charlotte asked, utterly confused. Shin Huayou hurriedly covered Shin Huayou's mouth in a panic and smiled at Charlotte. Ah, nothing. Charlotte, if there's nothing else, you should leave now. Charlotte frowned, scanning the suspicious sisters. He knew they must be hiding something, but since they didn't want to talk, he didn't want to press further. All right, I'm leaving. See you tomorrow. Shin Huayou watched Charlotte leave and breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she turned to glare at Shin Huayou with a menacing look in her eyes. Shin Huayou saw that things were going wrong and immediately bolted, running back to her room and quickly locking the door. Shin Huayou noticed that her younger sister still seemed afraid of her. With a cold snort, she turned around and went back to her own room. Inside Huangshui City Hospital, Xiaoming sat quietly by Xiaoming's bedside. His eyes were dull, his hair messy, his beard unkempt, and his clothes hadn't been changed for who knows how many days, exuding an unpleasant odor. Holding a cigarette that was close to burning out in his right hand, he looked extremely haggard, reflecting the immense difficulties he had faced in the past few days. His pride and joy, his son Xiaoming, had ended up in this condition because of his other son, Xiaoluo, whom he had never thought much of. Xiaoming now lay paralyzed in bed, alternating between moments of consciousness and unconsciousness. Meanwhile, his wife, Pan Yun, dissatisfied with his incompetence, had secretly gone to the school to confront Xiaoluo, demanding compensation. However, she was slapped by Xiaoluo so hard that her facial bones shattered, leaving her face swollen like a pig's head. Although the injury was not fatal, for a woman, disfigurement is the cruelest punishment. It would require a significant amount of money for reconstructive facial surgery to restore her appearance. The company where Xiaoming worked suddenly received a notice from the upper management, requiring them to urgently lay off one employee. As a result, Xiaoming became the winner of this decision. No explanation, no reason, Xiaoming simply had to be laid off. Infuriated, Xiaoming caused a huge commotion at the company, smashing a lot of expensive equipment. Originally, the company was supposed to compensate Xiaoming with severance pay, but under such circumstances, the compensation became unnecessary and instead had to offset the losses Xiaoming caused to the company. The series of events plunged his family into the abyss, making it impossible for them to recover. Xiaoming once felt that he was cursed, wondering if his luck could really be this bad. At this moment, a young nurse walked in. Family of bed 95, Xiaoming. You've been overdue on the medical bills for a week now. If you don't pay soon, we can only stop the medication. You must pay in full within 2 days. After the nurse finished speaking, she left the ward, leaving Xiaoming sitting by the bedside, utterly bewildered. What's going on? He had clearly already given the money to Pan Yun and asked her to make the payment, so why did the nurse say the payment hadn't been made? He immediately took out his phone and called Pan Yun, wanting to get to the bottom of it. Beep click. The call connected. Hey, Pan Yun, did you pay the medical bills with the money I gave you? Pan Yun was slightly flustered by Xiaoming's sudden inquiry. After pausing for a moment, she calmly and coolly replied, I already paid. It must be a mistake on the hospital's end. Ask them to check again. Oh, okay, then it must be the hospital's error. Xiaoming hung up the phone after speaking, then got up and left the ward to find the nurses and ask them to check again. Time flew by, and Saturday morning arrived. The Shin sisters had both advanced to the first stage of the Transcendent Realm, joining Charlotte in entering the Tiger Roar mountain range. At this point, Charlotte had little regard for first-tier exotic beasts, capable of effortlessly killing them with a single move, finding them completely lacking in challenge. However, for the Shin sisters, first-tier exotic beasts were an excellent choice for practice. No combat experience. Even with the strength of Transcendence Level 1, it's still possible to be counterattacked by exotic beasts. Along the way, whenever they encounter an exotic beast, Shin Huayou takes the lead in attacking, while Shin Huayou is responsible for providing stamina support to her sister. The two work together with great synergy, producing an effect greater than the sum of its parts. Previously agreed, Charlot would be responsible for protecting them. The crystal cores they hunted would be distributed by Charlot in an 80-20 split. Of course, Charlot took 80, while the two of them shared 20. Charlot stood on a high vantage point, quietly observing the sisters battle while keeping an eye out for any second-level exotic beasts in the vicinity. At present, he still needs 2 level 2 crystal cores to upgrade the demon fruit tree to a D-level ability. Only after becoming a D-level ability can he continue to obtain demon fruits. The 3 demon fruits he currently has are all Paramecia type. Hopefully, a Logio-type demon fruit will appear soon. Thunder, lightning, freezing, magma, flames, poisonous mist, storms, he's fine with all of them, not picky at all. As long as it's not smoke. Just as Charlotte was lost in thought, the battle below was nearing its end. Shin Huayou stared at the few strange beasts in front of her, gasping heavily as she shouted, "Huayou! Restore me!" Shin Huayou raised his hand and released a wave of healing, providing Shin Huayou with significant recovery. Shin Huayou's breathing immediately became much steadier, and the fatigue in her body dissipated. Storm dance! Several raging tornadoes instantly surrounded a few exotic beasts, with countless wind blades mixed within the whirlwinds. This made the tornadoes resemble a meat grinder, shredding the exotic beasts until their blood sprayed wildly, eventually collapsing with no strength left. Shin Huayou stepped forward to excavate the spoils of this battle, gathering a total of 3 level 1 crystal cores. At that moment, a series of loud explosions suddenly erupted. Boom! Boom! The Shin sisters looked bewildered in the direction of the sound. Standing on the tree branch, Charlotte narrowed her eyes slightly, watching the trees in the distance gradually collapse. Evidently, a giant creature was charging in this direction. Charlotte jumped down from the big tree and looked at the two sisters. Huayou, you two, step back quickly. I'll handle it. The sisters exchanged a glance and ultimately chose to follow Charlotte's suggestion. They also wanted to see what Charlotte's true strength was. With a light leap, he jumped onto the tree behind him. Boom! Boom! The trees in front of Charlot fell one after another. A jet-black, glossy pig-shaped mutant beast appeared before the 3 of them. Obsidian boar. It's actually a level 3 mutant beast. Shin Huayou exclaimed. The tusks of the obsidian boar are made of extremely hard obsidian, and its body is covered with thick layers of obsidian, giving it an astonishing level of defense. With its formidable defense, the obsidian boar can rival mutant beasts 1 level higher without being at a disadvantage. At this moment, the obsidian boar was panting heavily, staring intently at Xiao Luo as if eyeing a delectable meal, with drool dripping from its massive mouth onto the ground from time to time. Seeing this scene, Charlot's lips curved into a smile. At this moment, he finally understood what it meant to have true fighting spirit. He adjusted his stance and clenched his right fist. The 2 sisters on the tree saw Charlot suddenly clenching his fist and couldn't help but exchange a glance, completely baffled about what Charlot intended to do. The obsidian boar, seeing this seemingly weak human unafraid of it, immediately roared angrily, opened its massive mouth, and charged at Charlot, seemingly intent on swallowing him whole. Seeing the obsidian boar lunging at him, Charlot took a deep breath. Suddenly, a dazzling white light flashed on his fist. This scene caused the 2 sisters in the tree to widen their eyes in astonishment. Charlot had never displayed such power in front of them before. This was a completely new technique of Charlot's. When the obsidian boar charged forward, a cold glint flashed in Charlot's eyes, and he shouted, "Break for me!" Immediately, he swung a punch forward with force. Crack! The moment his fist collided with the tusks of the obsidian boar, the surrounding space seemed to tear apart, emitting waves of cracking sounds. The 2 sisters gasped in shock. Charlotte's physique wasn't much larger than theirs, yet with just 1 punch, she could contend with a level 3 mutant beast. This made them feel extremely insignificant. Crack, snap. White cracks spread from Charlotte's fist, and the obsidian boar's proud tusks shattered like glass under the force of the punch. The black obsidian boar's pupils trembled instantly, it glanced blankly at the broken tusk on the ground, then turned its body to flee, completely losing the arrogant demeanor it had before. Seeing the prey trying to escape, Charlot immediately jumped with all his strength, landing in front of the black obsidian boar, raising his hand and beckoning the boar to continue. The black obsidian boar, having never suffered such great humiliation since birth, erupted in animalistic fury and lost all reason, charging toward Charlot once more with only a single tusk. Charlot raised 1 finger and pointed downward, and a powerful gravity immediately pressed the black obsidian boar to the ground. Even so, the obsidian boar struggled to stand up, trudging forward arduously toward Charlot. But under Charlot's constant application of gravity, it ultimately collapsed to the ground, panting heavily and struggling in vain. Charlot slowly walked up to the obsidian boar, raised his hand, and gently touched its tusk. Nice thing. If I had known, I wouldn't have broken it. Would have been great to sell it for money. At that moment, the obsidian boar lying on the ground suddenly let out an enraged roar, as if provoked by Charlotte's words, exerted strength in all its limbs, and desperately tried to stand up. Charlotte sneered disdainfully, leaped onto the head of the obsidian rock boar, raised his fist high, then smashed it down heavily. Roar! The obsidian rock boar let out a miserable scream, followed by blood streaming from its 7 orifices. It seemed Charlotte's punch had completely crushed its brain. Amid a series of tragic wails, the obsidian rock boar's soul finally returned to its homeland. Seeing that the creature beneath his feet had already lost its life, Huayou focused his thoughts, withdrew the gravity enveloping the obsidian swine, jumped off the corpse, pulled out its tusks, and casually extracted the crystal nucleus, successfully obtaining a level 3 crystal nucleus. Initially, he had planned to hunt a level 2 exotic beast, but unexpectedly encountered a level 3 one. Perhaps this is fate. The 2 sisters in the tree had not yet recovered from their shock. They couldn't comprehend why, among their peers, Huayou could effortlessly hunt level 3 exotic beasts, even shatter space with a single punch, while they still wasted time dealing with a group of level 1 exotic beasts. How infuriating. Why is this world so unfair? Looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, trying hard not to let the tears fall from their eyes. Meanwhile, Charlotte had already finished packing, but they were still gazing at the sky. Hey, what are you guys doing? Hurry up and come down. Charlotte waved her hand and said. The 2 sisters suppressed their emotions, jumped down from the tree branch, and continued to follow Charlotte forward. After a day of actual combat, Charlotte's abilities left them feeling both shocked and awed. The 2 sisters now have a clear understanding of their roles in real combat. They have developed their own understanding of what to do during a fight and how to do it. As the sky gradually darkened, Charlotte quickly summoned the 2 back to the city. The Tiger Roar Mountains at night concealed dangers they couldn't cope with. Time passed by second, and in the blink of an eye, the eve of the college entrance examination had arrived. This time, the location for Huangshui City's college entrance examination was set at the southern Giant Wood Fortress. The Giant Wood Fortress, covering an area of 30,000 square kilometers, was constructed from the body of an 8th-level exotic beast, the giant divine wood. This exotic beast was discovered by the number 1 person of Xiaoli Kingdom, Zhang Tai, on a certain island. The appearance of the giant divine tree resembles a colossal tree, but its body is immensely large, with a width of hundreds of thousands of meters and a height soaring straight into the clouds. Zhang Tai killed the giant divine tree with absolute strength, feeling that such precious wood was truly a pity. Hence, he brought this body back to Xiaoli Kingdom, and after cutting it, distributed it to various cities. These timbers were used to build a fortress to fend off waves of exotic beasts during critical moments. The Giant Wood Fortress was completed at that time. This year's college entrance examination will be conducted in the form of a 3-person team elimination match. The 3-person team will board a plane and can choose to parachute at any location within the Giant Wood Fortress. Within 3 days, try to eliminate other teams and earn points. The final college entrance exam results will be determined by the points. Of course, none of this has anything to do with Charlotte. After spending so many days with the Shin sisters, Charlotte's relationship with them could be described as both teacher and friend. During a casual conversation with Charlotte, Shin Huayou learned that Charlotte was currently staying in a hotel and had no home to return to. So, she specially prepared a room and invited Charlotte to move in. To express her gratitude, Charlotte provided them with free special training, using a gravity simulation chamber to enhance their physical strength. After this period of training, the 2 sisters were exhausted and gasping for breath every day. Of course, their individual powers have also advanced by leaps and bounds. The 2 sisters' ability levels have both reached the 6th stage of the Transcendent Realm. Charlotte is full of confidence in their teamwork, believing that beneath the 9th stage of the Transcendent Realm, they definitely have no opponents. However, this time it's a 3-person team, and the sudden addition of a stranger inevitably makes him worry that their coordination might be affected. The 3 days of the college entrance examination passed in the blink of an eye. On the 4th day at noon, the 2 sisters returned home. As soon as they entered, they shouted excitedly, "Brother Huayou! We got 2nd place! 2nd place!" Shin Huayou exclaimed excitedly. "Giant Superpower University, it's secured!" Shin Huayou said excitedly. At this moment, Xiao Luo was sitting on the sofa. Upon hearing the good news, he felt genuinely happy for them. He stood up and walked over to the 2 sisters, smiling as he said, "Congratulations on achieving 2nd place." Suddenly, Shin Huayou stepped forward and gave Xiao Luo a hug. "Thank you, Charlot. Without you, we definitely couldn't have achieved such excellent results. After speaking, she let go of Charlot. Charlot took the 2 backpacks and slung them over his shoulders. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I just finished cooking. Go wash your hands and get ready to eat, Charlotte said with a smile. Hearing this, the 2 sisters exchanged a glance, their eyes shimmering with joy. Ever since Charlotte moved in, he had taken full responsibility for the meals. After tasting Charlotte's cooking, restaurants outside had long lost their appeal. Charlotte's dishes are full of color, aroma, and flavor, making them mouth-watering. They had observed her cooking from the side before, but they never managed to grasp the essence of culinary skills and eventually chose to give up. If they can't learn how to cook, does it mean they can't even eat properly? During Charlotte's stay, the 2 sisters both gained a little weight. No choice, in the past they either ate out or ordered takeout. Now with balanced nutrition and a mix of meat and vegetables, it's no surprise they gain weight. The 2 sisters washed their hands and happily sat down at the dining table. Sharo brought out the dishes he had personally prepared, one by one. After a delicious feast with reckless eating, the 2 sisters leaned against their chairs, so full that even moving was difficult. Charlotte got up to tidy the dishes and, after washing them, returned to the table. He looked at the 2 sisters across from him and asked sternly, "Why did you only get second place this time? Tell me." The 2 sisters' expressions instantly froze. Since Charlotte had established a special training plan for them and personally taught them combat techniques, their relationship with him had grown akin to that of mentor and friends. Charlotte's question seemed like a teacher asking students why they made a mistake, making them a bit nervous. "Actually, we were just a little short. Our team could have been first," Shin Huayou said, closing one eye and making a tiny bit gesture with her hand. "Yes, Charlotte, the opponents were too despicable. When there were only 3 teams left, the other 2 teamed up to ambush us," Shin Huayou said, rubbing his stomach and nodding. "But we still gave it our all and eliminated 1 team, though unfortunately the remaining team picked up the spoils," Shin Huayou said indignantly. After hearing this, Charlotte roughly understood the course of events. "Who is the other person in your team?" Charlotte asked. "She is our close friend from school, named Yuni, with the A-level ability of a swordmaster," Shin Huayou replied. Shin Huayou said excitedly, "Yuni's swordsmanship is truly amazing, she can take on 3 people alone without any problem. Thanks to her, we were able to eliminate 1 team despite being outnumbered 3-6. Charlotte nodded, secretly admiring in her heart. Their ability levels are not vastly different, yet she can take on 3 opponents with her swordsmanship alone, truly a prodigious young lady. "You're close friends, but all this time, why haven't I seen her come to hang out with you?" Charlotte asked in confusion. "Yuni is focused on swordsmanship. When she's at home, she's either practicing her sword skills or studying them. Naturally, she doesn't have time to come and hang out with us," Shin Huayou said, shaking her head with a sigh. Charlotte nodded silently, admiring her dedication to training. Without diligent effort, how can one gain strength beyond peers of the same age? After eating and resting for a while, the 2 sisters went back to their rooms to shower. Charlotte sat on the sofa, leisurely watching television. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Sherlock frowned in confusion. After living here for so many days, this was the first time he had heard the doorbell. Walked to the doorbell screen and looked at the person in the display. A strikingly beautiful girl stood at the door, dressed in a black, form-fitting combat suit, a sword strapped to her waist, her hair tied in a high ponytail. Her sharp gaze and valiant demeanor exuded seriousness as she stared intently into the courtyard, seemingly searching for something. Charlot immediately realized that this must be Yuni, whom the 2 sisters had mentioned earlier. After the college entrance examination, did she come to visit the sisters to relax? "Are you Yuni?" Charlotte asked tentatively, unsure. Outside the door, Yuni's gaze immediately turned cold upon hearing the male voice from the doorbell. "That's right, I am Yuni," she responded calmly. After confirming her identity, Charlotte opened the main door. Yuni gripped the sword hilt tightly and stepped into the courtyard. She approached the door and knocked on it. Xiao Luo opened the door, slightly turned to the side, and gestured backward with his right hand. "Miss Lu, you're here to see the 2 of them, aren't you? They went to take a bath. You can sit for a while, I'll make you a cup of tea." Hearing Charlotte's words, Yuni stood still, without any movement. She quietly stared at Charlotte, her eyes filled with determination for battle. "It's perfect that they're not here right now. I'm not here to see them, I'm here to see you. Charlot, duel with me." Yuni drew her sword, pointing it at Charlot. Charlot froze for a moment before realizing what was happening. With a light chuckle, he asked, "Miss Lu, may I know the reason?" "Because they say you're very strong," I want to see just how strong you really are, enough to be directly recruited by the Giant Academy of Special Abilities, Lu Yuni said firmly. That's the only reason? Charlotte asked, puzzled. Lu Yuni snorted coldly and then added. Of course, there are other reasons as well. A grown man like you living in a house with 2 young women seems rather inappropriate. If I win, you must move out immediately. Upon hearing this, Charlotte carefully scrutinized Lu Yuni. He roughly understood her purpose in coming here this time. The 2 sisters of the Shin family are indeed very beautiful, each with her own charm. As for her close friend, upon learning that a boy had come to the house, naturally, she felt uneasy. 1 lone man and 2 women, a recipe for trouble. If anything were to happen, it would be disastrous. So, as soon as the college entrance exams ended, she immediately came over, intending to drive Xiao Luo away. This intention was indeed not wrong. Xiao Luo was not upset about it. But since the other party chose to make a move on him, he wouldn't hold back either. Alright, I'll fight you. Charlotte agreed briskly. Let's go to the backyard, it's more spacious there. Charlotte walked out of the room, gesturing for Lu Yuni to follow. The 2 arrived at the backyard and stood on opposite sides. Lu Yuni was filled with fighting spirit, her gaze sharp and intense. Her body slightly lowered, securing her footing. Her right hand gripped the sword hilt tightly, ready to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, Charlotte stood with arms crossed, a relaxed smile on her face. It seemed he completely disregarded Lu Yuni as an opponent. Lu Yuni looked at Xiao Luo's nonchalant demeanor and couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in her heart. The hand gripping her sword hilt tightened even more, as if she intended to crush it. She couldn't comprehend why Xiao Luo, simply standing there with a faint smile, made her feel a powerful sense of oppression, as if the moment she drew her sword, she would be instantly defeated. Her heart pounded rapidly, sweat began to bead on her forehead, and she questioned herself inwardly. What's going on? Lu Yuni, where is your indomitable swordsmanship spirit? The battle hasn't even started, and you're already sweating nervously, how disgraceful. At that moment, a sudden strong wind swept through the backyard, disheveling their hair and fluttering the edges of their garments, as if cheering for the impending fight. Ching, a sharp sound of sword drawing pierced the air as Lu Yuni seized the momentum created by the wind and sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, she had charged forward, raising her sword to stab towards Xiao Luo's shoulder. She had anticipated him dodging away, but to her surprise, he didn't even attempt to avoid it. The tip of the blade pierced into Xiao Luo's shoulder and came out the other side, yet bizarrely, not a single drop of blood emerged. This scene left Lu Yuni stunned, her mind racing. What's happening? Why isn't there any blood? Massive doubts flooded her thoughts, making her forget even to pull back her sword. Xiao Luo raised his hand, grasped the blade, and with a gentle exertion of force, there was a deafening boom. Lu Yuni was blown away by the impact of the air pressure, slamming into the wall, then sliding down weakly. She rubbed her head, which had hit the wall, and stood up gritting her teeth, still unable to understand what kind of supernatural power Xiao Luo possessed. Previously, she had inquired about this from the Shin family sisters, but the information she received was vague and lacked any definitive details. They only mentioned it was a brand new superpower, which left her no choice but to explore Xiao Luo's abilities during the battle. It was only when she subconsciously tightened her grip on the sword in her hand that she realized her sword was still embedded in Xiao Luo's shoulder. Just as she thought she had dealt a heavy blow to Xiao Luo, he unexpectedly smiled, leaving her stunned. She watched as he gripped the sword hilt and slowly pulled the blade from his body. What was astonishing was that no blood flowed during the entire process, as if there was no blood in Xiao Luo's body at all. As the sword was fully removed, an unknown bluish-green flame immediately appeared at the site of Xiao Luo's wound and began to burn mercilessly. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Luo's wound was completely healed, as if it had never been there. Witnessing this, Lu Yuni couldn't help but gasp in shock, exclaiming inwardly, "What kind of superpower is this? His self-healing ability is way too strong." Meanwhile, the 2 sisters who were showering in the bathroom on the 2nd floor heard the commotion in the backyard and instinctively opened the window to stick their heads out. They quickly spotted Lu Yuni downstairs and excitedly greeted her, "Yuni. Sister Yuni." However, in their excitement, the sisters failed to notice Xiao Luo standing opposite them. When Xiao Luo turned his gaze in response to their voices, his pupils instantly dilated upon seeing 4 large buns bouncing uncontrollably up and down. He hurriedly averted his gaze and turned his back to them. Upon hearing the sisters' voices, Lu Yuni looked up, intending to greet them. However, upon seeing their current situation, she felt a sudden tension in her heart. "Get back inside immediately." she shouted, her voice suddenly hoarse and desperate. The sisters frowned at her warning, unsure of the situation. But as they turned their gaze to Xiaoluo, who had his back to them, and then looked down at their own state, they realized the gravity of the situation. Ah! Times two. Deafening screams erupted simultaneously. The sisters immediately crouched down, their faces flushed a deep red, and their ears turned crimson as if they might leak blood. They exchanged a cautious glance before both covered their burning cheeks with their hands. The bathroom fell into absolute silence. Yuni suddenly leapt up to the second-floor bathroom window, leaned out to look at the two people squatting under the window with flushed faces, afraid to make a sound. Without saying a word, she directly closed the window, giving them a moment to calm down. Charlotte heard the sound of the window closing, cautiously turned her head, and saw Yuni looking furious and ready to fight her to the death. She couldn't help but chuckle softly. What? Want to kill me? Yuni saw Charlotte still smiling, and her anger only deepened. Scoundrel! You can still laugh. You've ruined the innocence of two girls. Charlotte waved his hand dismissively and said slowly, No, don't put the blame on me. If it weren't for your duel with me, they wouldn't have opened the window for me to see. So, the real culprit behind this incident is you. It has nothing to do with me. You, Charlotte. You're taking advantage and still acting smug. I've never seen someone so shameless. Yuni furiously pointed at Charlotte's nose and cursed. Hee, isn't this exactly what you witnessed yourself? Charlotte responded with a smile. Ah, give me back my sword. Yuni shouted loudly and charged straight forward. Charlotte concentrated and applied gravity. In an instant, Yuni was crushed to the ground by the sudden force of gravity, unable to move. She struggled desperately to get up, but couldn't even lift a finger. Seeing this scene, Charlotte sighed and shook his head, saying, Yuni, stop struggling. You're no match for me. Just admit defeat. Yuni unwillingly raised her head, her eyes fixed on Charlotte. Since she awakened her grade A superpower and became a swordsmanship master, she had never experienced such a humiliating disgrace. Her sword was taken, her body pinned to the ground unable to move, and most humiliating of all, she had to endure verbal insults from her opponent. Charlotte, within my lifetime, I will surely defeat you. Yuni declared firmly. Hearing this, Charlotte revealed a rare playful smile and gently reached out to touch Yuni's ear. Afterward, he spoke in a proud tone, whispering into Yuni's ear. Those who lose to me are no longer qualified to be my opponents. I'll give you time to catch up, until you can no longer even see me. Yuni's face flushed instantly, not knowing whether she was struck by Xiaoluo's arrogance or ashamed because of his provocative actions. As soon as he finished speaking, Charlotte used his mind again to withdraw the gravity that enveloped Yuni. He placed the sword in his hand beside Yuni and stepped out of the backyard. Shortly after Charlotte left, Yuni, with a complicated expression, got up from the ground. After calming down, she bent down to pick up her sword, sheathed it, and let out a deep sigh. Then, he also stepped out of the backyard. When Yuni entered the villa's living room, Xiaoluo tossed a can of chilled drink to her. Have a drink and calm your temper. Xiaoluo said with a smile. No, I can't drink anything cold. Yuni shook her head and placed the drink back on the table. Hearing this, Charlotte was a bit puzzled. Oh, no wonder you're so temperamental. Don't worry, I'll make you some brown sugar ginger tea. They both said it was good after drinking. No need. Yuni said hurriedly, her face flushed. Xiaoluo stood up with a smile, waved his hand, and walked towards the kitchen. No need to be so polite, just wait. A few minutes later, Charlotte came out carrying a bowl of steaming hot brown sugar ginger tea. She placed the bowl in front of Yuni, signaling her not to be polite. Then, Charlotte's attention turned back to the television, wanting to catch up on recent news. Primarily, she was interested in seeing whether any genius figures had emerged during the college entrance exams in Xiali Nation. Sure enough, there are quite a few SSS-level ability awakeners this year. Unfortunately, the geniuses in the reports all leave him somewhat disappointed. He thought to himself that even if they all came at him together, they wouldn't be able to harm him in the slightest. He sighed helplessly and turned his head, only to find that Yuni had already finished drinking the ginger tea. She rubbed her slightly warm belly with a contented expression. When she noticed Charlotte looking at her, she immediately pretended as if nothing had happened. Charlotte smiled faintly, got up, and took the bowl back. There's still some ginger tea left. I'll make you another bowl. During this period, avoid intense exercise, it's not good for your body. Such a thoughtful gesture formed a stark contrast to the previously arrogant Charlotte. This made Yuni feel very strange and puzzled. When Charlotte placed another bowl of ginger tea in front of her, she couldn't help but ask, "Charlotte, why does your current demeanor seem so different from when you're fighting? If I agree to a fight, I must take my opponents seriously, defeat them thoroughly, and make them yield. Isn't that the right approach?" Charlotte replied, perplexed. Upon hearing this, Yuni was immediately rendered speechless, opening her mouth but unable to say a word. Charlotte was indeed correct, a fight should be taken seriously. But she always felt that being fiercely defeated by Charlotte and then treated so considerately made her feel strange. At this moment, a sound of footsteps came from the staircase on the second floor. It seemed the two sisters had adjusted their mindset and come downstairs. They were already dressed, standing at the staircase entrance, their faces flushed. Looking at the two people sitting on the sofa, he dared not take another step forward. Charlotte sighed and stepped forward. He approached the two sisters and sincerely said, "Huayou, Huayou. I know you must be feeling very uncomfortable right now. If it bothers you, I can move out immediately." Yuni secretly smiled to herself after hearing this. After such an awkward incident, Huayou definitely wouldn't let him stay here any longer. Although there were some unexpected events, the outcome was good. As soon as Charlotte finished speaking, the two sisters exchanged a glance, suppressing their shyness, gathered their courage, and raised their heads to look at Charlotte. Shin Huayou said seriously, "We both have thought it over. The main cause of this accident lies with us, it's because we're too careless. Charlotte, we don't blame you." Shin Huayou followed up, stammering, Charlotte, let's put an end to this matter. None of us are allowed to mention it again." Shin Huayou said, glancing at Yuni at the same time. "That includes Yuni Jia. None of us are allowed to mention it again." Yuni nodded dazedly and then collapsed weakly onto the sofa. What's going on? Such a thing happened, and yet the two of them can still tolerate this man staying at home. Are they really not afraid of the awkwardness? The sisters' heartfelt words made Charlotte feel warm inside. "All right, I promise you, no one is allowed to bring this up again." Immediately, the living room fell silent. Seeing this, Charlotte quickly said, "I'll head back to my room first. You can continue chatting." With that, he promptly returned to his room, leaving space for the two sisters and Yuni to have a private conversation. Hearing the sound of Charlotte closing the door, the two sisters instantly let out a sigh of relief. Looking at Yuni, who was staring at them with a peculiar gaze, they nervously smiled. Yuni sis." Yuni did not respond to the sisters' greetings. She stood up and walked over to them, carefully observing the two sisters to confirm whether they were really her close friends. After a long while, Yuni suddenly asked, "You two are quite famous at school for disliking boys. Why are you so tolerant of this man named Charlotte?" Yuni's question momentarily left the two sisters unsure of how to respond. Charlotte, he." Shin Huayou blushed, fidgeting hesitantly, unable to articulate a response. At this moment, Shin Huayou stepped forward. "If it weren't for brother Charlotte's special training, my sister and I couldn't have improved this quickly. So, that's why we're so tolerant of Charlotte." Upon hearing this, Yuni nodded in agreement. Through these 3 days of teaming up with the two sisters, she also noticed that they had indeed progressed rapidly. It wasn't just their physical fitness that improved, but also their combat abilities. During this college entrance exam, Charlotte originally thought they would only play a supporting role, but it turned out she had truly underestimated them. This reason is quite reasonable. Yuni stared at the nervous sisters, silently acknowledging them in her heart. Upon hearing Yuni's approval, the two sisters finally breathed a sigh of relief, quietly feeling fortunate that Yuni wouldn't pursue the matter further. Back in his room, Charlotte pushed aside his clothes, letting his gaze sweep over his smooth shoulder, a mysterious smile appearing at the corner of his lips. With a thought, he brought up the Devil Fruit Tree panel. Devil Fruit Tree, Grade D. Requires 10 Level 3 crystal cores for advancement. Pending Devil Fruits, 4/6. Currently produced Devil Fruits, Paw Fruit, Gravity Fruit, Tremor Fruit, Phoenix Fruit. 1 Level 3 crystal core exchanged for a Phoenix Fruit, what a great deal. When he successfully advanced the Devil Fruit Tree to Class D, a surge of accomplishment welled up in his heart. He fed the Level 3 crystal nucleus, obtained after killing the obsidian pig, to the Devil Fruit Tree and received the Bird Fruit Mythical Zoan Phoenix Fruit. The Phoenix Fruit is the devil fruit used by Marco, the 1st Division Commander and ship doctor of the Whitebeard Pirates. Consuming it grants the user exceptionally strong regenerative abilities. Even if the heart and brain are damaged, they can regenerate, though recovery requires stamina and is not without cost. The heavier the injury, the more stamina is consumed during recovery. If stamina is excessively depleted, even injuries cannot regenerate. After eating the phoenix fruit and diligently training over the past few days, his ability level has reached Noble Realm, 5th tier, almost pulling ahead significantly from his peers. Charlotte stayed in the room until the afternoon, only coming out when it was time to prepare dinner. At this moment, 3 girls were leisurely lying on the sofa, with an urgent news broadcast playing on the television in front of them. The news reported that a large-scale plague had broken out in a certain southern city, leading to the entire city being sealed off. Detailed investigations revealed it was the work of the world-class evil organization Star God Society. Capricorn. Demon General, SS tier ability user Erwin Hobbies, had spread the plague virus within the city. Currently, Erwin Hobbies has been defeated by the combined efforts of the city's strong fighters, but his subsequent whereabouts remain unknown. Charlotte stood behind the sofa, quietly reading the entire news report. A world-class evil organization, Star God Society. This organization Charlotte had researched online before. The exact headquarters of the Star God Society has always been a mystery, with members spread all over the world. At the top of the organization stand the 13 demon generals, comprising individuals from various nations. At a minimum, they possess the strength of the Heaven's Favor realm, with 1 or 2 reaching the Heaven's Choice realm. Relying on their own power, they instigate terrifying schemes across nations, though these are ultimately suppressed. However, their ultimate goal in doing so remains unknown to this day. Charlotte lowered his head and glanced at the 3 sisters lying on the sofa, then turned around and walked into the kitchen, closing the kitchen door behind him. The sound of the door closing startled the leisurely 3 sisters, who instantly sat up straight in proper posture. Shin Huayou cautiously turned her head, her gaze falling on the busy figure in the kitchen. For some reason, a sweet warmth welled up in her heart. Shin Huayou also looked at Charlotte in the kitchen, a hint of a gentle smile flashing in her eyes. Yuni held the ginger tea, secretly observing the expressions of the 2 Shin sisters, and a startling conjecture suddenly flashed through her mind. Could it be that these 2 sisters both have a crush on the same person? However, this thought was quickly dismissed by her. Impossible, impossible, she must be overthinking it. This kind of cliched plot definitely wouldn't happen around her. Before long, the aroma of food filled the entire room. Charlotte carried out the 6 dishes one by one, shouting loudly, "Everyone, wash your hands and eat." The Shin sisters heard the call and immediately rushed to the bathroom to wash their hands. Yuni walked over to the dining table, carefully examined the dishes, and then earnestly said, "Charlotte, it would truly be a pity if you didn't become a chef." Charlotte responded with a hearty laugh. This was undoubtedly the highest compliment to his culinary skills. "You should wash your hands too and get ready to eat." Yuni nodded and went into the bathroom to wash her hands. After gorging themselves, the 3 sisters collapsed weakly onto the sofa. "Darn it! I'm stuffed, yet I can never stop myself from picking up my chopsticks." Shin Huayou lamented while rubbing her stomach. "You always eat the most every time, no wonder you're stuffed. Be careful, or you'll eat yourself into obesity." Shin Huayou teased with a laugh. "Phew, I think I understand the reason you 2 are gaining weight now," Yuni remarked softly. Hearing Yuni's words, the 2 sisters were stunned. "Yuni, do you think I've gained weight?" Shin Huayou asked incredulously. Shin Huayou also looked up, her face full of curiosity as she gazed at Yuni. "Yes, both of you have gained quite a bit of weight compared to before. I'd estimate at least 10 pounds, Yuni stated firmly. The 2 sisters exchanged glances upon hearing Yuni's words, and immediately rose from the sofa, heading toward the storage room. From the cabinet that hadn't been opened in ages, they took out a weighing scale. Shin Huayou took off her top and tentatively stepped onto it. The next second, the number displayed nearly made her lose control of her emotions. "How is this possible? I've gained so much weight!" Shin Huayou exclaimed in shock, her face pale as she pointed at the string of numbers. Seeing this, Shin Huayou's expression also turned grim. Every time during meals, she ate even more than Shin Huayou, so her situation might be worse than her sisters. After a brief moment of disbelief, Shin Huayou gradually came to terms with reality and stepped off the scale. Shin Huayou took a deep breath, removed all the weights from her body, and tentatively stepped onto the scale. When Shin Huayou saw the numbers clearly, her world seemed to darken instantly. Only those numbers were deeply etched in her mind, leaving her unable to move on for a long time. Coming back to her senses, she put her weights back on and walked out of the storage room with a heavy heart. Xiao Luo saw the 2 appear and raised his hand to greet them. Come quickly, come quickly. I've prepared your favorite dessert for after the meal, caramel pudding." On the table were 2 plates of caramel pudding, and of course, Yuni's portion was not missing. At this moment, Yuni was holding a spoon, scooping pudding into her mouth, a blissful smile appearing on her face with every bite. The two sisters exchanged a glance and ultimately waved their hands in reluctant surrender. Charlotte, we don't want to eat. Shin Huayou turned her back, speaking in a low voice. Yeah, brother Charlotte, we really don't want to eat at all. Shin Huayou lifted her face and choked up as she spoke. You two used to love this dessert the most. What's going on today? Charlotte asked in confusion. At that moment, Yuni answered Charlotte's question. They're afraid of gaining weight, that's why they don't want to eat. Upon hearing this, Charlotte carefully examined the figures of the two sisters and then said earnestly, where are you overweight? Isn't this just perfect? You're curvy and well-proportioned. You two used to be too skinny, but this looks much better. Charlotte's words were like the rising sun, warmly illuminating the hearts of the two sisters. Really? ×2 the two sisters asked eagerly. Really? Charlotte answered with confidence. Upon hearing this, the corners of the two sisters' mouths gradually curved upwards, blooming into radiant smiles, with a faint blush unconsciously appearing on their faces. Come over and eat, Charlotte said, waving her hand. They walked to the table, completely unconcerned about weight issues, and began to fully indulge in today's dessert. Seeing how easily the two sisters were cheered up by Charlotte, Yuni, who had already finished showing off her pudding, had a strange glint flash in her eyes. In the blink of an eye, evening arrived, and Yuni had to say goodbye. Stepping out the door, Yuni lowered her head to look at the sword at her waist and sighed dejectedly. There is always someone better, and there are always greater heights. Who would have thought such a monstrous guy is actually of the same generation as me? Shaking his head, he stepped away from the Shin family's door, but his grip on the sword tightened slightly. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Although the two sisters had completed their college entrance exams, they knew they couldn't relax. At Giant Ability University, geniuses abound, and A-level ability users like them are everywhere. Only through constant and diligent training can they stand out among the countless prodigies. It is worth mentioning that during this period, Yuni also joined the training sessions. Enduring gravity, strengthening physical intensity, and engaging in close combat with Charlotte benefited her greatly. Ding dong! While several people were training, the doorbell suddenly rang. After hearing this, Charlot sprouted blue flame wings from his back and flew to the door with a whoosh. He saw a courier holding 2 letters, handing them to Charlot through the door gap. These are letters for Miss Shin Huayou and Miss Shin Huayou. Please sign for them. Charlot took the letters and found that they were notifications sent by the Giant Superpower University. He guessed that these 2 letters should be their admission notices. After signing for it, she flew back to the backyard and handed the letter to the 2 sisters. Huayou, a letter from the Giant Superpower University. Charlotte handed them the letter. The 2 sisters' faces were filled with joy as they received the letter. They briskly tore open the envelope, revealing an admission letter inside. Take out the admission letter, and it reads, Giant Superpower University Admission Letter. Seeing those big characters, the 2 jumped up excitedly on the spot, then opened their arms and hugged each other joyfully. Nearby, Charlot and Yuni, seeing the 2 so happy, couldn't help but smile. After calming down, the 2 sisters turned around and unexpectedly bowed to Charlot. Charlotte, thank you. Brother Charlotte, thank you. Charlotte quickly stepped forward and gestured for them to raise their heads. No need to be so formal with me, all of this is the result of your hard work. At this moment, Yuni suddenly said, Xiaoluo, Huayou, my admission letter should have arrived too. I need to go home for a bit. Alright, come back soon, Xiaoluo responded. In the blink of an eye, a whole day passed quickly. After dinner, Xiaoluo prepared some dessert, placed it on the table, and then went out for a walk. The 3 girls just wanted to stay home and watch TV, not even wanting to move. After leaving the villa area, he took a car to a nearby large supermarket. He wandered around the supermarket, buying some items to fill up the fridge. Then he pushed a small cart, shuttling through the supermarket. Passing by a snack stall, he inadvertently glanced over and caught sight of an unexpected person, his biological father, Xiaoxiong. At that moment, Xiaoxiong was standing next to the snack stall, working hard to promote the goods. Although their relationship had been severed, blood ties are not something that can simply be cut off. Watching Xiaoxiong's earnest efforts, Xiaoluo was utterly baffled, unable to fathom why he was here selling snacks. Finally decided not to think about it anymore, after all, it had nothing to do with him. He pushed the fully loaded cart and walked calmly past Xiaoxiong. Upon seeing his long-separated son, Xiaoluo, Xiaoxiong's eyes involuntarily narrowed, and he couldn't help but shout, Xiaoluo. Xiaoluo stopped in his tracks upon hearing the voice, then pretended not to have heard and continued walking forward. Xiaoxiong saw Xiaoluo about to leave and hurriedly set down his stall to run after him. Xiao Luo, no matter what, I'm still your father. Who taught you to be so rude? Xia Xiong said angrily, holding down the small cart Xiao Luo was pushing. Xia Xiong, if you mention being my father again, don't blame me for beating you until you're unrecognizable. Xiao Luo gripped the cart handle tightly and said coldly. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiong's previously angry expression instantly turned to fear. He let go of the small cart, no longer daring to argue with Charlotte. Xia Xiong, if there's nothing else, hurry up and step aside. If you keep blocking me, be careful, I might file a complaint against you, Charlotte said coldly upon seeing this. Xia Xiong listened, struggling to suppress his anger, sighed, and then said, Xiao Luo, go home. Stop wandering outside, the family really needs you now. I lost my job, and that wench Panyan even ran off with the medical expenses meant for Xiaoming's treatment. Now it's just me left, trying to earn money while taking care of Xiaoming. I really can't manage it anymore. Xiao Luo, come back and help me, please. Xiao Luo listened to Xia Xiong's words, and the corners of his mouth gradually lifted. I never expected that slap of mine to have such a big impact. It turned out to be an unexpected surprise. Xia Xiong, all I can say is, you brought this all upon yourself. Pan Yun, that despicable woman, only ever acts based on self-interest. Now that you've lost your job and Xiaoming is half dead, she will definitely abandon you all and flee far away. My mom just died, and you married her. Obviously, you were already having an affair when my mom was pregnant. And even a fool can see that someone like her only shares prosperity, never adversity. Blame it on your blindness for misjudging her and treating her like a treasure. By the way, I have a great place to stay, no need to trouble yourself. Finally, 2 words for you, serves you right. Charlotte sneered, curling her lips in contempt. After speaking, Charlotte raised her hand to push Xia Xiong aside, then pushed the cart and left the place while humming a tune. Xia Xiong stood by with a complex expression, without any retort. Because what Shero said was indeed true. He did indeed have a relationship with Pan Yun during Shero's mother's pregnancy. He was truly blind and misjudged Pan Yun, that despicable woman. Everything was his own fault and had nothing to do with anyone else. Looking at Charlotte's departing figure, Summer Xiong shook his head with a bitter smile. He then returned to his snack stall and began calling out energetically. Yet his voice sounded particularly desolate. After settling the bill, he packed up 2 large bags of items in total, but lifting them took no effort at all. Walking out of the supermarket, Charlotte caught sight of a homeless man by the wall. The homeless man was dressed in rags, had lost both legs, and his face was obscured by messy hair. He leaned against the corner of the wall, making it difficult to see his features clearly. Charlotte took out a bag of bread and a few bottles of milk from the items she had purchased. He bent down and placed the food in front of the homeless man. Without saying a word, he turned around and left the place by taxi. Seeing Charlotte leave, the homeless man finally raised his head. Surprisingly, his pupils were green. The overall appearance is also completely different from that of the Shaili people. The homeless man glanced in the direction where Shero had left, then looked at the food in front of him, a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. Carrying the items, he returned home. The 3 sisters were already lying on the sofa, sound asleep. The dessert plates on the table still hadn't been cleaned up. Charlotte stuffed all the supplies she had bought into the fridge, then began washing the plates. The sound of the faucet startled the 3 sisters awake. They looked around in confusion and realized that Charlotte had already returned. Yuni glanced at the clock and noticed it was already past 9. It's so late already, I need to go home. Hearing Yuni say this, Shin Huayou also checked the time. It's so late already, you shouldn't go back, just stay here tonight, Shin Huayou said. Exactly, Sister Yuni, it's so late, just stay here for the night. Shin Huayou chimed in. Faced with such enthusiasm from the 2 sisters, Yuni felt a little uncomfortable refusing. Alright, I'll stay here for the night. Charlotte heard Yuni's words in the kitchen. 3 beautiful ladies, would you like some late-night snacks? Charlotte asked loudly. Initially, the 3 of them didn't feel hungry at all. But suddenly, when Charlotte brought it up, their stomachs began to feel hungry again. The 3 exchanged glances. Eat. Times 3. Happy times are always fleeting, and unknowingly, it was already mid-July. In just over 10 days, Giant Ability University would start its semester. Based on the truth that the more abilities one possesses, the faster one's cultivation speed. Xiao Luo, relying on his 5 abilities, had already reached the 9th rank of the Noble Realm in terms of ability level. He was just 1 step away from advancing to the Transcendence Realm. The Transcendence Realm signifies shedding the mortal body and truly stepping out of the normal human category. Various attributes will be significantly enhanced. as long as vital organs like the brain or heart are not injured during a battle. Given enough time, even severed limbs can regenerate. Morning. Charlotte had already prepared the supplies and was ready to set off. He planned to head to the Tiger Hull mountain range again. With his current strength, hunting a level 4 beast shouldn't be a problem. The obtained level 4 crystal core would be used to feed the demon fruit tree. He plans to eat another devil fruit before school starts. No matter what kind of devil fruit forms this time, it will help him successfully advance to the mortal shedding realm. He's only 18 years old. Reaching the mortal shedding realm at this age. On the Tianhong star, it could be said to be a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. Only in this way would the giant Esper University place greater importance on him, and he would obtain more crystal core resources. He opened the door and walked into the living room. Hearing the sound of Charlotte opening the door, the two sisters also opened their doors simultaneously, ready to see him off. Xiaoluo, please be very careful and stay safe, Shin Huayou said with a face full of concern. Brother Xiaoluo, even though you won't let us go with you, you must take care of yourself, Shin Huayou added quickly. I'll be back soon. Don't overthink it. Xiaoluo raised his hand and gently patted the two's heads, comforting them. His affectionate gesture instantly eased the sisters' worries. Leaving the city, returning to the familiar roaring Tiger Mountain range. The body ignited with blue flames, wings grew behind, flapping to fly deep into the roaring Tiger Mountain range. First-level mutant beasts can no longer pique Shero's interest. At the very least, it has to be a second-level mutant beast before he would choose to descend from the sky to hunt. Unknowingly, he had been flying for a long time. Looking back, Huangshui City had already disappeared without a trace. Looking down, a winding river appeared in his sight. Just as Shero was thinking of landing to rest for a moment, a few angry roars came from the dense forest in the distance. Listening to the sounds, it seemed like mythical beasts were fighting. After pondering for a moment, he chose to descend on the spot. Flying directly over would be too conspicuous, and the beasts might attack him collectively. After landing steadily on the ground, he ran toward the direction the sounds were coming from. Hiding behind a large tree, he looked toward a distant cave. The roaring sounds were coming from there. Holding his breath and focusing, he quietly waited for the commotion inside to die down. He wanted to pull off a move like the mantis stalked by the oriole. Waited for a long time, the sun was already high overhead. Clearly, it was already noon. The sounds inside the cave had disappeared for about half an hour. He leaped forward and reached the cave entrance. Took a general look at this cave. It has a height of about 7 to 8 meters, and the creatures living here should also be around 7 to 8 meters tall. Shined a flashlight inside. Unfortunately, it was pitch black inside, and nothing could be seen clearly. Carefully stepped inside. As he walked, he remained alert to the surroundings. He hadn't gone far when he felt a sticky sensation underfoot. Shining the flashlight, he saw patches of blood on the ground and a trail of dragging marks. Squatting down, he inserted his fingers into the blood to check the temperature. It was still slightly warm. This indicated that the strange beast inside the cave must not have gone far. Then, he continued walking deeper inside. The further he went, the higher the temperature in the cave became, accompanied by a foul, fishy smell. He raised his hand and fanned it in front of his nose, but it didn't help much. He only hoped to find the target mutant beast soon and leave this place as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a heavy panting sound came from somewhere. Charlotte immediately turned off the flashlight and stopped in his tracks. His intuition told him that the exotic beasts were nearby. A faint green flame ignited at his fingertips, providing weak illumination. Using this dim light, he glanced around. He saw 2 level 3 exotic beasts, scaled lion tigers, peacefully lying on their respective piles of grass, sleeping. Next to it were several human skeletons and some half-eaten corpses of mutant beasts, with blood flowing vividly. Seeing it was a level 3 mutant beast, Charlotte felt somewhat disappointed. Originally, he thought he'd be able to directly achieve the goal of hunting a level 4 mutant beast. It seemed he had to keep searching. However, a level 3 mutant beast shouldn't be wasted either. After all, he still needed the level 3 crystal cores to upgrade his devil fruit tree. He slowly walked to the front of the 2 scale-armored lion tigers. Seeing them sleeping soundly, Charlot felt a bit reluctant to disturb them. The black fur on the scale-armored lion tigers. It inadvertently reminded him of that demon tiger. A peculiar thought suddenly emerged. Could these 2 scaled lion tigers be the descendants of that demon tiger? The roaring Tiger Mountain Range has been home to many tiger-type exotic beasts since ancient times. These tiger-type exotic beasts might very well be descendants of the demon tiger. If he hunted these 2 exotic beasts, would the ghost tiger hold a grudge against him? This safety-related issue left Charlotte deeply troubled. Just as he was consumed by worry, one of the scaled lion tigers slowly opened its eyes. Seeing this, Charlotte immediately made up his mind. The right hand clenched into a fist and fiercely smashed into the head of the scaled lion tiger. The vibrational force contained within the fist instantly shattered the brain of the scaled lion tiger. The scaled lion tiger didn't even have time to utter a sound before dying on the spot. Another scaled lion tiger, startled by the commotion, suddenly opened its eyes and saw a human intruding into its lair. The scaled lion tiger immediately burst into flames of anger, got up and opened its mouth, pouncing straight at Charlotte, aiming to bite off his neck. Charlotte merely gave a disdainful smile. Ever since advancing to the noble realm, third-level exotic beasts posed no threat to him whatsoever. He raised his hand, grabbed the two tusks of the scaled lion tiger, and using his absolute strength, subdued it before forcefully tossing it aside. The scaled lion tiger was violently hurled away by him, crashing into the wall with a loud bang. Thanks to the protection of its scales, the scaled lion tiger was completely unharmed and swiftly got back on its feet. Its tiger eyes fixated on Charlotte, revealing a hint of bewilderment. How could a human grab its teeth and throw it away like that? Why? Shouldn't humans just be their food? Why is this human so powerful, able to overpower it with sheer strength? Of course, these questions are completely beyond the understanding of its small brain. Its tiger eyes glanced to the side, looking at its brother, and upon seeing the brother's tragic state, fear finally struck on this day. Its brother was bleeding from 7 orifices, lying weakly on the pile of grass, dead beyond saving. Its limbs began to tremble uncontrollably, its heart filled with fear. It didn't want to end up like that. Charlotte saw the scaled lion tiger trembling in its limbs and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that a not-so-smart beast like you would actually feel fear. How peculiar. The scaled lion tiger saw Charlotte laughing at it and immediately felt its anger overpower its fear. In a fit of impulsiveness, it charged at Charlotte once again. Charlotte stepped out of the cave and looked up at the sky. The sun had already started its slow descent. He took out his phone and glanced at the time. It was already past 4. He decided to stay for another 2 hours. If there were still no signs of a level 4 mutant beast, he would quickly return to the city. The Tiger Roar Mountains were too dangerous at night to stay for long. He looked toward the cave behind him. Powerful exotic beasts all have territorial awareness. There is a lair of 3rd-level exotic beasts here, so 4th-level exotic beasts are unlikely to appear. Azure flames ignited in the air, shooting straight into the clouds. He fixed his gaze on the forest below, hoping to find a 4th-level exotic beast. Unfortunately, 2 hours had passed, and there was still no progress. The sun on the horizon gradually sank westward, and nightfall was approaching. Level 4 exotic beasts are truly hard to find. Just as he flew over the small river from before, he suddenly noticed a tiger-shaped exotic beast drinking water by the riverside. This exotic beast is slightly larger in size than the scaled lion tiger, and its entire mane is pitch black. Charlotte hovered in the air, carefully observing the exotic beast, and was startled to discover that it had an eye growing on its forehead. This is a Level 4 exotic beast, the three-eyed nether tiger. Three-eyed nether tiger. It has 3 eyes, and the one on its forehead can unleash attacks that disrupt the spirit, causing unbearable headaches and interfering with the enemy's judgment and perception. If the opponent has a fragile mind, they may directly become foolish. Meanwhile, the third eye of the three-eyed nether tiger can be crafted into items for releasing spiritual attacks, making it exceptionally valuable. Seeing that the three-eyed nether tiger was completely unaware of him and still drinking water with its head down, Charlotte quietly flew to its rear. Slightly raising his hand, he gathered the power of vibration and suddenly dove downward. Boom! This punch of his fiercely struck the spine of the three-eyed nether tiger, directly sending it crashing into the small river. The three-eyed nether tiger rolled into the water, steadied itself after a few tumbles, turned its head to reveal sharp tiger teeth, and fixed its gaze on Charlotte, who had ambushed it, as the third eye on its forehead opened at this moment. Charlotte was shocked. The three-eyed nether tiger was completely unscathed. Logically speaking, any animal with a spinal injury would either be paralyzed or have difficulty moving. Unexpectedly, his punch, filled with vibrating force, landed on its spine yet didn't affect it at all. The physical strength of a level 4 aberrant beast is truly extraordinary. Suddenly, the third eye of the three-eyed nether tiger abruptly emitted an invisible beam of energy. Caught off guard, Charlotte was struck by this energy, and his mind echoed with a booming noise. The ensuing pain made him instinctively clutch his head, gritting his teeth and enduring the torment. Mental attack, truly disgusting, he clenched his fist, thinking silently to himself. But it's okay, once I dig out your eyes, I won't feel so guilty anymore. Using the ability of the elastic meatball where everything can be bounced away, he set up a protective shield around him that could deflect spiritual attacks. The three-eyed ghost tiger saw that the spiritual attack was effective against Huayou and attempted to launch it again, but this time the attack was completely deflected by the shield he had set up, rendering it useless. Seeing this situation, Huayou's lips curled into a slight smile, secretly delighted. Three-eyed nether tiger, I will definitely take your eyes. The three-eyed nether tiger roared furiously upon hearing this, seeming to be thoroughly enraged. Relying on its superior physical abilities, it leapt out of the raging river, opening its bloodthirsty jaws and pounced towards Xiaoluo's head. Along the way, it did not forget to continue releasing mental attacks, but they were all deflected one by one. Charlotte's thought moved, and immense gravity instantly pressed down on the three-eyed nether tiger. Bang! The three-eyed nether tiger was forcibly pinned to the ground, and the small riverbank below immediately caved into a large pit. However, the three-eyed nether tiger quickly adapted to the layer of gravity and stood up again. Seeing this scene, Charlotte couldn't help but gasp. The difference between a level 3 and level 4 exotic beast is truly immense. The level 3 exotic beast couldn't even crawl under the influence of the gravity he unleashed, while the level 4 exotic beast managed to adapt so quickly and stand up again. It seems that the life level of a level 4 exotic beast is similar to humanity's transcendence realm, undergoing a leap where all abilities are significantly enhanced. Three-eyed nether tiger, let's fight. Under the increasing gravity, the three-eyed nether tiger bared its fangs and charged fiercely at Xiaoluo. Azure flames ignited on Xiaoluo's body as he leaped, landing on the three-eyed nether tiger's head. The three-eyed nether tiger raised its paw, trying to swipe this audacious fellow off. But Charlotte would never give it this chance. His hands, filled with vibrating power, swung downward with a fierce punch, directly smashing two of the three-eyed nether tiger's eyeballs. The piercing pain from its eyes made the three-eyed nether tiger roar uncontrollably, its tiger's roar shaking the mountain forest. This tiger's roar startled the true overlord hidden deep within the Tiger Roar mountain range. It raised its head, looking in the direction of the roar, stood up, and swung its massive tail, its enormous body toppling many surrounding trees. With a single thought, he instantly transformed into a streak of black light, rushing swiftly in the direction of the tiger's roar. The two side eyes of the three-eyed nether tiger had already burst, leaving everything around it invisible. Fortunately, it still had one eye left. Charlotte rode atop the tiger's head, swinging his fists and repeatedly striking the brain of the three-eyed nether tiger, attempting to incapacitate it. Despite the unbearable headache, the three-eyed ghost tiger remained exceptionally resilient, refusing to admit defeat. It continued to leap, desperately ramming its head against the trees, trying to force Charles down. Charles held tightly to the tiger's head, unwilling to come down no matter what. Even when it crashed into sharp branches and his body was scratched, with wounds emitting blue flames, they recovered in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the competition is about who gets tired first, who can't hold on and collapses, and who dies. But Charlotte is no ordinary person, he possesses the body of a phoenix, with astonishing regenerative powers. In terms of endurance, the three-eyed nether tiger has absolutely no chance of winning. After more than 10 minutes of fierce combat, the three-eyed nether tiger, overwhelmed by severe blood loss from its exploded eyeball, finally couldn't hold on and its massive body crashed to the ground. Charlot remained vigilant, sitting atop the tiger's head and quietly waiting for the heartbeat of the three-eyed nether tiger to cease. Thump! When the three-eyed nether tiger's final heartbeat stopped, Charlot let out a deep sigh of relief. Lying on the tiger's head, he took out a knife and completely extracted the third eye from its forehead. Just this one eye alone could be sold for millions, not to mention a level 4 crystal core. A three-eyed nether tiger provided such abundant gains for Charlotte. However, the process was indeed grueling, relying entirely on endurance, as a swift kill was impossible. Having gone through a leap in life evolution, the level of life improved immensely, yet it still couldn't compare to his cheat ability. Just as he finished tidying up and prepared to leave, he suddenly felt a chill sweep over him, as if some deadly danger was about to descend. Stunned for a moment, his body suddenly ignited with blue flames. He spread his fiery wings and shot straight into the clouds, speeding toward the city. Just as Charlotte had left, a black glow appeared on the horizon. With a deafening rumble, the black glow struck near the three-eyed nether tiger. As the dust cleared, it revealed the true overlord of the Howling Tiger Mountains, a level 7 mutant beast, the ghost-wielding nether tiger. Ghost-controlling phantom tiger arrived beside the corpse of the three-eyed nether tiger. Looking at the tragic state of the three-eyed nether tiger, it let out a roar of anguish. Roar! The roar of this level 7 exotic beast was enough to make the entire forest quiver. Immediately following, the spectral tiger unexpectedly began speaking like a sentient being. "Three eyes, my most gifted child, I will avenge you. The human who killed you, I will turn him into a vengeful spirit and ensure he suffers eternal damnation, the spectral tiger said chillingly. As soon as the words were spoken, the spectral tiger leapt into the air. It sniffed the scent of the surrounding humans, eventually locking onto a direction, and once again transformed into black light, flying over. Charlotte, soaring through the air, felt the hairs on his back stand on end. Thinking quickly, he pulled out several cans of seasoning from his backpack. Cumin, pepper salt, chile. These seasonings were originally used to add flavor to bread, but unexpectedly found their use at this moment. He pinched his nose, opened the jar, and poured some of it over his head, rubbing it onto his clothes. The rest was scattered into the surrounding air to mask his original scent. Afterward, he forcefully threw the empty bottles in different directions and continued his escape journey. It wasn't long before the phantom ghost tiger arrived at this place. The air was filled with many chaotic smells, which made it very irritated. Moreover, these smells scattered in different directions. With its intelligence, it naturally understood that this was deliberately done by humans to disrupt its sense of smell and waste its time. But even so, it was powerless against this human. It could only redden its eyes, desperately sniffing the faint trace of human scent in the air. Time ticked away, second by second. Relying on its keen sense of smell, the ghost tiger finally pinpointed the direction of that faint human scent. It opened its large mouth, a cruel smile appearing on its face. With a swoosh, the figure vanished instantly from its original spot. Just as Shero was flying with all his might, the black light had already appeared behind him. Before Shero could react, the ghost tiger had already flown above his head. He suddenly felt himself enveloped by a massive dark cloud. Just as he was about to look up at the sky, a tiger's claw appeared before him. At this moment, Charlotte no longer had time to release his paw-based ability. Bang! The furious strike of the ghost tiger knocked Charlotte straight from the air to the ground. His body lost control, plummeting heavily to the ground like a comet, accompanied by a loud crash. Boom! The massive impact generated a surge of airwaves, kicking up a cloud of dust. The smoke and dust dispersed, and Charlot lay weakly on the ground. His entire skeleton was shattered, all 4 limbs broken, and he couldn't stop coughing up blood. This strike was the result of the furious attack of the ghost tiger, leaving Charlot's body severely damaged. Fortunately, Charlot possessed the phoenix's undying physique, allowing him to cling to life. If it were someone else, they would already be dead beyond saving. The ghost tamer tiger descended from the air, standing next to Charlotte, its gaze fixed firmly on his half-dead form, seemingly intent on making him feel the pain of life gradually slipping away. Under such immense damage, Charlotte closed his eyes and slowly fell unconscious. Seeing him unconscious, the ghost tamer tiger raised its paw, preparing to deliver the final strike to Charlotte. Just as it raised its paw, the ghost tiger froze in place. Because a strange man, dressed in tattered clothes and exuding a rancid stench, suddenly appeared a few meters ahead of it. And it had absolutely no idea how the man had appeared there. At that moment, the previously silent man suddenly spoke, "Ouya ouya. Little tiger, retreat quickly. While I still don't want to kill you." Upon hearing this, the pupils of the ghost-controlling tiger trembled. It was the first time it had suffered such humiliation. But as an awakened intelligent beast, it understood clearly that it must avoid acting rashly in such a situation. "Who are you?" Ghost Tiger asked. The man didn't answer its question but instead took out a piece of bread and began chewing on it. "Little tiger, if you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave." Then, the man lightly released his own aura. The ghost-taming shadow tiger sensed the man's presence, its tiger body trembling instantly, and then transformed into a black light, fleeing into the distance at its fastest speed. In the blink of an eye, the figure of the ghost-taming shadow tiger vanished without a trace. The man lowered his head to look at the severely injured Xiao Luo, letting out a deep sigh. "Sigh. Though I saved your life for now, with such severe injuries, you probably won't make it either. Still, not letting you be turned into its ghost servant can be considered repaying the favor of that meal you gave me." The man murmured to himself and turned to leave. But just then, Charlotte's body suddenly burst into a ball of blue flame, greatly shocking the man who had just started to turn away. "What kind of ability is this? Such peculiar flames." The flames burned on Charlot's body, yet did not touch his clothing in the slightest. The man tentatively reached out his hand. When he touched the flames, the immense power contained within them shocked him once again. Just a gentle touch, and he felt his injuries recover significantly. This healing power is too strong. It's almost akin to regeneration. Even that guy Ares' healing ability isn't this terrifying. After a brief moment of contemplation, the man crouched down, sitting cross-legged beside Shero. His hands hovered above Shero's body, beginning to enjoy the warmth brought by the flames. A free opportunity for recovery, it's only smart to take advantage of it. Before long, under the treatment of the cyan flame, Shero's body quickly returned to its original condition. His eyelids and fingers moved slightly. Seeing that Charlot was about to regain consciousness, the man immediately stood up and quickly left the place. The fewer people who knew about his whereabouts, the better. Charlot slightly opened his eyes, looking at the sky that was gradually darkening. Suddenly snapping back to his senses, he jolted upright like a carp flipping out of water. Looking around, the figure of the ghost tiger was completely gone. He stood up and patted his body from top to bottom, confirming he wasn't a ghost but still had a physical form. What on earth is going on? Where did the phantom tiger run off to? He actually wasn't torn apart by the phantom tiger and turned into a wandering ghost? His body restored to its original state, which didn't surprise him at all. After all, possessing the body of the phoenix, dying isn't so easy. But why didn't the ghost tiger kill him and turn him into a wandering ghost? He truly couldn't understand. Could it be that a passing expert saved me? Looking around, there were no traces of a battle between a strong expert and the ghost tiger. In the end, he simply decided not to dwell on what he couldn't figure out. The sky was getting darker, it was not advisable to linger here. If the ghost tiger unexpectedly doubled back, it would become troublesome. He flew toward the sky, continuing to hasten to Huanshui City. Meanwhile, behind a certain large tree, a man was staring fixedly at Charlotte's departing figure. "Kid, see you again if fate allows. Maybe one day, we'll become colleagues." After flying quickly for half an hour, the sky had already turned completely dark. Charlotte saw the brightly lit Huanshui City from afar. Returning to Huanshui City again, a strong sense of security surged in his heart. Almost GG, but luckily fate spared me. During this trip, he obtained 2 level 3 crystal cores, 1 level 4 crystal core, and more than 10 level 2 crystal cores in total. Sell all the second level crystal nuclei and the eyes of the three-eyed underworld tiger. The second level crystal nuclei harvested this time were sold for over 2 million in total. After appraisal by the merchant, the eyes of the three-eyed underworld tiger were confirmed to be genuine, and the quality was quite good. The merchant offered 15 million, and Charlotte naturally chose to close the deal. A fortune was credited to his account, and he now has over 20 million in savings. After a brief thought, Charlot decided to directly purchase 8 level 3 crystal cores. With the 2 level 3 crystal cores he already possesses, he can upgrade the demon fruit tree by 1 tier to reach C-level quality. However, when he said he wanted to buy 8 level 3 crystal cores, the merchant shook his head with a wry smile. "Guest, level 3 crystal cores are indeed very rare. I don't have that many here. I currently only have 4 level 3 crystal cores. Do you want them?" Upon hearing this, Charlotte couldn't help but pause for a moment. However, level 3 crystal cores are indeed scarce, so it's understandable if they're out of stock. He paid the amount and bought these 4 level 3 crystal cores. "Boss, if more level 3 crystal cores come in, please save them for me. I'm willing to pay 10% more and will come back in a couple of days to buy them." The boss nodded repeatedly, indicating his agreement. Taking a taxi back to the Shin family home, he took out the key, opened the door, and walked into the yard. He pushed open the door and entered the living room. The 3 sisters were sprawled out asleep on the sofa, with empty instant noodle containers still scattered on the dining table. He raised his hand to tidy up the dining table, then went to his room to take a shower. The flavor of the seasoning powder mingled with the scent of blood, causing the taxi driver to wear a look of disgust throughout the ride, seemingly unable to comprehend how someone could smell so awful. After taking a shower, he wiped his hair while pulling out the level 4 crystal core, softly raising his hand to feed it to the devil fruit tree. In no time, the familiar pink devil fruit appeared before Charlotte's eyes. It turned out to be the smooth fruit, known for its beautifying effect, making the skin silky and smooth as new, achieving a zero friction result. In one piece, this is the devil fruit of Alvida, the captain of the Alvida pirates. After eating the devil fruit, Alvida transformed from a plump, overweight woman into a slim and beautiful lady. The beauty effect is impressive, and ordinary weapons find it hard to harm her. When Charlotte saw this devil fruit, he couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile and let out a sigh. After all that effort, this is all I get? He stood there in a daze, feeling dejected for a few minutes. Might as well eat it. At least it can improve my ability level. He picked the slippery fruit and ate it in 2 bites. Before long, his body suddenly began to heat up. He hurriedly rushed into the bathroom, adjusted the water to the coldest setting, and started rinsing his whole body. As the heat inside him increased, some unknown impurities began to be expelled from the surface of his body. At the same time, under the effect of the smooth fruit, Charlot's body also started to slowly change. He already had good looks, but previously, his pale complexion and thin frame due to malnutrition made it hard for anyone to see his potential. Since leaving home, with good food and good sleep, he had long become a figure among the ranks of handsome men and beautiful women. Walking down the street, the number of girls approaching him for conversation was countless. Now that he had eaten the slippery fruit, his looks and physique would skyrocket like a rocket once again. I don't know how long it had been, but the unknown heat within finally began to fade. The transformation of the body's sliding fruit abilities had also just come to an end. Charlotte lowered her head, looking at the black filth all over the ground, showing a trace of disdain. She felt that her power level had already advanced to the first stage of the transcendent realm. Mortal shedding realm, shedding the mortal body, a leap in life. Although the level of his ability only increased by 1 rank, his physical attributes were not just slightly enhanced. Turning on the shower head, he took another bath. Leaving the bathroom, he sat by the bed, took out a knife, and gently sliced his palm. The freshly made cut healed completely in no time, leaving no trace behind. This signified that his physical body had transcended the mortal frame. He was no longer an ordinary human. Although he had previously been able to achieve this through the Phoenix's superpower, it was still merely the effect of the power. His body remained no different from that of a regular person. He reached out to pinch the muscles of his arm, then looked down at his familiar 8-pack abs. Muscles have become a bit firmer, but overall it doesn't seem like there's much of a change, right? Charlotte asked doubtfully. Just as he was about to grab the mirror to check his current state, Shin Huayou's voice suddenly came from outside. Charlotte, are you back? Charlotte's hand, which had just reached toward the mirror, suddenly stopped mid-air. Immediately, he responded loudly, "It's me. Wait a moment, I just finished showering, I'll be right out." After speaking, he quickly got dressed and walked out of the room. He entered the living room and his gaze fell on the 3 girls sitting on the sofa. Seeing Charlot's appearance, the 3 girls were suddenly stunned. His features were like a meticulously crafted work of art, with sword-like eyebrows paired with deep-set eyes, a prominent nose resembling majestic peaks, and slightly upturned lips exuding endless charm. His freshly washed hair was not yet completely dry, resembling sharp arrows that seemed to pierce straight into the hearts of the girls. At this moment, all 3 girls had their mouths wide open, unable to utter a single word despite having something to say. Charlot found it strange. Why were they all silent? However, he didn't take it to heart and pointed to the instant noodle box in the trash can, saying, "Girls, you should eat less instant noodles. Let me make you a proper meal." After saying that, Charlotte turned and walked into the kitchen, opening the fridge to look for cooking ingredients. Meanwhile, the 3 girls outside saw him enter the kitchen and seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the sofa and burying their faces in it in unison. 10 minutes later, Charlotte was bustling around in the kitchen. Among the 3 girls, Yuni was the first to look up. Her gaze was as clear as autumn water, her face as delicate as peach blossoms. Sneakingly, she stood up and walked lightly toward Shin Huayou's room. It was unclear what she did inside, but shortly afterward, she quietly came out again. She walked to the bathroom and washed her face with cold water, letting her reddened cheeks cool down slightly. After washing her face, she reached into her pocket and touched the fabric inside, taking a deep breath to calm herself before stepping out of the bathroom. The 2 sisters who had originally been lounging on the sofa were nowhere to be seen. Yuni understood exactly what they were up to, glanced at Summer busy in the kitchen, and then nonchalantly sat back on the sofa to start watching TV. Half an hour later, Charlotte finally finished preparing the meal, brought it out, and shouted toward the 3 beauties on the sofa. "3 lovely ladies, wash your hands and eat." Charlotte's words were like a bolt of lightning, instantly striking the 3 on the sofa. Immediately, they all froze on the sofa, not moving an inch. The 3 of them exchanged glances, none daring to be the first to look away. In the end, it was Yuni who summoned the courage, stood up with her head lowered, and walked toward the dining table. The remaining 2 sisters followed her, heads bowed, successfully reaching the dining table. Charlotte was puzzled. Why would anyone dare to meet his gaze? "What's wrong with you all?" Hearing Charlotte's question, the 3 girls couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed and angry. The hands that originally gripped their chopsticks were now gripping them even tighter. "You scoundrel, you still dare to ask us what's wrong? Don't you know already? Why is it that you go out once and come back looking so dashing? Making the 3 of us embarrass ourselves in front of each other, and yet you can calmly ask us like this. So infuriating." The 3 couldn't help but want to throw their chopsticks at Charlot's face to teach him a lesson not to expose that face so easily. But when all 3 raised their hands and saw Charlot's puzzled expression, their hearts instantly panicked. They lowered their heads in unison, put down their chopsticks, and silently recited apologies in their hearts. After all, he was just good-looking. Being good-looking isn't a sin, and they had no reason to take their anger out on Charlo. Shin Huayou let out a long sigh of relief, trying to calm her emotions. Xia Luo, you seem much more handsome than before. Xia Luo was taken aback, realizing in his heart that this must be the effect of the slippery fruit. However, he hadn't had the chance to evaluate just how much more handsome he had become. But just by observing the expressions of the three, he knew that perhaps he was not merely handsome. This might be because I have advanced to the Transcendence realm, Xia Luo said with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, the three sisters, who had been lowering their heads, were instantly stunned. They hadn't even reached the noble realm yet, and Xia Luo had already achieved the Transcendence realm. Was he even human? However, on second thought, Charlotte's extraordinary nature has never been a temporary thing. He has always been very special. Otherwise, they wouldn't have asked Charlotte to help them with their special training. Advancing to the Transcendence realm is not surprising when it happens to Charlotte, it's actually a matter of course. It is widely known that upon advancing to the Transcendence realm, the mortal body is shed, and the person undergoes a complete transformation. Improvements in physique and appearance are naturally expected. Thinking of this, the three of them immediately felt relieved. Just as they looked up and saw Charlo smile, the three of them, startled like frightened birds, quickly lowered their heads again. Brother Charlo, could you find something to cover your face? Shin Huayou said shyly, fidgeting awkwardly. Hearing this, Charlo couldn't help but laugh silently. Alright, you guys eat first, I'll head to the room. After speaking, Charlo stepped out of the living room and returned to the room. The three saw Charlo finally leave, and only then did they start eating wholeheartedly. Back in the room, Charlo went straight into the bathroom, staring at his reflection in the mirror, momentarily lost in thought. Raised a hand to pinch his own face in disbelief. Is this me? He had thought that the smooth fruit might enhance his looks, but he hadn't expected the improvement to be this drastic. Looking at the person in the mirror, he felt like it could only be described with two words. Perfect. That face was flawless to the point of perfection. If one had to find a flaw, it would be that, just like the dear reader, it was overly perfect. In the entire Tianheng Star, there was absolutely no second face as perfect as this one. Just with this face alone, I could live off of others my whole life and still have too much to handle, Charlotte muttered to himself sarcastically. Mo Qinghuan will definitely be startled when she sees me. Thinking about Mo Qinghuan's shocked expression when they meet again, Charlotte couldn't help but laugh out loud. Coming out of the bathroom, he rummaged through the bedside table, recalling there were a few masks inside. That was distributed by the supermarket staff when he went shopping. Due to the outbreak of a plague virus in the south, in order to prevent the virus from spreading to Huan City, wearing a mask when going out became mandatory, and he almost forgot. However, these masks have now come in handy. Wearing the mask concealed most of his charm. Walking out of the living room, the three of them were almost finished eating. But they were still very considerate and saved his portion of food. Sitting back at the dining table, he was just about to raise his hand to remove his mask. The three of them hurriedly interrupted him from casting the spell. Don't! ×3. Wait a moment, we'll finish eating soon. ×3. A few seconds later, the three of them simultaneously put down their bowls and chopsticks. Then they quickly returned to the sofa, not daring to glance in the direction of the dining table during the process. After Charlotte cleaned up the dining table, she noticed the three were deeply engrossed in watching TV and decided not to disturb them. Today, I felt a bit fatigued. Returning to my room, I removed my mask and collapsed onto the bed, falling asleep swiftly. Before long, Charlotte sank into a deep slumber. At that moment, the door to the room quietly creaked open just a crack, and Shin Huayou's head peeked inside. Seeing Charlotte breathing steadily and already peacefully asleep, Shin Huayou tiptoed into the room. She took out her phone, turned off the flash, and snapped a photo of Charlotte's face. Then, she quickly retreated to the living room and sent the photo to the two eagerly awaiting recipients. Afterward, she spoke sternly. And seriously, I've sent you the photo. Get used to it quickly. If you can't even dare to look him in the eye, forget about anything else. Upon hearing this, Shin Huayou and Lu Yunyi both nodded earnestly. Then, they each returned to their rooms to begin their respective adaptation exercises. Lu Yunyi had been staying here for the past few days, precisely for convenience. In the blink of an eye, the next morning arrived, and the usual routine began once again. Charlotte got up early to prepare breakfast, and after the group finished eating, they started their special training for the morning. However, for some reason, Shin Huayou and the other two were not in good condition today. During breakfast, their voices sounded listless, and even though they had already adjusted to the gravity, they couldn't even stand steadily today. At this moment, Charlotte, wearing a mask, furrowed his brow and asked puzzledly, "What's wrong with you three? Did you stay up all night playing games?" Upon hearing this, they were again reminded of last night's events, causing their hearts to sink. After a brief silence, Yuni lowered her head and said softly, "We really did stay up all night. We promised never to do it again." The group had just gotten into training mode when a doorbell rang in the distance. Charlotte heard the sound and immediately dashed to the door. He arrived at the door and saw a lavishly dressed woman holding a large thermos in her hand. The moment the woman saw Charlotte, her face instantly showed a trace of anger. Charlotte looked at her biting expression and couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Excuse me, who are you?" "I am Yuni's mother, Xiao. Tell her to come out and see me immediately." Xiao's tone carried a hint of displeasure. "All right, please come in. I'll go get her." Charlotte opened the door, gesturing for Xiao to enter the courtyard. Immediately, he flew to the backyard and found the three people. "Yuni, your mother Xiao is here. She wants you to go see her." When Yuni heard this news, it was as if she had been struck by lightning. Her body froze instantly, and her mind raced to come up with a countermeasure. Just as she was thinking, Xiao had already arrived at the backyard, put down the thermos flask in her hand, and glared angrily at the visibly awkward Yuni. "Yuni, you said you wanted to stay at a classmate's house, and I didn't object. I asked you to promise not to stay with a boy, and you agreed. So what is this situation now? Explain it to me properly." Xiao pointed at Xiaoluo, then at Yuni. Yuni was somewhat at a loss. She did lie, not daring to say there was a boy here. But the reason she wanted to stay here was because Charlo could help her become stronger. Without Charlo, she wouldn't have chosen to remain here. Seeing Yuni fall into an awkward silence, the Shin family sisters understood immediately, sighed, and gestured for Charlo to come over. Charlo walked up to Shin Huayou. Unexpectedly, she suddenly raised her hand and forcefully pulled off the mask that hid his charm. Then, she shoved Xiaoluo right in front of Xiao and Yuni. Yuni just took a glance before immediately lowering her head, not daring to look up again. Xiao caught sight of Xiaoluo out of the corner of her eye, and a wave of anger surged in her heart. She was just about to raise her hand to teach this sinful man a lesson. But as soon as she clearly saw Xiaoluo's face, her lifted hand froze in midair. The entire courtyard instantly fell into an eerie silence. It wasn't until Xiao turned her head that a few awkward coughs broke the stillness. Cough, cough, cough. Gradually recovering, Xiao tried her best to suppress the strange feeling in her heart and turned to look directly at Charlotte. She displayed a very benevolent smile and asked, "Child, what's your name?" Charlotte responded with a smile, "Auntie, my name is Charlotte. Please don't misunderstand our relationship. We're just very good friends." After hearing this, Xiao's smile gradually faded from her face. "Misunderstand?" She turned her head to look at Yuni, who was burying her head, and gave her a fierce glare, as if scolding her for not meeting expectations. Then she turned back and saw Xiaoluo in front of her, picking up the thermos flask on the ground. "Xiaoluo, take this thermos flask. This is the ginseng black chicken soup I've been simmering since last night. It's highly nourishing. Save it for you to drink at noon and try Auntie's cooking." Charlotte took the thermos with both hands, smiled, and nodded, "Thank you, Auntie. We'll definitely finish it." Xiao received the response, suddenly turned her head, grabbed Yuni's hand, and walked to the side. "Yuni, what are you thinking?" Yuni thought she was talking about her lying, and quickly responded, "Mom, I was wrong, I won't stay here anymore. I'll go home." Xiao, upon hearing this, furiously raised her hand and gave Yuni a hard knock on the head, making Yuni grit her teeth and gasp, "Mom, what are you doing? I already said I won't stay here anymore, so why are you still hitting me?" Xiao listened and retorted angrily at Yuni. "Why would I hit you? I hit you because you're hopeless. All day at home, all you know is practicing swordsmanship. I even thought you'd never have a man in your life. Who would have thought you'd end up meeting such an exceptional one? But such a good man, you actually gave him up to those two sisters. They are bound by blood and will surely leave nothing of this man, not even a shred. By then, it will be too late to regret, and you'll be left crying." Yuni naturally understood Xiao's meaning, but she thought to herself that such a thing would definitely not happen to her. "Mom, you're overthinking. We're just ordinary friends, there's nothing romantic between us. I came here simply because I want Charlo to help me with special training to become stronger." Xiao pouted upon hearing this, "Guess if I believe you or not. Don't think I can't tell, Xiaoluo is the same age as you. Special training with him? I can't believe you'd use such an excuse to deceive me. Lu Yuni's lips curled slightly, showing a helpless smile. Mom, I'm not lying to you. Although Shero is the same age as us, his ability level has already reached the Transcendence Realm. What? Transcendence Realm? Xianqiu turned around in surprise, looking at Shero, who had just put his mask back on. Despite her noble realm, she truly couldn't discern Shero's true strength. That makes capturing him even more necessary. Xianqiu firmly gripped Lu Yuni's shoulder. Afterward, she whispered in Lu Yuni's ear. Yuni, find an opportunity to spend some time alone with him. A single man and woman, things could escalate, and raw rice could be cooked. Isn't that perfectly normal? If you end up having a child, he would have no choice but to be yours. Yun-yi, don't tell me you don't want to. Lu Yunyi's face turned bright red at her mother's straightforward words. In addition to feeling shy, she was a bit angry. Is there really no other mother so eager to push her daughter toward love? Mom, I wasn't picked up by you, right? How can you, as a mother, teach your daughter like this? It's like you're afraid I won't get married. Xianqiu seemed to think of something upon hearing this, sighed deeply, and said earnestly, Yuni, I'm afraid you might regret it in the future. With his unparalleled talent alone, his future status will surely not be low. Not to mention his good looks. Once he truly steps into the wider world and begins his brilliant life, by then, you'll only drift further and further away from him. Perhaps not even the shadow of his taillights is visible. Maybe at some moment, he will suddenly remember you. But it would only be a fleeting thought, he wouldn't give it much weight. Because in his heart, you are nothing more than a blade of grass on his journey. Xianqiu's words immediately left Lu Yuni stunned, standing there dumbfounded and motionless. Seeing Lu Yuni deep in thought, Xianqiu stepped forward and gently hugged her. Darling, think it over carefully. Xianqiu turned around and waved at Charlotte and the Shin sisters. Auntie is leaving now, Xiaoyu, remember to drink the soup. After speaking, Xianqiu left the backyard. A hint of struggle flashed in Lu Yuni's eyes, but she quickly acted as if nothing had happened and continued her training. At the end of the day's training, Xiaoluo walked into the kitchen and found the refrigerator was already empty. I'm going to the supermarket for a walk. Who wants to come with me? Lu Yuni immediately remembered her mother's advice and saw this as an opportunity to be alone. I'll go with you. Xiaoluo was momentarily stunned. He had thought the three would stay glued to the TV as before, leaving him to go alone. To his surprise, Lu Yuni was so proactive today. Alright, let's go. They each got dressed, put on masks, and took a taxi to the supermarket. Upon entering the supermarket, everyone, whether staff or customers, wore masks neatly. Charlotte pushed a small cart, with Lu Yuni following closely behind. The two chatted and laughed, weaving between the shelves, picking out various items. In no time, the small cart in front of Charlotte was filled with all sorts of goods. Just as they were about to go to check out, Charlotte? A greeting forced Xia Luo to stop. Looking back, sure enough, it was Xia Xiong. At this moment, he was working as a snack promoter in this supermarket, his eyes carrying a hint of unease, occasionally glancing at Lu Yunin. Xia Xiong? What do you want? Xia Luo asked coldly. Hearing Charlotte's icy tone, Lu Yuni turned her head in confusion to look at Charlotte. This was the first time she had heard Charlotte speak in such a tone. Normally, Charlotte always spoke in a gentle manner, only revealing her arrogance and confidence during battles. But today, this indifferent Charlotte felt somewhat novel to her. Xia Xiong felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing Xia Luo's words and rubbed his hands together. Xia Luo, in order to pay for Xiaoming's treatment, I plan to sell that house. While clearing out the basement, I came across something your mother left for you. Do you want it? As Xia Xiong spoke, he pulled out a uniquely shaped white stone necklace from his pocket and handed it to Xia Luo. Upon hearing the word mother, Charlot froze involuntarily. In the depths of his distant memory, his mother's appearance had long since faded, and only by relying on scattered fragments of memory could he barely piece together her image. Charlot reached out to take the necklace, gently stroking the texture of the stone. He couldn't sense any energy, it seemed like just an ordinary stone. Putting the necklace into his pocket, he took one last look at Xia Xiong and tossed him a second-tier crystal nucleus. From now on, we owe each other nothing. Let's each find our own peace. Yuni, let's go. After saying this, Xia Luo turned and left directly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuni quickly responded, all right. She smiled and nodded slightly at Xia Xiong, then stepped forward to follow Xia Luo. Xia Xiong watched Xia Luo leave so decisively and smiled bitterly. These days, he had thought about many things, carefully recalling everything about Xia Luo from birth to the present. He felt ashamed towards Xia Luo, indeed, he had not fulfilled his responsibilities as a father from childhood to adulthood. He visited Xiao Luo's former small house and touched the tattered quilt on the bed. It was only then that he understood why Charlotte hated him so much. He indeed deserved to end up like this. Since that night when Charlotte left home, they were no longer family. Charlotte would never acknowledge him again, and he had no face to ask her to. This is fine as it is, as long as Charlotte is happy. Xiaoxiong stood in place, thinking a lot, then tucked the second-level crystal core in his pocket. Returning to his stall, his voice choked up as he resumed his intermittent hawking. SN. Snack gift packs, cheap for sale. After settling the bill and leaving the supermarket, both of them were carrying 2 big bags of items. Because there was help this time, Xiao Luo bought a bit more on purpose. Standing on the bustling street, Lu Yuni turned her head to look at Xiao Luo and tentatively asked, Xiao Luo, is that your father? He was before, Xiao Luo replied. Well, can you tell me why? Lu Yuni asked curiously. Xiao Luo took a deep breath and began to narrate his story. Lu Yuni listened, growing increasingly indignant. She had never seen such an irresponsible father and could hardly imagine how Xiao Luo managed to live in such a family environment. If it were her, she would have already pierced that woman named Pan Yun with a sword. Unexpectedly, Shero managed to endure under such intense pressure, relying solely on willpower, and has become so mature, stable, and strong. At the same time, amid her anger, she felt a faint sense of joy deep in her heart. Who would have thought that coming out alone would let her learn about some of Shero's past? It seems solitude truly has its advantages. While the two were chatting, the taxi arrived just in time. After returning home, Charlotte immediately started cooking. After all, there were still 2 younger sisters at home waiting to eat. After dinner, Charlotte lay on the bed to rest. The image of that stone necklace appeared in her mind. Then she washed it briefly, dried it off, and put it on her neck. She woke up feeling refreshed and energized. As Charlotte was brushing her teeth and washing her face, a sudden urgent doorbell rang outside. She got up the earliest, the other 3 were probably still asleep. She dressed neatly, put on a mask, and walked over to the electronic screen by the doorbell. At a glance, she saw 2 guys holding flowers. Judging by their appearance, they were probably about the same age as her. Judging by their attire, they should all be wealthy offspring. The 2 looked very similar, like a pair of twin brothers. Charlotte pressed the doorbell and asked, "Who are you?" The 2 brothers outside were stunned as soon as they heard a man's voice. They had investigated beforehand. The male owner of this household had already gone missing. Currently, in this house, there should only be the Shin sisters left. A sudden male voice caught them off guard. Seeing the 2 remain silent, Charlotte asked again, "Hey, why is no one talking?" At this moment, one of them replied, "I'm Miss Huayu's suitor, and he's Miss Huayu's suitor. We came specifically to deliver flowers to the 2 ladies today." "Are they here?" Charlotte frowned. "Pursuers? They actually came to the house? Wait a moment, I'll go call them." She knocked on the door to wake the 2 up and informed them, "Your pursuers are here." The sisters immediately woke up from their dreams upon hearing that the pursuers had arrived. They hurriedly rushed out of the room and stood in front of the electronic screen connected to the doorbell. Looking at the 2 people in the screen, the sisters felt a seething hatred in their hearts. "Xian Hai, Xian Yang, let me tell you, you despicable pair don't even merit our attention. Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame us for calling the police and having you arrested for harassment." The 2 people outside listened to the voice from the doorbell, and the smiles on their faces gradually faded. They hadn't expected the 2 sisters to show them such disrespect. Listening to the angry words of the 2 sisters, Charlotte, who was chopping vegetables in the kitchen, felt a bit confused. Since moving here, this was the first time he had seen them so furious. At this moment, Lu Yuni emerged from her room while rubbing her eyes. Seeing the 2 sisters in such an enraged state, she couldn't help but ask, Huayou, what's wrong with you 2? Upon hearing this, the 2 sisters pointed at the 2 people on the screen in front of them, signaling Lu Yuni to come over and take a look. As Lu Yuni approached and saw the screen, her expression changed instantly, showing a hint of anger on her face. How could it be those 2 shameless people? How did they find their way here? Who knows? We've already blocked them, but unexpectedly, they still managed to find the house, Shin Huayou said, distressed. Doing such unreasonable things and still wanting to chase after us, what a dream! Shin Huayou clenched her delicate fists, furious. Charlotte, in the kitchen, listened in confusion. "You 3, what exactly did they do to make you so angry?" "It was those 2 who bribed another team to launch an attack against us," Lu Yuni said. "That's right. If it weren't for them, we definitely would have gotten first place in this exam." Shin Huayou pouted. The rankings they won with dirty money don't represent their true strength at all, so we hate them. Shin Huayou said and then turned on the doorbell intercom. Leave here immediately, or we'll have to call the police. Hearing the threat from the intercom, Chen Hai and Xian Yang, the two brothers, exchanged a glance, displaying reluctance and embarrassment in their eyes. Eventually, they turned back to their sports car and drove away. Seeing the two finally leave, the sisters let out a sigh of relief. Yuni immediately said, Huayou, they won't give up. They'll definitely use the Qian family's influence to privately investigate this address. You have to be mentally prepared for their constant harassment. The two sisters immediately showed troubled expressions upon hearing this. That is indeed a possibility, Shin Huayou said with a frown. Those two guys are so annoying. They used to harass us online every day and kept changing accounts to add us as friends, Shin Huayou said angrily. But the Qian family is a prominent clan in Huan City. We can't afford to offend them, so we can only avoid them for now, Shin Huayou said seriously. After venting their frustrations, the two sisters went back to their rooms to freshen up, with Yuni following closely behind. Xiao Luo watched their irritated figures and pondered how to resolve the sisters' troubles. Finally, he returned to his room and dialed someone's number. At this moment, Mo Qinghuan had just arrived at her office. She was about to turn on her computer to watch a movie and slack off when her phone suddenly rang. She took a look at the screen and saw that it was Xiao Luo calling, a slight smile unconsciously appearing at the corner of her mouth. After answering the call, she turned on the speakerphone and placed the phone on the desk in front of her. Xiao Luo, you little rascal, what made you think of calling me? Her tone carried a hint of coyness. Hearing Mo Qinghuan's voice, a faint smile naturally appeared on Xiao Luo's face. Nothing special, I just felt like hearing your voice, Xiao Luo said softly. In an instant, Mo Qinghuan was moved by Xiao Luo's words, a wave of panic surging in her heart. She quickly turned off the speakerphone, picked up the phone, and placed it against her right ear, striding to the door. After surveying the hallway outside briefly and confirming no one was there, she immediately shut the door, locked it, and sat back down in the chair. Feeling uneasy, she asked, Xiao Luo, what do you mean by that? Nothing much. I just missed you and wanted to hear your voice. What's wrong? Xiao Luo responded in confusion. Words like that can't just be said so casually. Do you understand? Mo Qinghuan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she spoke angrily. Hearing this, Charlotte obediently responded, all right, I've got it. I won't casually say that again in the future. Humph. Mo Qinghuan snorted coldly. For some reason, hearing Charlotte say he wouldn't casually say that again made her feel somewhat displeased. But she didn't dwell on it and hurriedly changed the subject. Is there anything else? If not, I'm going to hang up. Charlotte quickly said, there is indeed one more thing. I'm currently staying at a friend's house temporarily, but someone keeps harassing my friend. Moreover, that person's background seems quite unusual, so... Charlotte didn't continue speaking, and Mo Qinghuan naturally understood what he meant. She clenched her small fists and said angrily, humph. I knew it. You definitely have something to ask of me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have called me, asking me to help you get rid of other men's pursuits. Such a scummy man. Charlotte heard Mo Qinghuan call him a scummy man and smiled helplessly. Principal Mo, please don't misunderstand. We are just ordinary friends. I am currently staying at her place. If she has concerns, naturally, I'd want to help her out. Mo Qinghuan didn't believe a word of Charlotte's explanation. Her father wasn't accompanied by just her mother alone. According to her understanding, almost all of those other powerful male ability users had more than one woman. As for Charlot, being the most extraordinary guy she had ever encountered, he certainly wouldn't have just one woman in the future. The thought of many women surrounding Charlot filled Mo Qinghuan's heart with a surge of inexplicable anger. Die, scumbag. Leave me alone. After saying this, Mo Qinghuan directly hung up the phone. Beep beep beep. Listening to the beeping sound coming from the other end of the phone, a faint bitter smile appeared on Charlot's face. This temper is quite something. Is she dealing with her monthly visitor? Sighing, he decided to wait for her to calm down before calling back. As Mo Qinghuan hung up the phone, her cheeks puffed with anger as she waited for Charlot to call back. However, after waiting for half an hour, the phone in front of her still hadn't rung. Damn it! You really don't care about my feelings at all. I helped you vent your anger for nothing. Mo Qinghuan said resentfully. At that moment, the office door was knocked on. Huan, why did you lock the door? Mu Xiaoyu asked confusedly from outside. Mo Qinghuan composed herself and stepped forward to open the door, letting Mu Xiaoyu come in. As soon as Mu Xiaoyu entered, he stared at Mo Qinghuan's face, as if trying to discern something from her expression. Mo Qinghuan was in a bad mood and felt a bit uneasy being stared at like that by Mu Xiaoyu. "Why are you staring at me? Is there money on my face or something?" Mo Qinghuan said, widening her eyes. "There's no money, but there's desire." Mu Xiaoyu squinted her eyes, speaking as if she could see through everything. Mo Qinghuan's face instantly froze. Caught off guard by Mu Xiaoyu's remark, she suddenly didn't know how to respond. Huan, be honest, are you cheating on me behind my back?" Mu Xiaoyu stared directly into Mo Qinghuan's eyes, pressing her for an answer. Mo Qinghuan rolled her eyes. "Go away, I don't have time to deal with you. I still have things to take care of. If there's nothing else, you can leave first." Mu Xiaoyu glanced at Mo Qinghuan's phone on the table, a trace of peculiarity flashing in her eyes. "Who was the person talking to you just now?" Mo Qinghuan's hand trembled slightly, but then she relaxed. "I don't understand what you're talking about. Say it again, I have to work now." Looking at Mo Qinghuan refusing to admit it, Mu Xiaoyu had no choice but to get up and leave. What a coincidence. Mu Xiaoyu had just walked out when Charlotte's call came through. After some persuasion, Mo Qinghuan finally calmed down. "I will make sure the Qian family in Hangshui City knows their limits. At the same time, you must also mind your limits." Mo Qinghuan's words sent a chill through Shero. "I'll be careful with the boundaries. See you at university." He hung up the phone, feeling conflicted. He thought Mo Qinghuan seemed a bit jealous, but he didn't dare ask directly. Who knows if she might get annoyed and ashamed because of it. Time quickly flew by, and the school term began. Before leaving, Charlotte specifically went to bid farewell to her homeroom teacher, Wang Yu, and thanked her for her help. He also went to his biological mother's grave to pay his respects. Before the school term started, the three sisters finally successfully advanced to the first rank of the noble realm. During the holiday, Shin Huayou and Shin Huayou felt very puzzled. They originally thought they would be entangled by the two men from the Qian family, but unexpectedly, the other party was quite tactful and did not bother them again. The four got off the train, left the station, and stood in the city where the Giant Ability University is located, Giant Capital. They immediately spotted the reception staff from Giant Ability University. The four walked forward and shook hands with this person one by one. "Hello, my name is Li Shan, and I am the student reception staff of Giant Ability University. Please hand over your admission letters. I need to verify your identities." The three sisters handed their admission letters to Li Shan, while Charlotte handed over her special admission notice. Li Shan glanced up and caught sight of the special admission notice, feeling utterly shocked in his heart. According to the information received above, this year Giant Superpower University unexpectedly has 3 specially admitted students. In previous years, there hadn't been even one specially admitted student. Undoubtedly, these 3 must be exceptional talents. He carefully observed Charlotte. Although she was wearing a mask, making it impossible to see her face clearly, she must be good-looking. Li Shan opened the admission letter to verify the authenticity of the seal. After confirming it was genuine, he got up and returned the letter to Xiao Luo. "Xiao Luo, you are one of this year's 3 special admissions students. There will be a dedicated person responsible for personally escorting you to school. Are these 3 young ladies your friends?" Li Shan asked, pointing at the 3 sisters. "That's right," Charlotte nodded in response. "All right, please follow me," Li Shan said with a smile, gesturing politely. The 4 followed Li Shan to an open area. 3 luxury RVs were neatly parked on the open ground. Li Shan waved to signal the driver to open the door, then turned back to look at the 4 people. "Student Xiao Luo, these luxury RVs are specially prepared for special admissions. Food, drink, entertainment, everything you could want. Wish you a pleasant journey." Charlotte let the 3 people behind him get in the car first, then said to Li Shan, "Thank you, Senior Li Shan, for leading the way." Li Shan, seeing Charlotte's politeness, was flattered and slightly bowed. Previously, those special recruits always had a lofty attitude toward ordinary students like them. Unexpectedly, someone so polite showed up, leaving him a bit at a loss. No worries, hurry up and get in the car." After waving goodbye, Charlotte got into the camper. The interior of the camper was indeed fully equipped, with all kinds of drinks, snacks, and even a giant movie screen for entertainment. Closing the car door, the RV started moving, carrying 4 people toward the Giant Superpower University campus. 2 hours passed. The light inside the RV suddenly vanished, and the surroundings turned pitch black. The 4 people opened the car windows and looked outside. A towering wall that reaches into the clouds suddenly came into view. A rough estimate suggests that the wall is at least hundreds of meters high, with a thickness of dozens of meters. It's likely that only Moto, one of the three supreme powers, could have constructed such a wall. This is because Moto possesses the world's one and only SSS grade ability, the power to transform into a giant. After becoming a giant, all physical attributes increase 100-fold. This extraordinary effect has firmly secured his position as one of the three supreme beings. Legend has it that, in order to ensure this power could be passed down to his descendants, he once desperately urged his wife to bear children. However, regrettably, none of his descendants awakened this ability, which left him deeply disappointed. As the four marveled, the RV drove into the university square, where many students were already waiting. The difference was that they didn't have the privilege of being chauffeured in cars, they all came by taxi themselves. Who is this? Why do they get a private car to pick them up? You clearly don't know anything. This must be one of this year's special recruits. Special admission student? Then they must be a genius. Of course. Rumor has it there are 3 special admission students this year, and their talents are said to be exceptionally outstanding. Exceptionally outstanding? How outstanding? S-level abilities? TISC S-level abilities are nothing. They're basically all SSS level ability awakeners. ZZZ, that is indeed remarkable. The RV stopped below a high platform. On the platform, there were 3 stone seats, clearly prepared for this year's specially recruited students. At this moment, the driver ahead notified Shero and the others to get off. The 4 of them organized their luggage and stepped out of the camper. Just as they got off, a teacher came forward to greet them. She glanced at the faces of the 4 individuals before finally fixing her gaze on Shero. Are you the special admission student, Xiao Luo? Xiao Luo nodded somewhat perplexedly. That's right, I am Xiao Luo. Teacher, may I ask your surname? Mu Xiaoyu smiled and said, my surname is Mu, just call me Teacher Mu. Mr. Mu, is there something you need me for? Charlotte asked. Mu Xiaoyu raised his hand and pointed to the 3 stone seats on the high platform. The 3 positions above are seats specially prepared for this year's special admissions candidates. You can choose a spot you like, sit down, and wait for the test to begin. Test? What test? The 4 asked in unison. Hearing this, Mu Xiaoyu pointed to a rectangular stone tablet behind the 4. According to tradition, every year when new students enroll, their ability levels and qualities are tested. That rectangular stone tablet is the equipment used for testing. Currently, not all the students have arrived. The test will only begin once everyone is here. After hearing Mu Xiaoyu's explanation, the 4 people nodded in understanding. Alright, Xiao Luo, go ahead and pick a spot you think is suitable, Mu Xiaoyu urged. Xiao Luo exchanged glances with her 3 sisters, then stepped onto the platform. Stepping over more than 30 steps, he arrived in front of 3 stone thrones. Meanwhile, everyone below the stage was also watching Charlo. They were full of curiosity about which stone throne Charlo would choose. In the end, Charlo did not look at the 2 stone thrones on the left or right at all. She sat directly on the stone throne in the center, placing her hands on the armrests on either side. With a proud gaze, she looked down at the crowd below the platform. The crowd was overwhelmed by the confident aura emanating from Charlotte, until another special car stopped beneath the elevated platform. The private car slowly came to a stop, and a fair-skinned girl stepped out. Her appearance instantly made all the other girls present pale in comparison. The girl was dressed in a purple gauze dress, her eyes covered by some kind of purple fabric. A female attendant beside her gently helped her out of the car. The girl gently moved her thoughts, and the surrounding situation came into full view. She looked up at Charlotte on the high platform, slightly startled. At this moment, Mu Xiaoyu walked toward her and explained the current situation. The girl signaled her attendants to retreat, then turned and stepped onto the high platform. Although her eyes were covered, her steps were steady and smooth, without any stumbles. Every step she took was decisive, sending chills down one's spine. The girl walked up to the 3 stone thrones and carefully examined Charlo, as if pondering something. At this moment, Charlo was also observing the strangely dressed girl. Hello, my name is Shero. He extended his right hand. The girl saw this and also extended her hand, speaking gently like flowing water. Hello, my name is Kongyu. The 2 exchanged greetings, marking their first meeting. After a moment, Kongyu decisively gave up competing for the center seat and sat on the stone seat to the right. The audience below originally thought there would be an exciting scene, but unexpectedly, the girl appeared so timid. The atmosphere instantly became dull and uninteresting. Mu Xiaoyu saw this scene and a faint, amused smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Because she knew the girl's identity was extraordinary. She took the initiative to introduce herself and shake hands, clearly believing that Charlotte was indeed qualified. At this moment, the last special car drove into the square, stopping below the high platform, and a man dressed in black and red stepped out. He stood below the high platform, his gaze arrogantly sweeping over the two people on the platform, a hint of disdain appearing on his face. Just as Mu Xiaoyu was about to approach to explain the situation to him, the man leapt up and directly arrived in front of the 3 stone thrones. He first glanced at the empty seat on the left, then walked up to Charlotte. "Get up! You're in my seat," the man said arrogantly. His words carried a confrontational tone, making the audience below eagerly anticipate the upcoming drama. Charlotte looked at the arrogant figure before him, resting his right hand on his cheek, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Silently thought to himself, "Noble realm 9th tier, the strength is quite decent." Although wearing a mask that concealed it from others, the man at this moment noticed the disdain in Xiao Luo's eyes. Instantly, a surge of unprovoked anger rose in his heart. "You dare to look down on me?" Charlotte made no effort to hide his disdain and said coldly, "If you want me to respect you, prove it with your strength." As soon as the words fell, the man suddenly spewed a ball of black flames from his mouth, aiming straight at Charlotte's face. Charlotte lightly flicked his fingertips, and the black flames in front of him were effortlessly deflected. Immediately afterward, a powerful gravitational force was suddenly applied to the man. Boom! He was directly pressed in front of Charlot, lying on the ground unable to move. Charlot's gaze turned cold, and he raised his foot to step on his head. "You're too weak. Just like an ant. I only need to exert a little force to crush you on the spot." Seeing this, the crowd below was momentarily stunned. They had thought it would be a battle of equals, but unexpectedly, one side was directly overpowered. Why is there such a huge disparity in strength between special recruits? The man lying on the ground felt the pressure underfoot, his eyes bloodshot, his fingers trembling slightly, and black flames involuntarily emerged from his body. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the man's physique rapidly expanded. His arms transformed into dragon claws, wings grew from his back, and a long tail extended from beneath his body. In an instant, a massive black dragon appeared before everyone. Its enormous body almost occupied the entire high platform. As the man transformed into a dragon, his power rapidly increased. The gravity applied by Charlotte could no longer suppress him. The dragon's wings blocked out the sky, its gaze fixed on Charlotte, with wisps of smoke emerging from its mouth, as if it might spew scorching flames at any moment. Charlotte looked at the dragon's head in front of him, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. This creature indeed had some reason to be proud. SSS level ability, Netherflame Dragon. After transforming into a dragon, his body is greatly strengthened, and he can spew scorching black flames from his mouth at any time. This indeed gives him the confidence to stand undefeated among his peers. Mu Xiaoyu originally thought that Charlotte would feel pressured upon witnessing his dragon transformation, but she had clearly overthought it. Charlotte's gaze remained indifferent, filled with a contemptuous smile. She turned to look at Charlotte's 3 friends, and surprisingly, there wasn't a trace of worry on their faces, only confidence in Charlotte. Immediately, she furrowed her brows and scrutinized Charlotte's ability level. However, to her astonishment, she couldn't discern Charlotte's ability level at all, as if something was obstructing her probing. "This is so strange. I can't see Charlotte's specific ability level. Is it because of his power?" Mu Xiaoyu was filled with doubt. The dragon raised its claw and swung it toward Charlotte, clearly intending to crush him. Charlotte stood up, clenched his right fist tightly, and his fist instantly emitted a burst of white light. Bang! The massive dragon claw collided with the small fist, producing a deafening sound accompanied by waves of air. The airwaves swept over the audience below the stage, forcing them to shield their eyes instinctively. Crack, crack strangely, the air was also filled with sounds resembling glass shattering. A few seconds later, the dragon let out a wail. Roar! The audience below the stage turned their heads to look. They saw the dragon's claw, densely covered with scales, beginning to slowly crack along the gaps between the scales, with blood continuously gushing out. Meanwhile, Charlotte's fist remained completely unscathed. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. Was this guy even human? The dragon stared incredulously at its claw, the intense pain and the blood continuously flowing from within causing it to lose its sanity on the spot. It let out a deafening roar of rage, then opened its massive mouth, intending to swallow Charlot whole. At this moment, Charlot was already losing patience. Seeing the opponent still unwilling to settle down, he exerted a slight force with his feet and instantly teleported in front of the dragon. With a heavy punch, he struck the dragon directly in the face, immediately knocking it off the high platform. The dragon crashed heavily to the ground with a loud boom, reverting back to human form. The man was now unconscious, his face fractured, and blood continued to seep from his hand. Charlot's 2 punches directly subdued the crowd below the stage, solidifying their belief that Charlot was the rookie king of this year. Mu Xiaoyu was not surprised by the scene and immediately ordered someone to carry the man away for treatment. Every year, there were special recruits injured while competing for the C-position stone seat, and she had long grown accustomed to it. Charlot returned to his rightful C-position seat, his expression calm, as if nothing had happened. Kangya sat quietly in her seat, her face showing no surprise, as though she had already anticipated this outcome. Mu Xiaoyu glanced around, surveying the surrounding students. Seeing that most of the attendees were present, she walked to the square monument and shouted loudly, "Now! Begin the ability level and quality assessment. Now, I will call out each student's name one by one. Students, once you hear your name, please come up immediately for testing. Don't waste everyone's time." After finishing her words, Mu Xiaoyu took out a list that recorded the names of hundreds of newly admitted students. "Shen Shao. Present," a boy responded loudly. There were approximately 300 students in total, and the testing would soon be completed. During this time, Yuni, Shin Huayou, and Shin Huayou also successfully completed their tests. Among the 300 students, several S-level and SS-level ability awakeners emerged. A-level ability users were the most numerous, while B-level ability users were almost non-existent. As the last student finished their test, the crowd below the stage turned their gaze toward the 2 people on the stage. At this moment, Mu Xiaoyu also spoke. "You too. Who's going first?" Hearing the voice, Kangya stood up first, her body slowly floating in the air, drifting straight toward the square monument. Landing in front of the monument, Kangya slowly raised her hand. The moment her palm touched the monument, a surge of purple energy instantly erupted from its surface, shooting straight into the sky, and stirring the clouds above the square. This was the exclusive effect triggered only when the monument detected an SSS-level ability. Gradually, the purple energy began to dissipate, and Kongyu's information appeared on the monument. Ability quality, SSS-level ability, mind connection to divinity. Ability level, 9th stage of the noble realm. An ability at the 9th stage of the noble realm essentially leaves others a whole realm behind. However, those who can become special recruits are all exceptional, so no one was surprised by this. Yet, when they saw the 4 characters' mind connection to divinity, everyone present was utterly shocked. This ability belonged to Kong Shang, a founding hero of the Xiaoli nation and a member of the Kong family. Since the establishment of Xiaoli nation, the Kong family has remained secluded and ordinary. People know almost nothing about them. This girl is undoubtedly a member of the Kong family, and awakening such an ability makes it highly likely that she will become the next head of the Kong family. Mu Xiaoyu seemed to have anticipated all of this long ago. She waved her hand, signaling Kongyu to step down. Kongyu nodded slightly, then floated back up to the high platform. At this moment, the only one who had yet to undergo testing was Shero. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him, eager to know just how powerful this guy was and why another special recruit was completely powerless before him. Among the crowd, Shero spotted a familiar face. It was Mo Huan, someone he hadn't seen in a long time and deeply missed. Shero wanted to wave to her, but considering the seriousness of the occasion, he held back. Mo Huan noticed that Shero had seen her. She immediately gave him a thumbs up and an assuring look, as if to tell him to confidently showcase himself, promising that she would protect him. Charlotte nodded slightly, exerted force with her feet, and instantly arrived beside the square monument. Mu Xiaoyu's gaze was intense, eager to learn about Charlotte's supernatural abilities. Yuni, Shin Huayou, and Shin Huayou were also filled with curiosity, having privately asked Charlotte multiple times, but he always responded vaguely, claiming it was a secret. The 3 of them were now fully focused, as today they could finally catch a glimpse of Charlotte's true strength. Charlotte raised his hand slightly and placed it on the square monument. However, the phenomenon everyone anticipated did not occur. Instead, there was complete silence. Just as everyone began to suspect whether the square monument was malfunctioning, several streams of energy in different colors suddenly shot skyward from the monument. The massive energy fluctuations instantly cleared the skies above the plaza. At this moment, the square monument seemed unable to withstand such immense energy, its surface gradually cracking, as if it might collapse in the next second. Mu Xiaoyu stood nearby, eyes wide open, staring at the cracks on the monument. This was the first time the square monument had ever experienced such a situation. It was unable to endure the supernatural power within Charlotte. Fortunately, after a few seconds, The energy gradually dissipated, and the stone tablet stopped cracking. Charlotte slowly lowered her hand, quietly waiting for the feedback from the stone tablet. The audience below fell silent instantly, everyone staring intently at the stone tablet. Finally, the stone tablet recovered and began to slowly reveal Charlotte's information. Ability quality, sea level, strange fruit tree. Sea level ability? The crowd below saw that Charlotte's ability was only sea level and began to discuss. Sea level ability? Even my grandma's ability is stronger than his. Exactly, there hasn't been a sea level ability in my family for 3 generations. Special recruit? Is this it? What special admission student? More like a connection admission. But this is really too strange. A mere sea level ability, how could it defeat another special admission student in just 2 punches? Could he have hired an actor? You want me to find an SSS level Nether Flame Dragon ability user to act as an actor? I truly admire you. I don't need you to serve me, you'd better go help the old lady cross the street. Listening to the surrounding people's comments about Charlotte, the 3 sisters couldn't help but roll their eyes. These people really haven't seen the world. They understood in their hearts that Charlotte definitely possessed more than one superpower. The gravity ability that suppressed them. The elasticity ability that could repel everything. The vibration ability that shattered space. There is also the Azure Flame ability that can rapidly heal wounds. It's just that these abilities have not yet appeared on the stone tablet. Sure enough, at this moment, the stone tablet began to display text again. Just as the crowd below thought this time they would finally uncover Charlotte's ability level. Superpower quality, SSS level, elastic meatball. As soon as the large characters appeared, the schadenfreude on the faces of the crowd below instantly froze. What's going on? Why is the superpower quality displayed again? Wasn't it a sea-level superpower? Why has it turned into an SSS level ability again? Mu Xiaoyu quickly took out her notebook. She wanted to record this unprecedented SSS level ability. After a few seconds of complete silence, a voice suddenly rang out, "Is he a dual ability user?" At this moment, the audience finally reacted. It turned out that Charlotte was actually one of those extremely rare dual ability users. With this reasonable explanation, everyone gradually came to their senses. Dual ability users are not non-existent, but they are extremely rare. They just hadn't seen it before, so they didn't react immediately. Just as everyone secretly nodded in agreement, the stone tablet unexpectedly revealed more text. Ability quality, SSS level, gravity manipulation, SSS. Several large characters appeared, and the crowd below gasped in astonishment. The stone tablet unexpectedly revealed another superpower. Doesn't this mean that Charlotte is actually a triple-powered individual? Unlike dual-powered individuals, triple-powered individuals exist only in legends. None of the countries have the slightest information about the tri-ability users. However, not long ago, the first person of Xiali Nation, Zhang Tai, was rumored to be a tri-ability user. But no one has any concrete evidence. Now, a living tri-ability user is standing right before their eyes. They had no choice but to believe that triple ability users truly exist in the world. When everyone thought that triple ability users were already the limit, the stone tablet once again revealed text. Ability quality, SSS level, shaking the heavens. Another SSS level ability. At this moment, everyone's minds went completely blank, and some even pinched their thighs hard, hoping to wake up from a dream. Standing beside Charlotte, Mu Xiaoyu couldn't help but tremble all over. Among the 4 abilities, 3 turned out to be SSS level powers. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that such a heaven-defying person could exist in the world. This moment was destined to be recorded in history. A living, breathing 4-ability wielder appeared at Giant Ability University. Witnessing Charlotte display his true talent, Mo Qinghuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and she excitedly clenched her fists in secret, marveling in her heart at her incredible luck. She had merely gone out for a stroll and stumbled upon such a monstrous genius. The entire square, with hundreds of people, fell into complete silence. No one could believe this reality. Seeing the crowd remain speechless, Charlotte's lips curled into a faint smile, and he softly murmured, "Let me give the world a little shock." Standing beside Charlotte, Mu Xiaoyu froze upon hearing this, puzzled in her heart. What did he mean? Wasn't being a 4-ability wielder shocking enough? Just as she was lost in thought, the stone tablet began to display text again. Ability quality, SSS level, Azure Flame Undying Phoenix. From low to high, neatly arranged, 5 abilities. 1 C-level ability plus 4 SSS level abilities. The people below the stage were already somewhat numb upon seeing this scene. Even if Charlotte revealed another ability, they wouldn't be surprised in the slightest. At this moment, even Mo Huan below the stage was stunned. Wasn't he supposed to be a 4-ability user? How did he become a 5-ability user? Mu Xiaoyu, being the closest, was utterly shocked. She turned to look at Mo Huan below the stage and saw her equally bewildered expression. She immediately understood that Mo Huan had no idea Charlo was a 5-ability user. Charlo must have only shown her his 4 abilities. Yuni, Shin Huayou, and Shin Huayou had mentally prepared themselves beforehand, but even so, they were still shaken. A 5-ability user, the only one in the world. The name Charlo is destined to be recorded in history, forever remembered by the world. At this moment, Kongyu sat calmly on the stone throne. Although her eyes were covered, her psychic ability allowed her to perceive her surroundings without needing sight. From the first time she saw Charlo, she felt he was extraordinary. First of all, she couldn't discern Charlo's psychic ability level, which clearly indicated that his level was high enough to suppress hers. When she stood in front of Charlo, the aura emanating from him was incredibly intense, carrying a faint pressure that left her almost powerless to resist. As a result, she did not compete with Charlo for the central stone throne. Judging by the current situation, she was indeed correct. This monster with 5 psychic abilities, even she could only serve as his foil. At this moment, the final display on the stone tablet revealed Charlo's psychic ability level. Psychic ability level, Transcendent Realm, 9th tier. 9 stages of transcending the ordinary, a full 2 major realms ahead of regular students. This realm has completely surpassed the strength expected of a freshman. The man who had been knocked out by Charlotte's 2 punches earlier had now recovered. He walked to the square, glanced at Charlotte standing beside the monument, and caught sight of the information appearing on it. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart trembled violently. He raised his hand to rub his eyes, confirming he hadn't misread the words. Unable to hold back, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his hands falling weakly to his sides, followed by a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. His name was Zhou Yan. He didn't come from a wealthy family but rather an ordinary household. Ever since awakening his SSS level ability, the Netherflame Dragon, his path had been smooth and effortless. Long-lost relatives and friends flocked to visit him with gifts, his parents received promotions and raises at work, and countless women threw themselves at him. After experiencing all this, his personality underwent a dramatic change, as if he were the chosen one, the leader of his generation. He had thought that with his ability, he could shine brightly during the testing phase, paving an even smoother path ahead. But unexpectedly, a prodigy emerged halfway through. 5 abilities, 4 of them SSS level, everything converged in one person. He didn't even qualify to carry the other's shoes. Recalling his earlier arrogance in front of the crowd, he now just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Charlotte, wearing a mask and not revealing his true face, stood there quietly. The aura of a king emanating from him made his peers feel nothing but despair. To live in the same era as such a person was, undeniably, a tragedy. At this moment, a loud voice rang out. Lu Ocean, take off your mask. We want to see your true face. With this person's instigation, the audience instantly became lively. Take it off. Take it off. Take it off. Seeing the crowd so enthusiastic, Sharo raised his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. The scene instantly returned to silence. He slowly removed his mask, revealing his true face. Those features seemed like a masterpiece crafted by heaven. His eyes were like deep pools, with a dark gaze that shimmered with brilliant light. The corners of his mouth slightly curved upward, revealing a devilish smile that exuded a fatal allure. Everyone in the audience was momentarily speechless, captivated by his handsome appearance. Among those present, perhaps only Mo Huan was the most shocked. Because Charlotte's appearance had changed so drastically, the transformation was so profound that she hesitated to recognize him and dared not look closely, fearing she might be deeply captivated by him. Beside Charlotte, Mu Xiaoyu's gaze was vacant, and she unconsciously wiped the corner of her mouth, feeling a surge of inexplicable impulse in her heart. As everyone's thoughts gradually returned, they all took out their phones and started snapping photos of Charlotte. Because whether it was his extraordinary talent or his stunning looks, both were moments of beauty worth capturing. When the detection ceremony came to an end, Charlo earned the title of Rookie King with an absolute advantage over his peers. Information about Charlo began to spread online. Many people couldn't believe such an existence could exist and accused Giant Ability University of fabricating lies to deceive the public. But none of this had anything to do with Charlo. At this moment, Sharo was sitting in Mo Huan's office, being sternly interrogated by her. You little trickster, how dare you lie to me and say you only have 4 abilities? Do you know how serious the consequences of deceiving me are? Ching Huan glared at Shero and said directly. Shero laughed heartily, secretly thinking to himself, there's still a lot you don't know. Everyone has to keep some secrets, Principal Mo, don't you agree? Ching Huan listened and silently agreed in her heart. Indeed, people always need to have some secrets, it's impossible to reveal everything. Coming back to her senses, she suddenly remembered something and asked seriously, then, do you have any other secrets? Charlot did not respond, merely gazing quietly at Ching Huan. Ching Huan saw this and stopped asking further. Since you don't want to talk about it, I won't press you anymore. She turned around and took out a map of Tianheng Star from the drawer, placing it in front of the two of them. Charlotte had seen the map of Tianheng Star online. The northern part of the planet is the human continent, while the southern part is an endless ocean. However, when he glanced at it, he found that this map seemed to differ from the ordinary maps of Tianheng Star. In the southern ocean of Tianheng Star, there actually exists an unknown continent. And this continent has no information available online. Seeing Charlotte's face full of confusion, Ching Huan said, it seems you've already noticed the difference. Why is this map different from the version online? Charlotte asked in confusion. Because this is the true map of Tianheng Star. The online map is merely a trick to mislead the world, Ching Huan replied indifferently. Why go to such great lengths? Charlotte looked down at the map and asked, puzzled. Because this continent is called the Exotic Beast Continent, Ching Huan said, pointing to the vast land. Exotic Beast Continent. Charlotte heard this name for the first time. Ching Huan nodded. This continent is extremely large, at least twice the size of the human continent in the northern part of Tianheng Star. Mineral resources are abundant, the terrain is diverse, and countless exotic beasts inhabit the land, making the living environment extremely dangerous for humans. Therefore, all nations have reached a consensus that information about the continent of exotic beasts must not be disclosed. Only students who are admitted to world-class universities can learn about the continent of exotic beasts and are required to keep this secret. Upon hearing this, Charlotte still couldn't understand why Ching Huan suddenly decided to tell him these things. Why did you tell us something like this? Ching Huan heard this, stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the peaceful campus. Xia Luo, do you think the Giant Ability University is large in size? Xia Luo was momentarily stunned, recalling the scale of this school, which indeed did not match the standards of a top-tier university. Apart from that towering wall hundreds of meters high, there were no other significant facilities. At this moment, a bold idea emerged in his mind. Could it be? Seeing that Charlotte had already made some guesses, Ching Huan no longer concealed the truth. The headquarters of Giant Superpower University is not here at all, but on the Beast Continent. Sizzle. Even though he had already speculated in his heart, Charlotte was still shocked by this news. Then how do we get there? Do we need to take a boat? Charlotte asked with a puzzled frown. Ching Huan playfully shook her finger. No, there are many powerful exotic beasts lurking in the sea. If the ship gets sunk, it would be too dangerous, and it would take a very long time. The school has a special space gate leading directly to the university headquarters. Space gate? Does such a thing really exist in this world? Charlotte couldn't help but ask in shock. Ching Huan heard this and pointed to the portrait of Zhang Tai on the wall. All of this is thanks to the number one person in Xiali Nation, Zhang Tai. He is the only person in the world with spatial abilities. In order to jointly develop the exotic beast continent with other nations, he established spatial gates in top universities around the world that lead to the exotic beast continent. Precisely because Zhang Tai selflessly contributes without regard to borders, his prestige in the world is extremely high. Charlotte gazed at the portrait exuding a faint aura of authority, and a sense of respect involuntarily welled up in her heart. This is the true demeanor a strong individual should possess, Charlotte remarked with admiration. Ching Huan nodded slightly in agreement and then said, tomorrow, you will pass through the spatial gate and enter the university headquarters. To begin your training. The weather on the exotic beast continent is unpredictable, so remember to bring plenty of seasonal clothing. Won't you come with us to the headquarters? Charlotte asked. Ching Huan shook her head. No, the Star God Society has been quite restless these past few months. The giant capital needs someone to guard it. Mentioning the Star God Society again, Charlotte couldn't help but feel curious. I saw on the news that the exact location of the Star God Society's headquarters has always been a mystery. Do you think the headquarters of the Star God Society might be somewhere on the exotic beast continent? Charlotte whispered. Ching Huan was stunned upon hearing this, then quickly gestured to Charlotte's mouth with her finger, signaling him not to speak recklessly. If the headquarters of the Star God Society were really on the exotic beast continent, wouldn't that mean the Star God Society is connected to Zhang Tai? After all, only Zhang Tai possesses the ability to send people or objects to the exotic beast continent. Sharo, you absolutely must not mention entering the university headquarters. You're indirectly tarnishing Zhang Tai's reputation. If this spreads, you might drown in a sea of spit. At this moment, Sharo also realized he had misspoken. He raised his hand to cover his mouth and secretly vowed never to speak recklessly again. Leaving the office, he returned to his temporary dormitory. This dormitory was a single room specially arranged by the school for special admissions students, with all kinds of facilities fully equipped. Shortly after returning to the dormitory, the door to the room was knocked on. Opening the door, what came into view were the familiar three sisters. "We came to see you. ×3. Charlotte stepped aside to let them in and sit down. Shin Huayou glanced around Charlotte's room, finding no suspicious figures, and nodded to herself. "Brother Charlotte, where did you go just now? We came to find you earlier, but you weren't here," Shin Huayou asked, tilting her head. After hearing this, Charlotte carefully recounted what Mo Huan had told him earlier and reminded them to keep it a secret and not to tell their family. Anyway, everyone will know tomorrow, so revealing it a bit earlier doesn't matter. This shocking news left the three sisters momentarily stunned. Tomorrow, they would be heading to that continent which had never appeared on the world map. This news made them feel incredibly excited. "I told you, a world-renowned university couldn't possibly be this small. Turns out this isn't the main campus at all," Yuni said excitedly. "This time, we're really about to embark on a new journey," Shin Huayou said, clenching her fist in excitement. "Let's go buy some clothes first. Didn't Shaloko mention that the weather on the exotic beast continent is unpredictable? The clothes we brought definitely won't be enough," Shin Huayou suggested. Let's go, and grab a meal outside while we're at it." Charlotte stood up, put on a mask, trying her best not to be recognized. The four of them passed through the towering walls that reached the sky, left the school, and entered the giant city district. They walked along completely unfamiliar streets. The combination of three beautiful girls and one boy drew the attention of most of the men around. Everyone stopped to take a closer look at Charlotte, who was wearing a mask, to see just how captivating he was. The four paid no attention to the gazes of others as they visited each shop one by one. Meanwhile, inside a luxury car parked on the opposite street, a pair of eyes was fixed intently on Charlotte. After the four finished shopping and stepped out of the store, a stranger approached them head-on, blocking their path. "Hello, Mr. Charlotte, my master has something to discuss with you and requests your presence," the man said, pointing to the luxury car across the street. Charlotte saw this and replied without hesitation, "Not going." After speaking, he turned and left. Seeing Charlotte being so dismissive, the man's expression froze for a moment. As Charlotte was about to walk away, the man hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. "Mr. Charlotte, you might not know my master's identity. My master is..." Just as the man was rambling on, Charlotte raised his hand to interrupt him. "I'm not interested in your master's identity. I'm quite satisfied with my current situation and have no intention of joining any family organization. Excuse me, goodbye." After speaking, Charlotte gave the three sisters a look, signaling them to keep walking. The man was left speechless by Charlotte's words, unable to continue. Seeing the four people gradually walking away, the man turned back to the car, leaned close to the rear window, and said in a low voice, "Master, it seems that Charlot doesn't want to join any organization. What should we do?" The man in the back seat picked up his glass and took a sip of wine. "If he doesn't want to, then let it be. Such a genius is full of pride and won't willingly live under someone else's roof. Inform Reneo at the university headquarters to keep an eye on his every move. If there's a chance, make him have to owe us a favor. That way, we can establish a connection with him." "Yes, master," the man responded. The next day, all the new students, led by Xiaoming, arrived at a secluded square within the school. At the very center of the square, there was a slightly elevated platform, and atop the platform was the space gate used for spatial traversal. It is worth mentioning that throughout this journey, Zhou Yan did not dare to look directly at Xiao Luo beside him. The fear of Xiao Luo had already been deeply imprinted in his mind, making him afraid to act recklessly in front of Xiao Luo. Xiaoming stepped onto the high platform and raised her hand to signal everyone to quiet down. "Please, all students, line up consciously and enter the space gate in an orderly manner." "Xiao Luo. Present." Charlotte raised his right hand. "You go first." Xiaoming pointed to the space gate behind him. Charlotte stepped onto the stairs, approached the space gate, and the moment he touched the door, he felt an invisible suction force. Without hesitation, he stepped into the interior of the space gate. He suddenly felt a bright flash before his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared on another high platform. Stepping out of the space gate, Charlot looked around and found himself in a city square. The square's roads extended in all directions, leading to different areas. The city was vast in scale, so much so that Charlot couldn't see its end. As he was surveying his surroundings, the space gate began to usher in groups of people one after another. Hundreds of people quickly gathered, and Mu Xiaoyu, as the teacher, was the last to come out. She looked around at the surroundings and began to introduce, "This city is the headquarters of the Giant Ability University, divided into 5 areas in total. Commercial Zone, Training Zone, Ranking Battle Zone, Combat Zone, and Living Zone. The Commercial Zone is the area for buying and selling various items, weapons, crystal cores, and even cultivation insights from ability users of the same type can be found there. Training Zone, as the name suggests, is a place for students to practice their techniques. Ranking Battle Zone, the school has established a ranking reward system. The higher your rank, the better the benefits you can receive each month. Combat Zone, through the space gate, you can truly step onto the beast continent, hunt exotic beasts, and obtain a massive amount of crystal cores. The only thing to note is that half of the crystal cores you acquire must be handed over to the school. And the area beneath your feet is the living zone where students can rest. Now, follow me. I'll assign you your accommodations." Hundreds of people followed Mu Xiaoyu, walking between the tall buildings. Mu Xiaoyu assigned accommodations to the students one by one according to the list in her hand. Coincidentally, the 3 sisters were assigned to the same apartment. Just as the 3 sisters were about to go upstairs, Shin Huayou turned back and made a phone gesture to Xiaoluo, signaling him not to forget to call them. Xiaoluo smiled and nodded, making an OK gesture. All the regular students had already been assigned, leaving only Xiaoluo, Kongyu, and Zhou Yan, the 3 special admission students, without accommodations. "Follow me, you 3. With a gentle wave of her hand, Mu Xiaoyu caused a stream of water to appear beneath the 4 people's feet. The water did not wet their clothes but carried them into the air. They flew all the way to the villa district on the other side of the tall buildings before slowly descending. Mu Xiaoyu pointed to the villa district and said, "This villa district is specially prepared for special admissions or exceptionally outstanding students. Each villa is equipped with a private butler, specifically responsible for your daily meals. In addition, there will be staff coming in the morning or evening to clean the villa. However, if your performance does not meet the school's expectations, the villa will also be taken back." After speaking, Mu Xiaoyu took out 3 keys and handed them to the 3 one by one. Charlotte took the key and saw the number 66 on it. It seemed he was staying in villa number 66. "Thank you, Teacher Mu," Charlotte said softly. Mu Xiaoyu smiled and nodded. Her task was already completed, and there was no need to stay here any longer. After bidding farewell to the 3, Mu Xiaoyu turned and flew away. Charlotte began searching for his number 66 villa in the residential area. Kongyu and Zhou Yan also dispersed, each going to find their own residence. He walked through the villa area, carefully examining the numbers on the doors. 60, 63, 65, 66. Finally, he found a place to call his own. He took out the key, unlocked the door, and stepped into the yard. Upon entering the yard, there was a long narrow path, with flowers, plants, and trees planted on both sides. Walking down the path, he finally arrived in front of the house. Looking up, the villa has 3 floors, making it seem somewhat spacious for one person. Pushing open the villa door, he entered the house. The first thing that caught his eye was a spacious living room, capable of accommodating at least dozens of people. The air carried no unpleasant odors, instead, it was filled with a refreshing fragrance, clearly indicating regular upkeep. He wandered around with his backpack. Eventually, he chose the largest room on the 3rd floor to stay in. Then he went downstairs to the backyard and walked to the rear garden. A swimming pool suddenly came into Charlotte's view. The water is crystal clear, seemingly just replaced. At that very moment, a sound of the door being pushed open suddenly echoed by the ear. Someone walked in through the main entrance. He turned around and left the backyard, returning to the living room. A beautiful girl dressed in a maid outfit stood straight in the living room, her hands placed on her lower abdomen. Beside her were her luggage and freshly purchased food. Upon seeing Charlot appear, she lowered her head and greeted him with a bow. "Mr. Charlotte, I am your personal butler, Yuzi. Starting today, I will be responsible for your daily needs." Seeing this situation, Charlotte was slightly taken aback. He couldn't understand how the school had convinced such a girl to become a personal butler, but he didn't ask much, as it was her personal matter after all. Clearing his throat, he said warmly, "Yuzi, lift your head. Since we will be spending so much time together, there's no need for so many formalities. Except for one room on the 3rd floor, you can freely choose any other room to stay in. Yuzi was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. This was her first time doing such a job. After completing the training, the teacher told her that this time the service recipient was an exceptionally gifted special recruit and instructed her to do her utmost to ensure the special recruit's satisfaction. She originally thought that the special recruit would surely be arrogant, making it difficult to get along, and might even require her to sacrifice herself. But now it seems her worries were somewhat unnecessary. "Thank you, Mr. Charlot. I'll go put away my luggage first and then prepare a meal for you," Yuzi said before heading upstairs, seemingly already having decided which room to stay in. After lunch, Charlotte nodded with satisfaction. No wonder she had undergone professional training. Yuzi's cooking skills were indeed impressive, almost on par with his culinary expertise. Yuzi, who had been standing beside Charlotte the whole time, was still in a daze. Previously, Charlotte had been wearing a mask, so she couldn't see his looks. When he took off the mask during the meal, Yuzi was instantly dumbfounded. "I didn't expect to be so fortunate. Not only is the person I'm serving gentle, but also so handsome. Yuzi, I just arrived here and don't know much about most things. Sit down and tell me about them," Charlotte said with a smile, pointing to the sofa opposite. Hearing Charlotte call her, Yuzi immediately snapped back to reality, calmed herself, and sat on the sofa. "Mr. Charlotte, what information would you like to know?" Tell me about some of the more important things first," Charlotte said. Yuzi frowned upon hearing this and fell into deep thought. "Important things? Then let me first tell you about the top 5 prodigies in the school rankings." As soon as he heard it was about the top 5 prodigies, Charlotte immediately became serious and nodded, signaling Yuzi to continue. Ranked 5th, Song Shunyan, male, SSS level ability, Demon Sky Black Hole, ability level, Transcendent Realm. Among the 5, he is known as the most troublesome one. Ranked 4th, Lu Woyen, female, SSS level ability, Mechanical Armament, ability level, Transcendent Realm. Among the 5, she is known as the most enduring one. Ranked 3rd, Chen Yike, female, SSS level ability, Annihilation Thunderstorm, ability level, Transcendent Realm. Among the 5, she is known as the most irritable one. Ranked 2nd, Moa, male, SSS level ability, Behemoth Beast, ability level, Transcendent Realm. Among the 5, he is known as the most resilient one. Ranked 1st, Sword Unbeaten, female, SSS level ability, Mastery of Swordsmanship, ability level unknown. Among the 5, she is referred to as the absolutely invincible one. Sword Unbeaten? The name sounds like a man. Charlotte looked puzzled. Yuzi patiently explained, Sword Unbeaten is the adopted daughter of Principal Moto. As for why her surname is Sword and not Moto, that remains a mystery. Then the second-ranked Moa must be a descendant of Principal Moto, right? Charlotte asked. Yes, Moa is Principal Moto's youngest son and also the son who resembles Principal Moto the most, Yuzi replied. Sharo pondered for a long time before asking, is this ranking based on the positions in the ranking battle zones? Yes, Yuzi nodded. Then what are the rewards for the ranking battle zones? Sharo asked. Crystal cores, money, weapons, the higher the ranking, the better the rewards, and the higher the status within the school, Yuzi replied. Charlotte pondered for a moment, thinking about his next plan. With his current strength, breaking into the top 5 was indeed difficult. His ability level was still too low, he needed more high-quality demon fruits and a greater variety of abilities. Tomorrow, I'll head to the combat zone to hunt for crystal cores. Since this is the exotic beast continent, it must be full of high-quality exotic beasts. Presumably, it won't be like before, where he couldn't find a single beast to his liking after searching for an entire day. Just as Charlot was deep in thought, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was a call from an unknown number. He answered the call. Hello? Who is this? I am Moto. Hearing the voice from the other end of the phone, Charlotte felt somewhat unreal. Principal Moto, is there something you need from me? Charlotte, come to my office. I have something I want to discuss with you. Beep beep beep. Moto hung up the phone after speaking, leaving Sharo looking bewildered. Nevertheless, he got up and prepared to head out. He walked a few steps. Suddenly, he realized he wasn't very familiar with the way, so he turned around and asked Yuzi, do you know where Principal Moto's office is? Oh, it's in the villa area, in the tall building at the southernmost end. You'll find it by looking at the sign at the entrance, Yuzi said while pointing southward. Charlotte nodded and then walked out of the villa, heading south. Along the way, he followed the directions on the signs and finally found a tall building. Entering the building, the receptionist led him all the way to the door of Moto's office. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Principal Moto, I am Charlotte. Come in. He opened the door, and the moment he stepped into the office, a strong oppressive force instantly surrounded him, almost suffocating him. Fortunately, the feeling lasted only a few seconds before disappearing without a trace. His body felt lighter, and he looked up at the man sitting behind the desk. The man had a well-proportioned physique, muscular and perfectly sculpted, though the shiny bald forehead slightly detracted from the overall aesthetic. Principal Moto, Charlotte greeted respectfully. Moto did not respond, merely pointed to the chair opposite, signaling him to sit down. Charlotte immediately stepped forward and sat in the chair. When do you plan to marry my daughter? Moto suddenly asked, his tone straightforward. Charlotte almost lost his breath upon hearing this. Cough, cough, cough. Principal Moto, what do you mean by this? Between Mo Ching Huan and me, Principal Mo, we are absolutely innocent, with no issues of any kind between a man and a woman. Hearing this, Moto widened his eyes and stared at Xiaoluo. Is what you said true? It's absolutely true, Charlotte answered eagerly. After hearing this, Moto finally revealed a smile. Ha ha ha, that's great. I thought my daughter had found someone she liked after going out, but luckily it was just a false alarm. Charlotte was speechless inside, not expecting Moto to be such a doting father. Then, Moto's tone shifted, his expression turning serious as he asked, Charlotte, do you want to be my apprentice? When Charlotte heard this, her body trembled sharply, and her expression instantly froze. Why? Charlotte asked in confusion. He really couldn't understand why Moto suddenly wanted to take him as a disciple. After all, they had only met for the first time today. Moreover, their abilities had no similarities whatsoever. Therefore, he didn't believe that apprenticing under by Moto would provide him with any substantial help. Moto spoke, laughing heartily a few times toward the sky. Ha ha ha. Charlotte, your talent is truly one of a kind among all the people I've encountered. If there is no proper guidance, it would be such a pity to take the wrong path. As he spoke, Moto opened the drawer in front of him, took out a book, and handed it to Charlotte. Charlotte stood up and received the book with both hands, only to see 3 large characters written in ink on the cover. 9 heavens. 9 heavens? Xiaoluo looked up at Moto with a puzzled gaze, his eyes revealing a hint of confusion. Moto smiled faintly and began to speak. All the strong ones in the world have their own unique powerful techniques. This 9 heavens is the crystallization of my profound understanding of power, a book of powerful techniques. I've reviewed your profile. Among the 5 ability users, you are astonishing, and you possess 4 SSS level abilities. One of your SSS level abilities, shaking the firmament, intrigues me greatly. The violent power of vibration can easily tear through space. If you master this book 9 heavens, your combat power will surely advance by leaps and bounds. After hearing this, Charlotte eagerly opened the first page. 9 heavens. 1 force, 1 heaven, 1 realm. After mastering it, the punches thrown will contain powerful hidden force, and their power will increase explosively. Upon reaching the highest level of the 9th heaven, 9 layers of hidden force will overlap. Each layer is stronger than the last, possessing the ability to shatter everything. The more Charlotte looked at it, the more he liked it. This move was simply perfect for him. He immediately stood up and bowed to Moto. Charlotte wishes to apprentice under you. Thank you, master, for bestowing such a precious technique upon me. Hearing Charlotte's words, Moto couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, good. Charlotte, from now on, you will be my second disciple. The Academy's number 1, Sword Unbeaten, is my first disciple and also your senior sister. Train diligently, and don't slack off. Yes, master. Charlotte bowed respectfully and then asked, Master, where is senior sister now? Her? She can't stay idle all day, probably hunting exotic beasts somewhere, Moto said helplessly. After hearing this, Sharo nodded in sudden realization. Moto continued. Sharo, there is a tower in the training area called the Mirage Tower, which contains illusions of various exotic beasts. Take some time to challenge the illusion tower in the training area. With your strength, you should be able to reach around the 90th floor and make a name for yourself in the academy. Charlotte nodded after hearing this and immediately decided to go later. The mentor and student exchanged contact information. After leaving Moto's office, they had just reached downstairs. He encountered a man who resembled Moto in appearance, presumably Moto's son, Moa, ranked 2nd in the academy. The only difference between him and Moto was that he had a head of hair. If he were bald, he would look exactly like Moto. When Moa saw Charlotte, he immediately walked over with a smile and, upon reaching Charlotte's side, put an arm around his shoulder. Hey, brother! You must be Sharo, the extraordinary 5-ability wielder. Sharo felt a bit uncomfortable with how familiar this guy was, so he broke free from Moa's grip, steadied himself, and looked at Moa. That's right, I'm Sharo. You must be Moa, right? Moa flashed a big smile, gave a thumbs up, and confidently said, That's right, I'm Moa. The strongest among the students. The strongest person? I remember the Academy's top rank is Sword Invincible, isn't it? Charlotte asked in confusion. Hearing the name Sword Invincible, Moa's facial expression instantly froze. But soon after, he smiled and patted Charlotte's shoulder. Ha ha ha. Don't take it seriously, I was just joking. Remember to keep it a secret for me. Faced with this situation, Charlotte nodded helplessly. It seems this guy has some fear of Sword Invincible. Enough with the nonsense, Charlotte, why are you here? Moa asked. Upon hearing this, Charlotte took out the 9 Heavens Technique manual and told Moa about being accepted as a disciple by Moto. Moa looked at the book 9 Heavens, his expression turning somewhat wistful. 9 Heavens? This technique is hard to master. I practiced for a long time before I even got started, and to this day, I've only reached the 5th level. But its power truly lives up to its difficulty. Keep at it. I'm heading upstairs first. With that, Moa swiftly went upstairs. Charlotte returned to the villa. He placed the 9 Heavens manual at home. Losing something so important would be troublesome. Just as he was heading downstairs, he saw Yuzi. Yuzi, I'm going out for a while. No need to make lunch for me this afternoon. Yuzi heard this and nodded with a sweet smile, indicating that she understood. After stepping outside, he took out his phone and dialed Shin Huayou's number to ask if they were heading to the training area. We're coming downstairs right now, Shin Huayou replied cheerfully. Xiao Luo flew to the entrance of the high-rise dormitory area, waiting idly for the three to come out. Just as he took out his phone to browse the news, he suddenly felt a pair of large hands placed on his shoulders. Charlot's whole body trembled, and he turned around abruptly. What met his eyes was a stylish girl wearing a baseball cap, a purple short-sleeved shirt, and purple shorts. She looked at Charlot with a bright smile, seemingly very interested in him. Faced with such a blatant gaze, Charlot felt very uncomfortable and involuntarily took a few steps back. But the girl unhesitatingly followed a few steps forward, as if she had already decided on him. Seeing this situation, Charlot raised his hand to block the girl's advance and asked with a wry smile, Miss, what are you trying to do? You must be Sharo, the extraordinary 5-ability wielder. The girl stared at him intently, her tone full of vigor. After hearing this, Sharo looked at the girl's heaving chest and thought to himself, could she be here to stir up trouble? That's right, miss. What can I do for you? Sharo responded fearlessly. The girl smirked and let out a disdainful snort, humph. Then I can only tell you, you're in trouble. Charlotte frowned, it seemed she was indeed here to cause trouble. But he had no idea how he had offended this girl. Do we know each other? When did I ever offend you? Charlotte asked in utter confusion. The girl froze for a moment upon hearing this, then angrily raised her finger, pointing at Charlotte's face and said, It's because of your face. It caused my girlfriend to dump me. Tell me, shouldn't I teach you a lesson? Charlotte looked puzzled. Girlfriend? He lowered his head to glance at the slightly raised chest and thought to himself that the person in front of him was indeed a girl. But what exactly does girlfriend mean? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and he reacted sharply, his eyes widening instantly as he gasped. He truly couldn't understand how there could be such an unexpected way to offend someone. Lily? Charlotte murmured softly, his gaze falling on the girl. Upon hearing this, the girl not only showed no embarrassment but instead looked at Charlotte proudly. What's wrong? Do you have a problem with that? No, I'm just a bit surprised, that's all. Charlotte quickly waved his hand to explain. The girl looked at him with a pair of cold eyes. Charlotte, how do you think we should solve this? My girlfriend insisted on breaking up with me ever since she saw your face online. She even asked me to introduce her to you. It's just too damn insulting. The girl said this, involuntarily clenching her fists, clearly showing she was genuinely angry. Xiao Luo listened to the girl's complaints, feeling utterly helpless. Classmate, your relationship issues shouldn't be blamed on me. You should have a good talk with your girlfriend, maybe there's still a chance to salvage it. Who knew that after hearing this, the girl's eyes widened, and even her hair stood on end. I never go back to what I've left behind. If she wants to break up, so be it. It's not like she's the only woman in the world. Just then, Shin Huayou and the other two passed by. Seeing a girl standing in front of Xiao Luo, the three assumed she was trying to flirt with him. Immediately formed a formation, surrounding Charlotte completely. Who are you? Shin Huayou asked angrily, pouting. Shin Huayou and Yuni didn't speak, they just kept staring at the girl. Seeing Shin Huayou's angry expression, the girl's heart felt as if it had suddenly been struck by an arrow. She crouched halfway to the ground, clutching her chest, breathing heavily. Could this be the feeling of love at first sight? Charlot looked down at the girl crouching on the ground and thought to himself, this girl must have something wrong with her mind, probably the kind of intermittent condition. So, he reached out to gather the three of them and let them walk ahead. Let's go, let her stay here and act crazy by herself. Leaving the girl behind, they followed the map and arrived at the school's training area. The training area featured a large venue for students to spar, with a towering structure standing in the center, presumably the illusion tower mentioned by Moto. Let's try that illusion tower first, Charlotte said, pointing at the tower. The three showed puzzled expressions after hearing this, not understanding why Charlotte wanted to go there. Charlotte explained to the three as she walked. After listening, the three were very excited. This kind of combat simulation facility without any life-threatening danger was absolutely perfect for their needs. Arriving at the base of the tower, there were personnel guarding the entrance, making it clear that entry was not allowed casually. Charlotte stepped forward and asked, "Hello, we are this year's freshmen and would like to participate in the tower trial. Could you tell us the procedure?" "Hello, I am the intelligent tower guarding robot, serial number 0956. Please register here," the robot said, holding out a touchscreen. The four of them were stunned and stared at the robot in front of them. I can't believe such a lifelike person was actually machine-made. But shock aside, the necessary procedures still have to be followed. The four of them signed their names on the touchscreen one after another. Afterward, the robot seemed to be inputting data into the system, recording the information of the four individuals into its database one by one. Then, it raised its hand and pointed to the door of the tall tower behind it. With a creak, the door of the tall tower slowly opened. The four turned their heads at the sound and saw that the inside of the tower was pitch black, completely obscuring anything within. The door of the tall tower is now open. "The four of you may enter," the robot said respectfully. Charlotte took the lead and stepped into the tower, followed closely by the other three who entered after him. In an instant, Charlotte felt the world spinning and opened his eyes in confusion. The surrounding environment had undergone a dramatic transformation. He found himself alone, arriving at an island. The salty sea breeze gently brushed against his nose, feeling incredibly real. Appearing before him was a turtle-like exotic beast he had never seen before, but it was only at level 1. With a slight wave of his finger, gravity instantly pressed down, directly crushing the exotic beast into pulp. With just a single encounter, the exotic beast was utterly powerless to resist, not even having time to let out a wail. At this moment, a voice sounded. "Congratulations to the tower challenger for passing the first level. You will enter the second level in 10 seconds. After the time was up, they automatically entered the second level. The surrounding environment changed accordingly, transforming from an island to a forest. The second level exotic beast was still a level 1 exotic beast, unable to escape the fate of being instantly killed by Charlot. At this pace, Charlot ascended all the way to the 11th level, where he finally encountered his first level 2 exotic beast. Unfortunately, it still couldn't escape the fate of being one-shot. 11, 38, 59, 89. No one knows how much time had passed, but Charlot finally fought his way to the 90th level. The exotic beast on the 90th level was a level 5 elephant type beast, standing tens of meters tall, with a single tusk extending over 10 meters in length. Its entire body was covered in a set of rock armor, with regenerative abilities, making its skin tough and its flesh thick, extremely resistant to attacks. If it couldn't be killed in one strike, it would regenerate infinitely. For ordinary cultivators in the Transcendence realm, defeating such a monster would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, for Charlotte, this was just a piece of cake. His fist was imbued with the power of vibration, and with a powerful leap, he soared into the sky and delivered a fierce punch to the forehead of the giant elephant. Crack, crack. It was the sound of space shattering. The immense vibration force caused ripples across the giant elephant's body. Charlotte pushed off with his foot and landed steadily on the elephant's head. After a brief moment of silence, clatter, clatter. The giant elephant's entire rock armor gradually shattered, and its tusks were smashed to pieces, falling to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Congratulations to the tower challenger for clearing the 90th floor. The difficulty of the 91st floor is extremely high. Please decide whether to continue challenging the tower. Continue, Charlotte said without hesitation. As soon as Charlotte finished speaking, the surrounding environment instantly transformed into a large arena. Why has there been such a sudden change? Charlotte muttered to himself, his face full of confusion. Just as he was puzzled, a gigantic head suddenly descended from the sky above the arena. Charlotte looked up and was instantly stunned. Isn't this Master's head? How could it appear here? At that moment, a pair of enormous hands fell from the sky, aiming straight at Charlotte. Charlotte reacted with extreme agility, wings sprouting from his back as he swiftly flew up, narrowly avoiding the strike. The entire arena was reduced to ruins under the force of the blow. Hovering in midair, Charlotte stared in shock at the colossal figure. This is Master's superpower, he thought to himself. SSS-level superpower, transforming into a giant. Looking up, the giant's height was at least over 800 meters. His entire body was muscular, radiating a fierce heat. Charlotte felt that getting a little closer would scorch her like charcoal. Master has turned himself into a checkpoint too. Charlotte exclaimed in shock. The giant had no consciousness, only the instinct to keep attacking. He clenched his fist tightly and continued to strike fiercely at Charlotte in midair. Charlotte flapped his wings, only able to passively evade the giant's attacks. He darted and maneuvered, occasionally flying in front of the giant to deliver a fierce punch. However, the damage to the giant was negligible. Whenever he used the power of vibration to attack the giant, green light would always flicker on the giant's body, quickly healing itself. This is simply a big scoundrel. During the time spent dealing with the giant, Charlotte basically gauged the giant's strength. He was much stronger than Charlotte, with an ability level roughly at the 9th tier of the Transcendent Realm. This created a significant gap in their levels. No one knows how long the battle lasted, but Charlotte already felt utterly exhausted. The giant's regenerative and defensive abilities were simply too strong, completely exceeding the standards of SSS-level powers. If this ability were to be reclassified, Charlotte would be willing to rate it as UR level. Flying to the back of the giant's head, he took a deep breath. He struck the back of the giant's head with all his might. He thought the giant would temporarily lose its ability to act due to the attack. But unexpectedly, the giant acted as if nothing had happened. Instead, it heightened its reaction ability. The body swiftly turned, spinning 360 degrees, and slapped toward Charlotte. Charlotte was struck by the slap, falling to the ground like a meteor. The phoenix blue flames on his body ignited. Just as he was about to rise and fight again, the giant lifted its foot and stomped directly. Bang! Charlotte felt as if all the bones in her body shattered instantly, followed by a sudden overwhelming sense of suffocation. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Charlotte, you have been defeated. Your highest score is 90 floors, and the data will be saved in the database to facilitate your next tower challenge. 3, 2, 1. Swish! A blinding white light flashed before your eyes. The surrounding environment began to change. When Charlotte came to his senses, he was surprised to find nothing in front of him, except for a virtual screen floating in midair, which simply listed his personal information. Name, Charlotte. Ability level, Transcendence Realm 9th tier. Highest achievement, 90th floor. School ranking, 11. In 3 seconds, you will exit the illusory tower. Please prepare. Swish. Opening his eyes again, he had already exited the illusory tower and was standing at its entrance. Turning around and walking out of the tower, the 3 Shin Huayou sisters were already waiting for him there. Seeing Charlotte come out, Yuni waved at him. Which level did you 3 reach? Charlotte walked up to the 3 sisters and asked. I made it to the 59th level. The 60th level has a level 4 mutant beast, and I was no match for it at all. Got instantly defeated in one move, Shin Huayou said through gritted teeth, frustrated. I'm the same as Huayou, stopped at the 60th level. Level 4 mutant beasts are too strong, their power is simply incomparable to Level 3 mutant beasts. It seems only by advancing to the transcendent stage can we contend with them, Yuni said casually. At this moment, Shin Huayou suddenly said, I am a healing type ability user, and my method of tower climbing is quite different from yours. I fight alongside a virtual character, with both sides having the same ability level, jointly hunting exotic beasts. The main test is my evasion skills and the recovery amount when healing teammates. Unfortunately, I also stopped at the 60th floor. That exotic beast instantly killed my virtual teammate with one slap. Without my teammate, I had no combat power at all and was directly slapped to death as well, Shin Huayou said, angrily waving his fist as he spoke. After listening to the 3 people's accounts, Charlotte nodded unsurprisingly. As he had expected, all 3 were stuck at the 60th floor. Because a level 4 exotic beast is equivalent to the human transcendence realm, there is a huge chasm between the mortal shedding realm and the noble realm. Only by advancing to the mortal shedding realm will one experience the first leap in life. extending their lifespan from the ordinary 100 years to 500 years, with all attributes undergoing explosive growth. It can be said that the mortal shedding realm and the noble realm are entirely different beings. Therefore, they would be stuck on the 60th floor, which Charlotte had long foreseen. But as long as they advanced to the Transcendence realm, a mere level 4 mutant beast would be easily dealt with. Brother Charlotte, how many floors did you reach? Shin Huayou asked curiously with her beautiful eyes. Charlotte replied without hesitation, the highest I reached was the 90th floor. When the number 90 was announced, everyone present was instantly stunned. Even the passers-by who were about to enter the illusion tower stopped in their tracks upon hearing the number. They turned their heads, looking at Charlotte with faces full of disbelief, clearly unable to accept that this unfamiliar face had managed to reach the 90th floor. 90 floors! Brother Charlotte! You're incredible! Shin Huayou exclaimed in shock, his mouth wide open as he stared at Charlotte with shining eyes. Shin Huayou and Yuni also widened their eyes in astonishment, staring at him. Although a trace of doubt had crossed their minds, it was quickly dismissed. Charlotte would never joke about such matters. Since he said he reached the 90th floor, it must indeed be the 90th floor. Charlotte, does this mean you're stuck on the 91st floor? Shin Huayou asked curiously. That's right. Charlotte nodded in response, and a powerful giant involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Charlotte, what level of exotic beast is on the 91st floor? Level 5? Yuni asked curiously. Hearing this, Charlotte shook his head with a wry smile. No, it's not an exotic beast, it's a human. Humans? Upon hearing this, the freshmen present instantly became puzzled and confused. Immediately afterward, Charlotte continued, the 91st floor is the phantom of Principal Moto, a giant hundreds of meters tall, radiating heat all over his body. His strength is at the 9th level of the Transcendent Realm, possessing extremely strong recovery, defense, and reaction abilities. With my current strength, I can't inflict any effective damage on him, and I might accidentally get stomped to death by him. Hearing Charlotte's words, everyone couldn't help but gasp. They hadn't expected the phantoms of the tower to include not only alien beasts but also phantoms of powerful humans. But unfortunately, they might not even have the chance to encounter them. Charlotte stepped forward, signaling the three to move on. The four left the training area and headed toward the commercial district. There, they found a place to have a meal. Afterward, they wandered around the trading market for various technique manuals. Thunder Explosion Pill. Training requirement, Thunder Attribute Ability User. Single character slash. Training requirement, Specialized Sword Type Ability User. Fire Shield. Training requirement, Water Element Ability User. Charlotte already possessed the book 9 Heavens, and had absolutely no interest in these ordinary technique manuals. He turned his head to look at the other three. They each stood in front of a counter, their eyes sparkling, clearly having found the technique manuals they desired. Charlotte was the first to walk over to Shin Huayou's side, following her gaze. What met his eyes was a manual titled Wind Refining Treasure Record. He lowered his head to examine the introduction of the technique. Wind Refinement Treasure Record. Creator, unknown. Training requirement, Wind Attribute Ability Users. Manual effect, enhances all attributes of Wind Attribute Ability Users comprehensively, especially improving destructive power and speed. Conclusion, Tornado destroys parking lot. Attention! During cultivation, there is a chance to enhance the quality of abilities, so please don't be surprised. The secret realm is divided into 5 levels. Price for the first level, 50 level 3 crystal cores. Second layer price, 30 pieces of level 4 crystal cores. Third layer price, 20 pieces of level 5 crystal cores. Fourth layer price, 10 pieces of level 6 crystal cores. Fifth layer price, 5 pieces of level 7 crystal cores. Overall, this manual is indeed very suitable for Shin Huayou. Not to mention anything else, just the probability of enhancing the quality of abilities is already enticing enough, let alone the other bonuses. He turned his head to look at Shin Huayou beside him, who was gazing at the display window with a face full of longing. This wind refining treasure record is perfect for you, Charlotte said softly. Hearing Charlotte's voice, Shin Huayou immediately snapped back to reality. Turning to look at Charlotte, she said regretfully, yeah, it's a pity it's too expensive. I can't afford it at the moment. Seeing this, Charlotte quickly comforted her. Don't worry, this is the exotic beast continent, there are plenty of crystal cores here. Let's team up tomorrow and go to the combat zone to hunt for crystal cores together. One day should be enough to gather enough crystal cores to buy the first layer. After hearing this, Shin Huayou immediately became much happier, her eyes curved as she nodded. Alright. Then, the two of them walked toward Yuni, who was closest to them, intending to share the plan to hunt for crystal cores together tomorrow. Shin Huayou stepped forward, patted Yuni on the shoulder, and said, "Yuni, let's go hunting for crystal cores together tomorrow." Yuni, startled by the pat, suddenly snapped back to reality. Turning her head and seeing it was Shin Huayou and Charlotte, she let out a sigh of relief and patted her chest. "Sorry, I was distracted just now. What is it that's attracting you so much?" Charlotte stepped forward, curiously looking over. Unbeatable sword technique. Creator, Sword Unbeaten. Training requirements, specialized sword type ability user. Secret manual effect, contains various sword techniques uniquely created by Sword Invincible, focusing on enhancing the wielder's unwavering will. Conclusion, with one sword strike, only I remain undefeated. Note: during the training process, there is a chance to improve the quality of abilities. Please do not be surprised. The number of manual levels is yet to be determined. First layer price, 50 level 3 crystal cores. Second layer price, 30 level 4 crystal cores. Third layer price, 20 level 5 crystal cores. The remaining parts have not been announced yet. After reading the complete introduction of this manual, Xiao Luo was dumbfounded. Staring at the 3 words Sword Unbeaten, he rubbed his eyes hard to confirm he hadn't misread. 2 questions couldn't help but arise in his mind. What realm has Sword Unbeaten ultimately reached? Moreover, she doesn't seem very old, so how could she create her own technique manual? Calming down, he suppressed his doubts and turned to inform Yuni about the plan to hunt for crystal cores tomorrow. Great, great. I just need crystal cores to buy this manual, Yuni said, her eyes sparkling. The 3 of them then walked together toward Shin Huayou's direction. At this moment, Shin Huayou's excitement was already beyond words. Seeing the 3 walking toward her, she quickly hopped and skipped to greet them. "Big sis, Sister Yuni, Brother Charlo, I found a manual that's super suitable for me." "Oh? Which one is it?" Shin Huayou glanced at the cabinet behind Shin Huayou. Shin Huayou excitedly called the 3 over, walking together to the cabinet display and happily pointing at one of the books. Palm Immortal Technique. Creator, Enin. Cultivation requirement, healing type ability users. Secret technique effect, significantly increases the healing capacity of healers with special abilities. At critical moments, it can sacrifice part of one's own vitality to forcibly extend the life of the person being treated. Conclusion, to trade my life for yours, worth it. Note: during cultivation, there is a chance to enhance the quality of the special ability. Please do not be surprised. The secret technique is divided into 5 levels. First layer price, 50 level 3 crystal cores. Second layer price, 30 level 4 crystal cores. Third layer price, 20 level 5 crystal cores. Fourth layer price, 10 level 6 crystal cores. Fifth layer price, 5 level 7 crystal cores. After reading the introduction, everyone unanimously agreed that this manual is indeed the pinnacle of works for healing type ability users. Not only can it significantly increase healing output, but it can also sacrifice its own vitality at critical moments to ensure the safety of teammates. Which team wouldn't want a healer like this? Impressive, isn't it? Shin Huayou asked the 3 with a big smile. The 3 exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "The effect is indeed very powerful," Charlotte said earnestly. Afterward, Shin Huayou informed Shin Huayou about the plan to team up and hunt for crystal cores tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Shin Huayou excitedly grabbed Charlotte's hand and said, "Brother Charlotte, how about we meet at the dormitory entrance at 7 o'clock tomorrow?" Charlotte naturally had no objections and nodded in agreement. The 4 of them purchased some supplies at the mall and, after leaving, dropped the 3 sisters off at the dormitory entrance. As the sky darkened, the night had already turned deep black. Charlotte unfolded his azure flame wings and flew directly back to the villa district. Passing by one villa, he inadvertently caught sight of what seemed to be a figure standing on the balcony. However, when he looked at the balcony again, the figure had mysteriously vanished. Perhaps he had seen it wrong. After Charlotte flew past the villa, a pitch-black figure quietly appeared on the balcony. This person watched Charlotte as he flew away, a glint of brilliance flashing in their eyes, which quickly transformed into greed. 5 superhumans, 4 with SSS level abilities, truly enviable, jealousy-inducing eyes. People born with SSS level abilities all deserve to die. And I, starting from the lowest E-level ability, have endured until reaching SSS level ability. Once I absorb his 5 abilities, the quality of my powers should surpass SSS level and step into an entirely new realm. Then this person seemed to think of something and suddenly burst into laughter. By that time, defeating that monstrous woman Jin Booby would be a piece of cake. He. Jin Booby, I can't wait to see the look on your face when I defeat you. It must be so entertaining, hee hee. Xiao Luo returned to the villa and saw Yuzi cleaning the living room. He immediately asked, Mr. Xiao Luo, welcome home. Would you like to take a bath? Coincidentally, Xiao Luo also wanted to relax and unwind, so he replied, sure. After taking a bath, she lay on the soft, large bed, and a strong drowsiness gradually overcame her. Soon, she fell into a deep sleep. After finishing the work in the villa, Yuzi returned to her own room. After washing up, just as she sat on the bed, her phone rang on the bedside table. She picked up the phone, saw that the caller was her mother, and answered it, placing it to her ear. Hey, Mom, how are you? As soon as Yuzi finished saying this, a voice full of complaints came from the other end of the phone. You little girl, I really don't know what to say to you. We only have a B-level ability. Wouldn't it be better to just honestly attend a second-tier university? Insisting on squeezing into that giant ability university to be a maid. So, how was it? First day at work, do you regret it? Listening to her mother's complaints, Yuzi's lips revealed a faint bitter smile. Mom, my grades were just a little short of getting into one of the 3 top universities. Letting me obediently attend a second-rate university, I truly feel unwilling. When I received a call from Giant Superpower University asking if I was willing to become a maid. At first, I was very angry and felt that I would never stoop to such a level. But when I witnessed the educational resources of a top-tier university, I've made up my mind. Even if I have to work as a maid at a top-tier university, I would rather not stay at a second-tier university as a standout, Yuzi said firmly. Mom, I signed a confidentiality agreement. There are some things I can't say outright. But I can only tell you, the resources here are absolutely beyond your imagination. I know you're worried about me being bullied and humiliated. But I believe this is the price I must pay to climb upward. On the other end of the phone, Yuzi's mother suddenly fell silent. After a long pause, she let out a deep sigh. Sigh. You really resemble your dad, that stubborn mule. Once you set your mind on something, not even 10 elephants could pull you back. Since you've said that, I'll choose to support your decision. Just make sure you don't stand in front of me with a big belly, that's all. Upon hearing this, Yuzi's cheeks suddenly flushed red. Mom! What are you talking about? The mother on the other end of the phone snorted coldly upon hearing Yuzi's words. Single man and woman, sparks flying. If he wants to do something, what resistance could a little maid like you possibly have? Just remember, take proper precautions and don't get pregnant. He might not take responsibility. Yuzi became increasingly angry as she listened. Mom! He's a handsome gentleman, not some thug. I won't allow you to make random assumptions and insult him. On the other end of the phone, her mother, seeing Yuzi so furious, said no more. Alright, I won't say anything more. You take care and rest well. Hanging up the phone, Yuzi let out a sigh. Having such an unreliable mom is really exhausting. She silently complained in her heart, then lay down on the bed and soon fell into a deep sleep. The morning sunlight spilled onto Charlotte's face, and the phone ringtone rang at this moment. Quickly getting up, washing up, and having breakfast, Charlotte packed supplies and flew to the entrance of the high-rise dormitory area. It didn't take long before the 3 sisters simultaneously appeared in Charlotte's view. When the 3 approached Charlotte, he glanced over and noticed that Shin Huayou seemed to have become very troubled. Huayou, what's wrong? Didn't sleep well? Charlotte asked in confusion. Shin Huayou looked around helplessly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Seeing her sister struggling to speak, Shin Huayou simply answered on her behalf. Charlotte, do you still remember that strange woman who had an episode here yesterday afternoon? Of course, Charlotte remembered. It was the first time he had seen a real lily, and in that manner, it was truly unforgettable. Of course I remember. What about her? She confessed to Huayou in public, wanting Huayou to be her girlfriend. Lu Yuni said bluntly. Upon hearing this, Charlotte was greatly shocked, his gaze falling on Shin Huayou, who had her head down and looked extremely embarrassed. Unconsciously, his mind recalled the look of that woman when she saw Shin Huayou having an episode, and he suddenly felt enlightened. Afterward, he hesitated a bit and asked, So, Huayou, did you agree? Hearing Xiao Luo ask this, Shin Huayou quickly waved his hand. No, I'm not that kind of person. Charlot listened and let out a sigh of relief. That woman always gave him a feeling like the calm before the storm. A slight misstep could trigger a tempest. Stay away from her in the future. If you see her, just avoid her, Charlot said helplessly to Shin Huayou. Shin Huayou nodded in agreement. After all, they truly had no experience in such matters and could only avoid it for a while. The 4 of them then followed the directions on the signposts and headed toward the farthest combat zone. They walked for nearly 3 hours and finally arrived at the combat zone, where hundreds of spatial gates were arranged before them. At the very center of the combat zone, there was a counter. The four walked up to the counter and saw a familiar face. It was indeed the same robot. "Hello, students. I am the intelligent robot, serial number 0957. Since this is your first time entering the combat zone, please sign your names here." As the robot spoke, it brought out a touchscreen, allowing the four to sign one by one. Subsequently, the robot entered the information of the four into the system, then reached into the cabinet beneath it, took out 4 mechanical wristbands, and handed them to them. "Greetings, new students. This is called a spatial teleportation wristband. Press the activation button on the wristband, and it will open a spatial gate in front of you leading to this place. This is a life-saving tool for critical moments, so make sure not to damage or lose it." The 4 people listened and looked at the small wristband in amazement, not expecting the school to have such advanced technology. At this moment, the robot suddenly asked, "For students, you can now enter any space door. Please be sure to pay extra attention to safety." Hearing this, the 4 casually chose a space door and stepped in together. In an instant, a flash of white light appeared before their eyes. The 4 of them were already in a dense forest. Weeds grew everywhere, and a gentle breeze brushed against their faces. The air was filled with a faint scent of blood, making the 4 instantly alert. They stood back to back, cautiously observing their surroundings, ears perked up, listening to the faint movements around them. Suddenly, the wind stopped. The surrounding environment seemed as if someone had turned off the speakers, so silent that not a single sound could be heard. Suddenly, a monkey's cry echoed from an unknown direction, breaking the silence. The ground suddenly began to shake, but it didn't feel like an earthquake. Squeak! As a strange cry echoed from above, countless ape-like mutant beasts fell from the surrounding branches like raindrops. Crash! Crash! Before long, the surroundings were completely surrounded by black ape-like mutant beasts. A rough estimate suggested there were at least over 300 of them. Xiaoluo carefully observed these ape-like mutant beasts and discovered that they had varying numbers of tails behind them. Some had 1 tail, some had 2, and a few had 3 tails, with their bodies slightly larger than the other apes. Judging by the aura they emit, these 3-tailed monkeys should be level 3 exotic beasts. Just as the more than 300 monkey exotic beasts surrounded the 4 people, a loud and clear monkey cry suddenly rang out. Immediately afterward, these monkey exotic beasts seemed to receive some kind of command, automatically retreating to both sides and creating a wide path. At this moment, a larger monkey exotic beast walked heavily from the end of the path. This strange ape-like beast had 4 eyes on its face, was covered in white fur, and had 4 whip-like tails swinging behind it. "Four-tailed white ape!" Lu Yuni exclaimed in shock. Upon hearing Lu Yuni's recognition of this beast, the other 3 showed expressions of surprise. "Yuni, where did you learn about this beast?" "I don't think it's in the textbooks," Shin Huayou asked curiously. Lu Yuni calmly explained, "I accidentally came across it in an extracurricular book called Strange World. The 4-tailed white ape described in the book is very similar to this beast, except, the number of eyes doesn't match. The book says it has 2 eyes, but this ape has 4. The book mentions that if an ordinary ape tribe is blessed by the heavens, a 4-tailed white ape will appear. Then, under the influence of the 4-tailed white ape, the intelligence of this monkey tribe would be no different from that of normal humans, forming a complete social system." Charlotte listened to Lu Yuni's words, feeling a deep curiosity about this 4-tailed white ape. The 4-tailed white ape simply stood quietly in place, greedily staring at the 4 of them. The oppressive aura of the level 4 exotic beast made the 3 sisters feel suffocated, but Charlotte felt no pressure at all. When challenging the illusory tower, he could handle even level 5 exotic beasts, let alone this level 4 exotic beast. "Don't panic, I'll handle this," Charlot said softly to the 3 of them. As soon as he finished speaking, a purple light flashed in Charlot's eyes, and he raised his hand to press down forcefully. Million gravity. Whoosh! Purple gravitational energy instantly swept through the surrounding dense forest. The 4-tailed white ape looked around inexplicably, a sense of foreboding rising in its heart, only to hear a loud boom. Apart from the ground around the 4 of them, there were no signs of collapse elsewhere. The area within 100 meters seemed to have been struck by a comet. Under intense gravity, ordinary trees were instantly flattened. The once dense forest turned barren in the blink of an eye. The weaker level 1 ape-like mutant beasts were crushed to the ground, their internal organs shattered, dying on the spot. Second and third level ape-like beasts also suffered heavy injuries, lying on the ground, vomiting blood, without even the strength to move a finger. Such terrifying destructive power completely shocked the 3 sisters behind Charlot. They had originally thought it would be a prolonged and fierce battle, but unexpectedly, Charlot resolved it with a single move. This sudden sense of exhilaration left them somewhat bewildered. The four-tailed white ape barely supported its body under the intense gravity, its heart already paralyzed with fear by the sudden situation. The bloody scent of its kind's death pierced its nostrils, causing it to turn its head and look at its severely injured and fallen companions. Immense heartbreak and guilt instantly filled its heart, and its four eyes involuntarily turned blood-red. Gritting its teeth, it glared at the motionless man standing before it, swinging its four tails like steel whips as it charged recklessly toward Charlot. "You guys handle those level 3 ape beasts, this one is mine." Charlotte slightly turned her head and said to the three people behind her. After hearing this, Shin Huayou and Yuni were the first to dash to both sides, while Shin Huayou stayed in place, focusing on the safety of the three as a healing-type ability user. Charlotte raised her right hand, aiming at the four-tailed white ape charging toward her. Bang! A massive sonic boom suddenly erupted in front of Charlotte. A powerful air cannon, like a meteor, struck the rapidly charging four-tailed white ape. Put! The moment the four-tailed white ape was attacked, it spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and its body was carried straight backward by the air cannon. Crash crash! The four-tailed white ape flew out 100 meters, crashing heavily into the dense forest, and then fell silent. Seeing this, Xiao Luo let out a sigh of relief and turned to look at the three people behind him. Shin Huayou and Yuni worked with clear division of labor. One was responsible for one side, recklessly hunting down the level 3 ape beasts. Since most of the level 3 ape beasts had already lost the majority of their combat power due to Xiao Luo's initial gravity attack, the two found it exceptionally easy to hunt them. Shin Huayou stood quietly to the side, continuously casting healing spells on the two, ensuring they maintained their energy at all times. Before long, all the level 3 ape beasts were killed, one by the two, and their crystal cores were extracted. As for the injured level 2 and level 1 ape beasts, the group showed no interest, clearly deeming them unworthy of hunting. "Follow me quickly." Charlotte waved to signal the three to follow him, and they immediately trailed behind, arriving at the spot where the four-tailed white ape had been knocked away by Charlotte. At this moment, the four-tailed white ape had already fainted, its body covered in wounds, unable to wake up anytime soon. Charlotte lightly leapt onto the chest of the four-tailed ape king, intending to deal with it and gather information. However, the four-tailed white ape suddenly opened its four eyes wide. Those eyes emitted an eerie glow, and as Charlotte locked eyes with it, his body froze for an instant. The four-tailed white ape seized the opportunity to raise its fist and slam it down hard on Charlotte. Reacting swiftly, Charlotte immediately raised both hands to shield himself, taking the blow head-on. Although he wasn't seriously injured, he was still sent flying by the force of the four-tailed white ape's attack. Seeing the four-tailed white ape still able to counterattack, Shin Huayou's nerves immediately tightened, instantly entering combat mode. The four-tailed white ape flipped over, stood up again, took a deep breath, and let out a piercing ape cry toward the sky. At this moment, a black giant ape on the other side of the dense forest heard the cry and immediately leaped up, madly rushing toward the direction of the four-tailed white ape. This giant ape stood nearly 50 meters tall, covered in black fur, with 5 long tails extending from its back. Its massive body and muscular frame caused the entire dense forest to tremble with each step. The four-tailed white ape felt the faint vibrations of the ground and revealed a cruel smile toward the four people. Charlotte, seeing the four-tailed white ape in such a state, couldn't help but feel a trace of nervousness but still displayed a radiant smile. He immediately propelled himself off the air beneath his feet, teleporting in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the four-tailed white ape. The four-tailed white ape's smile instantly froze, its pupils dilated, clearly not yet reacting. Charlot's fist shimmered with the power of vibration. He struck heavily with one punch on the four eyes of the four-tailed white ape. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of space shattering echoed. Splat. Under such immense force, the four eyeballs of the four-tailed white ape were directly smashed like watermelons. The intense pain caused the four-tailed white ape to faint on the spot. Charlotte cast a cold glance, confirming that the four-tailed white ape no longer had the strength to resist. Just as he was about to directly extract the crystal core, he suddenly felt a sensation of the earth shaking and mountains trembling. He and the other three instinctively sensed the approaching danger and immediately retreated in unison. Crackling sound. As the ground tremors grew increasingly intense. Boom! 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 A series of heavy footsteps suddenly echoed, accompanied by the thunderous crash of large trees falling. The four people felt as if the sunlight above them was blocked by something. They all looked up simultaneously. They saw a massive, dark giant ape, panting heavily, currently staring blankly at the unconscious four-tailed white ape. When the giant ape's gaze shifted from the four-tailed white ape to those four blood-soaked eyes, it immediately let out a deafening howl toward the sky. Roar! The sound waves of the howl stirred up clouds of dust, mixed with the terrifying pressure of the giant ape. Just from this overwhelming pressure, the four could determine that this must be a level 5 exotic beast equivalent to the human transcendent realm. At this moment, the grief in the giant ape's heart could no longer be expressed in words, because the four-tailed white ape was its most outstanding offspring. It had mutated from an ordinary black-haired monkey into an intelligent white ape, with greatly enhanced wisdom. Moreover, this ape also caused the intelligence of the entire group to increase. This is something it simply could not achieve. More importantly, the four-tailed white ape not only possesses extraordinary intelligence, but also has 4 eyes that can render other creatures immobile. These 4 eyes help their tribe win many battles, seize abundant food in forests, and kill humans who trespassed into their territory. It can be said that it is precisely because of the four-tailed white apes their tribe could only develop to its current state. However, today, all of this has been destroyed. The four-tailed white ape's eyes are completely ruined. Severely injured, though not yet dead, it is as good as dead. The giant ape turned its head to stare at the 4 of them, including Shero. The hatred in its heart was completely uncontrollable. Roar! The giant ape raised its forelimbs and fiercely pounded its chest several times. Then it lifted its right hand and slammed it hard onto the ground. The ground beneath Charlotte and the others instantly shook violently, splitting into numerous cracks. Seeing this, azure flame wings emerged from Charlotte's back, as he quickly grabbed the hands of the 3 and flew off the ground. The giant ape saw the 4 people take flight, suddenly leaped up, and swung its fist at the airborne Shero. Shero reacted swiftly, immediately enveloping the 4 in green flames. The giant ape's massive fist struck the green flame shield, directly sending the 4 flying away. The azure flame shield flew straight into the dense forest, rolling a few times. Only after ensuring complete safety did Charlotte allow the azure flame shield to gradually disappear. The figures of the 4 emerged from the vanishing azure flame, completely unharmed. The giant ape, upon seeing this, pounded its chest in fury. Charlotte settled the 3 people and gave them a reassuring look, then charged straight at the giant ape, intending to engage it in close combat. To test whether this giant ape was harder to deal with or if the giant elephant in the illusion tower was more troublesome. Rushing to within a few meters of the giant ape, she clenched her right fist. Gathering the power of vibration, he swung forward fiercely. The giant ape was not to be outdone, punching toward Charlotte. 2 fists of vastly different sizes collided with a thunderous impact. Bang! The deafening roar made the 3 spectators instinctively cover their ears. A strong wave of air followed, ruthlessly spreading in all directions, stirring up a large cloud of dust. The smoke and dust filled the scene, making it impossible for the 3 to see what was happening inside. Crack! Amid the smoke and dust, the sound of bones breaking echoed. But it was unclear whether it was Charlotte's or the giant ape's. After a moment of eerie silence, the sound of blows, like raindrops, suddenly came from the dust, crackling and popping. The 3 heard the sounds of combat within the smoke and dust growing increasingly rapid, until Charlot spread his wings and soared out of the smoke and dust. His fists were wrapped in green flames, clearly injured during the intense confrontation just now. Charlot's gaze was as calm as still water, silently sensing the movements within the smoke and dust. When the dust settled, a giant ape appeared before them, its forelimbs completely unable to lift. Its forelimbs hung weakly, the bones in its hands shattered, blood dripping profusely, and in some places, the bones were so broken they were unrecognizable. The giant ape raised its head, its gaze directed at Charlotte in the air, finally landing on Charlotte's arm. At this moment, Charlotte's arm had just been healed by the green flame. After the green flame dissipated, his arm returned to its usual fair appearance. The giant ape's eyes instantly widened, its pupils seemingly experiencing an earthquake. It simply couldn't comprehend why this human before it was so powerful. The humans who had previously intruded into its territory were either easily defeated and devoured by it or suddenly vanished without a trace. Such a monstrous human, it was the first time it had ever encountered. Looking at Charlotte's calm expression, the giant ape felt a deep sense of powerlessness. So this is what it feels like to be crushed and defeated, truly unbearable. Seeing that the giant ape was no longer able to fight, Charlotte said no more, instantly moving in front of it and delivering a punch that shattered its brain. The giant ape's consciousness completely dissipated, and its massive body could no longer support itself, collapsing with a thunderous crash. He took out the level 5 crystal core of the giant ape, put it in his pocket, and turned to signal the 3 spectators that they could come over. At this moment, Shin Huayou and the others were still immersed in the shock of Charlot defeating the level 5 giant ape unscathed. They were all human, so why was the gap so vast? However, this was not the first time Charlot had left them so astonished. The three of them each composed themselves and walked toward Charlotte. At this moment, Charlotte had already arrived in front of the four-tailed white ape. The four-tailed white ape's breath was weak, as if it might die in the next second. Feeling compassion, Charlotte couldn't bear to see it in such pain and directly punched the four-tailed white ape's head. In an instant, the four-tailed white ape completely lost its vitality. Just as Cheryl was about to reach out to retrieve the crystal core, a small white worm, only a few centimeters long, suddenly crawled out from one of the four-tailed white ape's eyes. It looked just like a bald caterpillar. Charlot stared at the small white worm in confusion, unable to understand why such a creature would appear in the eyes of the four-tailed white ape. He was just about to reach out to grab the small worm, but unexpectedly, it suddenly jumped up and leapt straight onto Charlot's forehead. Charlotte felt a sharp pain between his brows, and was instantly startled. This little bug actually wanted to take the opportunity to burrow into his head. He quickly pinched the bug's body with his fingers and pulled it out from between his brows. Raising his hand to touch his brow, sure enough, it was bleeding, and there was a small crack. If he had reacted a little later, the bug might have actually crawled into his head. At that point, who knows what problems might arise. The more Charlotte thought about it, the more terrified he felt, his eyes wide open, angrily staring at the weakening little bug in his hand. He gradually applied more force with his fingers, intending to crush the little bug to death. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Stop, stop, stop. If you press any harder, I'm really going to die." Upon hearing this, Charlotte's expression instantly froze. Immediately, he furrowed his brows, his gaze fixed intently on the small bug in his hand, and his fingers stopped applying pressure. "Was it you speaking?" The small bug weakly nodded, seemingly in great pain. "Dear human brother, could you please let me go first? Being pinched by you is really uncomfortable." Charlotte's gaze was icy as he let out a cold snort. "Oomph, you almost tried to crawl into my head, and now you want me to let you go? You really have some nerve, you little bug." Despite this, he still loosened his grip slightly. He had developed an interest in this bug, crushing it outright would be far too dull. As Charlotte's grip loosened slightly, the little bug finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the three sisters had already walked up behind Charlotte. Seeing him holding a white bug, they couldn't help but exchange puzzled glances. "Brother Charlotte, why are you holding a bug? It's squirming around and looks so disgusting," Shin Huayou said disdainfully, looking at the little bug. Hearing this, the little bug in Charlotte's hand seemed to have its sore spot hit. "You rude female creature, don't lump me together with the ordinary bugs on your planet. Don't think that just because you have a powerful mate, I wouldn't dare to teach you a lesson." The little bug's angry voice echoed in the minds of the four. Shin Huayou's face gradually turned red after hearing this, her gaze evasive, not daring to look directly at the other three. Charlotte gently nudged the little bug with her finger, signaling it to mind its words. Shin Huayou and Yuni exchanged a glance without saying anything, then shifted their attention to why this little bug could talk. "Charlotte, why can this bug talk? Where did you catch it?" Shin Huayou asked curiously. "It crawled out from the eyes of the four-tailed white ape. I have no idea why it can talk." "Hey, what's your origin?" Charlotte pinched the little bug and held it up to her eyes to ask. The little bug snorted a few times arrogantly. "Humph, humph, humph, my origin is not something you lowly creatures are qualified to know." Yuni, seeing it so arrogant, immediately drew her sword and pointed the tip at it. "Charlot, how about I stab it to death with one strike?" The little bug felt the chill from the sword tip and hurriedly tried to appease Yuni. "Hey, hey, hey! Don't get excited. I didn't refuse to tell you. Female creature, please put away your weapon, let's talk properly. Stop with the nonsense. Quickly explain your origins. If you waste any more of our time, I'll crush you right now." Charlotte's eyes flashed with a cold gleam as she spoke icily. The little bug saw the killing intent in Charlotte's eyes and knew it had no choice but to comply. But it was a super species of the starry sky, and now it was being coerced by these lowly creatures here. Thinking of this, it couldn't help but shed tears and let out a deep sigh. Sigh. Truly a case of a tiger fallen to the plains. After composing itself, the little bug began to recount its origins. "I hatched over 10 years ago from an underground cavern. At the moment of my birth, the inherited memories of my species flooded into my mind. The inherited memory tells me that I am one of the 7 great demonic insects of the starry sky, the eye insect." After hearing the little insect's words, all 4 of them showed puzzled expressions. "The 7 great demonic insects of the starry sky? Eye insect? So, you're an extraterrestrial being?" Charlotte asked in surprise. Indeed, but for some reason, I was born on such a backward planet, the little insect said, deeply perplexed. You say we're behind? How are we behind? Shin Huayou stared at the little bug, unconvinced, determined to make it explain itself. This somewhat impatient female creature, I understand your feelings, but please calm down and listen to me explain slowly, the little bug said gently. Although I have never personally seen other planets, based on the glimpses of other planetary civilizations from the inherited memories I possess, your civilization does indeed seem somewhat behind. The key to determining whether a planetary civilization is backward lies in whether its beings possess the ability to traverse the starry skies, whether relying on their physical bodies or leveraging technology. As long as they can traverse the starry skies, it signifies the opportunity to communicate with other planetary civilizations, and even the capability to conquer them. However, based on my observations, your civilization remains at a rather primitive stage, entirely incapable of meeting any standard for traversing the starry skies. The four people couldn't help but exclaim in amazement after hearing Little Bug's words. It turns out that beyond the starry sky, there are actually other races. Amid their astonishment, a sense of urgency also surged in their hearts. If other races truly intend to invade Tianhong Star, can the strong ones on Tianhong Star withstand them? Charlotte noticed the atmosphere among the group had become heavy and quickly changed the subject. You just mentioned the 7 magical insects of the starry sky. Besides your eye worm, what are the others? Upon hearing this, the little worm immediately responded with great enthusiasm. Aside from us eyeworms, the other 6 species are the fantastical dragonfly, thunder centipede, undying cicada, star-eating ant, ghostly butterfly, and mother nest spider. Each type of magic insect possesses a long lifespan and its own powerful abilities. As long as a magic insect forms a symbiotic relationship with a living organism, the insect can enhance its host. For example, I can evolve the host's eyes as long as I bind in symbiosis with a living organism. Of course, depending on the host, the abilities gained after evolution will also vary. Just like this white ape with barely any talent, after I bonded with it, it actually grew 2 additional eyes. The mental shock released by those eyes forces opponents into a state of rigidity for several seconds. Listening to Xiao Chang's explanation, Yuni noticed a problem. That's not right. Each of you has powerful abilities, so why do you insist on establishing a symbiotic relationship with a host? The little bug stiffened slightly upon hearing this. Then, it said somewhat embarrassedly. Actually, among the 7 great demonic bugs of the starry sky, only we, the eye bugs, have almost no combat ability. Our species' abilities can only manifest when we establish a symbiotic relationship with other creatures. If we don't find hosts to coexist with, we simply cannot survive in the harsh planetary environment. Therefore, among the 7 major demon bugs, we are the only ones constantly searching for hosts. The other 6 types of demon bugs are not interested in finding hosts or establishing symbiotic relationships, they only consider it when they encounter a life form they fancy. The little bug finished speaking and looked up at the 4 people. The 4 people all showed a deadpan expression, staring at it as if they were looking at a completely useless piece of trash. No, don't look at me like that. You 4 inferior creatures. Wah! The little bug twisted left and right on Charlotte's fingertip, venting its dissatisfaction. Charlotte, you picked this up. What do you think we should do with it? Shin Huayou asked, looking at Charlotte. After hearing this, Charlotte pondered for a long time. He took out a transparent glass jar and put the little bug inside. Let's take it back to school and see if it can fetch a good price. With that, Charlotte pinched the little bug. Despite its fierce resistance, he still threw it into the glass jar. Tightly screw on the plastic lid, then pierce a few small holes in the lid to prevent the little bugs from suffocating. Afterward, he turned around, took out the level 4 crystal core of the 4-tailed white ape, and put it in his pocket. Let's keep moving. Apart from these ape-like mutant beasts, there shouldn't be any other mutant beasts in this forest. Charlot gestured with his hand, signaling the 3 to give him their hands. The 3 obediently extended their hands, allowing Charlot to hold them. Charlotte tightly held the hands of the 3, wings of green flames sprouting from her back, and immediately soared into the sky, carrying them toward the distance. Seeing the 4 fly away, the surviving 1st and 2nd level ape beasts here all dragged their heavily injured bodies and silently departed. Their king was gone, and this forest would soon be taken over by other mutant beast tribes. By then, these outliers could only await the fate of being eradicated. At present, electing the next leader to guide them in finding a new habitat is the top priority. Charlotte sprinted at full speed, flying through the air with the 4 of them for several hours, yet all they could see ahead was an endless dense forest. The surrounding trees made the 4 feel somewhat dizzy, and they gradually began to grow weary. At that moment, a massive lake suddenly appeared in the distance, immediately catching Charlotte's attention. The lake was enormous, and the four of them couldn't see its end. It was estimated to have a diameter of several kilometers. Considering that the exotic beasts also needed a water source, why not wait here for them to come to us? Let's take a break here, have a meal, and do a little waiting for the rabbit by the tree, Charlotte suggested. The three exchanged glances, feeling that this idea was indeed excellent, and nodded in agreement. The four landed on an open space by the lakeside. To their surprise, there were more than a dozen already set up tents here. The tents appeared intact on the outside, but the entrances were torn wide open, as if violently ripped by something. The campfires had long been extinguished, leaving behind a ground covered in ashes. The four stepped forward and began inspecting the tents separately. They found the living supplies inside to be complete, but there wasn't a single living person. The four frowned, their expressions heavy, regrouped, and shook their heads. All the equipment and living supplies are intact, but there's not a single living person. It's truly bizarre, Shin Huayou said grimly. Either these people are extremely wealthy, or they are no longer here. Personally, I lean toward the second guess, Yuni said, gripping the hilt of her sword and cautiously surveying the surroundings. If these 10 or so people were killed by exotic beasts, how could there be no trace of blood? The entire camp is still so tidy, Shin Huayou asked in confusion. At that moment, Charlotte frowned, as if he had discovered something. He walked straight to the lakeshore, crouched down, and reached out to touch the unidentified liquid on the ground. Then he raised his hand and rubbed his fingers together. The liquid was extremely viscous, making him feel a bit uncomfortable. The other three also came over and saw the unidentified liquid in front of Charlot. What is this stuff? Shin Huayou asked curiously. The mucus secreted by an unidentified exotic beast looks like there's some kind of deadly danger hidden beneath this big lake, Charlotte said with a smile. Ha? Then are we still going to wait here like sitting ducks? Shin Huayou asked nervously. High risk, high reward. Besides, we have the life-saving spatial wristbands that can teleport us back to school at any time, so there's really no need to worry too much, Charlotte reassured Shin Huayou with a comforting smile. Alright, it's decided then, the three sisters said in unison. The four people rekindled the campfire and used the food they had brought to cook a large pot of rice soup. The aroma of the food wafted through the air, catching the attention of some kind of strange beast deep within the lake. One by one, the strange beasts at the bottom of the lake awoke from their slumber, suddenly opening their eyes and quietly waiting for their body temperatures to return to normal before daring to move. The four people on the shore finished the rice soup completely, and after filling their stomachs, they looked out at the calm lake surface, feeling no signs of danger at all. Afterward, they chose a relatively spacious spot, each setting up their tents closely together to guard against unexpected incidents. The four of them sat by the campfire, chatting idly, feeling bored. Suddenly, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and raindrops began to fall on their necks. It's raining. Let's hurry back to the tents. Yuni stood up and said. The four of them quickly returned to their respective tents, swiftly zipping them up to prevent rainwater from seeping in. The rain outside gradually intensified, with raindrops making a crackling sound on the tents. The four couldn't help but marvel at how unpredictable the weather on the beast continent was. In just a minute, a sunny day had turned into an overcast and rainy one. As time went by, the rain grew heavier. Judging by the situation, it seemed the rain would last for quite a while. Lying on the mat, Charlotte listened to the sound of the rain outside and suddenly felt a strong wave of drowsiness wash over her. To perk herself up, Charlotte took out a glass jar containing a small bug from her backpack, intending to chat with it to ease her fatigue. The bug, seeing daylight again and spotting Charlotte, immediately straightened its body and angrily tapped on the glass jar. Let me out! Let me out! You lowly creature! Do you know what kind of being you've provoked? Faced with the hostile shouting of the little bug, Charlotte chose to watch coldly, quietly observing its performance. Not long after, the little bug appeared exhausted, lying weakly on the ground, its gaze fixed on Charlotte, as if pondering something. Tired, aren't you? Tired. Let's have a chat, Charlotte said with a smile. Humph. There's nothing to talk about with a lowly creature like you, the little bug said arrogantly, raising its head. Charlotte wasn't angered by the little bug repeatedly calling him a lowly creature. Instead, he curiously asked, why do you want to burrow into my brow? Do you want to coexist with me? That's right, the little bug answered without hesitation. Why? As soon as Charlotte asked the question, little bug's tone instantly became serious and solemnly said, from the moment you easily defeated that white ape, I started keeping an eye on you. Then you went on to kill a life form one level higher than you without sustaining any injuries. Such talent is truly rare. I can sense that there are multiple powerful forces hidden within you. You are a genius, rare even among the stars. If I don't choose to coexist with you, it would truly be a pity. After hearing the little bug's words, Charlot fell into deep thought. He secretly mused that this little bug's observational skills were truly extraordinary. Then, he asked a question that left the little bug puzzled. You said you established a symbiotic relationship with that white ape. So why is it that when I killed it, you were completely unaffected? The little bug froze upon hearing this. Seeing little bug so hesitant to speak, Charlotte immediately sensed something fishy. I knew it. You're not that honest, and you definitely wouldn't easily establish a symbiotic relationship with a creature. That white ape probably hasn't formed a symbiotic relationship with you, has it? You just want to use it to find a safe place and quietly wait for the next suitable symbiotic partner. Charlotte's words directly exposed Little Bug's lie. Realizing its secret had been uncovered, Little Bug stopped shouting and quietly lay down. Since you've discovered it, I won't pretend anymore. The truth is just as you said. Little Bug sighed. I had no choice. The entire forest is full of creatures without intelligence. There's barely one creature with a bit of intelligence, so I had no other option. I took advantage of its sleep and entered its eye, causing some benign evolution in it. All these years, it has been unaware of my existence, thinking the evolution was its own. I thought I would just continue like this until the white ape died of old age, and then I would look for the next host. Who would have thought I'd encounter a freak like you, who caught me and directly locked me up? Charlotte nodded silently to himself, thinking that this was not far from what he had imagined. The little bug had not truly coexisted with the white ape. Otherwise, as one of the 7 great demonic insects of the starry sky, how could it have only given the four-tailed white ape such mediocre abilities? If I agree to coexist with you, what do you plan to do? Charlotte asked. The little bug immediately stood up excitedly upon hearing this. Then I will truly coexist with you and provide you with my greatest assistance. Charlotte listened and couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart, wondering what kind of trouble this guy might cause. The little bug noticed Charlotte's expression of distrust and felt deeply frustrated. In its inherited memories, any intelligent being who heard about coexisting with the pupil bug clan would be overjoyed. This extreme expression of distrust was something it was encountering for the first time. I can't easily believe what you say. If you get into my eye but don't truly coexist with me, I can't forcibly pull you out, Charlotte said helplessly, spreading his hands. We can first bind the coexistence relationship, and then you can judge whether what I say is true or not, the little bug responded angrily. Charlotte pondered for a few seconds and finally nodded. All right, let's do it. He unscrewed the glass jar and held the little bug in his hand. The bug's body glowed with white light, and a strange energy chain extended from it. The energy chain pierced into Charlot's forehead, and Charlot only felt a current pass through, leaving his body tingling and numb. Immediately after, a high-level energy suddenly surrounded Charlot. This energy gave off an ancient and solemn feeling, incomparably profound. A few seconds later, the energy chain connecting the two instantly disappeared. Charlot looked down at the small insect in his hand, which was also gazing at him at that moment. A sense of mutual trust spontaneously arose at this moment, as if there were no boundaries between them. The two successfully coexist, and from now on, they will develop together. As long as Charlot grows stronger, the little bug will also grow stronger. If Charlot dies, the little bug will perish along with him. The symbiotic relationship can only be severed if both parties agree to break it, otherwise, it will never be broken. Please take care of me. From now on, we'll be together. Let me give you a name. Charlot gently stroked the little bug with his finger and asked. Having a name is indeed more convenient. From the memories of my predecessors, I know that many of them had names, the little bug replied, appearing very agreeable. How about Xia Tong? My surname is Xia, just call me Xia Luo suggested. Xiao Chong thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. This name is nice. The character Tong represents the special abilities of our clan. Using it as my name is indeed a good idea, Xiao Chong silently agreed in his heart. Great, from now on, I'll be called Xia Tong, Xiao Chong said happily. Charlotte felt joyful seeing the little bug so fond of it, and her smile was radiant. Xia Tong looked at Charlotte and asked, since we've already achieved symbiosis, I want to know, what type of eyes do you like? 3-eyed, 4-eyed, 6-eyed, double pupils, heterochromatic eyes, which one do you prefer? Xia Tong continued to inquire. Although I can't determine the specific abilities, I can only guide the evolutionary power of your eyes, Xia Tong added, but I can decide the style you want. Hearing this, Shero couldn't help but imagine himself with 4 eyes or 6 eyes in his mind, feeling that such an appearance would be truly terrifying. Xiaotong, which style is the least noticeable, the one that doesn't look like there's much change on the outside? Xiaorou asked. If you want something that doesn't show much change, then the three-eye style is the only option. There will be a thin slit in the center of your brow, which is hardly noticeable, Xiaotong answered after some thought. Then let's go with the three-eye style. Come on. I'm ready, Xiaorou said seriously, looking at Xiaotong in his hand. Xiaotong listened, then leapt with all her might, landing on Xia Luo's forehead. Afterward, she gently drew a thin line, and Xiaotong's body transformed into a mass of energy, gradually merging into the line. Soon after, Xia Luo felt a slight itch on his forehead, followed by a wave of tingling and swelling pain. After an unknown amount of time, Xia Luo slowly opened his eyes. Surrounded by strange energy, Charlot tried to sense it but gained nothing. Clearly, this was a higher-level energy that he couldn't fully comprehend with his current abilities. Lowering his gaze to the glass bottle, through its reflection, he saw the third eye on his forehead. This eye was not much different from ordinary eyes, except for the pupil. While the pupils of ordinary eyes are mostly brown or black, the pupil of this eye was black and gold. At first glance, it seemed to be pure black, but faint strands of golden light shone through. Kind of cool, huh? Charlotte couldn't help but smile, a sense of admiration rising in her heart. At that moment, the voice of the little bug, Xiaotong, suddenly echoed in her mind. Charlotte, this eye is far more than just cool. Oh? You know the function of this eye? Quickly tell me, Charlotte asked eagerly. When this eye is activated, the unknown energy it emits can neutralize energy attacks. In other words, any energy attack launched at you by an opponent will be nullified, and you will be in an absolutely invincible state. Little bug Xiaotong's words left Charlotte stunned, causing him to involuntarily gasp. This effect is too incredible. Could it be that as long as I face opponents using energy attacks, I can be invincible? Charlotte widened his eyes and murmured to himself. Little bug Xiaotong pondered for a moment and continued, in principle, that's indeed the case, but once you activate this eye, your stamina will rapidly deplete, and the physical exertion during combat will increase significantly. If your stamina is insufficient, this eye will automatically close. Therefore, unless it's a critical moment, it's best not to use it casually. Charlotte experienced the side effect of significantly increased physical exhaustion and had already started to feel a hint of fatigue. From the moment he opened his eye until now, in this short period of time, his body already felt slightly weary. Although the impact wasn't significant, he decided to minimize the use of this eye. With a thought, the eye at the center of his brow instantly shut tight, leaving only a faint slit. Without looking closely, it's impossible to notice. He raised his hand to touch the gap between his brows, feeling nothing special. Looking again at the reflection in the glass jar, it had already returned to its previous appearance. Not bad, the concealment is indeed strong. It can serve as a trump card. Just as Charlotte was chatting casually with little bug Xiaotong, a sudden shout came from outside. Ah! There's a snake! Upon hearing this, Charlotte's expression instantly turned serious. He immediately stood up and then set up a protective shield around him, capable of repelling the rain. The raindrops that fell on him were instantly bounced off, leaving him completely dry. Rushing out of the tent, the scene before him was one Charlotte would never forget. One by one, blue-green striped toad-like beasts, standing 3 to 4 meters tall, were leaping out of the lake, attacking the shore with their sights clearly set on the 4 of them. Snapping back to reality, Charlotte looked toward the direction of the 3 sisters. He saw Shin Huayou timidly standing behind Lu Yuni and Shin Huayou. A long severed tongue lay discarded nearby, along with the corpse of a toad-like mutant beast, seemingly just killed. The 3 people, upon seeing Charlot emerge, immediately felt reassured. Charlot stepped forward to stand before the 3, noticing their pale cheeks. Cold rainwater can cause hypothermia, which is very disadvantageous for them. Charlotte raised her hand, flicking the rainwater off the 3 of them and conveniently putting rain shields over them. The 3's previously soaked clothes instantly became dry, and their body temperatures gradually warmed up. Feeling this warmth, the 3 couldn't help but show a hint of surprise on their faces. Does anyone know information about these toad-like exotic beasts? Charlotte stood in front of the 3 and asked softly. These toad-like exotic beasts are called rain-summoning toads. As the name suggests, their species possesses the ability to summon rain. Presumably, this heavy rain is their handiwork, Shin Huayou replied. Charlotte nodded after hearing this and then carefully examined these rain-summoning toads. He found that they were all level 1 exotic beasts, not even a single level 2 exotic beast among them, making their hunting value quite limited. Tisk, all that came are level 1 exotic beasts, really not exciting at all. Charlotte shook her head in disappointment. The ability users inside these tents absolutely couldn't have been killed by level 1 exotic beasts. There must be stronger ones behind them, they just haven't shown up yet, Shin Huayou said seriously. I'm going first. I'll deal with these troublesome ones, and the big ones behind them will definitely appear. Huayou, keep an eye on my condition. As soon as Yuni finished speaking, she drew the sword from her waist and dashed forward briskly. For level 1 exotic beasts, Yuni basically took them down with one strike each. In the rain, she swung her sword, slashing, stabbing, lifting, and hacking, looking as though she was thoroughly enjoying the fight. She was surrounded by the rainproof shield set up by Charlotte, so there was no need to worry about her clothes getting soaked. Seeing Yuni enjoying herself so much, Shin Huayou was also tempted. She leapt into the air and unleashed a move called Fierce Wind Tornado. The tornado, mixed with rainwater, formed a massive waterspout. Sharp wind blades were carried within the waterspout, sweeping up the rain-summoning toads one by one and instantly shredding them to pieces. Shin Huayou focused intently, keeping a close eye on the two sisters and occasionally casting a physical recovery spell on them. Charlotte quietly observed the trio's coordination, nodding silently in approval. The seamless teamwork of the three was just like that of a family. Before long, the shore was covered in the foul-smelling blood of level 1 rain-summoning toads. Originally, the first-level rain-summoning toads that had surfaced in the lake and were preparing to come ashore smelled the strong scent of their kind's blood and saw the ferocity of the people on the shore. Instantly, they hesitated and sank back into the water, disappearing without a trace. Although these rain-summoning toads had halted their attack, the group knew that the real challenge was yet to come. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a batch of much larger rain-summoning toads emerged from the lake. Clearly, this batch consisted of second-level and third-level rain-summoning toads. With the appearance of these rain-summoning toads, the originally heavy rain intensified even further. But no matter how heavy the rain was, it made no difference to them, not a single drop could touch them. This move, attempting to use the power of rain to drain human heat and stamina, was ineffective against them. This group of rain-summoning toads floated up from the water but did not act recklessly. They instead opened their wide mouths, extended their long tongues, and shot them toward the group, seemingly trying to pull them into their domain. A flash of purple light appeared in Charlotte's eyes as she raised her head and unleashed a tenfold gravity field, pressing down on the rain-summoning toads. The tongues of the rain-summoning toads, which had been extended, instantly froze in mid-air, then rapidly plummeted to the ground, unable to move anymore. The rain-summoning toads, seeing this, tried to retract their tongues but found them completely immobile, as if they no longer belonged to them. Yuni and Shin Huayou exchanged a glance and immediately launched an attack on the immobilized tongues. Yuni swung her sword, while Shin Huayou unleashed wind blades. SSS. Dozens of mucus-covered tongues were forcibly severed, with blood splattering everywhere. The tongue of the rain-summoning toad was severed, blood gushed out wildly, and coupled with intense pain, it toppled onto the lake's surface, as if in slumber. Shin Huayou and Yuni were panting heavily, clearly exhausted. Seeing this, Shin Huayou hurriedly cast his stamina recovery spell. As the blood of the rain-summoning toad flowed into the lake, it seemed to trigger something. Gradually, the surface of the lake began to ripple, as if the ocean were surging. Seeing this, Charlotte's gaze immediately turned sharp. The big one is coming. Huayou, Yuni, quickly retreat. The two heard and hurriedly stepped back, but they were still a step too late. Suddenly, several thick and long tongues extended from the lake, sticking to the backs of the two people and dragging them into the water. Million gravity. Charlotte raised her hand and unleashed a gravitational field toward the lake's surface. The immense gravity roared like a bomb, pressing a deep pit into the lake's surface. Before long, a pool of blood emerged from the lake. The massive blood loss significantly deepened the color of the surrounding waters. At the same time, the tongue sticking to Shin Huayou and Yuni's backs also limply slackened. During the few seconds of being dragged, Shin Huayou and Yuni couldn't help but envision their fate painfully drowning and then being devoured by the rain-summoning toad. They exchanged glances and revealed a smile of survival after the calamity. Immediately, the two quickly stood up, sprinted to Charlotte's side, and gratefully said thank you. No need to be polite, stay focused, Charlotte said sternly. The four swiftly formed a formation, their eyes fixed on the lake's surface. At that moment, a massive whirlpool suddenly appeared on the lake, with a colossal dark shadow faintly emerging at its center. Gradually, a dark figure emerged from the vortex. It was a rain-summoning toad king with a head as wide as 10 meters. Its color was completely different from those previous rain-summoning toads, changing from blue-green to pure blue. Judging by the life energy it emitted, it turned out to be a level 6 mutant beast. Obviously, it is the true master of this great lake. The level 6 Toad King stared at the 4 people on the shore with its large eyes, sticking out its tongue as saliva dripped into the lake water. Clearly, it could hardly wait to feast on their flesh and blood. The 3 sisters trembled all over, shaken by the dangerous aura emanating from the level 6 Toad King. After all, this monster was 3 major realms higher than them, so such a reaction was entirely normal. Charlotte gazed at the Toad King, his expression finally turning serious. When he fought the level 5 Ape King, he was almost unscathed. Although he bled a little, he could instantly heal himself with the Phoenix Azure Flame, making it essentially a no-injury battle overall. This level 6 Toad King had reignited his interest. A level 6 exotic beast, 2 major realms higher than him, he wondered if he could defeat it. You 3, step back quickly. I want to fight it. Charlotte's eyes sparkled with confidence as he spoke to the 3 people beside him. Ha! Charlotte, don't be impulsive. It's 2 major realms higher than you. Shin Huayou turned to look at Charlotte, whose face was full of confidence, and said worriedly, "Brother Charlotte, calm down. This isn't a level 5 mutant beast, it's a level 6 mutant beast. You need to think carefully about whether fighting it is wise." Shin Huayou also urged anxiously. "That's right, Charlotte. Given the current situation, it's safer for us to use the spatial wristband to escape back to school." Yuni also seemed to disagree with Charlotte's decision. Charlotte shook his head, his tone firm and confident. "Trust me, I won't lose." Immediately, he strode forward and arrived at the lakeshore. Facing this colossal creature, he revealed a provocative smile. The level 6 Toad King, seeing such a tiny human dare to openly provoke it, instantly flew into a rage and let out a deafening roar toward the sky. As the Toad King let out a long howl, the sky suddenly darkened. The rainwater gradually turned from clear to murky, causing discomfort. The murky rainwater fell on nearby trees, and the leaves immediately withered, clearly becoming toxic. The Toad King lowered its head to gaze at the 4 people on the shore, noticing that they were drenched in its poisonous rain yet completely unharmed, growing even angrier. The 3 sisters saw this and knew they couldn't stop Charlot, so they immediately retreated, giving him space. The Toad King slowly revealed its upper body from the lake, its massive figure causing ripples in the water, almost flooding the lakeshore. Charlot spread his wings and soared, flying in front of the Toad King, arrogantly saying, "Big Toad, if you want to live, you'd better take this battle seriously." At this moment, the Toad King was completely enraged. With a single thought, the lake water beneath it instantly transformed into hundreds of thick water dragons, rushing straight toward Charlot in the sky. Seeing the dense attacks coming from all directions, Charlot's eyes revealed a trace of disdain. He gently waved his hand, and the entire area was instantly enveloped by a field of 1,000,000 gravitational forces. The streams of water that had been rushing toward Charlot, affected by the gravity, were completely unable to rise and ultimately merged into a mass of water, returning to the lake. The Toad King felt the gravity pressing down on it. Although it didn't cause much harm, a hint of shock still flashed in its eyes. Although level 6 exotic beasts are not as intelligent and linguistically capable as level 7 exotic beasts, they have already gained a preliminary understanding of the world's laws of power. The Toad King gazed at this seemingly insignificant human, who surprisingly wielded such a rare gravitational power, and couldn't help but feel a surge of displeasure. Then, it opened its mouth wide and spat out a blue orb. Charlotte stared at the blue orb, sensing the immense water energy contained within, and couldn't help but feel astonished. "What is this thing? Can't win, so you resort to cheating?" At that moment, Xia Tong's voice suddenly echoed in Xiao Luo's mind. "Xiao Luo, this is a great item, you absolutely have to take it." Hearing this, Xiao Luo smiled faintly, as he had already intended to do so. The Toad King gazed at the bead before him, a trace of tenderness in his eyes. This was a water element treasure he had condensed with the effort of his entire life, containing immense water element energy. It was precisely with this bead that he could protect this lake and reign supreme. Other beast clans wishing to drink water had to offer their offspring as tribute to gain the right to drink. The Toad King stared at the bead in front of him and, just like before, began to activate the water energy within it. The blue bead instantly emitted a dazzling light, condensing into a wave of blue energy that shot straight toward Charlotte in the air. Charlotte clenched his right fist, and the white vibrating force appeared in his hand. He fiercely punched at the approaching energy wave. However, he only managed to hold out for 2 seconds before being struck by the blue energy wave, sent flying, and landing heavily on his back. After sliding a certain distance, he barely managed to stabilize himself. Standing up again, Charlotte was shocked to see the green flames igniting all over his body. The power of this energy wave was unexpectedly immense, even a slight brush against its edge caused such severe damage to his body. More importantly, the repelling force of the meatball ability had absolutely no effect on this energy wave. Just as Charlotte was lost in thought, Summer's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Charlotte, the water energy in this bead has been refined to an extremely pure state by this toad, fatally touching upon traces of the laws of the starry sky. Do not confront it head-on. The laws of the starry sky? Sounds pretty impressive. Hearing Xiaotong's words, Charlot's interest in the bead grew even stronger. However, since its energy, can my open eye withstand it? Charlot asked. Of course it can. Open your eye and kill it in the shortest time possible to seize the bead, Xiaotong said earnestly. It's not just the bead, I also want its level 6 crystal core. Charlotte responded confidently. Under the healing of the blue flame, Charlotte's injuries quickly recovered completely. He closed his eyes on the spot, activating the third eye at the center of his brow. The Toad King saw Charlotte actually close his eyes and let out a few loud laughs, believing deep down that this weak human had already accepted his fate and given up struggling. However, being able to use this orb to kill you, you can die without regret. Once again controlling the orb, a powerful energy wave surged toward the motionless Charlot. Seeing this situation, Shin Huayou and the other two hurriedly shouted anxiously, Charlot, dodge quickly! However, Charlot ignored the trio's cries and remained standing in place, completely motionless. He murmured, third eye. Open. The Toad King saw the energy wave approaching Charlot, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing a cruel smile. Bang! The surging energy wave struck Charlot directly, producing a loud noise. But in the next second, the Toad King's expression suddenly stiffened, and even the three sisters behind Charlot were completely bewildered. Because Charlot, despite suffering such a terrifying attack, did not retreat even half a step and still stood firm in place, as if the attack had never landed on him at all. The Toad King rubbed its eyes, staring at the unharmed Charlot, its heart filled with immense confusion. This beat of his had never failed before, defeating the exotic beasts of this forest. How could this weak human remain completely unscathed? The Toad King refused to believe in defeat and launched another energy attack with the orb at Charlot. After noticing it, Charlot not only didn't dodge but instead charged straight ahead. Under the Toad King's shocked gaze, the energy wave emitted by the orb hit Charlot and instantly vanished without a trace. How is this possible? The attack actually disappeared on him. Taking advantage of the Toad King's moment of distraction, Charlotte had already charged through the energy wave and reached the Toad King. Clenching his right fist, he gathered the power of vibration, while also enhancing the punch with the first level of 9 heavens, the first heaven, which he had mastered. Swinging his fist, he struck hard at the Toad King's massive head. A cracking sound echoed, accompanied by the noise of space shattering. The skin on the top of the Toad King's head instantly cracked. But it was not over yet, the power of the first heaven was unleashed. Bang! With a thunderous roar, the already fractured space expanded again, covering the entire head of the Toad King, spreading over 10 meters. The three sisters were so shocked by the scene that they didn't dare to breathe, fearing that Charlotte might be distracted because of them. The Toad King initially thought that this punch had no effect on it. After all, its skin was thick and tough, and this weak human could absolutely not harm it at most, it might just break the skin a little. But as time went on, it suddenly felt a sharp pain in its head, and the pain grew increasingly intense. Finally, with a squelching sound, the Toad King's thick and tough head unexpectedly sprayed streams of fresh blood in all directions. The speed of the blood spurt was so fast that within seconds, it dyed the entire brain of the Toad King bright red. Roar! The Toad King let out an angry roar of pain. At this moment, it finally saw clearly that the human in front of it had grown another eye, and that eye emitted a strange power it couldn't comprehend. Charlot quickly retreated, creating distance from the Toad King. After the roar, the Toad King seemed somewhat dizzy. Eventually, it staggered and toppled into the water, clearly struck on the head by Charlot's punch, losing its sense of direction. Charlot hovered in mid-air, coldly watching the surface of the lake. The Toad King, after all, was a level 6 mutant beast, the strongest opponent he had ever faced, and would definitely not fall so easily. Suddenly, a barbed long tongue shot out from the lake toward Charlotte at lightning speed. Charlotte squinted his eyes and raised his hand to cast an elastic shield, placing it in front of him. As soon as the long tongue approached him, it was deflected and couldn't touch him at all. The Toad King saw that its tongue couldn't reach Charlot and was about to retract it, but a hand suddenly grabbed its tongue. Charlot showed no fear of the barbs on the tongue, decisively grabbed it, and gave it a fierce tug. He had to force the Toad King out of the water to fight him openly and fairly. Otherwise, if this dragged on any longer, the energy consumption would be enormous. The Toad King saw its tongue firmly grabbed, unable to retract it, and had no choice but to reluctantly resurface. Charlotte saw the Toad King appear again and flew backward while pulling its tongue, intending to drag it to the shore. The Toad King was well aware that this human in front of it wanted to drag it out of the lake, or its home field advantage would completely disappear, leaving it at his mercy. At this moment, it deeply regretted using its tongue to ambush this human. It had been too ruthless, not expecting him to be completely unfazed by the poisonous barbs on its tongue and to simply pull it forcefully. But Charlotte was no fool and had long realized that the spikes on the tongue were highly likely to be poisonous. Therefore, before grabbing the tongue, he had already covered his hand with a layer of elastic shield, making the poisonous spikes on the tongue completely unable to harm his hand. Unknowingly, the Toad King was pulled out of the lake by Charlotte, forcibly dragged out by its tongue. The Toad King stood several dozen meters tall, and each step it took caused the ground to tremble. At this moment, the wound on the top of the Toad King's head split open again due to intense movement, and blood spurted out violently. The blood splattered onto the trees, causing them to wither instantly, indicating the toxicity of the blood was significant. As the wound on its head reopened, the Toad King immediately felt a wave of dizziness. It accidentally stumbled over a tree, staggered a few steps, and then collapsed directly among the trees. Seeing this scene, a trace of smugness appeared at the corner of Charlotte's mouth. The Nine Heavens manual taught by his master truly proved to be incredibly powerful. Even just the first level, combining the force of vibration, could unleash such immense power. With one strike, the Toad King was severely injured, even its brain was affected. If he could reach the pinnacle of the Nine Heavens, what kind of awe-inspiring power would that be? Thinking of this, his heart couldn't help but surge with excitement. Lying on the ground, the Toad King's eyeballs slowly oozed blood, and its vision turned completely red, as if it were immersed in a world of blood. At this moment, an unprecedented sense of panic chilled it to the bone. Recalling the past, it had risen from being an insignificant Level 1 mutant beast, relying on its extraordinary talent to advance rapidly and become a Level 5 mutant beast. Through its profound understanding of the power of water, it condensed a blue orb and ultimately advanced to Level 6, becoming the ruler of this great lake. However, at this moment, it felt its life was nearing its end. Due to the limitations of its species, further advancement was extremely difficult, leaving it stuck in place. Over the long years, fear gradually consumed its heart. It was terrified that its status as king and the blue orb would be taken by a new ruler. Thus, it spared no effort to eliminate all Level 4 and Level 5 mutant beasts in this lake, including members of its own kind, the rain-summoning Toad clan. This was also the reason why there were no other Level 4 or higher mutant beasts in the entire lake besides itself. It would not allow any beast that could threaten its position to exist, even if it was one of its own kin. Now, as the king of the rain-summoning Toad clan, it found itself in dire straits without a single rain-summoning Toad coming to its aid. Perhaps this was its karma. Suddenly, the Toad King had a flash of thought, spitting out the blue treasure orb from its mouth and then looking at Charlotte, seemingly intending to use the orb to exchange for its freedom. Seeing this situation, Charlotte remained unmoved. A blue treasure orb, the crystal core of a Level 6 exotic beast, there was no way he would let it slip away. The Toad King, noticing Charlotte's cold gaze, had already guessed his intentions. Finally, it steeled itself and forcibly tore off its own tongue. Immediately, it turned and dove into the lake. At its level, a severed tongue could regenerate, but if its life were lost, there would be no coming back. Charlotte was startled by the creature's decisiveness. He couldn't let the treasure slip away. He enveloped himself in a water-repelling shield and dove into the lake after it. The lake was pitch black, but with his third eye, the dark waters appeared as bright as daylight. Looking down, he saw the Toad King frantically swimming toward the bottom of the lake. Charlotte had no intention of letting this fat duck escape. He still needed the Level 6 crystal core to feed the devil fruit tree. Who knows, maybe this time he could obtain a nature-type devil fruit. His body sank downward, heading straight for the Toad King. Meanwhile, on the shore, Shin Huayou and the other two were shocked to see Charlotte diving in pursuit. The underwater environment was entirely different from the shore. While Charlotte had the advantage on land, he might not fare as well underwater, as it was the Toad King's domain. What should we do now? Charlotte actually chased after them. Shin Huayou asked anxiously, looking to the other two for advice. Huayou, don't panic. Since Charlotte dared to chase after them, it means he has confidence. We just need to wait quietly for him to come back, Yuni said calmly. Although her brows were tightly furrowed, clearly showing her concern, she didn't voice it. Shin Huayou remained silent, her gaze fixed on the surface of the lake, silently praying in her heart for Charlotte's safety. As the three waited quietly, a rustling sound suddenly came from the dense forest behind them. They turned around simultaneously, only to see 4 figures emerging from the woods, their height seemingly similar to theirs. They immediately assumed a combat stance, as caution was necessary in this perilous wilderness. The 4 individuals, holding umbrellas, walked out of the forest. Upon seeing the 3 standing by the lakeshore, their faces showed surprise, clearly not expecting to encounter living people in this place. But soon, as they took a closer look at the 3, their expressions of surprise turned to shock. The reason was that the 3 were not using umbrellas, yet their hair and clothes were completely dry, as if the rainwater had vanished upon touching them. Shin Huayou and the other 2 saw the full appearance of the 4 people, a group consisting of 3 men and 1 woman, seemingly here to explore this area as well. The 4 walked slowly toward the trio, holding umbrellas. One of the men, who appeared to be the leader, surveyed the surroundings and the corpse of the strange beast in the lake. He stepped forward alone, stood in front of Shin Huayou and the others, and introduced himself. "Hello, ladies. I am Li Qingtian, a sophomore at Qishan Ability University, and the leader of this team." After introducing himself, Li Qingtian stood in place holding an umbrella, quietly waiting for the 3 to respond. Upon hearing this, Shin Huayou and the others glanced at the spatial wristbands on the 4 people's wrists, and their concerns immediately dissipated. After all, apart from students from various universities, no one else has the opportunity to possess such wristbands. They exchanged glances. Then Shin Huayou stepped forward and said, "We are freshmen at Giant Ability University. My name is Shin Huayou. We are a 4-person team, and our captain went into the lake to chase a level 6 exotic beast. We are waiting here for him to come back." Shin Huayou's words left the 4 people present stunned. They are actually first-year students. And the captain went into the lake to chase a level 6 exotic beast? Could it be that their captain is a 3rd-year student? Has already reached the level of Transcendent Realm Ninth Stage or Skywalking Realm? After figuring this out, the 4 people from the Divine Artifact Ability University simultaneously showed expressions of sudden realization. It seems these 3 hold quite a high status, to actually receive help from a powerful 3rd-year student. "Oh, I see," Li Qingtian responded with a smile. Then he swung his right hand backward, pointing to the 3 people behind him. "Let me introduce my 3 reliable teammates to the 3 ladies. This is Wu Hao, his ability is an A-level power, master of swift blades. This is Qian Xing, his ability is an A-level power, master of archery. This is Chao Yuer, the only girl in my team, her ability is an A-level power, master of hidden weapons. Finally, I am Li Qingtian, my ability is an S-level power, Gun King." When Shin Huayou and the other 2 heard that Li Qingtian was an S-level ability user, their faces showed slight surprise, but they quickly returned to calm. After all, it was just an S-level ability. They had seen plenty of SSS level abilities, and most of those SSS level abilities were concentrated in one person. Shin Huayou cleared her throat and began to speak. "My name is Shin Huayou, my ability is A-level, Tornado." Then she pointed to the 2 people behind her. "This is my younger sister Shin Huayou, her ability is A-level, Healing." She then pointed to the other person. "This is our close friend Yuni, her ability is A-level, Sword Mastery." After the brief introductions, Li Qingtian looked at them and asked his question, "Miss Shin, why is it that you don't use umbrellas, yet you don't get wet in the rain?" Shin Huayou and the other 2 were momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then exchanged smiles. Shin Huayou straightened her back, raised her chin, and said proudly, "This is our captain. He used his ability to cover us with a rainproof shield." Li Qingtian and his group took a closer look and indeed noticed a thin protective shield around the 3 of them. Raindrops that fell on them were instantly repelled, leaving them completely dry. Seeing this situation, Li Qingtian and the other 3 couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Walking through the forest with an umbrella was indeed inconvenient, as the dense branches would often snag it, but without an umbrella, their clothes would get soaked, and their body temperature would drop, which was hardly worth it. Li Qingtian glanced at the dozen or so tents, then turned to Shin Huayou and the other 2, asking curiously, "Are all these tents yours?" "No, these 4 are ours. The other dozen or so are abandoned tents, no one lives in them anymore," Shin Huayou explained. Upon hearing this, Li Qingtian turned to his teammates and said, "The 4 of us can use these abandoned tents to set up a shelter. We'll move forward once the rain stops." Wu Hao, Chen Xing, and Chao Yuer nodded in agreement and immediately began working on building the shelter. Seeing this, Shin Huayou and the other 2 thought that since they had nothing else to do, they might as well help. With the combined efforts of the 7, the rain shelter was quickly set up. The interior space was spacious enough to accommodate more than 10 people. Finally, Li Qingtian and his team could put away their umbrellas and take a break. I, Li Qingtian, on behalf of my 3 teammates, thank the 3 ladies for their help. Li Qingtian cupped his hands in gratitude. No need to be polite. On the continent of exotic beasts, humans should help each other. Besides, we were idle anyway. Lu Yuni responded with a smile, cupping her hands in return. Lu Yuni's heroic demeanor, along with her every expression and smile, made Wu Hao from Artifact God University feel his heart race, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Is this what love at first sight feels like? Wu Hao's thoughts began to wander across Lu Yuni's face, and his hand holding the knife started to sweat unconsciously. Suddenly, Wu Hao asked Lu Yuni, Miss Lu, why didn't you apply to Artifact God University, which focuses on weapon-based abilities, but instead went to Giant University? Hearing Wu Hao's question, the other 3 from Qixin University were stunned. After all, Wu Hao had always been a man of few words, spending his time sharpening or practicing with knives at school, and usually remaining silent. What was going on with him today? Lu Yuni smiled faintly, glanced at the 2 sisters beside her, and as Charlotte's face appeared in her mind, she softly said, because we don't want to be separated. Ah, were you classmates before? Xiaoyu asked in surprise. That's right, we've been friends since childhood, grew up together, and have never been apart, Shin Huayou said proudly. While that's wonderful, over 10 years of friendship, and you can still get into the same university together, Xiaoyu said enviously, looking at the 3 of them. The reason Xiaoyu was envious was that she had entered the Divine Artifact Ability University alone during high school, without friends to support each other. When she arrived at the school, she knew nothing and had to rely on herself to get through the initial period. Fortunately, she now had these 3 reliable teammates. Xiaoyu walked forward slowly, smiling as she chatted with the 3 sisters. After all, they were all girls, making it easier to get along. Standing beside Wu Hao, Ching was the first to notice Wu Hao's unusual behavior. As the team leader, Li Qingtian naturally also noticed the change in Wu Hao. The 2 of them pulled Wu Hao aside. The 3 of them went to a corner, and Xing asked Wu Hao teasingly, Haozi, tell me the truth, have you taken a liking to her? Wu Hao was shocked upon hearing this and immediately raised his hand to cover Xing's mouth. Li Qingtian, seeing Wu Hao's intense reaction, had already sensed something and smiled faintly as he looked at Wu Hao. Haozi, I have to say, you're usually as quiet as a clam, but your taste is undeniably good. Wu Hao realized he had already been exposed and saw no need to hide it any longer, so he let go of Xing. Afterward, he secretly raised his head to glance at Lu Yuni, noticing that she was chatting enthusiastically with the others. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He turned to look at his 2 friends beside him and, feeling slightly embarrassed, said, Captain, Xingzi, I think I might have fallen in love at first sight. The 2 couldn't help but gasp after hearing this. Hearing this sentence from the 1.8-meter-tall Wu Hao made them feel a bit uncomfortable. However, as brothers, this was not the time to kick someone when they're down. Xing thought seriously for a moment and slowly expressed his opinion. Haatsa, you really need to think this through. She's not a student at our school, and the 2 schools are miles apart. Long-distance relationships are hard to maintain. Upon hearing this, Wu Hao's brow immediately furrowed. He had indeed considered this point, otherwise, why would he have asked Lu Yuni earlier why she hadn't applied to their school? Li Qingtian saw this and shook his head with a smile. Xingzi, aren't you being too hasty? They aren't even together yet, and you're already thinking about the future. Xing immediately grabbed Wu Hao's chin and pointed at his face for Li Qingtian to see. Captain, look at Hao Ji's cool demeanor, combined with his striking looks. Tell me, which girl wouldn't be smitten by him? Li Qingtian listened and then carefully examined Wu Hao. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted, but he quickly held back his smile. After calming himself, he nodded solemnly. Haatsa, if you don't express your feelings this time, you might never get another chance in your life. Go, confess to her, and good luck. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wu Hao exhaled deeply, gripped the knife handle tightly, and walked toward Lu Yuni. At that moment, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Rumble! The 7 people under the rain shelter were startled by the sudden and intense tremor, stumbling out of the shelter one after another. The 4 from Qixin University didn't even have time to grab their umbrellas. At this moment, the ground was still shaking, and the tremors were becoming increasingly intense. Before long, the ground stopped shaking, and the rain began to lessen. The 7 of them no longer had to crouch slightly to steady themselves and avoid being toppled over. What's going on? Is this an earthquake? Something feels off, Li Qingtian said, still shaken. It might be some powerful mutant beast moving around nearby, Xing said as he drew his bow and arrow, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Upon hearing that there might be a powerful exotic beast nearby, the other 3 members of Qishan University immediately perked up and quickly formed a combat formation, standing back to back. Only Shin Huayou and her 2 companions exchanged a glance, secretly speculating that the earthquake was definitely not caused by an exotic beast. It was highly likely that the tremors were the aftermath of Charlotte's battle at the bottom of the lake. Xiao Yuer saw Shin Huayou and her companions still standing in place and hurriedly shouted, "You 3, come over quickly. There might be a dangerous and powerful exotic beast nearby." Shin Huayou waved her hand upon hearing this and responded with a smile, "Sister Yuer, the earthquake just now was probably caused by our captain fighting underwater in the lake. You don't need to worry." The 4 were momentarily stunned upon hearing this, but they quickly relaxed. Thinking it over, their captain was a third-year student who could even chase down level 6 exotic beasts. Causing such a commotion was indeed not surprising. I see now. We were a bit overly sensitive and made a fool of ourselves, Li Qingtian said, scratching his head with a smile. Our captain does make quite a commotion when fighting, so it's understandable that you might overthink it, Shin Huayou said with a slight smile. Li Qingtian looked up at the sky, feeling the rain gradually lessen. Recalling the earth-shaking scene earlier, he couldn't help but sigh deeply. So this is the Giant Ability University, the terrifying strength of third-year students. Truly awe-inspiring. Upon hearing this, Shin Huayou and the other 2 frowned, their faces full of confusion. The terrifying strength of third-year students? Unbelievably powerful? Who here is a third-year student? Captain Li, do we have any third-year students here? Shin Huayou asked in confusion. I'm talking about your captain. Isn't your captain a third-year student? Li Qingtian asked with an equally puzzled expression. Shin Huayou and the other 2 exchanged glances, and a faint smile appeared on their lips. No wonder they thought Xiao Luo was a third-year student. After all, chasing down a level 6 mutant beast in the lake with such skill, who would believe he was a first-year student? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they probably wouldn't have believed it either. Captain Li, you've misunderstood. Our captain isn't a third-year student, he's in the same year as us, also a first-year freshman, Shin Huayou replied with a broad smile. Shin Huayou's words were like a heavy bomb detonating in the hearts of Li Qingtian and the other 3, boom. The explosion left the 4 of them stunned in place, wanting to speak but unable to utter a single word. Chasing the beast's lair underwater, the aftermath of the underwater battle triggering such a violent earthquake, was this really accomplished by a freshman? In the end, it was Captain Li Qingtian who reacted first, letting out a slightly incredulous laugh as he said, You 3 ladies really know how to joke. If we didn't have some common sense, we might have actually believed you. The other 3 immediately snapped out of it upon hearing this, patting their chests and letting out a sigh of relief. If not for Li Qingtian's reminder, they might have truly believed it. A normal human ability user, no matter how talented, would already be considered among the top tier of humanity if they reached the Transcendence realm and completed a life leap during their freshman year. Moreover, the semester had just started, and many freshman geniuses were still stuck at the Noble Realm stage. Even taking the most extreme scenario, becoming Transcendence realm before the semester began, human Transcendence realm only equates to the 4th level of beasts, while the lake bottom housed a 6th level beast. A 6th level beast fighting a human in the Transcendence realm would suppress them with sheer level disparity alone, let alone being chased down. Seeing that they didn't believe them at all, Shin Huayou and the other 2 stopped trying to argue. Once they witnessed Xiao Luo's strength with their own eyes, they would understand what it means for facts to speak louder than words. The rain in the sky gradually lessened until it finally turned into a sparse drizzle, barely noticeable when it landed on the body. At that moment, Xiao Yuer seemed to have seen something terrifying. Trembling, she raised her hands and pointed toward the lake in front of her. For a moment, everyone followed Xiao Yuer's gaze. In the center of the lake, a large surge of blood suddenly appeared, instantly dyeing an entire area of the lake red. The scene was utterly horrifying. Upon witnessing this, everyone gasped in shock. Before they could recover, a massive corpse floated up from the center of the bloodied water. As soon as Shin Huayou and the other 2 saw the corpse of the Toad King, their faces lit up with joy. The Toad King's body was covered in cracks, with no intact flesh anywhere, clearly beaten by Xiao Luo. Unexpectedly, Shero was able to forcibly kill the Toad King in the water, truly worthy of being Shero. Li Qingtian and the other 3 saw the Toad King's corpse and felt the immense power it contained, firmly believing it was definitely a level 6 mutant beast. Their expectations for the captain soared even higher. To be able to kill such a monster in the water, this captain must at least be a 9th-tier transcendent ability user. At their school, such strength would be enough to rank in the top 5. At this moment, the sky gradually cleared, and a ray of sunlight pierced through the dispersing dark clouds, illuminating the land below. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard. From underwater emerged a figure cloaked in a water-repellent shield, who was unmistakably Charlot. At this moment, Charlot had already closed the third eye and returned to his original appearance. Due to the prolonged use of the third eye, his complexion appeared slightly pale, urgently needing energy replenishment. Retracting the water-repelling shield, he unfolded the azure flame wings, hovering in midair and surveying his surroundings. He saw Shin Huayou and the other two waving at him simultaneously. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he looked behind the three, where four strangers appeared. It seems they are also university students, here to explore this place. One of them glided down and stood coldly in front of everyone. A few rays of sunlight fell on Charlot, making his appearance seem imposing without anger. "Who are you?" Charlot stood with his hands behind his back, his tone slightly unfriendly. He is not acting this way without reason. Being in a desolate wilderness and encountering a few strangers would make anyone vigilant. Seeing Charlotte's unfriendly tone, Shin Huayou and the other two hurriedly stepped forward to explain to him. After understanding the ins and outs of the situation, Charlotte's tone finally softened a bit. "So that's how it is. You are second-year students at Artifact God University. My name is Shero, a freshman at Giant University. If I have offended any of you seniors just now, I deeply apologize," Shero said, clasping his fists together with sincere regret. Upon hearing this, the four of them, Ching and his companions, immediately widened their eyes and waved their hands hurriedly. "This guy is actually a freshman? Does he even look the part?" At this moment, Huayou seemed to realize something. She took out her phone, opened the photo album, scrolled down, and clicked on the saved photo. She looked up at Charlot in front of her, then lowered her head to check the picture on her phone. You're the one from the internet, the Roshen with 4 SSS level abilities, Charlot." Huayou's eyes sparkled, her fingers trembled slightly, and she stammered. Upon hearing Huayou's mention, the other three instantly recalled the viral news from a few days ago. Freshman at Giant University, the astonishing 5 ability wielder, possessing 4 SSS level abilities, Luo Shen. They initially thought this news was fake, fabricated by Giant University to deceive people, but unexpectedly, this person truly exists. Xiao Luo couldn't help but feel amused and exasperated upon hearing the nickname Luo Shen. "Although what's said online is true, you can just call me Xiao Luo. The nickname Luo Shen sounds a bit too immodest." Huayou stepped forward to stand in front of Charlotte, her expression somewhat shy as she said, "Lo, Charlotte, can I take a photo with you?" Charlotte smiled slightly and walked to Huayou's side, expressing his consent through his actions. After the photo was taken, Ching stepped forward and stood in front of Charlotte. "Hello, I'm Ching, currently at the 4th stage of Transcendence, and the leader of this team. May I ask what stage your strength is at right now?" "Stage 9 of the Transcendence realm," Charlotte answered without any hesitation. As soon as the words left her mouth, Ching, Wu Hao, and Xianxing immediately felt a wave of existential doubt. They had painstakingly trained for so long, enduring countless life and death trials, just to barely reach the Transcendence realm. Yet, a freshman had far surpassed them in strength, leaving a trace of bitterness in their hearts. At this moment, Shin Huayou and the others suddenly noticed that Charlotte's face looked somewhat pale. "Charlotte, why does your face look a bit pale?" Yuni walked up to Charlotte and asked with concern. "Yeah, we've never seen you look so unwell before." Shin Huayou also came over, her face full of worry. "Brother Charlotte, are you hurt?" Shin Huayou circled around Charlotte, carefully inspecting him. "No, I just used up a lot of energy and I'm a bit hungry. I'll be fine after eating something." Charlotte waved his hand, signaling them not to worry. "Hungry? Well, that's understandable. Defeating a level 6 mutant beast is indeed exhausting. Let's go make you something to eat." After saying this, Yuni took the hands of the two sisters and prepared to start a campfire to cook. Xiao Luo smiled knowingly after hearing this and didn't say much. He turned to look at Ching and the other three, suddenly noticing that Ching's expression seemed a bit odd. "Captain Li, what's wrong?" Xiao Luo frowned and asked in confusion. Ching listened and revealed a wry smile. Turning to look at Wu Hao, he saw Wu Hao lower his head, his expression desolate, as if pondering something. Seeing Wu Hao's demeanor, Ching couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Then, he looked at Xiao Luo, shook his head, and said, "It's nothing, I'm just surprised by your strength. To defeat a level 6 mutant beast with a body at the Transcendence realm, there might be no one else in the world like you." Charlotte smiled faintly, without responding modestly. Being overly modest would instead seem arrogant, as the facts were just as they were. "Captain Li, You and your team probably haven't eaten yet. Why don't you join us for a meal? Charlotte extended an invitation. Li Qingtian immediately nodded in agreement. The four of them indeed hadn't eaten yet, and their stomachs were starting to growl. A pot of savory salted meat porridge was simmering over the campfire. 8 people sat around the campfire, using discarded tents as cushions, and began chatting. Xiaojuer and Shin Huayou sat together with 2 others, growing increasingly fond of each other as they talked, even exchanging friend requests. Charlotte saw that the salted meat porridge was ready and immediately served a bowl to each person. With the dry rations each carried, it could already be considered a sumptuous meal in the wild. Everyone ate and chatted. Li Qingtian glanced at Wu Hao, then turned to ask Xiaoluo, do you have a girlfriend? No, why are you suddenly asking this? Xiaoluo asked, feeling puzzled. It's nothing. I just want to know what kind of girl someone as exceptionally talented as you would like, Li Qingtian said with a smile. Hearing this, Xiaoluo began to think seriously. Seeing Xiaoluo deep in thought, Shin Huayou, and Lu Yuni all stopped chatting and silently awaited what Xiaoluo was about to say next. Wu Hao's gaze shifted to Lu Yuni, seeing her eyes fixed tightly on Xiaoluo, her whole body tense, fingers clenched so tightly they turned white, as if waiting for an important moment. Seeing this, Wu Hao's face instantly turned pale, his body cold, as if he had fallen into an endless abyss. At this moment, he understood what that look meant. It was a gaze filled with affection and love. At this point, he had no choice but to admit that the girl he secretly admired had long since given her heart to someone else. He, who had never been in a relationship, finally met a girl he admired, yet fate is unpredictable. The devastating blow caused Wu Hao to lose grip of the bowl of porridge in his hand, which fell heavily to the ground and shattered into several pieces. Crash! The sound of the bowl breaking immediately drew everyone's attention. Wu Hao, what's wrong? Seeing the usually composed Wu Hao actually break a bowl, Xiaojuer felt very puzzled. Chen Xing was right next to Wu Hao. Watching Wu Hao's expression just now, as if the sky had fallen, he understood and shook his head wearily before handing Wu Hao a few tissues. Wu Hao took the tissues absent-mindedly, forcing a faint smile. Maybe I'm a bit dizzy, maybe it's a cold. I'll go set up the tent and rest for a while. Wu Hao quickly cleaned up the broken bowl, then walked to an open space and began setting up the tent. After the small interlude, Li Qingtian continued to ask, Xiaoluo, you still haven't answered my earlier question. What type of girl do you like? Well, I really don't know, Xiaoluo said with a wry smile. Since childhood, due to family reasons, I've been somewhat introverted, so I basically haven't talked to girls. Except for when I was 7 or 8 years old, during elementary school, I became friends with a little girl. But within 2 years, she transferred to another school, and now I can't even remember what she looked like. After that, I didn't have any female friends. Until my senior year of high school, by chance, I met the 3 of them, and later we got into the same university together, all the way until now. So you asked me what type of girl I like, and for a moment, I really didn't know how to answer, Charlotte said helplessly. Upon hearing this, Li Qingtian immediately waved his hand and pointed to the 4 girls present. Charlotte, if you don't know how to answer a question, then I'll give you a multiple-choice one. Among these 4, who is the most attractive to you? Li Qingtian's casual words were like a sudden thunderclap, exploding in the minds of the 4 girls. After a brief moment of daze, the 4 of them slightly straightened their backs and sat gracefully to the side, as if meditating, showing no interest in external matters. However, the rapid pulse beating in their hearts revealed that they were far from as calm as they appeared. When Charlotte heard this question, she was momentarily stunned but quickly regained her composure. She turned her head to look at the 4 calm girls, then turned back to Li Qingtian and said in a slightly angry tone, Captain Li, girls are not objects that can be casually chosen. I hope you respect my teammates, and also respect your own teammates. Li Qingtian was rendered speechless by Charlotte's words. He let out an awkward laugh and quickly waved his hand in response. I misspoke, my apologies, it was purely a joke. I don't need your apology, you should apologize to them. Charlotte pointed to the 4 girls beside her. Yes, for lovely ladies, I shouldn't have made such a joke, my apologies, Li Qingtian said with a look of regret. The 4 girls smiled faintly, shook their heads, indicating they didn't mind. Afterward, they exchanged glances, each seeing disappointment in the other's eyes, but also feeling comforted by Charlotte's respect for them. Seeing Li Qingtian willing to lower himself and apologize, Charlotte nodded inwardly, silently admiring his character, then returned to his previous calm tone. Captain Li, the principal of Artifact God University is precisely one of the 3 supreme beings, Wu Chongxiao, correct? Li Qingtian nodded proudly. That's right, it's Wu Chongxiao. His ability level is SSS grade, the god of battle weapons, proficient in all weapons, and has created countless technique manuals. All the technique manuals practiced by our squad were personally created by Principal Wu Chongxiao. At this point, Li Qingtian looked at Lu Yuni. If I remember correctly, your ability is Grade A, Swordmaster. If you don't have a preferred swordsmanship manual, we can help you find one when we return to school. Although our school's manuals are not numerous, the weapon-related ones are abundant, so we can definitely find one suitable for you. Lu Yuni quickly waved her hand, thanking Li Qingtian for his kindness. Thank you, but there's no need. Captain Li, I appreciate your kindness, but I already have a swordsmanship manual that I like. Oh, that's good then. Li Qingtian nodded after hearing this. Time flew by. During the casual chat among the group, night fell unknowingly. Everyone stood up and returned to their respective tents. Li Qingtian and Shen Xing, worried about Wu Hao, headed straight to his tent. Unzipping the tent, they saw Wu Hao lying there quietly, his gaze fixed upward, seemingly lost in thought. The two walked into the tent and sat down beside Wu Hao. Haozi, what are you thinking about so deeply? Come chat with us, Shen Xing said with a big smile, pretending to be relaxed. Wu Hao heard this, rolled his eyes at Shen Xing, ignored his teasing words, and returned to his own thoughts. Li Qingtian, worthy of being the captain, shook his head helplessly, patted Wu Hao on the shoulder, and urged him to get up and chat with them. Bottling it up isn't comfortable. Wu Hao, get up. If you have any thoughts, tell me. Wu Hao, who usually listened to Li Qingtian, propped himself up with his hands and sat up. You too, be honest with me. Am I too cowardly, not even daring to ask for a contact? Wu Hao looked seriously at Li Qingtian and Shen Xing. After hearing this, Shen Xing raised his hand, patted Wu Hao's shoulder, sighed, and said with a hint of sympathy. To be honest, there's some imbalance between you and Shero. One is the most monstrous genius in history, while you are just a pitiful wretch who only knows how to doubt yourself. Haozi, being weak isn't your fault, it's just that your opponent is too strong. Upon hearing this, Wu Hao clutched his chest in pain, then deflated like a balloon losing air, instantly wilting. He lay back down and dejectedly covered his head with his clothes. Both of you, leave. I want some peace and quiet. Seeing the situation, Li Qingtian raised his hand and gave Qian Xing a hard slap on the back of his head, reprimanding this foul-mouthed guy. Although he wasn't wrong, how could he say it so bluntly? Couldn't he be a bit more tactful? Looking at the withdrawn Wu Hao, Li Qingtian cleared his throat. Ahem, Haozi, don't be so quick to deny yourself. In my opinion, you still have some chance. Upon hearing this, Wu Hao immediately sat up and looked at Li Qingtian intently. Really? I still have a chance? Li Qingtian nodded with utmost confidence. Of course. Haozi, think about it, a monstrous genius like Xiao Luo, with an extremely fast cultivation speed, will only grow stronger and eventually reach heights that ordinary people cannot touch. Lu Yuni's ability is merely A-level and will ultimately be left further and further behind by Xiao Luo, until she's completely outpaced in the end. This is when you should step in. An accidental encounter, gradually stepping into her life, and over time, feelings will naturally develop. Won't you two end up together? Li Qingtian's words made Wu Hao feel increasingly enlightened as he listened. Exactly, Captain, you're absolutely right. However, Qian Xing frowned, clearly not agreeing with Li Qingtian's perspective. I feel like Charlo isn't the type to abandon his friends. I trust his character. When one person achieves success, everyone around them benefits. Who doesn't understand this principle? Even if Charlo elevates Lu Yuni to an unapproachable level, with Charlo's help, Lu Yuni's status won't be low. Qian Xing rambled on endlessly, completely oblivious to Li Qingtian beside him, who was repeatedly signaling him with his eyes. You're really a master at ruining things. How could he not understand this principle? He just hoped Wu Hao wouldn't continue living in such loneliness. Give him some hope, let him live a good life, what's wrong with that? In the end, Li Qingtian couldn't hold back anymore and directly punched Qian Xing in the stomach, making this guy who loved ruining things shut up completely. Hatsa, don't listen to Qian Xing's nonsense. Trust me, I never lie. Li Qingtian stepped forward to stop Wu Hao. What you need most right now is time, focus on your cultivation and live well. I believe that before long, you'll achieve the results you desire. At this moment, Wu Hao, influenced by Li Qingtian's words, felt his fighting spirit surge instantly. I will definitely wait patiently. Charlotte had just returned to the tent and couldn't wait to take out the level 6 crystal core. Xiaotong, watch closely. This is my biggest secret, Charlotte murmured in his heart as he stared at the level 6 crystal core. Xiaotong's curiosity was piqued by Charlotte's inexplicable words, and she immediately perked up. Charlotte summoned his demon fruit tree and casually fed the level 6 crystal core to it. Xiaotong saw this scene and immediately widened her eyes, as if she had seen something extraordinary. A few seconds later, the demon fruit tree bore a completely purple demon fruit. This is truly the dark fruit. The dark fruit, the devil fruit of one of the 5 emperors of the sea, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Although it belongs to the Logia-type fruits, it cannot achieve intangibility. Once it touches another ability user with its hand, it can nullify their abilities. After consumption, it cannot evade external attacks like other Logia types but absorbs damage instead, with the pain experienced being more sensitive than that of ordinary people. When using the ability, the hands become pitch black, the body emits black smoke, and it can devour everything in contact with darkness, compressing and pulverizing them with immense power. The powers of the dark fruit are extremely brutal. After Blackbeard swallowed this devil fruit, his strength skyrocketed like a rocket, and he quickly secured the position of Emperor of the Sea. Dark fruit. It really is the dark fruit. Charlot cautiously plucked it and held it in his hands, still feeling slightly incredulous. Xiaotong appeared very confused and curiously looked at the fruit in Xia Luo's hand. This fruit is so peculiar. This kind of ability seems to have never appeared in the memories of my ancestors. Xia Luo, what is this fruit used for? This is the dark fruit. Eating it will awaken within me the power of darkness that can devour everything. After saying that, Xia Luo eagerly devoured the dark fruit in just a few bites. Soon, wisps of black smoke rose from Charlot's body, and he had successfully awakened the power of darkness. He raised his hand and looked at the hand emitting billowing black smoke, intense excitement surging within him. At that moment, a surge of powerful energy suddenly appeared in his body. Under the impact of this energy, he soared from the 9th stage of mortal transformation realm straight to the 3rd stage of transcendent realm before stopping. The powerful energy generated during the breakthrough attracted the attention of others nearby. Everyone poked their heads out of their tents, trying to locate the source of this energy. When they followed the direction of the energy and looked toward Charlotte's tent, everything immediately became clear. Indeed, the most extraordinary genius in history had broken through once again. Everyone could only feel envy, nothing but envy. Shaking their heads and lamenting the unpredictability of fate, they then calmly withdrew. I actually broke through all the way to the 3rd level of the transcendent realm. Charlotte looked at his body in shock, feeling 10 times stronger than before. Facing that level 6 Toad King again, he was filled with confidence, assured he could effortlessly kill it in just a few moves, leaving it no chance to escape. After returning, I wonder if the giant phantom inside the illusory tower will still be able to stop me. Charlotte's eyes surged with fighting spirit. Thinking about how he previously couldn't break through the defenses, he felt unwilling to accept it. Summer witnessed Charlotte's rapid rise in strength and was extremely excited. Due to their symbiotic relationship, as Charlotte's power increases, its own power will also grow. This time, Charlotte's breakthrough to the transcendent realm brought it considerable benefits as well. First, vitality has greatly improved, enabling it to live longer. Second, the enhancement of its mental power means it is no longer a weak creature unable to defend itself, and now has the chance to fight back when facing enemies. However, it still felt deeply shocked by why Charlot possessed such extraordinary abilities. Charlot, were you born with this ability? Xiaotong asked in confusion. Pretty much. Charlotte answered after thinking. The devil fruit tree was indeed his innate awakened ability, but his former self simply didn't know how to use it. Then, are your other abilities also awakened by eating the fruit born from this tree? Xiaotong continued to ask. That's right, at first, my only power was indeed just this fruit tree. Charlotte responded. SSS Xiaotong couldn't help but take a sharp breath. In my inherited memories, I've never seen such an ability. A seemingly ordinary fruit tree can actually bear fruit with magical powers. After eating the fruit, one can awaken the corresponding ability. It's truly a defiance of the natural order. Charlotte, in this lifetime, you absolutely must have lots of children, at least 100. This heaven-defying ability of yours must not end with you. Xiaotong said with an unusually serious expression. Hearing this, Charlotte's face immediately darkened. This little rascal, speaking to this extent, is really so improper. However, this issue is indeed worth considering. Will his abilities be inherited by his children? If they can really be passed down, his descendants will surely all be extraordinary. But passing them down shouldn't be so easy. Take his master, Moto, for example. In order to pass on his abilities, he desperately had children. But after all these years, none of his descendants awakened the ability to transform into a giant. It's clear that passing on powerful abilities through inheritance is indeed not easy. Can you stop being so concerned about my future childbearing? Charlotte said to Xiaotong in a helpless tone. Charlotte, producing offspring, isn't that the instinct of life? Especially for beings as gifted as us, extinction would be such a pity. Xiaotong answered confidently. What you said does make sense. Charlotte nodded privately, then curiously asked, Hey, Xiaotong, how does your Tong insect clan reproduce? Xiaotong fell into brief silence after hearing this, then said, According to my inherited memories, our reproductive methods aren't much different from ordinary creatures, mating, laying eggs, and hatching. But I am currently still in the larval stage and have not yet fully matured. If I want to reproduce offspring, I will need at least another 100 years. It takes hundreds of years to mature? What's your average lifespan? Charlotte asked in surprise. The lifespan of our pupil bug species mainly depends on the realm of our symbiotic partner. The higher the realm of the symbiotic partner, the longer our lifespan. In the boundless starry sky, it's not unheard of for pupil bugs to live for tens of thousands of years, Xiaotong said proudly. Tens of thousands of years. That would truly make you an ancient monster. Charlotte's pupils constricted in amazement. The vast and boundless universe, everything is possible, don't be so narrow-minded. Xiaotong appeared somewhat mature. For example, the undying cicada, one of the 7 great magical insects of the starry sky. Their kind is born with the ability to live forever. Unless they encounter some great catastrophe and are completely erased from existence, they will never truly die. Listening to Xiaotong's description, a sudden flame ignited in Xiao Luo's heart. He made up his mind to venture into the vast starry sky and leave behind a story of his own. Suddenly, he thought of the blue pearl and quickly took it out of his pocket, observing it carefully while asking, Xiaotong, what exactly is this thing used for? Xiaotong saw the pearl again and couldn't help but exclaim, Oh my, the value of this thing on this planet is simply immeasurable. Who would have thought a frog managed to condense it successfully? It shows this frog's talent is indeed extraordinary. Unfortunately, it's limited by the constraints of its species, otherwise, it could have gone even further. The pearl contains faint traces of the water element's laws within it. It's a rare treasure. Take it out and feel it whenever you have time. This will greatly help you in sensing the power of the laws and awakening the true laws. The most crucial point is that in times of crisis, this thing might just save your life. Xiaotong's voice was low and serious. Even though this bead contains only a tiny, almost imperceptible amount of the power of the laws, its suppressive effect on the supernatural powers of your planet remains absolute. So, take good care of it. Hearing that the bead in his hand was so important, Charlot nodded with joy. Under the moonlight streaming through the window, he gazed at the crystal-clear bead in his hand, which emitted a strange glow. I'll call you, Water Radiance Bead. A peaceful night passed in the blink of an eye. The sky was already faintly brightening, and the sun was about to rise. However, it seemed that the beast continent was about to throw another tantrum today. The weather, warm as spring yesterday, had suddenly plummeted to below -10 degrees overnight. Most people were jolted awake by the cold, with no sense of waking up naturally. Achoo! Charlot, who had just been woken by the cold, suddenly sneezed. Immediately, he sat up from the mat, grabbed his luggage bag, took out the thick cotton coat he had prepared earlier, and quickly put it on. The rotten weather of the exotic beast continent is truly maddening. I can't imagine how the exotic beasts here are able to adapt. Now fully awake from the cold, Charlot had no trace of sleepiness left. Opening the tent, he was greeted by a vast expanse of white snow. Snowing? Charlotte stepped out of the tent, marveling at the scene outside. The world was draped in silver, the once lush green forest was now blanketed in white. Snowflakes continued to drift gently from the sky. The emerald lake ahead had completely frozen over, covered by a thick layer of ice. Such cold weather, don't stay so far away from me, come a little closer. Wait, why am I having such strange thoughts? She quickly shook her head, trying to dispel the random notions from her mind. Bundled up in a thick cotton coat, Charlotte began to build a campfire. In weather like this, a bowl of hot soup to warm up was absolutely essential. Before long, the rich aroma of hot soup attracted the others from their tents. One by one, they came out with bowls in hand, gathering around the campfire to sit together. Charlotte held a spoon, serving soup to everyone one by one. It must be said, in such cold weather, taking a sip of hot soup is simply an unparalleled pleasure. So satisfying. ×8. Thank you, Charlotte, for getting up so early to prepare the soup for us. Li Qingtian sincerely expressed his gratitude while sipping the soup. Don't mention it, there's still more in the pot. Charlotte waved her hand and gestured toward the soup pot. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from Xiao Luo's mind, where Xiaotong resided. Xiao Luo, There's a large group of alien beasts fighting. Hearing this, Xiao Luo immediately looked around, but he only saw tranquility, with no sign of any disturbance. Where? Why don't I see anything? Xiao Luo asked, puzzled. It's a bit far from here, but my mental strength has been enhanced, allowing me to detect it. Roughly estimated, there are over 3,000 of them, Xiao Tong confidently said. 3,000. Upon hearing this, Xiao Luo couldn't help but smile, a trace of joy flashing across his brows. As long as they take care of these 3,000 exotic beasts, their gains would undoubtedly be considerable, with plenty to spare. However, he frowned and turned to look at Li Qingtian and the other three who were enjoying their food. Since advancing to the third level of the transcendent realm, his strength had multiplied tenfold or more. He was absolutely confident that with the four of them, they could quickly handle these 3,000 exotic beasts. But, should they let Li Qingtian and the others share in the benefits? Human nature is selfish, and he didn't want too many people partaking in their achievements, which was understandable. Moreover, if they were to involve them, the harvest this time might not be sufficient for Shin Huayou and the other two to purchase their desired manuals, which was truly a headache. However, on second thought, these were just some crystal nuclei. Why not share a portion with them? If it's not enough, they could always go find other groups of mutant beasts. Having made up his mind, he said to Li Qingtian, Captain Li, I used my spiritual power to detect several groups of mutant beasts fighting nearby. You should come along with us, there might be quite a harvest. When everyone heard this, they glanced around. Although the surroundings were completely still, they did not doubt the authenticity of this information. Everyone trusted that Cheryl wouldn't make such jokes. Wu Hao, Shen Xing, and Xiao Yuer were all very tempted at the moment, but whether to go or not ultimately depended on their captain's decision. Li Qingtian, who had come back to his senses, fell into deep thought, seemingly quite conflicted. In the wilderness, being willing to share benefits with outsiders was a testament to Charlotte's broad-mindedness, which was truly admirable. He was also very tempted, but after all, this was Charlotte's discovery, and the idea of the four of them going over to share the spoils seemed somewhat inappropriate. Charlotte, this is your prey. For us to go and take a share seems a little improper, doesn't it? Li Qingtian said with a bitter smile, a hint of conflict showing on his face. It's no big deal, just a few crystal cores. Hurry up, are you coming or not? Give me a clear answer, Charlotte responded without changing her expression. Li Qingtian frowned deeply, his gaze falling on his three teammates. At this moment, their hearts were filled with anticipation. Alright, we'll go, but the crystal cores we hunt will be split 60-40, us 40, you 60, Li Qingtian finally said. Good. Straightforward. Quickly pack up and let's set off, Charlotte ordered. Everyone swiftly returned to their respective tents and began packing. Before long, everyone's luggage was fully packed. Charlotte, like a soaring eagle, led the way ahead, while the seven behind him strove to catch up. Before long, everyone's bodies gradually warmed up. They forged ahead at full speed for more than 2 hours, finally stopping at a cliff where Charlotte halted. He leaned forward slightly and made a gesture, signaling the ones behind him to crouch as well. Several people crawled forward, approaching Charlotte, and they were all stunned by the scene below the cliff. Below the cliff, the corpses of strange beasts and traces of blood could be seen everywhere. Blood had dyed the snow beneath the cliff red, and the scene was chilling. Not far from the cliff, 3 groups of strange beasts were fiercely battling each other, numbering at least 3,000. Samurai was indeed not mistaken. Moreover, most of them are grade 2 or higher exotic beasts. Grade 1 exotic beasts simply have no chance to participate in a battle of such magnitude. Spine-scaled giant python. Iron-armored violent bear. Scarlet fire red ape. Why are these 3 completely unrelated clans fighting each other? Shin Huayou's face was full of confusion. Charlotte stared at the bodies below the cliff and began analyzing his hypothesis. It's probably because of this snowfall. Both the iron-armored violent bear and spine-scaled giant python are exotic beast clans that need to hibernate. But this snowfall came so suddenly that they didn't have enough food reserves and had to turn their attention to other exotic beast tribes. Coincidentally at this time, when the 2 tribes were searching for food, they happened to encounter the Crimson Fire Red Ape tribe, leading to an intense battle. Look at the bodies of the Crimson Fire Red Apes, covered in bite marks. The 2 tribes must have been starving to the extreme. After listening to Charlotte's analysis, everyone expressed agreement and nodded. Shiroko, then let's just wait here and reap the benefits as the third party, Shin Huayou said playfully. Upon hearing this, Shiroko immediately clapped his hands and praised, smart. When all 3 groups are thoroughly exhausted, we'll strike and catch them off guard. Everyone nodded and then focused intently on the 3 groups below the cliff, quietly waiting for the right moment to act. Time slipped away silently. An hour passed. After continuous battles, the three alien beast tribes at the foot of the mountain were already exhausted, making it clear that the time to act had come. The iron-armored violent bear tribe has 3 level 5 alien beasts, the thorn-scaled giant python tribe has 2 level 5 alien beasts, and the crimson fire red ape tribe also has 2 level 5 alien beasts. All of these level 5 alien beasts are mine to handle. The level 3 alien beasts will be dealt with by my 3 team members, and the level 4 alien beasts are all yours. Any objections? After finalizing the arrangements, Shero turned to the group to seek their opinions. Everyone nodded, expressing no objections to this arrangement. All right. Charlotte gently raised her hand, and an invisible transparent shield instantly appeared over everyone. This shield can help you block some damage, but it won't completely protect you. Everyone, please stay safe. Now, begin the operation. As soon as Charlotte finished speaking, wings emerged from her back, and she darted out instantly. Seeing this, everyone immediately jumped off the cliff, utilizing the landslide to land steadily. Afterward, they swiftly charged toward the 3 beast tribes ahead. Li Qingtian and his team had been working together for a year, and the tacit understanding they displayed while hunting beasts was not something casually achieved. Li Qingtian wielded a large spear, opening the way as he turned into a streak of golden light, charging directly at a fatigued level 4 iron-armored violent bear and effortlessly flinging it away. Shen Xing drew arrows and pulled open his great bow. Chao Yuer's hands flashed, and out of nowhere, she produced several throwing knives. Arrows and throwing knives simultaneously shot toward the iron-armored violent bear that had been flung into the air by Li Qingtian. The arrows pierced straight through the heart of the iron-armored violent bear, while the throwing knives stabbed into its eyes. Finally, Wu Hao made a powerful leap, swung his large blade, and delivered a fierce blow, slicing the iron-armored violent bear in half at the waist. The 4 worked in perfect coordination, hunting down a level 4 mutant beast with hardly any effort, taking it down instantly. In contrast, the trio led by Shin Huayou also performed admirably. Shin Huayou was responsible for wide-range attacks, releasing tornadoes that left the beasts utterly defenseless, unable to move. Then, Yuni took charge of finishing off the wounded, effortlessly dispatching a level 3 beast with a single sword strike. Although somewhat taxing, with Shin Huayou continuously casting stamina recovery spells from behind, they didn't need to worry too much. Charlotte arrived at the center of the battlefield, where beasts of level 5 from 3 clans were engaged in combat. At this moment, several level 5 beasts from the 3 clans appeared somewhat fatigued, taking a brief rest while casually grabbing corpses of other clans nearby and chewing them bite by bite. However, the 2 level 5 beasts from the Crimson Fire Red Ape clan did not consume the flesh and blood on the ground. Charlotte approached silently, causing the hearts of the level 5 beasts to tighten with a sense of unease and a foreboding feeling. Roar! The 3 hot-tempered ironclad violent bears couldn't hold back and roared at Charlotte, as if declaring their dominance. Charlotte's eyes turned cold at the sight, and a mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. 3 stupid bears, I'll start with you 3 to test my current strength. Gravity field! Charlotte shouted, raising his right hand high, his eyes flashing with a purple glow. In the sky, a massive purple gravity field appeared instantly and, with a thunderous sound, pressed down on the 3 ironclad violent bears. Bang! The 3 iron-armored berserk bears vanished instantly, along with the ground beneath their feet. Looking up, it turned out the 3 iron-armored berserk bears had been pressed dozens of meters into the ground, motionless, like 3 pieces of stone, their fate unknown. This sudden and terrifying scene sent chills down the spines of the 2 giant thorn-scaled pythons and the 2 crimson fire apes. Although these 3 iron-armored berserk bears were brainless, their strength was extremely formidable. Facing the attack from the 4 of them, the 3-on-4 situation was completely holding its own, even showing faint signs of dominance. Yet at this moment, they were instantly killed by the tiny human before them without any chance to retaliate, leaving them utterly terrified. The 2 spike-scaled giant pythons glanced around and immediately turned to flee. In their view, a fight with no chance of winning was not worth engaging in. Although the spike-scaled giant pythons have no legs, they slithered astonishingly fast, covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. However, Charlot would not let the captured crystal core escape so easily. Black smoke emerged from Charlot's body as he shouted loudly, "Dark Sea!" Then, with a wave of his large hand, the surging pitch-black dark sea rushed toward the 2 spike-scaled giant pythons like a tsunami. Although these 2 spike-scaled pythons are cold-blooded animals, at this moment, they suddenly felt a piercing chill. They couldn't help but glance back, but before they had time to figure out what that massive darkness was, they were already engulfed by the dark sea. Charlot sneered disdainfully and casually raised his hand to retract the dark sea. However, he failed to notice that 2 level 5 crystal cores had silently appeared in his hand. Obviously, these 2 level 5 crystal cores were left behind by the 2 spike-scaled pythons. At the moment they were swallowed by the dark sea, their flesh was stripped away, leaving only what Charlot desired. Upon witnessing this scene, the 2 crimson fire red apes were so terrified they nearly wet their diapers. They immediately knelt down and begged for mercy, pleading with Charlot to spare them. They mumbled incoherently, saying something unintelligible. Charlot had just raised his hand, ready to kill the 2 crimson fire red apes to obtain their crystal cores, but was stopped by Xiaotong. Wait! Charlot! Let me listen to what they're saying. Charlot was startled. He hadn't expected Xiaotong to actually understand the language of these 2 exotic beasts. Without asking further questions, he slowly lowered his hand and awaited Xiaotong's translation. The 2 red blaze monkeys chattered for quite a while before finally stopping and looking expectantly at Charlot, who was floating in the air. Charlotte felt somewhat uneasy being stared at by their large eyes and asked eagerly, "Samurai, what did they say?" After a brief moment of thought, Samurai began to answer, "Charlotte, they said that their tribe has never harmed humans. On the contrary, they have even helped humans a few times and hope you can spare them. If you let them go, they are willing to offer you tribute, including treasures passed down by their ancestors." Their tribe has never harmed humans? Even helped humans? Why do I find that so hard to believe? Charlotte narrowed her eyes, looking skeptically at the 2 crimson fire red apes. "Charlotte, my mental power allows me to hear the heartbeat of a species when it lies. I can testify that they are not lying," Xiaotong said confidently. "Oh? Then forget it. Although we lost 2 level 5 crystal cores, considering they once helped humanity, let's spare their lives." Charlotte withdrew her battle intent and turned to look at the crowd behind her. "Everyone, please do not hunt the Crimson Fire Red Ape Clan. Only hunt the iron-armored Violent Bear and the spike-scaled Giant Python." Hearing this, everyone stopped their actions and looked at Charlotte in confusion. Seeing everyone look confused, Charlotte immediately shouted, "Just do as I say. The Scarlet Fire Red Ape Clan won't harm you." Everyone followed Charlotte's orders and stopped attacking the Scarlet Fire Red Apes. Sure enough, the Scarlet Fire Red Apes did not attack them, which made everyone feel amazed. They had never encountered a magical beast that did not wish to harm humans before. Charlotte slowly descended, walking toward the deep pit, and approached the 3 ironclad Violent Bears. The 3 ironclad Violent Bears were bleeding from their 7 orifices, their eyes had burst, yet they were still breathing. They had remarkably tenacious vitality. Charlotte felt a pang of mercy in his heart as black smoke rose from his body. With a wave of his large hand, the dark sea instantly engulfed the 3 ironclad Violent Bears, leaving only their crystal cores behind. Afterward, he slowly floated upward and approached the 2 Scarlet Fire Red Apes. 2 Crimson Fire Red Apes had friendly smiles on their faces as they slowly bowed down. "What is the ancestral treasure of your tribe?" Charlotte asked. The 2 Crimson Fire Red Apes immediately raised their heads and gestured with their hands as if drinking something, seemingly a kind of beverage. Charlotte nodded softly. Since it was an ancestral treasure, it must be extraordinary and might bring unexpected effects. He turned around to look at the others and found that the iron-armored berserk bears and spike-scaled giant pythons had almost all been wiped out. Although quite a few managed to escape, the harvest this time was still abundant. Just as Lu Yunin killed the last spike-scaled giant python, this operation could be considered successfully concluded. Xiao Luo waved his hand, and everyone gathered around. The group began taking out the captured crystal cores to distribute this round of harvest. "Let's distribute using the 60-40 split method. There are 245 level 3 crystal cores in total, you get 98, and we get 147. There are 115 level 4 crystal cores, you get 46, and we get 69. 5 level 5 crystal nuclei in total, you get 2, and we get 3. Everyone has no objections to this distribution, right?" Charlotte raised her eyes to look at the crowd. At this moment, everyone was full of joy, shaking their heads one after another, completely without any objections. "All right, then it's settled." In just a few minutes, the crystal cores were distributed to everyone. If the number of crystal cores cannot be evenly divided among 4 people, the extra pieces go to the captain, as the captain's responsibilities go beyond mere reputation. Shin Huayou, and Lu Yuni each received 36 level 3 crystal cores and 17 level 4 crystal cores. The 3 level 5 crystal cores were not taken by the 3 of them, all were left to Charlotte. Li Qingtian and the other 3 looked at the 2 level 5 crystal cores in their hands, their hearts filled with excitement. Their strength was entirely at the mortal transformation realm, lacking the ability to hunt level 5 mutant beasts. They even faced the risk of failure when confronting powerful level 4 mutant beasts. They hadn't expected this operation to yield 2 level 5 crystal cores, truly enjoying the benefits of sheltering under a big tree. Charlotte turned back to look at the 2 scarlet fire red apes. "Take us there." The 2 crimson fire red apes patted their shoulders upon hearing this, signaling everyone to climb up. Seeing this scene, everyone involuntarily looked at Xiaoluo, uncertain whether to trust these 2 exotic beasts. Xiaoluo gave a confident smile, leapt into the air, and landed on the head of one of the crimson fire red apes. "Come on, they won't hurt you." Hearing Charlotte's words, everyone stopped hesitating and climbed onto the shoulders of the 2 crimson fire red apes. The 2 crimson fire red apes roared loudly, raised their arms, and immediately charged backward. The crimson fire red apes on the battlefield, upon hearing the roars of their 2 leaders, instantly rallied their spirits and followed with all their might. Although a great battle took place, many members of the Scarlet Fire Red Ape tribe survived, at least over 800 of them. So many Scarlet Fire Red Apes running together resembled waves of crimson tsunamis, stirring up ripples in the snow-white forest. The Scarlet Fire Red Ape tribe's stronghold was not far from here, and they arrived in just over 10 minutes. The young level 1 Scarlet Fire Red Apes in the group were just about to rush forward to greet their leader when they saw the human on their leader's shoulder. These unknown humans made them hesitant to approach, so they cautiously stood aside, silently parting to create a path for the 2 leaders to enter. The 2 Crimson Fire Red Apes entered the territory without stopping and walked straight toward the back of the mountain. Charlotte observed the Crimson Fire Red Apes' territory, lowering her head to look at the ground below. Sure enough, there were no signs of anything resembling human bones, only various berry seeds. It seems that the Crimson Fire Red Apes survive on berries rather than consuming the flesh and blood of other species. On this continent where it's either I eat you or you eat me, such dietary habits appear particularly unconventional. 2 Crimson Fire Red Apes have just arrived at the back mountain. A large group of level 1 Crimson Fire Red Apes noticed the arrival of their leader and immediately put down their work to come forward and greet him. The 2 leader Crimson Fire Monkeys hurriedly waved their hands, signaling the others to continue with their own tasks. Charlotte looked up and noticed that the group of Crimson Fire Monkeys was busy crushing some red berries into wooden barrels, covering them with stone slabs, seemingly waiting for the berries to ferment. Brewing wine? Such an unusual thought flashed through Charlotte's mind. Could exotic beasts actually brew wine? With such doubts in mind, Charlotte reached out and gently patted the head of the Scarlet Fire Red Ape beneath him. The Scarlet Fire Red Ape immediately understood, picked up a large wooden ladle, and approached a wooden barrel, bending down to sniff the scent. After confirming that the fermentation was complete, it lifted the stone slab, revealing the scarlet liquid inside the wooden barrel. The Scarlet Fire Red Ape scooped up a ladleful and handed it to Charlotte above its head. Charlotte reached out to take the spoon, which happened to be just his size. He sniffed with his nose, and the intense aroma of fruit wine instantly rushed into his nasal cavity, jolting his spirits. It really is wine. It seems that the intelligence of simian-type exotic beasts is indeed higher than those exotic beasts that only know how to eat. They can even brew wine, Charlotte muttered to himself. Lifting the spoon, he took a sip, and the fruit wine slid down his throat into his stomach, leaving a fiery curve behind. Immediately afterward, he felt his body suddenly start to heat up. Before long, this sensation abruptly faded away. In an instant, Charlotte seemed to realize something, his gaze focusing on the fruit wine in the wooden ladle, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. This wine. It seems to have enhanced my physique. Although the increase is almost negligible, it's indeed a real enhancement. Truly a great thing. Charlotte exclaimed loudly, then looked at the 3 people below, Shin Huayou and the others. You 3. Catch it. Don't let it spill. After saying this, Charlotte tossed the wooden ladle to Shin Huayou's group. Shin Huayou raised her hand to summon a gentle breeze, securely catching the wooden ladle, which Yuni stepped forward to take. The 3 immediately identified the liquid as wine through the aroma. Although they were astonished that such a mythical beast could brew wine, their intense curiosity still urged each of them to take a sip. As soon as it entered their mouths, the rich aroma of fruit was the first thing to greet them. Once the wine entered their stomachs, its effects became immediately apparent. The 3 of them felt their entire bodies heat up, their ears and cheeks flushing bright red from the warmth. Before long, the heat flow within their bodies gradually subsided. They clearly felt that their physical constitution had improved, and the muscles in various parts of their bodies had become exceptionally resilient. Especially the strengthening of their leg muscles, which elevated their movement speed to a new level. The 3 stood there in astonishment, looking at each other in silence, all shocked by the overpowering effects of the fruit wine. Charlotte noticed that their reactions just now were clearly more intense than his. It seems that this fruit wine has a more pronounced effect on humans with lower ability levels, and the results are even better. Suddenly, a peculiar thought flashed through Charlotte's mind. What would happen if this wine were sold at school? With his status as the principal, selling some things at school shouldn't encounter much resistance. Moreover, the effects of this liquor are highly enticing for most people. Comprehensive physical enhancement, what ability user could possibly resist such a lure? Even his master, Moto, would surely be deeply tempted. The more Charlotte thought about it, the more feasible the idea seemed, completely forgetting there were 4 other people around him. At this moment, the 4 of Li Qingtian were very curious, but seeing Charlotte deep in thought, they didn't dare to interrupt him casually. When Charlotte snapped out of it and noticed the gaze of Li Qingtian and the others, he suddenly realized he had actually forgotten about them. So, he signaled to another scarlet fire red ape to ladle out a scoop of fruit wine for Li Qingtian and the others. Li Qingtian and the other 3 drank it and felt their physiques strengthen, all astonished, not expecting such a miraculous thing to exist in the world. Xia Luo leaped lightly and landed on the ground. Seeing Xia Luo dismount from the crimson fire red ape, the others dared not continue staying on it and swiftly got off one after another. After all, the crimson fire red ape feared Xia Luo, not them. Charlotte stood on the ground, her gaze resolutely fixed on the 2 crimson flame apes, and said calmly, "Crimson flame apes, how about we make a deal?" The 2 crimson flame apes looked slightly puzzled. Although their intelligence grasped the meaning of a deal, they were unsure what kind of deal Charlotte had in mind. Hulu. They want to know what kind of deal you want to make, Xia Tong's voice softly echoed in his mind. Xia Luo spoke with full confidence and arrogance. "I hope you can provide me with a certain amount of fruit wine every month. In exchange, I can offer your tribe protection and help you eliminate all the nearby alien beast groups that pose a threat to you. Simply put, this entire forest belongs to your Crimson Flame Red Ape tribe, and your duty is to provide me with fruit wine every month. How about it, you two?" Charlotte proposed with a smile. The 2 Crimson Flame Red Apes exchanged glances. To be honest, Charlotte's proposal was incredibly tempting to them. It's not easy for their kind to survive. Although they seldom fight with other exotic beasts, there are always others who come to provoke them. Whenever conflicts arise between 2 groups, they lose a significant number of their strong young members, which deeply pains their wise hearts. If the entire forest were theirs, the expansion of their territory would lead to a population explosion for their kind, exceeding 10,000 would only be a matter of time. However, if they agreed, they would become mere brewing tools for humans, inevitably losing their dignity. 2 fiery red apes furrowed their brows tightly, looking very conflicted. Then, they simultaneously turned around and began to whisper, as if seriously discussing. Seeing this, Charlotte revealed a mysterious smile. If they agree, everything will be easy to handle, both sides coexisting harmoniously and everyone rejoicing. But if they don't agree, then he would gain 2 extra level 5 crystal nuclei. A few minutes later, the 2 scarlet fire red apes finished their discussion, turned around to speak, only to meet Charlotte's cold, glinting eyes. They had actually intended to refuse Charlotte's proposal. After deliberation, they still felt that dignity was more important. If dignity was lost, what was the point of having even the largest territory? However, Charlotte's piercing gaze sent a chill through their hearts. The words of refusal that had initially formed were forcefully held back, ultimately no longer daring to be spoken aloud. They had no doubt that if they dared to utter words of rejection, this day next year would mark their memorial. "Have you two made up your minds? Do you agree with my proposal?" A faintly dangerous purple light flickered in Charlotte's eyes, and her face bore a warm smile, appearing exceptionally amiable. The 2 crimson flame red apes gazed at this smiling face, their entire bodies trembling uncontrollably, as though in the next moment, they would lose consciousness and vanish completely from this world. The brutal scene of the 3 ironclad violent bears and 2 thorn-scaled giant pythons flashed repeatedly in their minds. They were killed by this human in front of them, leaving not a trace of flesh or blood behind. The thought of possibly meeting the same fate sent a chill through their hearts. Ultimately, unable to withstand the pressure, the 2 scarlet fire apes had no choice but to crouch at Charlotte's feet, silently nodding their heads. "Woo-woo! Charlotte, they agreed," Xia Tong said excitedly. Hearing this, the gloom on Charlotte's face instantly disappeared, and he laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha! Great, it seems you all are quite smart after all. Then it's settled. Supply me with a batch of fruit wine every month, and I will help you deal with those opponents you can't handle. Here's to a pleasant cooperation." Charlotte beamed, lightly patting the shoulders of the 2 scarlet flame red apes. The 2 scarlet fire red apes forced a smile that was uglier than crying, desperately trying to ingratiate themselves with Shero, fully aware that if they didn't, their lives would be at stake. The others, seeing Xiaorou's domineering side for the first time, couldn't help but find it intriguing. After all, Xiaorou had always displayed a very amicable demeanor in front of them and had never shown such a dominant stance. That's so wicked, but it's not bad either. Yuni raised her hand to cover her mouth as she laughed lightly, then turned to Shin Huayou and Shin Huayou to seek their opinions. They naturally nodded without hesitation, fully agreeing with Yuni's words. Bad boys are more appealing to women. What's more, when it comes to matters of great profit, they believe that not using force to compel the Crimson Flame Monkey Clan to make wine is already an act of utmost benevolence. At this moment, the four of Li Qingtian looked at each other, all thinking that Charlot's approach was perfectly reasonable. If it were them, faced with such generous benefits, they would make the same choice. For the next 3 days, Charlot led everyone in searching the forest for exotic beasts that posed a threat to the Crimson Flame Red Ape Clan, while also taking the opportunity to hunt for crystal cores. Meanwhile, the Crimson Flame Red Ape Clan worked overtime, striving to brew enough fruit wine to win Charlot's favor. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, everyone's supplies were nearly exhausted. It was time to head back. Li Qingtian and the other three had already packed up. Charlot, and the 3 lovely ladies, until we meet again. Li Qingtian slung his luggage over his back and said with a faint smile, "Goodbye." Charlotte nodded and shook hands with Li Qingtian. Huayou, Yuni, you 3 mustn't forget about me, okay? I'll message you." Chao Yuer stepped forward, hugged each of the 3, and then began speaking softly. Xian Xing, feeling bored, turned to look at Wu Hao beside him. Wu Hao's gaze was firm, his fists clenched tightly, as if he had made a resolute decision. If he missed this opportunity, he might never see her again. Regardless of the outcome, he wanted to take a chance. Li Qingtian's manipulative rhetoric could no longer deceive him. He refused to wait alone for a hollow hope. Taking a deep breath, Wu Hao walked straight toward Yuni. Seeing this, Xian Xing shook his head inside, as if he'd already anticipated what was about to happen, then prepared to watch the drama unfold. Li Qingtian noticed Wu Hao's actions, his heart suddenly trembling as he realized he ultimately couldn't stop Wu Hao. Charlotte looked at Wu Hao in confusion, unable to understand what he was trying to do. Wu Hao walked over to the 4 girls who were whispering amongst themselves. Summoning his courage, he looked straight into Yuni's eyes and said, "Yuni, can I have your contact information?" As the words left his mouth, Wu Hao unconsciously clenched his hands, his heart beat like thunder, as if it would leap out of his chest. Everyone present froze at his words and then quickly grasped Wu Hao's intention. Shin Huayou, and Chao Yuer revealed expressions of amusement, quietly stepping aside. Yuni snapped back to reality, immediately understanding Wu Hao's meaning. Although Wu Hao simply wanted her contact information, it was clear to everybody how he felt about her. Otherwise, why would he bypass Shin Huayou and Shin Huayou's contact information to ask her instead? She had also been confessed to before, but she had ruthlessly rejected all of them. However, this time, an inexplicable panic surged in her heart. Raising her head abruptly to look at Charlot, she saw him smiling, without the slightest trace of sadness. Charlot's indifference made Yuni clench her small fists, her heart seething in anger. This blockhead. Even a blank expression would be better. What does that smile mean? Are you trying to make me give him my contact information? She took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. Charlot was really about to drive her crazy. Facing Wu Hao, she smiled gently, her tone slightly apologetic as she softly said, "I'm sorry, I can't give it to you." After hearing this, Wu Hao looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His whole body trembled, and his heartbeat momentarily stopped. His gaze dimmed almost instantly. Was this the outcome he had expected after all? After a long silence, he forced a faint smile and looked at Yuni. "I understand. I was being a bit abrupt. My apologies." Then he turned around, lowered his head, and activated the space bracelet on his wrist. In an instant, a portal to Divine Artifact University opened up in front of Wu Hao. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped straight into it. As Wu Hao stepped through the spatial gate and disappeared from everyone's sight, Li Qingtian and the other 2 were ready to leave this place as well. After Charlotte and his group waved goodbye to them, Yuni pouted and shot a fierce glare at Charlotte. Then, angrily turning her head, she walked toward the territory of the Crimson Fire Red Apes. Charlotte, seeing this, felt puzzled and couldn't understand why Yuni harbored such resentment toward him. Shin Huayou and Shin Huayou both shook their heads and sighed, their perception of Charlotte's wooden-headedness deepening further. The group returned to the territory of the Crimson Fire Red Apes, where the 2 leaders of the apes had long prepared fruit wine and placed it before Charlotte and his companions. There were 10 barrels of fruit wine in total, which, if bottled for humans, could amount to thousands of bottles, more than sufficient for their current needs. Good, good, despite the short time I gave you, you managed to provide me with 10 barrels. Charlotte savored the wine carefully, his tone carrying a hint of sternness. I'll come back in 30 days. Next time, I want 20 barrels, don't forget. The two fiery red apes immediately nodded, indicating they understood and guaranteed to complete the task. Seeing this, Charlotte nodded with satisfaction. Immediately, a surge of pitch-black energy emerged from under his feet, instantly engulfing the 10 barrels of fruit wine. When Charlotte retracted the pitch-black energy, the 10 barrels of fruit wine had already vanished without a trace, all absorbed into the dark space. Shin Huayou and her two companions witnessed this scene, their mouths agape, completely stunned. What is going on? Darkness? When did Charlotte acquire such an ability? All this time, they had never seen Charlotte demonstrate such a terrifying dark power. During the admission test for special abilities, Charlotte did not reveal this ability either. Obviously, Charlotte was still hiding his true capabilities at that time, and 5 types of supernatural abilities weren't his limit. At this thought, the three couldn't help but tremble inwardly. They simultaneously looked at the man who had startled them but still maintained an indifferent expression. 3 beautiful ladies, stop spacing out, it's time for us to set off. Charlotte revealed the spatial wristband on his wrist. The 3 people promptly came to their senses after hearing this, stopped overthinking, and decided not to go out and spread the word. Since Shero wanted to keep it a secret, they decided to keep silent for him. They activated the space wristband, opened the space portal, and the 4 of them walked straight in. Seeing Shero disappear, the 2 Scarlet Flame Ape leaders were overjoyed. These days, Charlotte's presence was like a sword hanging over their heads, but now they could finally take a breather. They were overjoyed, almost wanting to hang lanterns and festoons to celebrate. However, the thought of Charlotte returning in 30 days cast a shadow over their mood. Dear, how about we move our whole tribe? The pressure from humans is just too much, one of the Crimson Flame Apes said fearfully. I think it's necessary. Humans are too dangerous, even a slight lapse in caution could put our lives at risk, another Crimson Fire Red Ape agreed. After deliberation, the 2 Crimson Fire Red Apes decided to migrate to escape from Shiro, ensuring he could never find them again. Just as they were preparing to inform their clansmen and announce this decision, suddenly, 2 fiery red apes suddenly felt a sharp pain in their chests, and with a loud thud, they collapsed powerlessly to the ground. Their bodies were drenched in cold sweat as they lay on the ground, gasping for air, completely unaware of the cause of the pain. After a bout of severe agony, they instantly returned to normal, as though the pain had never existed. They hurriedly parted the fur on their chests, only to see that their heart area had already been covered by the pitch-black energy released by Charlo. And within that black energy, there were also strands of cyan light interwoven. What is this thing? The 2 Scarlet Red Apes were terrified, already suspecting that this matter was closely related to Charlo. They cautiously poked at the energy mass on their chests with their fingers, discovering no reaction. However, when they tried to convey the message of the clan's migration, a piercing pain in their chests struck instantly. It was as if any thought harmful to Charlo would cause the energy to violently attack their hearts, plunging them into unbearable agony. After a few seconds, the intense pain gradually subsided. The 2 Crimson Fiery Apes fiercely clutched their chests, a surge of helplessness flooding their hearts. They exchanged glances, their eyes already brimming with tears. The despair of being deeply manipulated by Charlotte made them break down in uncontrollable sobs. Woo woo woo. Passing through the spatial gate, Charlotte returned to the school. He seemed to sense something and curled his lips into a sly smile. That black energy mixed with green was a mark he synthesized using dark water and Phoenix Ching flame. Charlo named this mark the Mark of Irreverence. As the name suggests, any creature upon whom this mark is placed will be unable to harbor any irreverent thoughts toward him. Once a thought harmful to Charlotte arises, dark water will attack the recipient's heart, causing severe pain that lasts for several seconds. However, with the Phoenix Blue Flame present, the recipient whose heart is damaged won't die. The Phoenix Blue Flame will repair the damaged heart, restoring it to its original state, as if the intense pain had never existed. Those 2 Scarlet Fire Red Apes, having experienced the heart-wrenching agony, will likely never dare to disrespect him again. As for when the mark of disrespect was planted, don't forget, he always liked to pat the shoulder of the Scarlet Fire Red Ape. It was at that moment that he silently implanted the mark, without anyone noticing. Shin Huayou and the other 2 saw Charlo standing still with a mischievous smile on his face, and were filled with doubt. Charlotte, why are you so happy? Shin Huayou asked curiously. Ha? Oh, it's nothing. This trip has been so rewarding, there's naturally every reason to be happy, Charlotte replied with a smile. Hearing Charlotte's words, the three sisters couldn't help but curl their lips into brilliant smiles. This trip has brought great rewards for everyone. Charlotte encountered the pupilla worm and formed a symbiotic relationship with it, gaining a bug-level eye. She also acquired the dark fruit, the waterflower pearl, and physique-enhancing fruit wine. Using 30 level 4 crystal cores, she upgraded the demon fruit tree from Class C to Class B. The newly produced demon fruits further increased by 3/6/12. The three sisters' supernatural ability levels have reached the third tier of the noble realm, and they have all obtained crystal cores sufficient to purchase the first layer of the technique manuals they desire. As long as they diligently practice the manuals, their strength will undoubtedly improve significantly. On this point, Charlotte deeply understands. If it weren't for the 9 Heavens manual given to him by his master, combined with his vibration power, he could punch the Toad King into having a concussion and even crack its skin in the process. That thick-skinned, tough-bodied Toad King was almost impossible to break its defense with his previous strength, let alone hunt its level 6 crystal core. It can be said that this 9 Heavens manual indirectly allowed him to acquire the dark fruit. Shalak, we're going to the commercial district to buy manuals. Do you want to come with us? Shin Huayou asked. No, I have something urgent to discuss with Principal Moto. You three go ahead. Shalak waved goodbye to the three sisters. Yuni watched Shalak's departing figure and let out a dissatisfied snort before turning to leave, clearly still sulking. Seeing this, Shin Huayou immediately chased after her, each taking one of Yuni's arms, chatting animatedly. Charlotte flew to the building under the principal's office and walked straight to the door of the principal's room. As soon as she arrived at the door, she heard voices coming from inside. Old M.O., what's between us anyway? It's just a student. Can't you just give her to me? Wishful thinking. She's not just any student. She's the adopted daughter of Yuni and me, my most outstanding disciple. If you want me to hand her over to you, you'd have to wait until I'm dead. Sigh, you old geezer, you're really stingy. Humph. Say whatever you like. Listening to the conversation inside the room, Charlotte already had a guess in her heart. Someone who can talk to the master in such a manner must hold a status equal to the master's. And those who can stand on equal footing with the master are few and far between in the world. Hearing the lively chatter inside, Charlotte decided not to interrupt rashly and chose to return to his villa for a short rest before coming back. Upon returning to the villa and opening the door, he saw Yuzi kneeling on the ground, diligently cleaning the corners beneath the cabinet. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she turned her head, saw it was Charlotte, and her face immediately lit up with a smile. She hurriedly stood up, washed her hands, and quickly ran over to carry Charlot's luggage on her back. Mr. Charlot, welcome home, Yuzi said with a beaming smile. I'll go prepare a bath for you first and then cook. Please take a rest for now. After saying this, Yuzi hurriedly carried the luggage upstairs. Charlotte nodded to himself, very satisfied with the responsible attitude of this girl. He couldn't understand why such an excellent girl like her would choose to become a maid. Sitting on the sofa, he drank a glass of water, and before long, Yuzi came downstairs. Mr. Charlotte, your bath water is ready. I'll go prepare your meal. Charlotte smiled faintly and went upstairs to take a bath. When he came downstairs after bathing, Yuzi had already prepared the meal. Tasting Yuzi's cooking again, Charlotte felt that her culinary skills had improved further. He looked at Yuzi beside him and gestured for her to sit down. Yuzi just wanted to refuse, but under Charlotte's undeniable gaze, she eventually swallowed her rejection and obediently sat down. Yuzi, since coming here these past few days, I've been wanting to ask you. You're so young and beautiful, why would you come here to be a maid? Charlotte asked in confusion. Hearing this question, Yuzi's smile instantly disappeared, and she fell into deep thought. She worried that if she revealed the truth, Charlotte might look down on her because of it. A small B-level superpowered individual wanting to develop by working as a maid at Giant University is simply a fool's dream, utterly unrealistic. However, she had long been prepared to be looked down on. Taking a deep breath, Yuzi began to explain one by one her reasons for coming here as a maid. After finishing, she lowered her head, not daring to meet Charlot's eyes, fearing she might see a trace of pity or contempt in them. Charlotte gazed at Yuzi in front of him, and a trace of respect arose in his heart for this girl's unwavering desire to grow stronger at all costs. At the same time, he also believed that Yuzi was worth nurturing, not just because of her determination but also due to her sense of responsibility. Yuzi, I really admire your strong desire to improve. Lift your head, there's no need to feel inferior, Charlotte said. Upon hearing this, Yuzi suddenly raised her head and looked directly into Charlotte's eyes, trying to determine whether his words were just out of pity. Charlotte's expression remained unchanged, his words carried no hint of insincerity. His gaze was firm, never avoiding Yuzi's eyes. Yuzi, from now on, just call me Charlotte. There's no need to add Mr. in front. We should treat each other as equals, Charlotte said earnestly. Yuzi looked into Charlotte's sincere eyes, feeling his approval. A surge of warmth welled up in her heart, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth, her eyes shimmering with tears. She quickly turned away, choking up as she said, "Okay." After Yuzi calmed down, Charlotte asked curiously, "Yuzi, what is your ability?" "It's a B-level ability, Moonlight Rabbit," Yuzi responded softly. "Moonlight Rabbit? The kind of ability that can only unleash its full power at night?" Charlotte asked uncertainly. "That's right, only at night, when the moon appears, can my ability reach its full power. If it's a full moon, my strength will rival that of top-tier Class A abilities," Yuzi answered confidently. It should have been quite a decent ability, but with the restriction of needing nighttime, it feels a bit awkward. "No wonder it's only a Class B ability," Charlotte said thoughtfully, frowning slightly. He finished his meal briskly and immediately set off, heading to the principal's office once again. Standing in front of the principal's office door, he listened carefully and heard no sounds. Knock, knock, knock. "Teacher. I'm Charlotte. May I come in now?" "Come in." Charlotte pushed the door open and entered the principal's office. Mott was sitting in the reception area, with 2 teacups placed on the tea table. Clearly, the other person had just left. "Come, have a seat." Mott gestured, signaling Charlotte to sit down, though inwardly surprised. How is this kid progressing so quickly? Although shocked in his heart, Moto's face showed no sign of fluctuation. Since Charlot didn't mention it, he pretended not to know. As soon as Charlot sat down, Moto poured him a cup of tea. "Here, try it and see how it tastes." Charlot raised the cup and drank. The rich aroma of the tea was refreshing, far superior to ordinary tea, an absolute world of difference. "Delicious, absolutely excellent tea," Charlot praised without hesitation. "Ah, kid, you really know how to appreciate tea. This was brought by an old friend of mine, ordinary people wouldn't get a chance to taste it," Moto said proudly. Seeing this, Charlot's lips curved upward slightly, revealing a hint of a mysterious smile. "Teacher, I brought back some drinks for you as well. I'd like to invite you to try them." Moto was stunned upon hearing this. You went back to the human continent? Wait a second, weren't you in the field combat zone with 3 women these past few days? How did you manage to bring me drinks?" Charlotte almost choked on his hot tea upon hearing that. Cough cough cough. After a bout of violent coughing, he barely managed to calm down and then heavily patted his chest. Moto noticed and gently patted Charlotte's back, smiling with satisfaction as he said, "Men, especially those of us extraordinarily gifted, find such things perfectly normal. No need to be shy about it." Charlotte hurriedly brushed away Moto's hand and explained, "Teacher, you misunderstood. We're just friends, not in that kind of intimate relationship." To Charlotte's dismay, Moto, upon hearing this, looked even more pleased and nodded proudly, saying, "Already aware of close relationships? Good lad. You make me proud. From today onwards, you are my most proud disciple, and no one who comes later can compare to you." Seeing the situation becoming increasingly serious, Sharo decided not to explain further and quickly changed the subject. "Teacher, do you drink alcohol?" "I can drink, but I don't like the feeling of a foggy mind," Moto replied. Upon hearing this, Sharo waved his hand grandly and retrieved a barrel of fruit wine from the dark space. Seeing a wooden barrel suddenly appear before him, Moto's eyes widened, as if he had discovered something unbelievable. An ability beyond the 5 types of supernatural powers? A space-related power? Moto tentatively looked at Charlot, hoping for an answer. "This is indeed a power I have never displayed in front of others, possessing some characteristics of space-related abilities, but it can only store inanimate objects," Charlot said calmly. Hearing Charlot mention this was a power he had never displayed before, Moto was instantly shocked, secretly thinking to himself, could this mean Charlot is a wielder of 6 supernatural abilities? He almost fainted with excitement. Hearing Charlotte say that only inanimate objects can be stored, Moto's excitement instantly diminished a lot. He originally thought that the world's other spatial ability user turned out to be his apprentice. Only inanimate objects can be stored. "It's not bad to have it as a portable storage space," Moto said, nodding somewhat disappointingly. Charlotte got up, opened the wooden barrel, poured a cup of fruit wine, and placed it in front of Moto. "Teacher, please." Moto smiled contentedly. Then, he lifted the wine cup, sniffed it near his nose, and the rich fruit aroma wafted over. Tilting his head, he downed it in one gulp. 5 minutes later, Moto looked at the wine in his glass, furrowed his brows, and fell into deep thought. Are you saying that this wine, which can enhance physical strength, is brewed by the Crimson Flame Red Ape clan? That's right. Charlot answered confidently. Hearing Charlot's confirmation again, Moto was deeply astonished. Although the wine's effects were negligible for him, it would undoubtedly be highly tempting for lower-level ability users. After all, who wouldn't want to strengthen their physique? Teacher, even if I don't say it, you can see it too. This is absolutely a massive fortune, Charlot said ambitiously. What do you want to do? Moto asked. Teacher, I'll provide the goods, and you handle distributing this wine across the country, including all ability universities. We'll split the profits 50-50. What do you think? Charlotte suggested with a smile. Haha, it's indeed a good proposal. But I'm a bit curious, why do you want to make so much money? Moto asked puzzledly. After hearing this, Charlotte turned to look at the campus and answered ambitiously, I want to establish cities belonging to humanity across the exotic beast continent, and have my name forever etched in the hearts of mankind. Moto looked at the ambitious Charles, feeling deeply gratified. Ha 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 ha. Good lad. Arrogant and unrestrained. Full of ambition. However, as if thinking of something, his expression turned melancholy. Back in the day, I thought the same, my name had to echo across the world. Today, it's clear that I've achieved it, he sighed. But this nameless emptiness in my heart still wakes me up in the middle of the night. He smiled helplessly, if only I weren't so well known. Like you, still with a goal to strive for. Listening to Moto's blatant humble bragging, Charlot remained calm and unruffled. As long as she didn't respond, his humble bragging couldn't affect her. Seeing Charlot completely unresponsive to his words, Moto coughed a few times, pretending to be casual. Ahem. Charlotte immediately said, Wow. Teacher, you are truly amazing. Being able to become your apprentice is such a blessing from my past life. Moto's lips curved slightly, revealing a faint smile. Ha ha ha, humility makes progress. Don't say things like that again in the future. He picked up the cup and drained it in one gulp. Apprentice, what name would you like to give this kind of wine? Regarding the name, Charlot was already prepared. Red Fire Wine. Alright, I'll get in touch with some acquaintances over the next few days. This kind of good stuff will definitely sell well, and there should be news soon, Moto said. After leaving the principal's office, Charlot did not return to the villa but headed straight to the commercial district. He arrived at the area specializing in secret manuals, flipping through them one by one, and finally found a manual suitable for Yuzi's cultivation. Cold Moon Radiance Manual. Creator, unknown. Cultivation requirements, lunar ability users who draw power from the moon. Cultivation effects, enhances the practitioner's cultivation speed and helps them comprehend techniques. Capable of absorbing the energy of the moon and storing it within oneself, allowing full strength to be exerted even during the day. However, be aware that if the moon's energy within the body is completely depleted during daytime battles, combat effectiveness will significantly decrease. Conclusion, if only the world had nothing but the moon. Note: there's a chance of enhancing the quality of supernatural abilities during training, so don't be surprised. The secret technique is divided into 5 levels. Price for the first level, 50 level 3 crystal cores. Second layer price, 30 pieces of level 4 crystal cores. It seems to be very good. After some deliberation, Charlotte decided to purchase the first level of this handbook. Yuzi's ability level is currently at Transcendent Realm 9th stage, and the first level is already fully sufficient. After purchasing the first level, they returned to the villa. He saw Yuzi still diligently cleaning and called out, Yuzi, come here, I need to talk to you. Xiao Luo sat on the sofa, motioning for Yuzi to sit across from him. Yuzi felt a little uneasy in her heart. She even suspected Xiao Luo might be about to drive her away. Seeing her panicked expression, Xiao Luo poured a glass of water for her. He then took the first layer of the book Han Yu Hua Jing out of his bag and placed it on the table in front of them. Yuzi's gaze was immediately drawn to the name of the manual when she saw it. Just by looking at the name, she could tell that this manual was extremely suitable for her cultivation. She looked up at Xiao Luo in disbelief, pointed at the Cold Moon Radiance manual on the table, and then pointed at herself. Xiao Luo nodded with a smile. This is a special manual I picked for you. Its effects suit you perfectly, allowing you to maintain peak combat power even during daytime battles. Yuzi's eyes sparkled, filled with immense desire. She was just about to reach out when a sudden thought struck her. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. She looked up at Sharo and stubbornly asked, Sharo, I don't believe in free lunches. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Xiao responded with a mysterious smile. Yuzi saw this smile and let out a deep sigh. It seemed there was no escape. She immediately stood up and, within a few seconds, removed the outermost maid outfit, leaving only lace undergarments. Her fair skin glowed under the light, resembling a streak of moonlight. Her figure was slender and well-proportioned, with not an ounce of excess fat. She appeared delicate, yet the defined lines of her abs revealed her commitment to consistent training. At this moment, Yuzi lowered her head, like an ostrich, timidly glancing at the stunned Xiaoluo, and softly said, "I'm still a first-timer, please be gentle with me." Xiaoluo stared blankly at the breathtaking scene before him, his pupils dilated, his eyeballs nearly falling out. Coming back to his senses, he closed his eyes, forcibly suppressing that surge of nameless anger in his chest, along with the dragon roaring to the heavens. He wiped away his drool, reluctantly shifting his gaze away. That's not what I meant. I want you to be my follower. You're making me really nervous like this." Yuzi was utterly shocked upon hearing this, her face flushed red, and her body stiffened as she stood motionless on the spot. In just a few seconds, she mentally reviewed everything that had happened in her life up to that very moment. What is she doing? Who is she showing her naked body to? With your limited abilities, who can you possibly seduce? Yuzi thus fell into self-doubt. Charlot felt the nameless fire had mostly subsided, and the dragon had also quieted down. He stood up, shifted his gaze, squatted down, and draped the maid outfit over Yuzi. "I'm heading upstairs first. Take your time to comprehend this manual, it will be of great help to you. Don't let me down." Just as Charlot stepped onto the first stair, a sudden idea flashed through his mind, and he turned to look at Yuzi, who was still standing in place. "Don't doubt your charm, you're truly captivating." After Charlotte finished speaking, she hurried upstairs. Only Yuzi was left to calmly ponder. It was not until Charlotte's door closed that Yuzi slowly resumed her movements. She slowly sat back on the sofa, her gaze falling on the manual on the table. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth as she softly muttered to herself, "Not even a single move, yet he still says I'm charming. What a liar." Back in his room, Charlotte clutched his chest and let out a long sigh of relief. That little girl, what on earth did she grow up eating? Her figure is just too good, almost couldn't control myself. He first went to the bathroom, washed his face with cold water, and then watched 2 episodes of a melodramatic show to divert his attention, trying not to think about that enticing whiteness. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. The events of last night seemed as if they had never happened, and everything appeared unbelievably wonderful. Yuzi told Xiaoluo early in the morning that she was willing to be his follower. Charlotte was naturally very happy, blooming with joy inside, and didn't forget to pour Yuzi a glass of crimson fire wine. Yuzi, seeing Charlotte pour her a drink, misunderstood and thought he intended to get her drunk. "Charlotte, you've done me a favor, and I'm willing to follow your arrangements. Why do you still want to get me drunk? Do you enjoy this?" Yuzi picked up the glass, scrutinizing Charlotte with a peculiar expression. Charlotte, seeing the look in Yuzi's eyes, could only feel speechless. He then frowned and his tone turned stern. "Little rabbit, stop rambling. Drink when I tell you to. If you don't, I'll force it down your throat." For some reason, after experiencing what happened last night, Yuzi looked at the domineering Charlot now and felt a sudden tremor in her heart, involuntarily wanting to kneel at his feet. Under Charlot's urging, Yuzi drank the wine in her cup in one gulp. Not long after the wine entered her stomach, feeling its astonishing effects, Yuzi was instantly stunned. "This wine, it actually enhanced my physique. How do you feel?" Charlotte asked with a smile. "This wine is amazing. It makes me feel like my physique has improved by 10%. Yuzi looked at the empty glass in surprise, then raised her head and looked at Charlotte expectantly, clearly wanting another glass. Charlotte naturally wasn't stingy and poured Yuzi another glass. 2 glasses a day is enough, don't overindulge, Charlotte reminded softly. Once again drinking red fire wine, Yuzi's cheeks turned rosy and adorable due to the effect of alcohol, resembling a small apple that made people unable to resist wanting to take a bite. Leaving the villa, Charlotte flew straight towards the training area. He was preparing to challenge the giant phantom of the illusion tower again to see if he could defeat it with his current abilities. As he flew past the villa area, the figure who had been lurking in the shadows finally appeared. Transcendent realm. Damn it, how did he advance so quickly? Is he even human? The figure said angrily. No, I can't wait any longer. If I delay further, this guy's strength will eventually catch up with mine. I must take the risk and act now. He pondered at the spot for a long time, then turned his gaze towards Cheryl's villa. Immediately, a circular black hole appeared behind him and vanished in an instant. Charlotte arrived at the Tower of Illusion, completed a simple registration, and then entered it. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found himself in the familiar arena. Suddenly, a massive hand descended from the sky and fiercely smashed the arena. This time, Charlotte did not hesitate, he leaped forward and charged straight at the giant's head. On the way, he released a gravity field, which, although causing minimal damage, greatly weakened the giant's mobility and significantly reduced the speed of its punches. When he flew to the giant's head, the giant opened its massive mouth upon seeing this, and scorching steam instantly spewed out from within. Charlotte immediately activated an elastic shield to protect himself from the steam's assault. Afterward, he clenched his right fist tightly and unleashed his most powerful strike. The power of vibration combined with the second layer of 9 heavens. A punch fiercely struck the giant's brow, shattering the space in response. Crack! Crack! Immediately after, the second layer exerted its force. Boom! Boom! 2 tremendous forces caused the giant to lose its balance, uncontrollably leaning backward and crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Under Charlotte's shocked gaze, the giant's body suddenly emitted a green glow, beginning to heal its wounds automatically. Seeing this, Charlotte frowned, realizing that continuous attacks were necessary. If she stopped, the giant would recover. He swooped down decisively, his dense fists pounding the giant like raindrops, leaving the giant no chance to recover. Just as success seemed imminent, black smoke emanated from Shallow's body. He pressed his palm against the giant and roared, "Dark Sea!" A pitch-black, profound ocean spread from Shallow's surroundings, instantly engulfing the giant below. The giant was consumed by the Dark Sea, its massive body gradually shrinking. Charlotte suddenly realized that she possessed the power to weaken supernatural abilities. Just like the wielder of the dark fruit in anime, who can nullify the abilities of users through contact. Similarly, he can weaken supernatural powers by coming into contact with their users. The extent of weakening likely depends on the difference in levels between him and the supernatural ability user. The giant shrank to a certain size and stopped shrinking. It seemed that with his current strength, he could only weaken it to this extent, but this was already enough. Shockwave blast. Both fists smashed heavily onto the weakened giant. In an instant, waves of powerful shockwaves accompanied by violent air currents spread outward, causing the giant's skin to rupture and blood to gush out. Congratulations to the tower challenger for clearing the 91st floor. Would you like to proceed to challenge the 92nd floor? Continue. Charlotte answered without hesitation. Swish. The scene changed instantly. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing on top of a city wall. Looking up, outside the city lies a vast plain. At the end of the line of sight, there is a forest. All around is desolate, with only faint tremors underfoot signaling the restlessness of this area. Suddenly, the tremors intensified. The first alien beast charged out from the distant forest, followed closely by a wave of alien beasts surging like a tsunami, roughly estimated to be at least 10,000 strong. Tens of thousands of alien beasts surged forward, causing the wall where Charlot stood to begin cracking. He stared at the wave of alien beasts, a strong fighting spirit rising in his heart. With a leap, he landed below the city wall. Clenching his right fist tightly, he fiercely smashed it onto the ground ahead. Boom! In an instant, accompanied by a thunderous bang, the earth trembled and the mountains swayed. With Charlotte's punch, the ground instantly split into hundreds of large cracks. In that instant, a thunderous bang. The earth shook, and the mountains trembled. Charlotte's fist slammed down, and the ground instantly cracked into hundreds of deep fissures. The cracks spread densely, resembling a spider web, the ground shattered, dust billowing, and extending all the way into the beast tide. Countless beasts were swept into the fissures, their screams rising and falling, chilling to the bone. Crack crack. The sound of bones shattering echoed from the cracks, and the blood of the beast gushed out, instantly staining the land red. Xiaoluo stood up, his cold gaze fixed on his masterpiece. A satisfied smile appeared on his face as he thought to himself, this is the true destructive power of the force of vibrations. However, the beast tide was not yet completely resolved. The remaining massive beasts with outstretched wings were still recklessly charging toward him. A flash of purple light appeared in Xiaoluo's eyes as he raised both hands and then swung them down forcefully. Millions of tons of pressure. Clang! Boom! An immense pressure instantly swept across the entire area. The horde of beasts rushing toward Sharo, whether flying in the air or running on the ground, had their internal organs rupture under the violent pressure, blood gushing out wildly as they died on the spot. And those hundreds of originally cracked fissures unexpectedly became extremely smooth under this immense pressure. Nevertheless, new strange beasts continued to emerge endlessly from the distant forest, as if in an unceasing stream. Just after eliminating one wave, the next wave followed closely behind. Naturally, Charlotte would not refuse, however many came, he would kill them all. Gradually, the level and quality of the exotic beasts steadily increased. At this moment, a level 7 exotic beast Chi-Gold Flood Dragon appeared. The level 7 exotic beast Chi-Gold Flood Dragon began to speak, with intelligence equal to that of humans, commanding the army of exotic beasts to split into several groups and attack the cities behind Charlo. The Chi-Gold Flood Dragon itself was not to be outdone, stepping forward to engage in an intense battle with Charlo. Charlotte fought with all her might against the Crimson Golden Flood Dragon, paying little attention to the other exotic beasts. Ultimately, some of the beasts seized the opportunity to break into the city. Tower Challenger, we regret to inform you that due to the invasion of exotic beasts into the city, your challenge has failed. Highest record, 91 floors, ranked 6th in the school. Congratulations to Charlotte for entering the Tower Challenger top 10 for the first time. Your name will appear in the top 10 leaderboard of the Tower Raiders. Please go to the front desk of the Illusory Tower to collect your reward. You will automatically exit the Illusory Tower in 3 seconds. Please prepare yourself. Hearing the voice announcement, Charlotte couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. Indeed, he was stretched too thin and ended up letting a beast raid his home. This Crimson Gold Flood Dragon is highly intelligent. Instead of fighting him outright, it keeps tangling and harassing him, leaving him no time to focus on the two ends. However, he only passed the 91st level, yet his rank directly jumped to 6th place. It seems that Moto's giant phantom has indeed hindered many people. After exiting the Mirage Tower, Charlo arrived at the tower's reception desk. The tower guarding robot saw him and immediately took out a small transparent box from the cabinet, containing dust that flickered with an unknown glow. Subsequently, it handed the box to Charlotte. Charlotte, this is your reward for entering the top 10 of the Tower Challengers. Charlotte took the small box and looked at the strange dust inside, filled with confusion. What is this thing? A box of soil? Is the reward for the top 10 this simple? At this moment, Xiaotong's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Who would have thought that on your backward planet, someone actually discovered the ingenious use of this thing? Do you know what this is? Charlotte asked in confusion. Of course. With my racial inherited memory, there's almost nothing under the starry sky that I don't know, Xiaotong replied proudly. Then hurry up and tell me. Charlotte urged impatiently. In the universe, there is a universal currency called starstones. Starstones are energy crystals formed by the convergence of the power of the stars. The energy they contain can be absorbed by all living beings, thus becoming the universal currency of the universe. These powders are called stardust, also formed by the condensation of the power of the stars. However, its energy is inferior to starstones, considered a subordinate universal currency to starstones, and can also be absorbed by living beings as energy. Charlotte looked in astonishment at the small box of powder, not expecting something with such a significant background. How many levels do you think this powder can help me improve? Charlotte asked. To be honest, Charlotte, I don't recommend you absorb its energy just yet, Xiaotong replied without hesitation. Huh? Why? Charlotte asked, puzzled. Your current life level is too low. You won't be able to completely absorb the energy of this box of stardust, most of it will leak out. It would be better to absorb it after your next life transition, Xiaotong explained. Another life transition? That would mean waiting until I reach the heavenly blessing realm for the next life transition. Xia Luo calculated silently in his heart. Alright, I'll listen to you. I'll put this thing away for now and talk about it later. Back at the villa, he opened the door but didn't see Yuzi's figure. Xia Luo felt puzzled. Could she still be cultivating upstairs? Still cultivating, he muttered to himself. Arriving at the dining table, his gaze casually swept across and he noticed a small note on the table. Charlotte stepped forward, picked it up, and his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Your maid is in my hands. If you want to find her, come to villa number 44. If you dare inform anyone else, then she will simply disappear. Signed, Void. He remained silent for a long time, his expression gradually turning serious. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't figure out who he had offended to the point that someone would break into his villa to kidnap him. This was definitely a trap, clearly set up in advance, waiting for him to walk right into it. However, Yuzi couldn't just ignore it and not save the person. Referring to the villa district map, he located villa number 44. The villa's main gate was wide open, clearly on purpose. Looking at the silent villa number 44, a chill ran through Charlotte's heart. The entire villa seemed to have its mouth wide open, just waiting for him to jump in so it could instantly tear him to shreds. Taking a deep breath, he applied the elastic shield to his body to guard against any ambush. Lifting his leg, he stepped into the villa and headed straight upstairs. In a nearby villa, a pair of beautiful eyes were fixed on Charlot as he entered that villa, a trace of doubt flashing in them. Charlot? Why would he go to that villa? Charlot walked to the ground floor of the villa. The surroundings were utterly silent, even the chirping of birds had vanished without a trace, as if he were the only person left in the world. He cautiously observed his surroundings and approached the door. The door was slightly ajar. With a gentle push, it could be opened. Charlotte stepped into the room. As soon as his foot stepped inside, the surroundings instantly turned pitch black, as if he had entered another dimension. Charlotte frowned, calmly observing the darkness around him while quickly analyzing the current situation in his mind. Just then, a sinister laugh suddenly echoed from all around. Ha 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 ha. Human, no matter how gifted you are, you're still a fool. I called you here and you actually came. Truly fearless, aren't you? Charlotte looked around, completely unaware of who was making the sound. It is often these lurking figures in the shadows that are the most dangerous. He decisively activated the third eye at the center of his brow, aiming to first locate the enemy's position. Unexpectedly, at the instant Charlotte activated the third eye, the figure lurking in the darkness seemed to have witnessed something unbelievable. Charlotte's third eye indeed caught a pitch-black figure. That silhouette appeared human, yet the energy it emitted was entirely different from that of humans. Charlotte, be very careful. This guy's true identity is an extraterrestrial species, the Soul Devourers. Xiao Tong's tone turned uncharacteristically solemn. Extraterrestrial species, the Soul Devourers? Upon hearing this, Charlotte's pupils instantly contracted, and his body instinctively shifted into a battle stance. Xiao Tong patiently explained, the Soul Devourers' main body isn't particularly strong in combat, but they enjoy possessing beings from various races. With the help of these races' talents, the devouring soul black hole consumes powerful individuals from those races and eventually becomes the strongest of that race. Due to the evil deeds of the devouring soul race, major races once joined forces to destroy their planet, but many of the devouring soul race still managed to escape. To think that such a thing would appear on your planet. Judging by its appearance, it seems to have already devoured quite a number of lives. Charlotte, we must destroy it here. We cannot allow it to wreak havoc everywhere. Upon hearing this, Charlotte's lips curled into a slight smile, evidently agreeing completely with the sentiment. The pitch-black figure noticed Charlotte's smile, feeling its authority had been challenged. But in the face of impending death, what could Charlotte do to provoke its anger? Human, I must admit, your fortune is indeed remarkable. Even an ultimate treasure like the pupil worm has formed a symbiotic relationship with you. But today, your talent, and everything you have, will become mine. As soon as the shadowy figure finished speaking, Charlotte immediately felt his body being torn apart by some immense, unknown force. If not for his sufficient strength, he would have already been ripped to shreds. What shocked him even more was that his supernatural abilities really showed signs of being stripped away. Is this the power of the devouring spirit black hole? Truly formidable. But I'm not someone to be trifled with. In an instant, black smoke began emanating from Charlotte's body, and endless darkness spread outward from beneath his feet. Endless dark sea. The endless darkness spread rapidly in all directions like a tsunami. Seeing this, the shadow hurriedly used the power of the devouring spirit black hole to counteract it, attempting to absorb the sea of darkness released by Charlot. But Charlot would not let him have his way. Enduring the pain of his body being torn by the devouring spirit black hole, azure flame wings emerged from his back as he charged straight at the shadow. The shadow saw Charlot rushing toward him and instantly turned around, disappearing from where he stood. Charlotte missed his mark, and his body was torn open in several places by the power of the soul-devouring black hole. Blood sprayed wildly, dyeing his clothes bright red. Fortunately, the Phoenix Cyan Flame could instantly heal his wounds. Ha 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 human, do you think I brought you here for nothing? Once you step into this room, you are entering my black hole space. In my black hole space, I am invincible. I can appear wherever I want, and you will never be able to hit me. Hearing these words, Charlotte couldn't help but furrow his brows. This was undoubtedly a tricky opponent. Could it only be a battle of attrition? At that moment, Xiao Tong anxiously said, Charlotte, use the waterflower pearl to suppress his power. It's the only way. Charlotte immediately took out the water essence pearl, which shimmered with blue light, from the dark space. The shadowy figure scoffed inwardly upon seeing Charlotte suddenly pull out a pearl. However, the moment he sensed the energy radiating from the pearl, his expression changed drastically, and he involuntarily took a few steps back. At this moment, his fear was beyond words. This is a treasure of the laws. The shadow's voice trembled, as if it had seen something terrifying. Xiao Luo felt a bit amused seeing the shadow so frightened. That's right. Although it only contains a trace of the law of water, it's enough to deal with you. As soon as the words were spoken, Xiaoluo immediately activated the energy within the water glimmer orb. In this pitch-black space, the light emitted by the water glow pearl was as dazzling as the sun. Immediately thereafter, a blue energy quickly struck toward the shadow's position. The shadow dodged desperately, narrowly avoiding the attack. However, the energy from the water glow pearl shattered the devouring spirit black hole, revealing a large gap. Due to the connection between the devouring spirit black hole and the shadow's main body, its rupture also caused significant damage to the shadow, leaving it extremely weakened. In the end, he collapsed powerlessly to the ground, his eyes filled with fear as he stared at Charlotte's cold expression. "Please spare me, I'm willing to be your follower, serve you tirelessly. With your talent, you are sure to break into the vast starry sky and compete with the prodigies of those powerful races. I can be your right-hand man, handling any trivial matters for you. Trust me." Charlotte stepped forward slowly, came to the shadowy figure, reached out, and grabbed his neck, lifting him into the air. As her fingers touched the shadow's physical form, the entire soul-devouring black hole instantly collapsed. They returned to the villa's room. It was only then that Charlotte clearly saw the true face of the person in front of her. This person appears to be an ordinary human on the surface, but the deep, pure black eyes and the black runes on his cheeks clearly indicate he is far from human. "What is your human name? Answer me." Charlotte grabbed his neck, her tone filled with undeniable authority. "Cough. Song Xuanyan." Upon hearing this name, a cold glint flashed in Charlotte's eyes. She hadn't expected this guy to infiltrate the top 5 of the school, surely devouring quite a few people in secret. "Where is my maid?" Charlotte's voice was deep and cold, like a ghost from hell. "I can tell you, but you have to promise not to kill me." His voice carried a trace of pleading, but also hinted at treachery. Charlotte's expression shifted slightly, his fingers loosened a little, and he fell into deep thought, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. After a long time, he finally spoke. "Fine. I can promise not to kill you, but you must never trouble me again, and if you see me, you must walk away like a dog." "All right. I promise you, I will never appear before you again." A trace of provocation flashed in Song Xuanyan's eyes, mixed with hidden malice. "Xiaoluo, no. Letting him go is like letting a tiger return to the mountain. He will definitely come back to seek revenge on you," Xia Tong said anxiously to Xiaoluo. But Xiaoluo did not respond. "Speak. Where is she?" Xiaoluo asked Song Xuanyan impatiently. "Actually, I didn't kidnap her, she's in the basement of your villa. I just knocked her out, she should be waking up soon," Song Xuanyan said smugly. Hearing these words, Charlotte's breath suddenly hitched, and she hurriedly asked Xia Tong in her mind. "Is what he said true? It should be true." "I can't hear the heartbeat of someone lying," Xia Tong replied, her tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. Hearing this, Charlot took a deep breath, released his grip, and Song Xuanyan instantly fell to the ground. Lying on the ground, Song Xuanyan gasped heavily, as if seeing a glimmer of hope for escape. He raised his head and glanced provocatively at Charlot, immediately reactivating the devourer black hole in an attempt to flee. But at that moment, a foot stomped hard on Song Xuanyan's head, completely extinguishing his intention to escape. "What are you trying to do? You clearly promised to let me go." Song Xuanyan shouted in panic, lying face down on the ground. "I did promise you, but my power of darkness certainly didn't." Shero coldly stared at Song Xuanyan beneath his feet. Song Xuanyan's face instantly turned pale, and he desperately activated the devouring spirit black hole, attempting to escape into the black hole space. However, Shero's hand, brimming with dark power, had already firmly grasped Song Xuanyan's neck once again. Due to contact with Charlot's dark power and the severe damage caused by the water bloom pearl, Song Xuanyan's racial talent, the devouring black hole, could no longer be used. "Time to go, Dark Star," Charlot said coldly. Under Song Xuanyan's terrified gaze, the dark power spreading from Charlot's hand instantly transformed into a small sphere. The Dark Star possessed a mysterious magic, forcibly extracting the devouring spirit clan's true form from Song Xuanyan's body. The devourer race's true form is an unknown black viscous substance, appearing extremely disgusting. As the devourer race's true form was absorbed into the Dark Star, completely crushed and consumed, Song Xuanyan's human body regained its independence. Without the possession of the devourer race, the black runes on Song Xuanyan's face instantly disappeared, returning him to his true human state. Seeing this, Charlotte finally breathed a sigh of relief, and her expression also became much more relaxed. He ignored the unconscious Song Xuanyan and walked straight out of Villa 44. In a villa not far from there, those beautiful eyes caught sight of Xiaoluo coming out, a trace of surprise flashing in their gaze. "So you managed to come out unscathed. Xiaoluo, I truly find you more and more unfathomable. Charlotte hurriedly returned to the villa and went straight to the basement. She opened the basement door and switched on the lights. As she glanced inside, she indeed found Yuzi there, dressed in a maid outfit, lying on her side on the ground, still unconscious. Charlotte stepped forward, bent down, and lifted Yuzi up, then placed her on the sofa. Another half an hour passed, and Yuzi still hadn't woken up, which made Charlotte feel a bit strange. Logically, she should have regained consciousness by now. He walked closer and crouched down to carefully observe Yuzi's sleeping face. After a few minutes, he noticed her eyebrows twitching occasionally and her breathing being somewhat irregular. This led Charlotte to deduce that Yuzi had already woken up but was pretending to be asleep. This realization caused the corners of his mouth to lift in amusement. He found it quite funny. Yuzi, if you keep pretending, I might not be so nice to you, Charlotte whispered softly near her ear. His breath brushing against her skin brought a slight ticklish sensation to her ears. Despite his words, Yuzi felt disdain in her heart. She was confident that Charlotte wouldn't dare lay a hand on her and was merely bluffing. Just as Yuzi was feeling smug, a large hand somehow found its way to her waist, gently exploring for a while before beginning to move downward. Xiaoluo noticed how indifferent Yuzi was to his actions and secretly thought to himself, since she doesn't plan to wake up, he might as well give her a lasting lesson. As her body gradually heated up, an inexplicable excitement surged within Yuzi, accompanied by a sense of shame. Finally, under Xiaoluo's massage, Yuzi couldn't help but open her misty eyes, her face flushed, and shot him an angry glare. If you keep playing like this I'll never be able to get married, she said coquettishly, her face red, her gaze unfocused as she collapsed onto the sofa. Hearing the word play, Xiaoluo's face flushed slightly. Although it was indeed enjoyable, he still felt a bit embarrassed. Little rabbit, go ahead and pretend, keep pretending if you dare. Xiaoluo smiled smugly. Yuzi lifted her flushed face, her eyes darting away, completely avoiding eye contact with Xiaoluo. Little rabbit, go make me some food. I'm hungry. Xiaoluo declared as he stood up, his tone carrying an undeniable firmness. Yuzi straightened herself with determination, trembling as she stood up. Alright, I'll go change my clothes first and be down to cook right away. She lowered her head and hurried upstairs, her heart surging with a wave of shame. Xiaoluo, meanwhile, went to the bathroom to briefly wash his hands. When Yuzi came downstairs and finished preparing the meal, he sat down at the dining table, pointed to the seat across from him, and gestured for her to sit. Yuzi naturally obeyed and took the seat. Yuzi, first of all, I want to apologize to you. It was my fault for dragging you into this, which is why you fainted in the basement, Xiaoluo said earnestly. Can I know why? Yuzi asked curiously. You don't need to know that much, just know that Guy has completely disappeared from the world. Charlotte answered without any hesitation. Oh, got it. Yuzi nodded knowingly. How's the cultivation of that Huan manual going? Charlotte asked. That manual is absolutely perfect for me. I predict that in the next couple of days, I'll break through to the noble realm. Yuzi said excitedly, his face brimming with joy. That's good. Charlotte nodded, feeling very pleased with her current progress. Indeed, the difference between having and not having the secret manual was evident. Night fell, and Charlotte returned to her room, drew the curtains, and once again took out the water radiance pearl from the darkness. At this moment, the pearl appeared dim and lackluster, far less radiant than before. What happened? Why does my water radiance pearl look like it's ruined? Charlotte was at a loss and immediately asked Xiaotong in her mind. You used the water radiance pearl today, causing it to temporarily lose its energy. It will take a few days to recover slowly, Xiaotong responded in her mind. That big toad shot me with this thing several times, and its energy was still quite abundant. I only used it once, and now there's no energy left? Charlotte was utterly baffled. After the big toad uses the energy of the water radiance orb, it can replenish it with its water-based energy. Since you don't have water-based energy, you naturally can't refill it. Xiaotong explained matter-of-factly. So that's how it is. No wonder. Charlotte suddenly understood. Looks like the water radiance orb can really only be used at critical moments. It takes days to recharge once, and the opportunity is far too precious. Charlotte said helplessly. Or you can find a place abundant in water energy and place the aqua pearl there. It can also replenish energy quickly, Xiaotong suggested. Come on, that's easier said than done. Where am I supposed to find such a place? I might as well just wait for it to replenish energy on its own. Just as Xiaoluo finished speaking and was about to put away the aqua pearl, a sudden tremor came from within him. His devil fruit tree unexpectedly shot out of his body uncontrollably, hovering in midair. Charlotte looked at the devil fruit tree in confusion, unable to figure out why it had suddenly appeared. It wasn't until his gaze fell on the water lotus orb in his hand that a bold idea suddenly flashed through his mind. He tried raising the water lotus orb and placing it next to the devil fruit tree. Suddenly, the water lotus orb began transferring energy to the devil fruit tree, nourishing it. Among the 5 elements, water generates wood. The water element within the water radiance pearl nourishes the devil fruit tree, causing it to undergo a miraculous transformation. Under the nourishment of the water radiance pearl, the devil fruit tree's branches gradually turned from sparse to lush and vibrant. Suddenly, the devil fruit tree emitted a strange green glow throughout its body, and some incredibly peculiar characters instantly appeared in Charlotte's mind. When everything calmed down, the aqua orb stopped transmitting energy to the devil fruit tree, and the devil fruit tree returned to Charlotte's body. The words in Charlotte's mind flickered continuously, eventually forming a strange method. At this moment, Xiaotong was still recalling the scene that had just occurred. Clearly, this was also the first time it had witnessed such a situation. Seeing Charlotte standing motionless in place without any reaction, Xiaotong urgently shouted, "Hey! Charlotte! Wake up!" Charlotte was lost in thought at the moment, completely unresponsive to Xiaotong's calls. A long time later. "Damn, easy for you to say. Where am I supposed to find such a place? Guess I'll just wait patiently for it to replenish its energy on its own." No sooner had Charlotte finished speaking and was about to put away the water radiance pearl, when a sudden tremor surged within her body. His devil fruit tree unexpectedly burst out of his body uncontrollably, hovering in midair. Charlotte looked at the devil fruit tree in confusion, unable to understand why it was suddenly reacting this way. It wasn't until his gaze fell on the water essence pearl in his hand that a bold idea flashed through his mind. He attempted to lift the water essence pearl and place it next to the devil fruit tree. Suddenly, the water splendor pearl began transmitting energy to the demon fruit tree, nourishing it. Among the 5 elements, water nourishes wood. The water laws within the water splendor pearl happened to nurture the demon fruit tree, causing it to undergo a wondrous transformation. Under the nourishment of the water splendor pearl, the branches of the demon fruit tree gradually changed from sparse to flourishing with lush foliage. Suddenly, the devil fruit tree emitted a strange green glow all over, and some peculiar characters instantly appeared in Charlotte's mind. When everything calmed down, the water spirit pearl ceased its energy transfer to the devil fruit tree, and the devil fruit tree returned to Charlotte's body. The characters in Charlotte's mind kept flickering and eventually formed a unique cultivation technique. At this moment, Charlene was still reflecting on what had just happened, clearly experiencing such a situation for the first time as well. Seeing Charlotte frozen in place without any reaction for a long time, Xiaotong quickly shouted, "Hey! Charlotte! Wake up!" At the moment, Charlotte was lost in thought and showed no reaction to Xiaotong's voice. After a long while, Charlotte came back to his senses and slowly uttered a few words. "Thriving branches surpassing sacred law. Ah, what is it?" Xiaotong felt very confused by Xia Luo's words. "My devil fruit tree, nurtured by the law of water, has actually created an extremely powerful technique for me." Xia Luo's astonishing statement left Xiaotong stunned. Xiaotong fell into deep thought. Thinking about how that tree could bear such heaven-defying fruits, creating a technique didn't seem so surprising. "What is the purpose of this method?" Xiaotong asked calmly. Xia Luo explained excitedly. "I can form a contract with a follower, making her a branch or leaf of my towering tree. The benefit is that she can share one of my abilities, increasing her aptitude limit. But the downside is, she must unconditionally obey my orders, or I will cut off this branch and leave her powerless. More importantly, when a follower's ability level increases, my ability level will also automatically improve. However, it seems there are only 4 slots for now. To increase the slots, I must continue upgrading the quality of the devil fruit tree." After hearing Charlotte's explanation, Xiaotong couldn't help but take a sharp breath. SSS. Their clan has survived in the universe for countless years, yet this is the first time they've heard of such a heaven-defying method. This is completely different from the symbiotic relationship they signed. This method poses absolutely no risk to Sharo, offering only pure benefits. "Sharo, if you cut off the branches of the contractor and terminate the contract, will the spot still remain?" Xiaotong asked. "It won't. Once the quota is used, it disappears and won't come back." Charlotte shook her head. Then you need to think carefully. You can't blindly choose a contractor," Xiaotong said. "That's right, every single quota is incredibly precious and must be chosen carefully." Charlotte lay on the bed, and the first quota already appeared in her mind. That would be her little bunny maid, Yuzi. Her grade B ability, Moonlight Rabbit, greatly limits her potential. Even though she possesses an unyielding desire to grow stronger, it is hard to break through the shackles of her talent. If she were to form a contract with Yuzi and gain a decent ability, there's no need to elaborate further, her potential would undoubtedly increase significantly. With the qualification to become a dual ability wielder, she would unquestionably surpass 90% of her peers, there's no doubt about it. However, sharing abilities also requires consideration of the other party's ability. At present, his ability doesn't seem to complement the Moonlight Rabbit. Vibration? Darkness? Gravity? Paw pads? Phoenix? None of them seem to suit Yuzi's Moonlight Rabbit. As for Slippery, there's no need to mention it, Charlotte believes Yuzi is already charming enough. Wait a little longer. Anyway, his devil fruit tree has already advanced to B-level, and there are still 6 devil fruits waiting to ripen, so there's no rush. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Early in the morning, Moto called Charlotte to his office. Charlotte quickly ate a simple breakfast and immediately headed to the principal's office. Upon arriving at the principal's office, she noticed that besides Moto, there was also a gentleman dressed in a black suit and wearing glasses, exuding an air of refinement. "Teacher, I'm here. This gentleman is..." Charlotte looked at the unfamiliar man and tentatively asked. The man smiled faintly, stood up, and introduced himself. "Miss Xia, I've heard a lot about you. My name is Jean Lang, an old friend of Moto." "Oh, hello, Uncle Jean," Charlotte said respectfully. "Charlotte, quickly take out a barrel of your Scarlet Fire wine and let him have a taste," Moto said. Charlotte responded and took out a barrel of Scarlet Fire wine from the dark space. After Jean Lang drank it, his expression immediately became extremely excited. This kind of wine will definitely be a big hit, and there's no doubt it will be in short supply. Jean Lang said excitedly. "Well, Uncle Jean, how much do you think one bottle of this wine could sell for?" Xia Luo asked cautiously. One bottle could sell for a grade 4 crystal core," Jean Lang replied. Hearing this number, Xia Luo was suddenly stunned. "So expensive? Will anyone buy it?" Charlotte said skeptically. Jean Lang immediately responded confidently, "Don't worry, while ordinary people may not be able to afford it, the rich will definitely rush to buy it. After all, which wealthy person doesn't want to enhance their physical fitness and live longer? Xia Luo, give him the rest of the wine. He will handle the remaining matters," Moto said with a faint smile. Charlotte walked to the window and waved to take out all the remaining barrels of wine. Jean Lang looked at these barrels of liquor and couldn't help but smile. 200 milliliters per bottle, thousands of bottles here will definitely be enough. Sharo, make sure the supply doesn't get interrupted. I'm planning to expand into the international market. Sharo nodded confidently. With the Mark of Irreverence he had placed on those 2 Scarlet Flame Red 8s, the liquor supply was guaranteed. Alright, let's not waste any more time. I'll have someone carry it away, and you can just wait to count the money. Jean Lang said decisively and left immediately without any hesitation. This was the efficiency of a businessman. After Jean Lang left, Moto looked at Charlotte with a complicated expression, as if he was hesitating about something. "Teacher, what's wrong?" Charlotte asked in confusion. "Charlotte, tell me the truth. Is the matter with Song Xunyuan related to you?" Moto asked solemnly. Hearing this, Charlotte was stunned. He did indeed kill the spirit devourers inside Song Su's body, but he had no knowledge of what happened afterward. "Song Xunyuan? What happened to him?" Charlotte frowned and asked curiously. Moto focused intently, staring fixedly at Charlotte, trying to determine whether he truly didn't know or was feigning innocence. However, Charlotte maintained a resolute gaze, showing no signs of guilt. "He has lost his memory, his ability level disappeared, and even his own powers are gone," Moto continued. "Someone said they saw you at his villa, staying for a while. So I want to ask you, does this matter have anything to do with you?" Moto's piercing gaze exerted a powerful pressure on Charlotte, making him feel slightly uncomfortable. "Teacher, his amnesia and the disappearance of his abilities have absolutely nothing to do with me. Please believe me," Charlotte said with firm conviction, without any hesitation. He had only killed a remnant of the Soul Eaters that had possessed a human and had no direct connection with Song Xunyuan. If there was any association, it was merely that he saved Song Xunyuan's life. Otherwise, Song Xunyuan might not have known how long he would remain possessed by the Soul Eaters. Seeing this, Moto smiled faintly, nodded in satisfaction, and then withdrew the immense pressure. "Good, remember this matter has nothing to do with you. Don't bring it up again in the future." As the oppressive force surrounding Sharo dissipated, the suffocating feeling vanished in an instant. Relaxed, Sharo felt a shock reverberate within him. Just that pressure alone had left him struggling to breathe. Truly worthy of being one of the 3 strongest figures in the Sherry Kingdom, their strength was indeed formidable. "Sharo, how is your practice with 9 heavens coming along?" Moto asked with a cheerful smile. "Teacher, I have already reached the 2nd stage. Xiao Luo answered respectfully. "Oh? So quickly? I knew I wasn't wrong about you, this manual truly suits you." Moto patted Xiao Luo's shoulder, his face full of pride. Upon hearing this, Xiao Luo asked in confusion, "Teacher, the creators of these manuals, some bear human names, while others remain unknown. Why is that?" Moto was slightly stunned upon hearing this, then turned his gaze out the window, seeming to be pondering something. "Xiao Luo, I used to have the same question as you. However, all the things I couldn't understand before were resolved once I truly became strong. So, strive to cultivate yourself. If you want to unravel the questions in your heart, you must do your best to climb higher. When you reach a certain height, all questions will naturally become clear." Charlo looked at Moto, this enigmatic person, and nodded as if he half understood. Leaving the principal's office, he was walking along the path back to the villa. Suddenly, someone walked over from the opposite side. Charlotte took a closer look and unexpectedly found it was Kongyu, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Since they parted ways at the villa last time, the two had never met again. After all, their relationship wasn't close, they just happened to be in the same batch. Moreover, Kongyu's family background seemed quite prestigious. Charlotte worried about causing unnecessary trouble and walked past her directly without speaking. Kongyu turned her head to look at Charlotte and said, "You're the one who dealt with Song Xunyan like that, aren't you?" Charlotte suddenly stopped, turned back to look at that calm face, and couldn't help but wonder how she knew about Song Xunyan's situation. "You're wondering how I know, aren't you?" The corners of Kongyu's mouth slightly curved up, revealing a faint smile. "You know it has nothing to do with me. Song Xunyan ending up like that has nothing to do with me. Rather, you could say I saved him." After saying this, Charlotte turned around, intending to leave. "Does it have to do with something on him?" Kongyu said calmly. Xiao Luo, who had just turned around, was startled upon hearing this. Slowly, he turned back again, looking into Kongyu's eyes. "I can tell. The energy emanating from his body is completely different from that of normal humans. So I suspect he's possessed by something." Kongyu's tone was very confident, clearly not just a simple conjecture. "Hee, is this the effect of your special ability?" Xiao Luo examined her with great interest. Kongyu nodded, her gaze wandering back and forth across Xiao Luo. "That's right, my ability allows me to see the energy unintentionally emitted by life forms. And you, Sharo. From the moment I first saw you, the strands of energy radiating from your body surprised me greatly. Ordinary ability users typically have only one strand of energy, but your energy is chaotic and disordered, there must be more than one ability. And now, it seems you've gained another superpower, probably related to your fruit tree ability." Hearing this, Charlotte was instantly shocked, not expecting this girl's ability to be so extraordinary, even able to perceive that he had acquired a superpower related to the demon fruit tree. "Stop, what are you trying to do? Just say it directly." Charlotte made a gesture signaling her to stop. "I hope to make a marriage agreement with you." Kongyu's surprising words left Charlotte completely stunned. After a long while, Charlotte finally recovered. "Why?" Kongyu smiled calmly. "Because I don't want to return to my family after graduation and marry someone I don't like." "Then do you like me?" Charlotte pointed to herself and asked. "Don't like it. However, you are extraordinarily talented and reasonably good-looking. The clan will definitely agree to this marriage. Most importantly, you don't seem to have much interest in me. I really don't like this feeling." At this point, Kongyu's face revealed a sly, mischievous smile. "Hey, you wicked-hearted woman. There's no shortage of men in the world who aren't interested in you, so why did you specifically pick me?" Charlotte said indignantly. "Ah?" Really? Kongyu stepped forward, leaned into Charlotte's arms, and placed her hands on his chest. She looked up at Charlotte with a pair of big, pitiful eyes. Charlotte looked down at those clear, sparkling eyes, his nose slightly twitching, as he caught a pleasant fragrance. Although he didn't know what perfume it was, he had to admit it really suited his taste. Kongyu noticed Charlotte's nose twitch and her cheeks flushed slightly, not expecting him to have such a peculiar preference. "Smells good, doesn't it? Engage to me, and you can smell this fragrance on me every day," Kongyu whispered teasingly in Charlotte's ear. Charlotte smirked mischievously, then lowered his head and placed a quick kiss on her ear. Kongyu quickly pushed Xiao Luo away, covered her ears, her face instantly turning red, and stared at him intently. "You! How dare you flirt with me? Do you want to die?" A peculiar light flickered in Kongyu's eyes. Her tone was so furious it seemed like she was about to tear Xiao Luo apart. Seeing such a drastic contrast in Kong Yu's demeanor, Xiao Luo smiled faintly. Then, he crossed his arms, his gaze falling on the already flustered Kong Yu, and spoke. Kong Yu, I know you've been the obedient girl in the family for far too long. Now that you've finally gained some freedom, you want to unleash your scheming nature. But you need to have some boundaries. Stop getting close to men so casually. Especially, don't get too close to me. I won't let a woman tease me easily, I'll fight back when necessary. And about the engagement you mentioned earlier. I will never agree to it. Feel free to say whatever you want. Finally, stop bothering me for no reason. If you push me too far, I can do anything. Bye. After finishing, Charlotte turned and left, completely ignoring Kong Yu's feelings. Kong Yu watched Charlotte walk away, gritting her teeth in hatred, but was helpless to do anything. Charlotte did not return to the villa but went directly to the school's training area. Shin Huayou and the other two were definitely practicing their respective techniques in the training area. Charlotte arrived at the training area and saw scattered students training there. She searched across the various training grounds. Didn't walk far before spotting Shin Huayou and Shin Huayou. At this moment, they were cheering and rooting for the battle on the field in front of them, completely unaware of Charlotte's arrival. Charlotte crouched down and quietly came up behind them, immediately followed by a snap sound, placing a hand on their shoulders. The two quickly turned around in astonishment, and upon seeing it was Shallow, they immediately broke into broad smiles. Shallow, look quickly, Yuni is training in a duel with someone. Shin Huayou raised her hand and pointed to the two people on the field in front of her. Charlotte raised her eyes and looked up. On the field, Yuni, at the third tier of the noble realm, tightly gripped her sword, panting heavily. Sweat streamed down her cheeks, dripping onto the ground. Clearly, he had just undergone an exceptionally tough battle. Opposite him stood a large humanoid rhinoceros clad in sturdy rock armor. Its ability level was likewise at Noble Realm Tier 3. If I'm not mistaken, this person's ability should be the A-level ability Rock Armor Frenzy Rhino. Possesses extremely outstanding defensive power, making it very unfriendly to sword-wielding ability users. Yuni was well aware that her stamina was almost depleted and could not afford to delay any longer. Taking a deep breath, accompanied by a loud shout, Earth split! Yuni's sword glowed brightly, and her figure vanished instantly, appearing before her opponent in the blink of an eye. The opponent reacted extremely quickly, hastily raising both arms in an attempt to block Yuni's attack with the sturdy rock armor covering them. Yuni's gaze was resolute. She gripped her sword tightly, its blade faintly shimmering with a brown glow, and then she swung it sharply. Boom! The moment the blade collided with the rock armor, a deafening crash resounded. However, disappointingly, the immense power of this sword still failed to break through the rock-armored wild rhinoceros's defense. Yuni's face was filled with shock and disbelief. The rock-armored wild rhinoceros's mouth curved slightly upwards, suddenly charging forward, its massive body resembling a high-speed train. Yuni desperately swung her sword to block, but she was no match for the opponent. She was instantly knocked away and slammed heavily onto the ground. Blood oozed from the corner of her mouth, and she felt some damage to her internal organs. She could only stab her sword into the ground to barely stand up. Yuni, who had risen to her feet, still had a determined look in her eyes. She tightly gripped the sword hilt and pointed it at the opponent in front of her, clearly intent on continuing the fight. The rock-armored rampaging rhino ability user across from her shook his head with a mocking smile and said, "Woman, your sword can't even scratch my defense. Just admit defeat. After all, this isn't a competition." Yuni did not respond, instead silently gathering her strength. The armored berserk rhino Esper saw this and said no more, his eyes flashing red as he charged straight at Yuni. Every step of his massive body on the ground produced a series of heavy thuds. Yuni slightly crouched, gripping her sword with both hands. When the armored berserk rhino rushed directly in front of her, she exerted strength in her legs and leaped onto the top of the rhino's head. Void slash! Yuni gripped her sword with both hands, shouting loudly, then slashed toward the rhino's face. The stone-armored frenzied rhinoceros, sensing the danger, tried to block with its armored limbs, but it was too late, the blade swiftly closed in. Suddenly, the sound of a sharp crack echoed. As Yuni's sword struck the face of the stone-armored frenzied rhinoceros, the blade snapped instantly, scattering fragments everywhere. Taking advantage of the moment, the stone-armored frenzied rhinoceros swung a punch and struck Yuni fiercely. Yuni widened her eyes, helplessly watching herself get struck and sent flying. Her body soared over 10 meters through the air before heavily crashing to the ground, rolling several times before finally coming to a stop. Yuni coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, looking at the broken sword in her hand, now only half remaining, as a hint of indescribable sorrow flashed in her eyes. The rock armor rhinoceros ability wielder was almost scared to death earlier, but luckily, the sword broke at the critical moment, and he only suffered some scratches, not serious injuries. You little girl, how dare you swing at my face? Luckily, that piece of junk you call a weapon broke and didn't hurt my handsome face. Otherwise, you'd be in deep trouble. At that moment, Charlotte swiftly moved to Lu Yuni's side, helped her up, and handed her to Shin Huayou outside the field for treatment. Then, he turned around, his gaze locking onto the rock armor mad rhino ability user in the arena. I'll take you on. Do you dare? Charlotte said coldly. Who are you? That woman's lover, the rock-armored rhinoceros ability user asked curiously. Charlotte was about to speak but was stopped by Lu Yuni, who reached out and pulled him back. Lu Yuni looked up at Charlotte and shook her head solemnly. Charlotte, don't always stand in front of me. He's my opponent, and I want to defeat him myself. Charlotte was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Then he smiled faintly and nodded. The three sent the seriously injured Lu Yuni back to the dormitory to recover. Charlot recalled the broken sword tightly gripped by Lu Yuni and stood there deep in thought. He did not return to the villa but went straight to the commercial district. Arriving in the area specializing in swords, the variety of swords dazzled him. Charlot carefully examined the dazzling array of swords in the display case, but always felt that something was missing. Perhaps noticing Charlot's hesitation, a counter-owner greeted him cheerfully. Hey, student. What kind of sword are you looking for? I can help you choose. Charlot stepped forward, looked around carefully, and asked, I'm looking for a sword with a more feminine style, something a bit sturdier and sharper, ideally one that can be used in transcendental realms. Do you have anything like that here? The boss heard Charlot's words and immediately realized this was a big business opportunity. Of course. Hold on, let me get it for you. After finishing, the boss hurriedly left and returned shortly with 2 swords. Classmate, these 2 swords completely meet your requirements. Let me introduce them to you. This sword is named Golden Shadow. It was forged using the fang of a level 5 golden light tiger combined with rare gold element minerals. The blade is incredibly durable, and its sharpness goes without saying. This sword is called Winter's Chill. It originates from the reverse scale of a level 5 cold water jiao and is crafted with rare water element minerals. The blade emits a frosty aura, and its techniques naturally carry biting cold winds, effectively limiting the opponent's movements. Classmate, which one do you think I should choose? Charlotte gazed at the 2 swords, pondered for a moment, and finally decided to choose the Golden Shadow sword. Lu Yuni needs a sword to forge ahead fearlessly. However, the reserved style of the winter sword clearly does not match Lu Yuni's personality. I want this Golden Shadow sword. How much is it? The shopkeeper revealed a sly smile and held up 2 fingers. 2 level 5 crystal cores. Charlot nodded. This price was within his acceptable range. Just as he was about to take out the crystal cores, a sharp voice suddenly came from behind. I want this sword. Charlot turned around and saw an arrogant woman standing in front of him, pointing at the Golden Shadow sword on the table and glaring at him haughtily. Charlotte frowned slightly and said coldly, I've already bought this sword. You can check out the others. After speaking, he took out 2 level 5 crystal cores, handed them to the shopkeeper, then picked up the Golden Shadow sword and prepared to leave. Seeing this, the woman immediately blocked Charlotte's path, crossing her arms with a cold sneer. Do you know who my man is? My man is one of the rare SSS level ability awakeners in this world, and the school specially arranged a villa for him. If you dare disrespect me, believe it or not, I'll have him teach you a lesson so you won't be able to stay in school. Charlotte looked at the arrogant woman before her and couldn't help but raise her hand to cover her mouth, revealing a trace of amusement on her face. A thought surfaced in her mind. When you are too weak, threats not only fail to intimidate the other party but might even amuse them. Lady, I don't know who your man is, nor am I interested in finding out. But if you dare block my way again, I might just slap you. Charlotte said with a cheerful smile. The woman completely dismissed Charlotte's words, letting out a couple of cold sneers. Dare to hit me? Try if you have the guts. If you dare touch me, I, Hu Lily, won't let you off. Slap. Xiao Luo's palm descended swiftly like a comet, landing heavily on Hu Lily's left cheek. The force of the slap was not to be underestimated. Hu Lily spun 3.5 times in the air before landing heavily beside a trash can. Xiao Luo looked at his hand with disgust, pulled out a tissue to wipe it, then crumpled the tissue into a ball and casually tossed it onto Hu Lily. I tried. What can you do about it? Xiao Luo said coldly. Hu Lily was left dizzy and dazed from the slap, her vision unfocused. She supported herself on the ground with both hands, the surroundings resembling a spinning sky. Even Charlotte's figure became blurred and indistinct. Even so, Hu Lili remained stubborn, refusing to stop. "Just you wait, my man will be here soon, and then you'll see how serious the consequences of hitting me are." Charlotte let out a cold snort, lifted his leg, and prepared to leave. He had no intention of wasting time here. At this moment, a voice came through. "Lily! I'm here! Where are you?" Hu Lili, lying on the ground, heard the call and a smug smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. I'm here. I was attacked." Charlotte paused upon hearing this, then stopped walking and looked with interest at the embarrassed Hu Lili. After shouting, Hu Lili's eyes became dazed as she raised her hand to point at Charlotte. "You're finished. My man is coming. You slapped me just now, and I will pay you back tenfold." Not long after, a man hurriedly ran toward them. He immediately saw Hu Lili lying on the ground, his face darkened instantly, and he hurried forward to help her up. After being helped up, Hu Lili immediately leaned tearfully into the man's arms, raised her hand to point at Xiaoluo, and complained to him. "Again, he slapped me. Look, my little face is all swollen from the hit. He has no sense of cherishing women at all and doesn't understand how much psychological trauma a slap can cause a girl." The man gently placed his hand on Hu Lili's back, comforting her. But when he heard Hu Lili's words, his anger flared up instantly. He hadn't expected his woman to be hit by someone. This was outright provocation against him. He raised his eyes, following Hu Lili's gesture, wanting to see who dared to disregard him so blatantly. However, when his gaze met Xiaoluo's, the man's expression immediately froze. The originally furious expression instantly turned to astonishment, even carrying a hint of fear. Charlotte. Charlotte noticed Zhou Yan's ever-changing expression, slightly raised his chin, and said casually in the tone of reuniting with an old friend. "Zhou Yan, long time no see. Does your face still hurt?" This person was Zhou Yan, who had awakened the SSS level ability, the Netherflame Dragon. At this moment, Zhou Yan's face instantly darkened upon hearing Charlot's words, his gaze flitting between Charlot's face and hands. Since being knocked out by Charlot with a single punch last time, he had developed an inexplicable fear of him. Many times, he dreamed of being punched to death by Charlot, utterly powerless to resist and completely at his mercy. Every time he woke up from a dream, he had to rely on sleeping pills to fall asleep again. It could be said that Charlotte had become his nightmare, possibly preventing him from ever sleeping peacefully in this lifetime. Charlotte noticed that Zhou Yan's gaze always drifted toward his fist, with the corners of his mouth curling into a faint, mocking smile. "Zhou Yan, trash should stay with trash. Do you have a problem with that?" Zhou Yan heard this and looked down at the trash can beside him. Sure enough, he was indeed staying with garbage. Such blatant insult made Zhou Yan furious, but the fear in his heart left him too frightened to even retort. Hu Lili, nestled in his arms, found it puzzling to see Zhou Yan completely unresponsive. Normally, as long as she acted coy and told him someone was bullying her, Zhou Yan would beat the person until they fled in disarray. What was going on today? "Ah Yan, what's wrong with you? Is he someone you know?" "Even if he's someone you know, he slapped your girlfriend's face, which is equivalent to slapping your own face. Why haven't you taught him a good lesson yet?" Zhou Yan felt a surge of shame on his face as he listened to Hu Lili's words. He also wanted to hit Xiaoluo, but he really didn't want to take another punch and pass out again. That would be too humiliating. Charlotte noticed Zhou Yan hadn't reacted for a long time and felt extremely bored. He originally thought Zhou Yan would rush forward like last time, but unexpectedly, Zhou Yan became more rational, turned around, and just as he was about to leave in indignation. "Wait a moment!" Zhou Yan shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Charlotte immediately stopped in his tracks, staring at Zhou Yan, whose forehead was sweating, with a hint of puzzlement in his expression. "What else do you want?" Charlotte asked, his tone carrying a trace of confusion. "What is your current realm?" Zhou Yan's tone was filled with urgency. Xiaoluo smiled faintly, then released the oppressive force of his transcendent realm. The wave of energy surged like a tsunami, sweeping overwhelmingly toward Zhou Yan and Hu Lili. Zhou Yan had just stepped into the first stage of the mortal transformation realm, while Hu Lili's cultivation was merely at the fifth stage of the noble realm. Under Xiaoluo's terrifying aura, both barely managed to stay upright, their breathing growing extremely labored. Zhou Yan raised his arm to shield his face, squinting as he stared into Xiaoluo's unmatched gaze. A powerful feeling of submission flooded his heart like a tide, leaving Zhou Yan momentarily dazed. A few minutes later, the overwhelming pressure suddenly disappeared. Charlotte didn't say another word and turned to leave. Zhou Yan and Hu Lili, on the other hand, were utterly exhausted, collapsing to the ground. Zhou Yan gazed at Charlotte's departing figure, a deep sense of defeat surging in his heart, making him no longer dare to harbor any disrespect toward Charlotte. If he had previously entertained thoughts of defeating Charlotte, those ideas should now be cast aside. A peer who could suppress him with sheer presence alone, why bother fighting against such a person? He might as well obediently become a stepping stone for them. After Zhou Yan realized this, he felt much more at ease, and the previous entanglement was resolved at this moment. He was sure he could sleep soundly every night in the future. As for Hu Lily, she still hadn't recovered from Charlot's immense strength. She couldn't comprehend why someone of the same age could be so powerful. Even her exceptionally gifted boyfriend was utterly helpless in front of him. Lily, tone it down in the future, Zhou Yan said as he helped Hu Lily to her feet. Yan, is he really a senior high school student? Hu Lily asked tentatively. Zhou Yan shook his head and said with a wry smile, no, he's just like us, also a freshman. Zhou Yan's casual words were like a super bomb, leaving Hu Lily stunned on the spot. Xiao Luo arrived at the entrance of the high-rise dormitory area and dialed Lu Yuni's number, asking her to come down. It wasn't long before Lu Yuni came downstairs and walked over. At this moment, her face appeared slightly pale, and her steps seemed somewhat weak. It seems her previous injuries were indeed quite severe. Charlotte immediately stepped forward, reaching out to support her and leading her to a row of wooden chairs, letting her sit down first. Lu Yuni looked completely puzzled at this moment. Why did Charlot only call her down and specifically ask her not to tell Huayou and Huayou? He gave a mysterious smile, then reached into the dark space, took out a golden shadow sword, and handed it to her. Your sword was broken, so I specially chose this one for you. This sword is called Golden Shadow, a sword weapon with a gold attribute. I think it perfectly matches your sharp temperament. It's worth using until you transcend. Take it. Lu Yunin looked at the sword radiating golden light and unparalleled sharpness before her, a trace of yearning flashing in her eyes. Then she raised her head to look at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo, why are you being so nice to me? Xiao Luo was momentarily stunned, then smiled faintly. Aren't we friends? It's just giving you a sword, nothing major. Besides, the fruit wine business is already on track. I don't lack this bit of money. Lu Yuni pondered for a long time, then reached out to pull the broken sword from its sheath at her waist. Looking at the completely ruined blade, a trace of sorrow flickered in her eyes. Charlotte, this sword holds extraordinary meaning for me. It was a gift from my sister. She always cared for me deeply, and I admired her greatly. But when I was 9, she disappeared without any reason, and there has been no news of her ever since. Although my family never speaks of it, I know my sister is most likely no longer alive. This sword is my only spiritual solace related to her. Every time I fight with this sword, I feel like she is still by my side. But how did it break? Lu Yuni asked, staring at the broken sword in her hand, unable to stop the tears from streaming down her face. Xiaolua sat down beside her, letting her lean into his embrace, silently waiting for her to release the emotions buried deep in her heart. The passing students saw the intimacy between the two and showed expressions of envy and jealousy. Hateful loving couples, holding each other so tightly in public, it truly ignites envy and fury, makes me wish they would explode on the spot. Over 10 minutes later, Lu Yuni's sobbing gradually subsided, and she slightly raised her head to look at Xiao Luo. She was very confused. Don't know what kind of feelings to have toward this man. Although her two best friends didn't say it outright, she could clearly sense that both seemed to have feelings for Shero. If she were to get involved as well, wouldn't it be a mess? Sigh. After her sorrow, Lu Yunin fell into a state of inner conflict. Xiao Luo noticed that she hadn't spoken for a long time. Looking down, he saw Lu Yunin staring intently at him. What's wrong? Xiao Luo asked in confusion. Nothing. Seeing the concern in his eyes, Lu Yunin's face flushed slightly. She quickly lowered her head and hurriedly sat up from his embrace. Charlotte felt happy in his heart as he saw her emotions stabilize. It's good to let your emotions out. Take it. He once again handed the golden shadow sword to Lu Yuni. After hearing this, Lu Yuni stood up decisively, extended both hands forward, and solemnly accepted the sword. She gripped the hilt of the sword tightly and took a deep breath. A sharp clang rang out. The golden shadow sword was drawn, pointing straight at the sky. Sunlight shone on the golden blade, radiating dazzling brilliance. The sharp blade of the sword emanated an intense chill that could be felt even from several meters away. Lu Yuni carefully examined the sword from top to bottom, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly as her eyes crinkled into a cheerful smile. With this sword, that annoying rock-armored rhino psychic is no match for me. Xiao Luo watched her regain her vigor and felt his mood lighten as well. Then I'll wait for you to avenge your defeat. Lu Yuni nodded confidently. I'll go find him tomorrow, you must come and watch. Alright. Don't forget to send me a message then. I need to head back now. Charlotte stood up, ready to take her leave. Seeing that Lu Yuni was fine, he felt reassured. Lu Yuni watched Xiao Luo's departing figure, a mysterious smile curling at the corner of her lips. She hung the golden shadow sword at her waist. Then, she skipped and hopped back to the dormitory with nimble steps. As soon as she entered, Shin Huayou and Shin Huayou hurriedly ran over. The two looked left and right, very concerned about Lu Yuni's condition. "Yuni, are you okay?" Shin Huayou asked with concern. What's wrong with me? I'm perfectly fine." Lu Yuni replied cheerfully. "Yuni, that sword is very important to you, we all know that. You can vent as much as you want, but don't pretend everything's fine. It's not good for your health," Shin Huayou said, full of worry. Lu Yuni felt a surge of emotion in her heart upon seeing the two sisters so concerned about her. She immediately spread her arms and pulled them tightly into an embrace. "Thank you for your concern. I'm already fine. Having you as friends is truly a blessing for my lifetime," Lu Yuni said sincerely. Hearing Lu Yuni's words, the two sisters felt their hearts relax significantly. A few minutes later, Lu Yuni released them. She then deliberately turned her body to the side, allowing the two sisters to see the golden shadow sword at her waist. "Yuni, why do you have two swords?" Shin Huayou only then noticed that Lu Yuni was carrying two swords. Upon hearing this, Shin Huayou immediately glanced at Lu Yuni's waist and, sure enough, there were two swords hanging there. "Yuni, did you just go buy swords?" Shin Huayou guessed. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuni shook her head and chuckled lightly. "This sword was given to me by Charlotte." As soon as the words were spoken, the two sisters exchanged glances and froze. Charlotte was indeed very thoughtful. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuni's lips curved into a playful smile. "However, this sword is really too expensive. He asked me to warm his bed for a few months as a way to repay the debt." Lu Yuni's words were like a clap of thunder, leaving the two sisters momentarily stunned, their pupils shaking in disbelief as they stood frozen. "Xiao Luo, he. Brother Xiao Luo, he." The two opened their mouths to say something but swallowed their words halfway. Watching their amusing reactions, Lu Yuni couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Then, suppressing her laughter, she stepped forward and patted their heads. "Don't worry, I'll start warming the bed tomorrow. I'm not moving out today." After finishing her words, Lu Yuni turned and left, leaving the two sisters in a state of disarray at the door. Charlotte returned to the villa, just sat down, turned on the TV to catch up on the latest news and take a short break, when her phone started buzzing. Taking out her phone for a look, Charlotte discovered that it was messages simultaneously sent by the sisters Huayou and Huayou. She opened their messages. The content, without exception, consisted of 3 words. "Pervert." Seeing these 3 bold characters, Charlotte's brows furrowed tightly. He truly couldn't understand when he had ever harassed the two of them, yet both simultaneously accused him of being a pervert. There was no need to dwell on things he couldn't figure out. When he sees them tomorrow, he will definitely interrogate them thoroughly. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. As Charlotte just got out of bed and finished washing up, he felt a strong surge of energy. Walking out of his room, he arrived at Yuzi's door. Through the door, he could clearly sense a chill. Presumably, Yuzi has advanced to the noble realm, causing an energy fluctuation. He went downstairs to the living room, and not long after, Yuzi came down, her face brimming with excitement. Upon seeing Charlotte, she immediately rushed over to him. With a proud expression, he said, "Charlot, I've advanced to the noble realm." At this moment, Yuzi was in the form of being possessed by the Moonlight Rabbit's ability, with 2 adorable white long ears standing upright on his head, twitching slightly as he spoke, making him especially charming. Charlotte's attention was completely drawn to those 2 adorable white long ears. "And he didn't hear a word," she said. Yuzi, seeing this, waved her hand in front of Charlotte in confusion, trying to bring him back to his senses, but Charlotte still didn't respond. Yuzi pushed aside the hair on her forehead and suddenly lowered her head, pressing her forehead against Charlotte's to check if he was sick. Their eyes met, and Charlotte's heart throbbed instantly, until a faint, delicate fragrance reached his nose, jolting him back to his senses. Hurriedly reached out and pushed Yuzi away, wanting her to stay farther away. A single man and woman alone in a room, sitting so close, how inappropriate it is. Yuzi was suddenly pushed away by Xiao Luo, feeling somewhat displeased. They had done things far more intimate than this, why was he still being reserved? Thinking of this, Yuzi pouted and looked at Charlotte unhappily. Her ears also drooped gradually with the change in her mood. Charlotte saw this and smiled helplessly. This unsuspecting little rabbit really has no idea how dangerous she can be. If he were to be consumed by the nameless fury in his heart, this little rabbit would definitely be devoured completely. "Yuzi, don't get too close so easily in the future, something might happen," Charlotte said solemnly. Yuzi looked at him in confusion after hearing this, not understanding why. Little rabbit. My words are not up for debate. Also, come here quickly, let me touch your long ears. Charlotte sat on the sofa, rubbing his hands, revealing a mischievous smile. Then he beckoned and said domineeringly. Yuzi was so overwhelmed by Charlotte's commanding tone that her whole body trembled involuntarily, feeling the urge to kneel before him. After hesitating briefly, Yuzi's face turned slightly red. She slowly knelt in front of Charlotte and obediently stretched out her ears. Charlotte nodded with satisfaction, reached out to grab the 2 long ears, stroking up and down, left and right, thoroughly enjoying herself. After more than 10 minutes, Charlotte finally let go of Yuzi's ears with contentment and nodded. The texture is really nice. From now on, these long ears can only be mine. I'll touch them every day. Little bunny, do you remember that? I remember. Yuzi collapsed weakly on Charlotte's lap, her voice as faint as a thread, and said, those crystal-clear eyes were like a shimmering autumn lake, making people irresistibly want to bully her. Charlotte heard Yuzi's words and nodded with satisfaction. Not long after, the phone in Charlotte's pocket suddenly rang, breaking the ambiguous atmosphere between them. Charlot held a phone in one hand, while his other hand remained on Yuzi's head. He couldn't help it, the sensation was just too pleasant, making it difficult for him to let go. Taking out his phone, he saw a message from Yuni. She asked him to go to the training area and watch how she would defeat the rock-armored Mad Rhino ability user. Charlotte smiled faintly and replied with an okay. Then she turned to look at Yuzi below. Little bunny, I have some things to do and need to go out later, make me some food. Upon hearing this, Yuzi immediately stood up. I'll just head upstairs for a moment and come right back down to cook with you. After saying this, she quickly turned and went upstairs without any hesitation. Xiaoluo was just about to get up to grab the TV remote to watch the news. After breakfast, as soon as he stepped out the door and walked a few steps, he ran into an acquaintance. Moto's son, Moa. When Charlotte looked over, she noticed that he seemed to be troubled by something. His expression was extremely aggrieved, with his arms crossed and head lowered, lost in thought. Seeing this, Charlotte quickly stepped forward and patted Moa on the shoulder. Hey! This pat instantly brought Moa back from his trance. Seeing that it was Charlotte, his expression slightly softened. Charlotte, long time no see. I heard you went to the combat zone for some field training with 3 girls? Charlotte's facial expression instantly froze, almost rendered speechless by Moa's remark. Did the teacher tell you? Charlotte asked with a helpless smile. Ha? How did you know? It was actually my dad who told me. He also told me to learn from you and get a few more girlfriends, Moa said bluntly. After hearing this, a wry smile involuntarily appeared on Charlotte's face. For this unreliable teacher, Moto, he really had no way to deal with him. His utterly shameless remarks left people helpless. Can we stop talking about this topic, alright? I noticed your expression, it seems like you have something on your mind. Sharo tried to change the subject. Hearing Sharo's words, Moa looked like a wilting eggplant, suddenly deflated. Sigh. Charlotte, my senior sister, Sword Unbeaten is coming back. Upon hearing the news that Sword Unbeaten was returning, Charlotte immediately became invigorated. Isn't senior sister's return a good thing? Why do I feel like you're very worried about it? After hearing this, Moa's face turned pale, as though he had thought of something. His body also began to ache faintly. She's a lunatic, a sword lunatic. Every time she comes back, she has to spar with me. She claims it's to help me exercise, but in reality, she just wants a punching bag that can take hits. Charlot, do you know my nickname at school? Moa asked blankly. After hearing this, Charlot couldn't help but recall what Yuzi had said to him on the very first day he arrived at school. Then, with a subtle expression, he tentatively said, the one who can take a beating the best? When Moa heard Charlotte's answer, his eyes instantly became unusually excited. A grown man had a hint of glistening in his eyes, pointed at Charlotte's nose, and nodded, saying, yes, yes, yes. That's the one. The reason I can endure beatings so well is all thanks to her hitting me over and over since I was little. Every time she comes back, she won't stop until she beats me black and blue. Whenever I think about her coming back, it feels as if 10,000 ants are crawling all over me. Watching Moa's furious, red-eyed, hysterical appearance, Charlotte became increasingly curious about this senior sister. But she is the teacher's apprentice. Why wouldn't the teacher stop her? Charlotte asked in confusion. I asked him, and he said that Jin Booby is doing all this for my own good. He even told me to be grateful to her. What an infuriatingly biased old man. I am his own son. What kind of father does this? Moa said with a twisted expression, full of grievances. Charlotte couldn't hold back and almost burst into laughter, fortunately stopping just in time. However, even so, Moa, with his sharp ears, still heard it. Moa abruptly raised his head, angrily looking at Charlotte, who pretended as if nothing had happened. Charlotte, I didn't hear it wrong, did I? You just laughed out loud, right? No, impossible, don't talk nonsense. I am Charlotte. I would never be the kind of person who takes pleasure in others' misfortunes, Charlotte said righteously. Listening to Charlotte's solemn speech, Moyer couldn't help but wonder if he had misheard. Then maybe I'm just too stressed, causing me to hallucinate. I'll take my leave for now and think about where in this world I can find a place to lay low. Moa finished speaking, his brows furrowed in deep thought, and he walked away slowly. Charlotte watched Moa's departing figure, the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifting, but he suppressed his laughter with sheer willpower. He was a person of noble character, not someone who found joy in others' misfortune. Then, he turned his head and briskly continued walking toward the training area. At this moment, the cheerful Charlotte had no idea that Moyer's tragic fate would eventually befall him as well. Charlotte hurried to the training area. Although it was still early morning, the training area was already crowded with people. Most were practicing their own secret techniques, while a few were sparring with one another. Charlotte inspected the venue one by one and finally spotted Lu Yuni and her two companions. At this moment, Lu Yuni, wearing two swords at her waist, had just stepped onto the dueling ground. Her opponent was still the awakened of the rock-armored rampaging rhinoceros. The surroundings were already crowded with an excited audience, and everyone seemed full of anticipation for this battle. Charlotte slowly walked behind Shin Huayou and Shin Huayou, gently patting their shoulders. The two of them tensed up and turned around abruptly. Seeing it was Charlotte, they both felt a little awkward instantly. It was because the two of them, without thinking and acting impulsively in anger, had sent Charlotte the 3 insulting words scoundrel the day before. Later, Lu Yuni told them that Charlotte asking her to warm the bed was actually just a joke. But the message had been sent out for several minutes and could not be withdrawn. So today, the two of them felt somewhat guilty when they saw Charlot, daring not to meet his gaze. Seeing this situation, Charlot already understood in his heart that yesterday's incident was a peculiar misunderstanding. Instead of sternly questioning them, he asked, "How is your progress with the secret manual?" The two were momentarily stunned upon hearing this, and when they looked up at Charlotte's gentle gaze without a trace of reproach, their hearts trembled suddenly. Shin Huayou was the first to react. The progress is going well. I feel that my ability to control wind speed has significantly improved, and the range has expanded quite a bit. However, there's still a long way to go before advancing to an S-level ability. Hearing her sister start speaking, Shin Huayou also reported her own progress one by one. After cultivating Palm Immortal technique, my healing abilities have indeed improved significantly, and the effect of sustained healing has also been extended considerably. However, the technique that sacrifices one's own life force to forcibly prolong the injured person's life is not present in the first level. It should appear in the second or third level. Xia Luo listened to the two's reports and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, keep it up. In a few days, we'll head to the combat zone again and strive to collect more crystal cores to help you advance to the Transcendence realm as soon as possible. Charlotte's words were full of encouragement and a sense of safety, uplifting the two sisters and causing radiant smiles to unconsciously bloom on their faces. Charlotte looked up at Lu Yuni in the field, who seemed to share a telepathic connection with Charlotte and conveniently turned her head at the same moment. The two exchanged glances, and Charlotte sent Lu Yuni a look of encouragement. Lu Yuni nodded subtly, gripping the hilt of the golden shadow sword at her waist tightly. Her spirits rose sharply as she fixed her resolute gaze on her familiar opponent across from her, and the fighting intent in her heart surged rapidly. The other person noticed that Lu Yuni was wearing two swords at her waist and couldn't help but let out a disdainful sneer. That sword is already broken, yet you're still carrying it. I really don't understand what you're thinking. Don't you find it heavy? Lu Yuni snorted coldly and ignored the other person. Clang! She swiftly drew the golden shadow sword from its sheath, the tip of the blade pointing directly at her opponent. The sword's body shimmered with golden light, its radiant blade dazzling, its sharpness evidently far surpassing that of yesterday's sword. Even so, the rock-armored Mad Rhinoceros abilities users still turned a blind eye to Lu Yuni. For ability users with extremely high defenses like them, swordsmanship-based ability users were nothing more than a tough bone that's difficult to crack. As long as they can fully utilize their own advantages, it is very difficult for sword and blade ability users to break through their defenses. Think you can beat me with a lousy sword? Don't end up like yesterday, where you struck me and it broke on impact. Hearing this, Lu Yuni's gaze turned slightly cold, and her aura grew even stronger than before. Come and fight. Try this move of mine. See Splitter. Lu Yuni's hands tightly gripped the golden shadow sword, her eyes glimmering with golden light. Then, she suddenly swung a powerful sword energy forward. Wherever the sword energy passed, it left a deep trench on the ground, splitting the entire battlefield in two. The rock-armored frenzied rhino abilitant was shocked by the power of this strike, but a disdainful smile appeared on his face. This was precisely because he had absolute confidence in his own defensive capabilities. He firmly believed that at the same ability level, no sword or blade user could ever break through his defense. He raised his arms covered in solid rock armor, confidently blocking in front of him. The sword energy tore through the air, accompanied by an ear-piercing roar. Boom! The sword energy collided heavily against the armored forearm of the rock-armored Furious Rhinoceros ability user, producing a thunderous sound. In an instant, dust and smoke filled the air, and the battlefield was enveloped in a layer of sand. The crowd watching involuntarily stepped back a few paces. This was enough to prove that Lu Yuni's move, C-Splitter, was indeed astonishingly powerful. Charlotte squinted her eyes, observing Lu Yuni's condition through the haze. She saw Lu Yuni's gaze firm, panting heavily, sweat trickling down her forehead along her cheek. Clearly, this sword strike had taken a significant toll on her as well. As the dust settled and everyone clearly saw the rock-armored Furious Rhinoceros's condition, they couldn't help but be secretly astonished. On the previously impenetrable armored forearm of the rock-armored Furious Rhinoceros, Lu Yuni's sword had carved out a long gash, with blood slowly seeping out. Lu Yuni saw this scene and the corners of her mouth slightly curved upward, clearly satisfied with the power of this strike. At this moment, the pupil of the rock armor Wild Rhino ability user was already enlarged as he felt the pain in his arm in disbelief. He was pondering why a sword ability user of the same level as him could break through his defense with a single strike. Seeing her opponent stunned, Lu Yuni immediately seized the opportunity to press the attack. She powered up through her legs and quickly charged toward the rock armor Wild Rhino. The ability user of the rock armor Wild Rhino snapped back to his senses, swiftly composed himself, and raised his fist, slamming it fiercely toward the ground. Stone wall. Instantly, a yellowish-brown stone wall rose from the ground, shielding him in front. Seeing this, Lu Yuni immediately leaped onto the stone wall, vigorously swung her sword, and slashed toward her opponent's shoulder. The stone armor frenzied rhinoceros ability user widened his eyes, staring fixedly at the approaching blade. Suddenly, he let out a loud shout, raised his fist, and fiercely counterattacked. The fist collided with the blade, sparks flew everywhere, and flames erupted instantaneously. SSS SSS. Whoosh, boom. The stone armor frenzied rhinoceros ability user unleashed all his strength, delivering a powerful punch that sent Lu Yuni flying. Fortunately, Lu Yuni reacted quickly, using her sword to block in front of her just in time, otherwise, the punch would have caused her serious injury. After performing 2.5 rotations in the air, she landed steadily, her sharp gaze fixed like an eagle's directly onto the arm of the rock-armored rampaging rhino, a mysterious smile appearing on her face. The rock-armored rampaging rhino stood still, his expression serious as he looked at Lu Yuni, finally acknowledging this opponent in his heart. In yesterday's match, he hadn't taken her seriously at all, knowing that with her abilities, she couldn't possibly penetrate his defenses. Even at the start of today's fight, he didn't take her seriously until she injured him with a strike, forcing him to finally give this battle his full attention. I, He-Yen, acknowledge you. Lu Yuni heard these words but showed no reaction. What she sought went far beyond mere acknowledgement from her opponent. Stop talking nonsense. Keep fighting. Before Lu Yuni's words had finished, she charged forward again. He-Yen let out a loud roar, then suddenly stormed ahead, causing the ground to tremble under his power. Seeing this, Lu Yuni immediately leapt nimbly into the air, soaring above He-Yen. He-Yen thought Lu Yuni was about to use the same tactic from yesterday, slashing at his face with her sword, and quickly shielded his head. However, this played right into Lu Yuni's plan. A faint smile appeared on her lips as she swiftly switched to holding the sword with both hands, her eyes flashing coldly. Void Severance! She shouted loudly and fiercely slashed downward. A blue-white sword aura, resembling a crescent moon, struck violently on He-Yan's arm. Delivering such a powerful blow at such close range, the damage is unimaginable, the force overwhelmingly immense. Boom! As expected, after a loud explosion, Lu Yuni performed several flips and landed steadily. However, upon landing, she already felt weak and had to raise her hand to stab the sword into the ground to support her body, preventing herself from collapsing directly. At this moment, He-Yen stood motionless like a statue, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, his arm spurted a large amount of bright red blood, and the force of the spray grew stronger, as if it couldn't be stopped. Seeing this scene, Huan stared incredulously at the deep wound, finally realizing the truth of the situation. It turned out that Lu Yuni's target was never his face but the arm she had previously slashed with her sword. Now, the wound had reopened, blood gushing continuously. As Huan lost more blood, his face gradually turned pale. In the next second, he leaned backward weakly, quietly collapsing to the ground. His power faded away as he reverted to his normal human form. Witnessing this, Lu Yuni sheathed the golden shadow sword and turned to look at Shin Huayou. The mutual understanding between the two required no words. Shin Huayou quickly rushed forward and began using her healing ability to treat the unconscious Huan. After all, having a fatality in the training zone would not be ideal. Under Shin Huayou's meticulous care, the wound on Huan's arm gradually healed, and the bleeding was finally stopped. Huan slowly regained consciousness, his lips slightly pale, indicating that the blood loss had not yet been fully compensated. Seeing Huan awake, Lu Yuni immediately stepped forward to stand by his side. When Huan noticed Lu Yuni seemed to genuinely care about him, a faint smile appeared on his face. However, the words Lu Yuni said next froze that smile in place. Huan, apologize to my sword. Lu Yuni took out the broken sword from her waist, held it in her hand, and stared directly at Huan. Upon hearing this, Huan's original smile instantly turned into a bitter one. Come on, it was you who insisted on slashing at my face. The sword broke. What does that have to do with me? Besides, it's just a sword. I'll replace it for you, won't that solve the problem? There's no need for this, he said helplessly. Lu Yuni snorted coldly and responded angrily, do you think this is just an ordinary sword? This is the last thing my missing sister bought for me, it holds significant value to me. But you broke it like this, tell me, shouldn't you apologize? Upon hearing this, Huan finally understood how important this fragile sword was to the girl. Fine, I apologize. I shouldn't have broken it. Happy now, he said, thinking to himself that he ought to handle this matter more carefully. After hearing this, Lu Yuni immediately beamed with a smile, nodded in satisfaction, and then hung the broken sword back on her waist. Alright, let's go, Huayou, Lu Yuni said. When Shin Huayou heard this, he was just about to stand up and leave when Huan suddenly shouted anxiously, wait a moment. Lu Yuni and Shin Huayou both looked at Huan in confusion. Do you have something else? Lu Yuni asked, puzzled. Huan felt a bit embarrassed, his gaze constantly sneaking toward Shin Huayou. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the girl who had wholeheartedly cared for him. It was his first time experiencing such gentle care, and he couldn't help but feel moved, as if he had met his destined one. Miss, may I ask if you have a boyfriend? Huan asked Shin Huayou eagerly. Shin Huayou froze for a moment after listening, then snapped back to her senses, turned to look at Lu Yuni, gave her a glare, and then pouted. Her meaning seemed to be that you asked me to treat him, but it ended up causing such an accident. Lu Yuni saw this, covered her mouth and chuckled a few times, then looked at Shin Huayou with an expression full of helplessness. Shin Huayou frowned slightly and, unintentionally, glimpsed Charlotte outside the venue. Her lips curved upward unconsciously, revealing a faint smile. Sorry, I have a boyfriend, it's that person. She raised her hand and pointed in Charlot's direction as she spoke. Huan froze, looking in the direction Shin Huayou pointed, and only after clearly seeing Charlot's face did he react. Him? But isn't he her boyfriend? Huan asked blankly, pointing at Lu Yuni, seemingly still recalling Charlot's appearance from yesterday. Yes, he's too outstanding, so we've decided to share him. This way, just by keeping an eye on him, we can prevent other women from interfering. Shin Huayou said with a carefree laugh. Her words stirred up a storm in Huan's heart. Similarly, Shin Huayou's words also left Lu Yuni stunned. In her heart, she couldn't help but wonder whether Shin Huayou was speaking casually or seriously. Huan's eyes lost their sparkle, and his already pale face grew even weaker. His lips trembled as he struggled to lift his head and asked, why? What's so special about him? What makes him worth all this? Shin Huayou pondered for a few seconds, then listed Charlotte's merits one by one. He's handsome, he's strong, and he's got great stamina. When she mentioned the final merit, it was like a heavy hammer smashing hard onto Huan's chest, nearly taking his breath away. He raised his hand to clutch his chest tightly, eventually collapsing powerlessly onto the ground, face up. The two exchanged a glance and then turned to leave. After all, they had already healed his sword wound earlier. If he now suffered from angina, it had nothing to do with the two of them. An excellent fight, Charlot said with a beaming smile, praising Lu Yuni, who had walked up to him. Thanks to that book, Unyielding Sword Techniques, and this golden shadow sword, I was able to break through his defenses, Lu Yuni said with delight. Split earth, divide sea, sever sky, are these all moves from unyielding sword techniques? Shin Huayou asked curiously. Yes, although I've learned them all, my ability level is too low to unleash their true power, Yuni said with frustration. Let's head to the combat zone in a few days and gather more crystal cores, so you can level up faster, Xia suggested. Alright, I agree, we're finally setting off again. Shin Huayou responded excitedly. Prepare well over the next few days, bring some supplies, and get ready to stay for 10 days or half a month, said Charlotte. Times 3. The four were just about to leave when a voice suddenly came from behind. You must be Charlotte. Charlotte was momentarily stunned, then turned around. She thought it was someone she knew, but it turned out to be a stranger. The man was rather handsome, with a well-proportioned figure, slightly long black hair, fair skin, wearing a jacket on top and trousers on the bottom, with his outfit mainly in white and blue. Who are you? Have we met before? Xiao Luo asked with a frown. Hello, my name is Reneo. Although we haven't met, I know you. After all, you're not just an ordinary celebrity. Reneo extended his hand. Seeing the other party's polite demeanor, Xiao Luo naturally didn't want to refuse and reached out to shake his hand. Hello, is there something you need? Reneo let out a light laugh, then his expression instantly turned serious, and he said firmly, I want to challenge you. Oh? Charlotte felt puzzled, unable to understand why the other party was so intent on challenging him. But since the man had come to him directly, refusing seemed somewhat inappropriate. I never fight with the weak. If you want me to accept your challenge, show me your strength as proof, Charlotte said calmly. Reneo immediately released the aura of the fifth stage of the transcendent realm, surging towards Xiao Luo like ocean waves. Feeling Reneo's aura, Xiao Luo finally developed a slight interest in his challenge. Not bad. With your strength, you should be able to rank in the top 10 at the school, Xiao Luo analyzed. Reneo chuckled upon hearing this and then proudly said, I am Reneo, ranked 6th in the school, possessing the SS grade ability Proud Whale of Aolai, with an ability level of Transcendent Realm 5th tier. Charlotte, do you dare to compete with me? Shin Huayou and the other two fell into deep thought upon hearing these words. They were very curious about Reneo's motive for challenging Charlotte. Seeing this, Charlotte also felt intrigued. Coincidentally, there was still some time before the midday meal. Alright, I accept your challenge, Charlotte said enthusiastically. Let's go. Follow me to the ranked battle zone, this place is too small to showcase our skills. Reneo turned around and gestured for Charlotte to follow him. Charlotte and the other three quickly caught up, and before long, they arrived at the ranked battle zone. The ranked battle zone consists of several large combat arenas. Charlotte looked inside and saw that the area of each combat arena was roughly 1,000 square meters, enough for them to fully showcase their skills. The group arrived at the front desk of the ranked battle zone, where the familiar bionic robot was still present. Reneo stepped forward first. I am Reneo, and I want to challenge Charlotte. The robot received Reneo's command and glanced over the specific information. Third-year student, Reneo, ranked 6th in the ranking battle zone. First-year student, Xiao Luo, unranked in the ranking battle zone. Please consider carefully, third-year student Reneo. Your opponent's ranking is not higher than yours. Initiating this fight offers you no advantages. I won't hesitate, I'll directly challenge Charlotte, Reneo responded decisively. Ding dong. The challenge has been issued. Please, Charlotte, step forward to choose whether to decline or accept the challenge. I accept the challenge, Charlotte said firmly as he stepped forward. Ding dong. Charlotte accepts the challenge, the ranking battle is established, both parties please immediately enter Zone 1. Since one of the combatants is ranked in the top 10, this battle will be broadcast live and transmitted to the big screens across every corner of the school. Both parties, please take this battle seriously. As soon as the robot finished speaking, a mechanical door leading to Zone 1 slowly opened. The previously black screen on the wall immediately displayed the image of Warzone number 1, with a clear and visible picture. Let's go, Charlo, Reneo gestured, inviting Charlo to join him in entering Warzone number 1. I'm heading in now, Charlo said with a smile, addressing Shin Huayou and the other two. The three were full of confidence in Charlo's abilities. After all, Charlo could easily defeat level 6 mutant beasts underwater. As an Esper of the same level, defeating his opponent should be no problem. Charlo, after this match, you'll really be famous, Shin Huayou said with a smile, pointing at the live broadcast on the wall. Go, brother Charlo. Shin Huayou cheered. Charlo, stay safe and don't underestimate your opponent, Yuni said with concern in her eyes. Thank you for your encouragement and reminders, I'll head in now. Charlotte smiled and waved, then stepped into the passage leading to Battle Zone 1. Reneo was in front, while Charlotte followed behind. The two walked one after the other, as a fighting spirit quietly arose between them. "By the way, I haven't asked yet, why do you want to challenge me?" Charlotte suddenly asked curiously. "Defeat me, and I'll tell you." Reneo turned back to glance at Xiaoluo and responded seriously. Unknowingly, they had already arrived at the vast number 1 battlefield. The school's live broadcast screen also showed their figures. At this moment, the area in front of the campus's live broadcast screen was already crowded with people. All around was silent, everyone was fixated on the live broadcast, eager to witness the battles of the top 10 within the school. Reneo pressed down hard with his foot, instantly leaping forward to the opposite half of the field. Seeing this, Charlotte became even more curious about Reneo's SS level ability, Proud Giant Whale. Steadying his posture, Reneo looked at Charlotte with utmost seriousness, a few blue streaks appearing on his forehead, followed by a white glow flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, a layer of mist began to emanate around Reneo's body. As the mist grew thicker, it turned into dense fog, eventually covering the entirety of Zone 1. Charlotte watched the fog-covered arena with great interest. Visibility was less than 5 meters, and he could no longer see Reneo on the other side. At that moment, a pair of giant eyes emitting a blue glow lit up within the thick fog. Immediately after, Charlotte caught the salty scent of seawater and even heard the sound of waves. Before Charlotte could react, a giant wave tens of meters high suddenly appeared. Looking at the towering wave that blocked out the sky, Charlotte couldn't help but gasp. The spectators watching were also rendered speechless by the overwhelming sight of the enormous wave. So this is the power of the top 10. Why does it feel like he's not even from the same dimension as us? Reneo, who ranked 6th in the school, was originally 7th. Because Song Xunyan, who was ranked 5th, suddenly disappeared, he moved up 1 place to become 6th. I heard Reneo's family background seems to be quite remarkable. Of course, the Ren family had an ancestor with SSS level abilities. Naturally, they're extraordinary. No wonder Reneo ranks 6th. Turns out he's genetically powerful from the start. In the towering waves, those massive blue eyes flickered with an unknown light, staring intently at Charlotte. Seeing this, Charlotte's face revealed a faint smile. This is what true combat is all about. Come fight me. Charlotte shouted loudly toward the sky. As soon as the sound faded, a massive wave, like a collapsing wall, surged toward the tiny figure of Charlotte. Charlotte swiftly raised her hand, covering herself with an elastic shield to avoid being submerged, and then dashed straight into the giant wave. As the wave crashed down, the ground trembled, chaotic seawater roared in all directions, and the entire area was instantly submerged. The once level grassy field had now turned into a vast expanse of water. Charlotte charged into the waves, her eyes searching everywhere, attempting to find those giant blue eyes. Suddenly, a massive blue whale emerged from beneath Charlotte, swinging its tail and striking forcefully. Charlotte hurriedly raised her arms to block. Though protected by an elastic shield, she was still sent flying far away by the shock. By the time Charlotte steadied herself, the giant whale had already vanished without a trace. Seeing this situation, Charlotte frowned deeply, completely unaware of how that guy had suddenly appeared. As he was lost in thought, a powerful stream of water blasted toward him from behind. Charlotte, caught off guard, was sent flying by the water cannon, crashing hard into the outer wall. Though the damage was minor, the sense of humiliation was exceptionally intense. At this moment, Xia Tong's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Xiaoluo, he should be able to become invisible in water, which is why you couldn't find him. Upon hearing this, Xiaoluo's expression slightly changed, showing a hint of helplessness. Forget it, since he can't be found, there's no need to keep searching. He suddenly made a fierce sprint, leaping out of the water and reaching the center of the entire arena. Purple light flickered in his eyes as he raised his right fist high, his fist emanating vibrating energy. Take this move. Gravity Shock Punch. He swung his fist downward, the purple gravity energy mixed with white shock force, crashing into the ocean's center like a meteor. Boom! The immense power caused waves to surge, and the intense gravitational energy pressed the center of the sea, creating a hollow. But it wasn't over yet. 2 streams of energy continued to rush toward the ground, and with a loud rumble, the ground shattered, forming a massive deep pit with a diameter of several dozen meters. The surrounding seawater instantly surged into this deep pit. Charlotte seized this opportunity to carefully observe where the giant whale was hiding. It wasn't until he saw a completely solidified mass of seawater that a faint smile appeared on his face. Let's see you sneak attack now, I've drained all your water. How are you going to ambush me now? Reneo never anticipated that Charlotte would be so unexpected, coming up with the tactic of draining his water to force him into the open. Charlotte waved his hand, an immense gravity instantly weighed on Reneo, making his movements extraordinarily difficult. Unexpectedly, Reneo suddenly opened his mouth wide, forming a massive vortex. The powerful suction force caused the surrounding seawater to be swept into it. Charlotte was also forcibly pulled by this sudden suction, slowly moving forward. Seeing this, Charlotte's lips curved slightly, revealing a mischievous grin. "Enjoy sucking. Then I'll let you suck to your heart's content." Charlotte's body suddenly began to emit black smoke. Raising her hand, a dark force started to gather in her palm. Dark water. As the words dark water escaped her lips, streams of dark water gushed out from Charlotte's hand, all of which Reneo absorbed without a care. Charlotte noticed the situation, a smirk appeared on the corner of her mouth, silently thinking to herself, "Let's see how you handle this now." Sure enough, it didn't take long before Reneo's movements suddenly froze. He felt as though something inside his stomach was churning back and forth. Moreover, as time passed, his superpowered body began to show signs of instability. What's going on? Reneo's massive whale body rapidly shrank within just a few seconds. Before long, his size had diminished to that of a small whale only a few meters long. Reneo's pupils dilated involuntarily, his heart full of doubt. What could possibly weaken his abilities and cause him to uncontrollably shrink so rapidly? Charlotte couldn't help but laugh at the scene. "Reneo, you are indeed hard to deal with in the water, I can't see you. But as long as you reveal your true form, you pose no threat to me." Reneo listened, then raised his head unwillingly to look at Xiaoluo, but inwardly had to admit that what Xiaoluo said was true. As long as he left the surface of the water, he would have no strength to resist. And the root cause of it all was still Xiaoluo's overwhelming array of abilities and unpredictability, which left Reneo utterly unable to gauge his opponent's limits. "Reneo, admit defeat. The gap between us is too vast, you have no chance of beating me." Xiaoluo's tone was utterly serious. But the more serious Xiaoluo sounded, the stronger the defiance grew in Reneo's heart. "Never! I can still fight," he roared furiously, his eyes flashing with a cold light. The surrounding seawater, under Reneo's power, gradually gathered into a massive water dragon, surging toward Charlotte in midair. Seeing this, Charlotte shook his head and, with a thought, invisible gravitational energy instantly enveloped the space in front of him. The water dragon abruptly halted in midair, as if being tightly seized by an unseen giant hand. Then, Charlotte gave a forceful grab. Under the pressure of gravity, the massive water dragon instantly shattered, reverting to seawater that fell back down in torrents. Reneo saw this scene, his eyes widening in shock and disbelief. He couldn't fathom how his all-out attack had dissipated without even scratching a single hair on Charlotte. "It's over," Charlotte said calmly, his face indifferent. He extended a finger and gently flicked. Immediately, a thunderous boom was heard as an invisible air cannon rapidly struck Reneo with immense force, directly sending him into the depths of the ocean, powerless to resist. This scene left the livestream viewers with their mouths agape. It was entirely a one-sided battle. From start to finish, Charlotte mercilessly dominated the sixth-ranked Reneo without suffering a scratch himself, all the while maintaining a calm demeanor. Ding dong! This ranking battle is over. Reneo has lost the ability to fight. The winner is Charlotte. Reneo's ranking automatically drops by 1, and he is currently ranked 7th. Charlotte has replaced Reneo's original ranking and is currently ranked 6th. Ding dong! Detected excess water in battle zone number 1, initiating drainage. At the edge of the arena, numerous drainage holes suddenly opened. Under the effect of these holes, the seawater was quickly drained, revealing Reneo, who had already reverted to human form. Charlotte slowly descended from the sky, stood beside Reneo, and asked with a smile, "Reneo, can you tell me now why you wanted to challenge me?" Reneo took a few breaths, looked up and smiled helplessly, responding, "It was the head of the Ren family who insisted that I build a good relationship with you. To be honest, I didn't think much of you earlier. You're just a bit more handsome than me, your abilities are a bit stronger than mine, and you have a few more powers than I do. But I think you may not necessarily be better than me. So that's why I challenged you, to let the head of the family see how I defeated you. But it turns out I was wrong. You're very strong, and in front of you, I truly stand no chance. I admit defeat." Upon hearing this, Xiaoluo couldn't help but chuckle. "Reneo, remember this, if someone is better looking than you, has stronger abilities than you, and possesses more abilities than you, then he's stronger than you." After saying that, Charlotte crouched down and patted Reneo on the shoulder. "Bye-bye." At that moment, Reneo suddenly looked at Charlotte and said, "Charlotte, can I be your follower?" Charlotte was taken aback upon hearing this, puzzled by Reneo's sudden shift in thinking. Just moments ago, he was acting arrogant, so why was he now suddenly wanting to follow her? Sorry, I don't need one. Charlotte rejected him outright and turned to leave. Reneo's gaze dimmed upon hearing this, not expecting to be rejected so decisively, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Walking out of Battle Zone 1, Shin Huayou and the other two had faint smiles on their faces, because they knew Charlotte was certain to win this battle, so they were completely at ease. Let's go, I'll treat you all to a meal. Charlotte waved his hand with a smile, signaling the three to follow. After the meal, Charlotte bought some fruit and snacks and shared them with them. Returning to the villa and seeing the busy Yuzi in the hallway, he nodded silently, hoping to gain a skill that could synergize with Yuzi after returning from the battle zone. The potential of the Moonlight Rabbit is far too low. At best, it can only break through to the mortal transformation realm, which is simply frustrating. Yuzi, I bought you some fruit and snacks, and I've already placed them on the table. Remember to take them back to your room. Charlot shouted loudly. Yuzi heard this, looked up at Charlot, and nodded with a face full of joy. Returning to the room, Charlot first took out his phone, ready to search online for information about Jian Bubi. However, strangely enough, there was absolutely no trace of Jian Bubi's information online. Not even a photo existed, and their gender was listed as unknown. Faced with this situation, Charlot couldn't help but frown inwardly. This was truly strange. As the top student of a prestigious university, there was not even a shred of information about them online. If he didn't know that Sword Invincible was her senior sister, it would really make one doubt whether this person even existed. With a sudden idea, he started searching for information about Moa. Unlike Sword Invincible, Moa's information online was unusually comprehensive, even including detailed records about his parents and sisters. MOVA's information is so detailed, yet there is absolutely nothing about Sword Invincible. Does she really exist in this world? Charlotte couldn't help but doubt in her heart. Meanwhile, in a certain place on the Beast continent, a golden giant ape exuding the aura of a level 7 exotic beast was staring blankly at the tiny human girl beneath its feet with a dumbfounded expression. Surrounding it were the corpses of golden giant apes, with the lowest level being level 5 and the highest level reaching level 6. Each giant ape corpse was basically severed at the waist or split directly in half from the top of the head, dying in an unbearably gruesome manner. The 7th level golden giant ape's legs trembled slightly, involuntarily stepping back a few paces, its face full of terror as it spoke in human tongue. Who are you? Someone who uses a sword, the girl replied after a brief moment of thought. Are you kidding me? The giant ape exclaimed before immediately turning around and fleeing, using both hands and feet to run away. The girl saw this but did not give chase. She merely gazed indifferently at the fleeing figure of the giant ape and gripped the sword in her hand tightly. I desire to sever the skies. A brilliant sword light tore through the heavens. Wherever the sword energy passed, a piercing screech echoed. The ground was slashed into a deep trench by the sword energy, heading straight for the golden giant ape. Whoosh! Sword energy pierced through the golden giant ape's body, causing its movements to suddenly halt, its pupils dilating instantly as it looked down at its own body. A sword energy scratch could be seen extending from the top of its head down to its crotch, with blood beginning to slowly seep out. Immediately after, there was a splurching sound. The golden giant ape's body immediately split in half from its head, each part falling to the sides. Upon witnessing this scene, the girl showed no surprise on her face. She suddenly leapt into the air and landed beside the golden giant ape's corpse, extracting its level 7 crystal core. It's time to head back, the girl murmured softly to herself. The next morning, Charlotte felt extremely content at this moment because the breakfast made by Yuzi today was just to his liking. As a reward, he thoroughly rubbed Yuzi's long ears for quite a while. This made Yuzi blush with embarrassment, squeeze his legs tightly together, and then go upstairs to change into a different outfit. At that moment, Charlot's phone rang. He took out his phone and saw a message from his teacher, Moto. The message said that his senior sister, Sword Unbeatable, had returned and asked him to come over. Was he finally going to meet that mysterious senior sister? He quickly finished his meal and immediately headed to the principal's office. Arriving at the door of the principal's office, Charlot knocked. Teacher, I'm here. Oh, Xiao Luo, come in. Moto's voice echoed. Charlotte pushed the door open and immediately saw the girl sitting on the sofa. Her gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, making it hard for anyone to meet her eyes. Her outfit was predominantly platinum-colored, consisting of a platinum shirt and pants, with a few bloodstains on her clothes. A white sword was fastened at her waist, showcasing its considerable value. This must be the mysterious senior sister, Jian Bubi. The moment the girl saw Sharo, a hint of shock flashed through her eyes, followed by disbelief. However, these emotions disappeared in an instant as she suppressed them. Hello, senior sister Jian. My name is Sharo. Sharo stepped forward and greeted with a smile. Charlotte's greeting made Sword Invincible momentarily dazed, with a trace of inexplicable sadness in his eyes. Didn't recognize me, huh? Moto saw Sword Invincible freeze and couldn't help but feel puzzled. His disciple had always been calm and had never shown such an expression. Charlotte noticed that Sword Unbeaten was just quietly watching him without paying him any attention, which made him feel a bit uneasy. Sword's senior sister? What's wrong? Sword Unbeaten snapped out of her daze at this question. It's nothing, just returned and feeling a bit tired. She waved her hand and said with a light smile. Moto saw the smile on Sword Invincible's face and found it unbelievable, involuntarily opening his mouth wide. His disciple would never normally show a smile to strangers. This was the first time she had met Charlo, yet she actually smiled. It was truly surprising. Could it be because of Charlo's appearance? Thinking of this, Moto raised his head to look at Sharo. After a few seconds, he nodded secretly, then shook his head. Although Sharo's appearance indeed conforms to the public's aesthetic standards, but his disciple has never been interested in handsome men, with only swords in his mind and absolutely no other distractions. After careful consideration, there is only one possibility. It should be out of respect for him as a teacher that Charlotte smiled. After all, if their relationship isn't good, it would be difficult for him as a teacher. It seems that his eldest disciple has truly grown up and learned to be considerate of his teacher. Moto's self-moved sentiment deeply touched him. But clearly, Jian Bubi's smile had nothing to do with him. Xiao Luo, right? Come and sit. Jian Bubi smiled and patted the seat beside her, signaling Xiao Luo to sit down. Faced with Jian Bubi's friendly gesture, Xiao Luo did not hesitate and directly stepped forward to sit beside her. Moto, seeing this scene, was instantly so shocked that cold sweat streamed down. Because Jian Bubi had never allowed any man to get so close to her, not even her teacher. What's going on? Am I dreaming? Xiaoluo seems a bit distant. How about I call you Xiaoluo from now on? Jian Bubi looked at Xiaoluo and asked with a smile. Sure, senior sister Jian can call me whatever she likes. Xiaoluo responded with a smile. Moto's eyes widened as he stared intently at his two disciples, suddenly feeling like an outsider. Hey, you two, is it appropriate to leave me, your teacher, out of this? Moto grumbled discontentedly, blowing his beard and glaring. Oh, sorry, teacher, I forgot you were still here, Jian Bubi said, putting away his smile and speaking indifferently. Moto felt a sharp pang in his chest at Jian Bubi's indifferent demeanor, but he dared not say much more. Charlotte felt a surge of confusion upon seeing this situation. This relationship between master and disciple was truly baffling. The teacher seemed utterly helpless when it came to senior sister Jian. Why was it like this? Jian Bubi snorted coldly, completely indifferent to Moto's heartache. Turning to Charlotte, he immediately broke into a radiant smile. Little Luo, I came in a hurry today and didn't prepare any gifts. Here, take this crystal core. As he spoke, Jian Bubi pulled out a crystal core from his pocket and handed it to Charlotte. Charlotte took a look and found it was a level 7 crystal core. A level 7 crystal core. No, Sword senior sister, I can't accept this. This crystal core is too precious, you should keep it yourself. Charlotte quickly said, trying to return the crystal core to Jian Bubi. Hey! Xiao Luo, not listening, are you? When I tell you to take it, you take it. Stop arguing. Jian Bubi pouted, pretending to be angry, forcing Charlotte to accept the crystal core. Seeing this, Charlotte had no choice but to obediently put away the crystal core. Since senior sister insisted, wouldn't refusing again be too disrespectful? Thank you, senior sister, for gifting me the crystal core. Charlotte said sincerely. There's no need to be polite with me, Jian Bubi responded with a gentle smile. Looking at the smile on Jian Bubi's face, Xiao Luo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Imowa truly didn't appreciate kindness. How could he be afraid of such a gentle and caring senior sister? At that moment, the door to the principal's office was pushed open. The group turned to look, and the towering figure resembling Moto was clearly Imowa. As he entered through the door and saw Jian Bubi on the sofa, he trembled slightly like a mouse seeing a cat. Still, he forced himself to muster some courage. Invincible sister, welcome back, Imowa said obsequiously as he stepped forward respectfully. Ninth tier of the Transcendent Realm, seems you still haven't broken through to the Skywalking Realm. It appears that without me by your side, you've grown lax. Sword Invincible instantly saw through Imowa's ability level and noticed he hadn't been training diligently. Hearing this, Imowa hurriedly cast a pleading look towards his father, Imotua, hoping for help. However, Imotua, upon seeing his son's imploring Gaze remained indifferent, clearly also believing that Mo had been slacking in his cultivation and was in need of some strict discipline.